the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Plenamins, for example. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your daily minimum requirements of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. And yet, Plenamins cost only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints on happy homicide.
I beg your pardon?
I said Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints.
Yes, I heard the last part, but I just wanted to be sure there was nothing the matter with my phone. Mr. Diamond, I wish to hire you.
I'm touched. $100 a day in expenses.
I'm touched.
Well, if the figure depresses you a little, I suggest getting out in the fresh air. Exercise. Play a little golf. If you could use a dandy caddy on Sunday.
I can easily afford the fee, Mr. Diamond, but to be frank, it wasn't exactly what I expected. Isn't it a little high?
Well, frankly, yes. But if you hire another detective, you won't be getting the prettiest.
I see. Can you come to my house at 6 this evening?
Name, address, and reason for hiring me?
George Lexington, Golden Strand, Long Island. And I'm in fear of my life.
I'll see you at 6, Mr. Lexington.
On the dot. Please be prompt.
Just have a substantial retainer ready. Aside from my blue eyes, greed and promptness are my 2 most outstanding features. Well, that's the way a buck's made in my business. I sit around the office for a week, passing the idle hours, playing old Welsh mining tunes on a comb. Then someone gets in trouble, opens the phone book, and naturally the first thing that must catch their eye is my very gaudy full-page advertisement on the Diamond Detective Agency. After that, a phone call, and I'm in business. At 6 sharp, I was ringing the doorbell to the home of Mr. George Lexington, client in fear of his life.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Diamond, to see Mr. Lexington.
Mr. Lexington is busy at the moment. Does he expect you?
I have an appointment with him at 6.
Oh, I see. Please step in. If he'll wait in the library, sir, I'll tell Mr. Lexington you are here. What was that?
Unless you keep a car in one of the upstairs rooms, that, my friend, was a gun going off. Come on. With the butler right behind me, we took the long, curved staircase 3 steps at a time. The butler managed to pant out that Mr. Lexington was in the study at the head of the stairs, so that was the door we went through, only to be stopped cold on the other side. Standing in the middle of the room was a girl. The word girl, in this case, to be identified with adjectives one might think up after having spent 3 lonely years on a life raft in the middle of the Atlantic. The only thing that kept my eyes from melting and running down on my shirt was the .32 revolver she held in her gloved hand.
Miss Morris, no!
Give her the gun, honey.
No!
Drop it, honey. You just scorched my money belt. She dropped it, and we all went to pieces. I helped her to a seat and let her cry it out. The gun I could have passed off as a whim or too many Hopalong Cassidy adventures, but the man sprawled across his desk on the other side of the room changed the whole picture. I called the 5th Precinct Police Station and got Lieutenant Walter Levinson started for Long Island.
The police?
You shot a man, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to kill yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, they're both against the law. Want to tell me about it?
He deserved it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I just found something rather strange.
Well, don't scratch it.
Miss Morris shot Mr. Lexington, all right.
I never denied it.
Well, what's bothering you?
The thought just occurred to me. Who also took the trouble of stabbing him?
Stabbing him? He was shot.
Then how do you explain this carving knife in his back?
Oh, now, Diamond, you stop that.
But it's true, Walt.
Sure is, Lieutenant. Been shot in the chest and got a knife in his back.
Now, how do I get in on these things?
This is Miss Morris, Walt, the girl who shot him.
How do you do? Oh, you shot him, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, who stabbed him?
Have no idea.
Swell. Miss Morris, why did you shoot this, what's his name?
Lexington, George.
Why did you shoot him?
I refuse to answer.
Okay, suit yourself.
Where's the coroner, Walt?
Should be here any minute.
I didn't stab him, Mr. Diamond.
When you came in, did you talk with Lexington?
I just opened the door, saw him sitting at the desk, and I shot him.
Did you talk to him?
Oh, sure, Walt. She played 20 questions with him while he was trying to paw the knife out of his back.
I was just trying to trap her.
Why?
Why? Because if she said she'd talk to him, it would have been an admission that,
She'd talk to him.
No, that he was still alive before she shot him.
Okay, who stabbed him?
How do I know?
Well, if he was still alive before she shot him, she talked to him, then she must have seen who stabbed him, right?
Yeah,
Well, if she saw who stabbed him, she couldn't have done it, right?
right.
And no one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already been shot, right?
No one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already... Yeah, of course. You think I'm stupid?
Lieutenant.
You shut up.
So if they stabbed him, he hadn't been shot and he was alive.
Of course.
Then if he was alive and they stabbed him, the girl didn't do it to confuse you.
Huh?
So if she didn't do it, she can go home. Go on home, Miss Morris.
But, Mr. Diamond...
You heard him. Go on.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Lieutenant. Diamond's at it again.
Otis,
Yeah, Lieutenant?
take the girl, the butler, and Diamond down to the car. And when the coroner gets here, we'll all take a little drive down to the station. Understand?
Yes, Lieutenant.
What are you yelling at?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the coroner finally arrived and suggested an autopsy for the corpse and a bath in some hot mud for Walt. Then we all climbed into the squad car and headed for downtown New York and the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way, I told Walt about my phone call from Lexington about 3:45 that afternoon and the few details leading up to finding June Morris with a smoking gun and the dead Mr. Lexington. At the station, we continued to question the girl as to her motive for the killing, but she refused to say anything. The butler could add nothing, so they were taken out to await further questioning. She was allowed to call her lawyer, and we all settled down to wait for the coroner's report on the autopsy.
Yeah.
The dame's lawyer is here. Wants to see you first.
Okay. Girl's lawyer.
Mr. Farnsworth, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant. What is this all about?
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Farnsworth.
How do you do?
How are you?
I just got a call from Miss Morris.
Lieutenant.
Pardon me a minute. Well, what do you want, Hammerhead?
I got the girl's personal effects.
Well, give them to me.
Well, okay. Gee, what did I do?
Nothing, Sergeant, but your family sure butts things up.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Gee, I don't know.
Am I to understand that Miss Morris is being held here on a murder charge?
That's right.
Just whom is Miss Morris supposed to have killed?
You know a Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes.
He's the boy.
Maybe you can tell us why she would want to kill him.
I suggest you question the witness, Mr. Diamond. But let me warn you beforehand. My advice to my client will be to say nothing until I can find out more about this thing for myself. Now, about Miss Morris.
She stays put.
Lieutenant, I have a great deal of influence.
Then get her rich. She stays put.
What about this George Lexington's background, Mr. Farnsworth?
Let me give you one more suggestion before I leave. Find these things out for yourself. I have a fair reputation in the legal profession.
Good evening, Mr. Farnsworth.
I'll have that writ, Lieutenant.
Oh, go to blazes.
Nice fella.
A doll. Well, let's see if there's anything in these personal effects here. Take a look through the purse.
Okay.
Otis,
Yeah, Lieutenant.
bring in the butler.
Right.
Here's something, Walt.
What is it?
A typewritten note in the bottom of her purse.
What's that?
Meet me at the house at 5:15 this evening. Bring $15,000 and be prompt, or you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Signed, George. George Lexington.
Well, bully for you.
Diamond, I swear.
Out to the butler, Lieutenant.
Come in. Sit down.
Well, thanks. My feet...
That's you, melonhead. Get out of here.
Oh, well, okay. I just thought...
Otis.
Yeah?
When the coroner's report comes in, bring it right in and bring the girl along with it.
Now, Lieutenant.
How do you feel, Arthur?
A little upset, sir. This has been quite a strain.
Last name Cameron?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for George Lexington?
About 4 years, sir. Ever since Mr. Lexington came east.
Did you know him before that?
No, sir.
You ever mention where he was from?
California, I think.
Had a lot of money?
I presume so. I was paid regularly. He maintained a good-sized house and entertained frequently. To my knowledge, he never had any debts that weren't paid immediately.
How long have you known Miss Morris?
Well, she and Mr. Lexington were engaged 2 years ago. It only lasted a few months. But they still saw each other occasionally.
Did you know Miss Morris was expected tonight?
Yes, sir. She called and said she would be there at 5:45.
You sure about the time?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't expect me at 6.
No, sir. Mr. Lexington said nothing about it.
Is there another way into that study?
Yes, sir. A back door leading down to the garden.
Did Lexington have any other visitors during the day?
No, sir.
Was he in from 3 to 5?
Yes, sir.
I got the coroner's report and Miss Morris, Lieutenant.
Okay, that's all, Arthur. We'll have to hold you until this thing straightens itself out. You go along with Sergeant Loveloon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Arthur,
Yes, sir.
does Mr. Lexington own a typewriter?
No, sir.
All right. Come in, Miss Morris. Sit down.
Here's the report and the bullet taken out of Lexington and the knife.
Take the butler downstairs.
Right. Let's go, Arthur.
Yes.
When did you receive this note, Miss Morris?
Oh, where?
We found it in your purse. When you become a murder suspect, I'm afraid nothing's very private.
This morning.
It's from George Lexington?
Yes.
He have something on you? Okay, you're just hurting yourself.
Miss Morris, did you know a man named Jack Short?
No.
Who's Jack Short, Walt?
Just read this report. Here's what it says about the late Mr. George Lexington. Fingerprints check one Short, arrested 1936, 38, 39, petty theft, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of possessing narcotics, 3 arrests, 1 conviction. Did a year and a day in Alcatraz.
When did he have time to do his laundry?
He was arrested again in 1942 for manslaughter. Went to trial, case dismissed for lack of evidence. Lovely boy.
You mean George Lexington?
Was really Jack Short a criminal with a record?
But his house, servants, the money he spent.
That's something we're going to find out about.
What does the coroner's report say, Walt?
The knife did kill him, not the bullet. And the knife has got your fingerprints all over it, Miss Morris.
What?
It's got a what?
That's right. Ever see it before, Miss Morris?
Why, I don't know.
It's a carving knife. One that might belong to a set. Something wrong?
That's my carving knife. I missed it this morning.
Sure.
When was the last time you used it?
Last night. I gave a small dinner party.
Do you own a typewriter, Miss Morris?
Yes, I do.
Hello, June. You'd better come along with me.
Oh, Mr. Farnsworth.
Just a minute. What's the idea of busting in here like this, Farnsworth?
I tried to stop him,
You
Lieutenant.
should have stuck out one of your big feet. Those things could trip a tank.
I told you I would be back with the writ. Well, I'm here, and there's the writ. Come, June.
She stays right here.
Lieutenant, you don't seem to
No,
understand.
you don't seem to understand, Mr. Farnsworth. You got that written and it was sustained because I was nice enough not to issue a formal complaint.
Also, there's a little matter of influence.
You're darn right, and I'm going to show you how it works. I'm making a formal complaint right now, and the charge is murder. And if you don't think I can make it stick, I won't even bother to throw you out of my office. I'll let the commissioner do it for me. Now get out of here.
Gee, you're wonderful, Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
One of the questions most often asked a druggist is this: what can I take for fast relief from acid stomach?
I've often wanted to know that myself. What's your answer?
Naturally, ma'am, it's Bismarex, Rexall's justly famous antacid.
Why? What is it that makes it so outstanding?
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only fast, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up that gastric distress. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing, protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, I'll have to remember that. Bismarex. Is that how you say it?
That's right, ma'am. Bisma-hyphen-Rex. Bismarex. Ask for Bismarex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Farnsworth got the idea in a hurry and took off like a rabbit with his tail on fire. Walt lived up to his word. After making the formal charge and producing the evidence, the writ was dismissed. He then secured a search warrant for both Miss Morris's flat and George Lexington's house on Long Island. Our first stop was Miss Morris's apartment, and when we went in, I thought how much it looked like her. Small, beautifully decorated. We went over the whole place, nothing except in the small den.
Here's the party list you told us about.
Good 30 names here. Typed.
And there's the typewriter.
You got that note you had in your purse?
Yeah, here. Top of the E is blocked out like on the note. Same machine.
No.
Bring the typewriter, Otis.
Right, Lieutenant.
You going over to Lexington's home?
Yeah, aren't you coming along?
No, I got an idea. Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Well, sure, why?
When you get over there, besides checking that back door to the study, put in a call to the phone company and see if a call was made around 3:45 this afternoon to El Dorado 1234. It's a toll call from there, and they'd have a record.
Now, let me write that down. El Dorado 1234.
Yeah. I'll call you at Lexington's in about an hour. If that number wasn't called from there, check every name on that party list.
Well, there are 30 names there. You want me to check each one to see whether a call was made to El...
What's the matter?
El Dorado 1234. That's your office number.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye. I left Walt turning that awful green and headed for the Times building. It was a little late when I got there, but an old friend at the morgue noticed the $5 bill I was wearing in my lapel and agreed to take care of it for me while I looked through the newspaper files. I dug up everything on Jack Short and his alias George Lexington. The stuff on Short wasn't much, except the trial for manslaughter had made the front page. The items on George Lexington could all be found in the society columns. From what I could gather, he'd started his social whirl in 1944. He'd been engaged several times, and each time to a wealthy woman. I even came across a picture of June Morris on the evening they had announced their engagement. Well, having all the information I could get, and with one little item dated California, June 26, 1942, tucked away in my pocket, I put in a fast call to Walt, who was at the home of the late George Lexington.
Yeah?
What did you find out?
Well, someone could have gotten in the back door. There were some blurred footprints outside in the garden, but they won't help. If you had a key, you could let yourself in and walk right up to the study.
What about the phone call?
There was no call made from here to your office, but one of the names on the list paid off. Mrs. Julia Wright out on Long Island. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
You stay right there, Walt. I'm going out to see Mrs. Julia Wright.
If she called your office today at 3:45, you certainly must have talked to her.
George Lexington called my office today at 3:45.
But he couldn't have. The butler said Lexington wasn't out of the house and the call wasn't made from here.
Well, someone called.
Maybe it was the right day. Maybe she got a low voice and told you she was Lexington.
Walt.
Yeah?
Oh, forget it. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Mr. Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Wright?
My butler says your business is a matter of life or death.
Well, that's a little exaggerated, but it's one sure way of getting by the red tape.
Then what is your business, Mr. Diamond?
I'm from the police.
Oh.
Do you know Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes, slightly.
Are you married, Mrs. Wright?
Very happily. What is your interest in Mr. Lexington, Mr. Diamond?
Do you know June Morris?
Oh, quite well. I've known her family for at least 10 years.
She's being held for the murder of George Lexington.
Oh, that poor girl.
She was engaged to Lexington at one time, wasn't she?
Yes. He was a beast. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, he deserved killing.
I thought you said you only knew him slightly.
Oh, I June used to tell me how terribly it treated her.
A phone call was made from your house yesterday at approximately 3:45 to El Dorado 1234.
I don't believe I know anyone at that number. Are you sure?
A man made it. I talked to him.
Well, my husband wasn't home yesterday. Oh, perhaps it was my lawyer. He was here about that time. In fact, I believe he did make a call. Said it was on business. A call from the library.
What's your lawyer's name, Mrs. Wright?
Why, Mr. Lucius Farnsworth.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I certainly don't like the guy, but his reputation's been spotless.
It's just got to be, Walt.
Here's the girl, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Diamond.
June, the note you received was written on the typewriter in your den.
What?
Lab just sent up a report.
You think I sent that note to myself?
No. But can you remember anyone using the typewriter in the last 2 days?
No. No one has used it but myself.
What about the night of the party?
Who uses a typewriter at a party?
Anyone go in the den and maybe lock the door?
What? Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Farnsworth said he had to make some business calls. He went in and closed. You don't think that...
That Farnsworth did it?
It's absurd. He's been with my family for years.
Did he introduce you to George Lexington?
Yes, it was at a party at Julia Wright's.
Did Mr. Farnsworth know that you owned a gun?
No one knew it.
Were you actually using that knife the night of the party?
Yes, I sliced some turkey.
You remember what kind of a suit Mr. Farnsworth was wearing that night?
He was wearing a dinner jacket.
Lexington was blackmailing you, wasn't he?
I can't answer that.
Oh, honey, believe me, if you don't trust us and it comes out anyway, we'll have no way of stopping it.
Oh, right, it was blackmail. I was going to marry George. There were some letters, a picture. He broke off the engagement and began demanding money. Last week he mentioned something about leaving town, and I received the note. I couldn't afford that kind of money, and I was just tired of paying month after month. I decided to kill him, and I was going to kill myself. I guess I lost my nerve.
Let's go see Mr. Luke Farnsworth, Rick.
June, you sit right here until we get back.
Be careful.
You can make a book on it. I'm going to drive you home. Use your paw.
All right.
Here he comes.
Yes, what is... Oh. What do you want, Lieutenant?
Got any hot coffee?
If this is your idea of some kind of a joke...
Mind if we come in?
I most certainly do.
Thanks.
How dare you break in here like this? I can cause you a great deal of trouble, Lieutenant.
How well did you say you knew George Lexington?
Only slightly.
Hey, get a load of these fancy ashtrays, Walt.
Yeah, but I don't go much for modern. Pretty drapes, though.
Oh, the policemen are being casual.
You only knew Lexington slightly, huh?
Yes, and this is the third time I've said it.
You must make a lot of money.
I have wealthy clients.
How much did Jack Short pay you to get him out of that manslaughter charge?
What?
You remember him. Sensational case. Made you quite a reputation.
Of course I remember it.
This Short was sure a handsome fella. Did he change his name later?
I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Didn't he change it to Lexington? George Lexington?
What is this all about?
Mind if we look around the place?
I most certainly do.
Is that your bedroom?
You have no right to go in there. Where's your warrant?
Nice bedroom.
Get out. Get out. I'll call the commissioner.
Why don't you do that? These your keys?
Put those down.
Take it easy.
I wonder if one of these fits a back door to George Lexington's study.
Don't be ridiculous. I've only been to Mr. Lexington's house twice in my life. Arthur, the butler, will verify to that.
You mean you've only been there twice but the front way?
I mean exactly that. What are you doing in that closet?
Nice wardrobe. This your dinner jacket?
Lieutenant, I warn you.
No, I'm going to warn you, Farnsworth, officially. Anything that you may say will be held against you. I'm charging you with the murder of George Lexington.
Well, this is really one for the books. Would you mind telling me what proof you have?
You called my office at 3:45 this afternoon from the home of Mrs. Julia Wright. Disguised your voice and told me you were George Lexington.
Really? Hearsay.
You were at a party given by June Morris. You stole a carving knife that she'd been using, probably wrapped it up in a handkerchief to keep her fingerprints on the handle.
Did someone see me?
For some reason, you wanted George Lexington out of the way. He'd been blackmailing victims that you introduced him to. You made sure that Miss Morris would be at his home at exactly 5:45. You wrote a note on her typewriter telling her to be there. You called me to be sure that someone would catch her.
Interesting theory.
You went up the back way into the study, probably with one of these keys. You stabbed Lexington and got out just before the girl came up.
You made one mistake. You didn't figure that the girl might try to kill Lexington.
What?
Yeah, she shot him. But she shot a dead man.
She shot him?
After he was dead. You don't know it, Buster, but you just missed the perfect crime.
Now prove it.
The girl said you were wearing a dinner jacket the night of her party. Missed the coat?
Yes?
Well, to get the knife out, you had to put it in a pocket or someplace on you. She'd been carving turkey. Ever hear of a spectrograph?
Of course.
Sure. Have the pockets analyzed, and if we find traces of turkey, we'll know you swiped the knife.
And if the key to Lexington's back door is on this ring, it'll cinch it.
I'm afraid not.
Come back here, Farnsworth.
He's going for the window.
Farnsworth, stop!
Let me go. Let me go.
Not on your life. Not on your life. You don't take it the easy way.
Get on his head.
No. Why didn't you let me jump? What difference would it have made?
Well, it sure would have saved the state some money. But a quick trip to the sidewalk doesn't make up for a killing. That's the easy way, Farnsworth. You forget when you commit murder, there's a little thing called society. And if you can't live with people, they'll decide what to do with you. Oh, that last mile is a lulu.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're a user of mineral oil, remember that Rexall mineral oil is carefully refined by a special process to achieve an extra heavy body. What's more, because it's so exceptionally pure and gentle in its action, Rexall mineral oil is non-irritating, non-habit-forming. You'll also like the fact that it's tasteless, odorless, colorless. Next time, try Rexall mineral oil. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, and Virginia Gray. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase?
The day I finally made the switch from Detective Sergeant Peter Peru to Detective Lieutenant Peter Peru should have been a happy day because it's just what we've been waiting for, Joan and I. The promotion. Oh, how we chased that promotion. Maybe you didn't know it, but the difference between a sergeant's pay and a lieutenant's pay is $9.62 a week. Not much, but all the difference, Joan always used to say, that we needed to get married on. Well, now I've got the lieutenancy, and I've got the miserable $9.62 more a week, but now I haven't got Joan. What stopped us? A little piece of nothing shaped like a dog collar, narrow as a postcard and flexible like celluloid. A dictation tape. Yeah, that and a miserable dictating machine and the man who used them. It all started the night I went to pick Joan up at the office where she worked as a secretary. Generally, I knocked off duty at about the same time she finished work, but if I was tied up on a case, she'd just stay on doing some freelance typing job she'd picked up from an employment agency. It only brought in a couple of bucks, but it was her way of chasing our wedding day while I chased the promotion. Hi, Joni.
Oh, hello, sweetie. Be with you in a minute. Just finishing this page.
Oh, come on. The strong arm of the law has a weak stomach crying for food.
Just a minute.
Hey, I haven't seen you use your boss's dictating machine on your outside typing jobs before. What is it? A new job?
Mm-hmm. Just got it from the employment agency today. I'm working for a writer after office hours now. Good pay, too.
Oh, yeah? What is it, a book?
Yeah, it's a novel. It's kind of gory. It's about a shy young man who's going crazy and knows it.
Oh? Who's writing it?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. These dictation tapes are delivered to me every couple of days. I type up the pages and mail them to the agency.
Oh, that's simple.
Sure. South Pacific was dictated on tape that way.
And you never see your boss?
Never. He just sends my hard-earned pay with the tapes.
Well, that should make for pleasant employer-employee relations. And now what about the food department?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I'd like to see this man. He sounds brooding, sensitive, lonely. Real romantic type, Pete. I can't help wondering who he is, what he is.
Oh, fine.
Why, Peter, you're jealous. You're jealous of a voice.
Look, when you're ready to quit, let me know. I'll be in the coffee shop downstairs. Just poke your head in, okay?
Okay. I'll poke my head in on the end of a stick.
You'd better give that writer up, Joni, old girl. Give that writer up. But Joan Clinton didn't give her writer up. I should have stopped it when she went from simple interest to fascination. And as each day went by, she looked forward with more impatience to the delivery of the little tapes that brought her into a strange, one-sided communication with a man she'd never met. After a while, all she could ever talk about to me or to her office friends was her wonderful writer.
Oh, say, Annie, you want to hear something really good?
Oh, Joan, have a heart. I heard that tape twice this morning.
Oh.
Still hearing from your writer, huh? How's that story coming? The one about the shy fella going nuts.
Oh, Annie's just wonderful. And today he added a postscript on the tape. He said when the book was finished, he'd find out who I was and he'd come to see me. Last night I typed up 27 pages, and on each tape I listened to, he sounded chipper and cheerful and happy. Oh, he was so gay, just like a little boy.
No night work lately, Joan. How come?
I don't know, Pete. I don't know. I suddenly stopped hearing from him. His last tape sounded so sad and strange. And that was 10 days ago.
I don't mind telling you that I was glad. Yeah, I'm no Gregory Peck, you know. I'm not even a fair Humphrey Bogart for looks. But when a guy finds himself competing with a voice coming off a dictation tape for his girlfriend, it's a little unsettling. So I was glad. Until I went to pick her up a couple of days ago at her office. I'd left my partner, Sammy Sampson, in the squad car downstairs. And no sooner did I open Joan's office door...
Pete? Oh, Pete, I'm so glad you're here.
Joni, what's happened? What's the matter?
Listen, Pete, listen to this. I got this tape tonight. The first one in 11 days, and it has something on it that... Oh, wait a minute. I'll turn the dictating machine on. Listen on these earphones.
Mm-hmm.
This should start as a new paragraph chapter. The driving force within him no longer raged. He was calm, for he knew precisely what he must do. He listened for a moment to the foghorns in the bay, and then he opened the shop door. He saw the frightened face of the old man staring up at him. He paused. Then with great precision and almost no effort and absolutely no emotion, I took the sword from under my coat, and with it, I killed him.
Well, do you see?
What do you want me to see?
This man dictated the story saying he listened for a minute to the foghorns, and he used the word he when he said he opened the shop door and he saw the man. But when it came to the violence, the killing, he said I. I took the sword, and with it, I killed him.
Joni, what are you driving at?
Pete, this man's been writing about someone who's lonely, moody, depressed, about someone who's going mad, someone who kills. He's not writing just about someone. He's writing about himself.
Lots of times a writer, to help his thinking, will mentally exchange places with his lead character, and I could understand how this writer had put himself in the place of the killer he was writing about. That's why the guy on the tape had said I instead of he, that's all. I read it someplace, and it made sense, but it took me 15 minutes of the biggest salesmanship I could deliver to bring Joan to the point where she agreed with me. Oh, here, Joni, drink this and you'll feel better. Then I'll drive you home, and I want you to forget all this stuff. You just haven't been your old self, sweetie.
Guess I've been working too hard, Pete, and thinking of this voice. Oh, he's probably a timid little man of 50, married and henpecked, and using the story as a release for his inhibitions and frustrations. I'm sorry I've been such a jerk, and I've been so unfair to you. Oh, Pete, how could I be so silly? Oh, Pete.
Forget it, kid. Ah, this is worth it.
Pete! Pete! Hurrah!
Holy cats. I forgot all about Sammy Sampson.
Oh, it's my fault. I'm sorry.
Pete!
Here, hold this glass, Joni.
Uh-huh.
In here, Sam.
Pete, I just picked up a general alarm on the squawk box in the car.
What is it?
Murder.
Where?
On the waterfront. An old man killed with a sword.
It didn't take long to check with the cops at the waterfront shop and find that fact meshed with fiction point by point. By my book, that much of a coincidence just couldn't happen. I asked the precinct to send a couple of men to meet Sammy and me at Joan's office, and the chase was on. Here was the chance for the promotion. Without even looking for it, the biggest case of my life was right in my lap. The only thing wrong was that my only lead, my hottest lead, was my own sweetheart.
Who is he, Joan? Where is he?
Oh, Sam.
She's told us 10 times, Sam. She doesn't know.
Someone must. Look, let's run this down. The Harriet House Employment Agency got Joan this typing job, right?
Right.
This writer mails 2 or 3 tapes in a plain white envelope to Joan's home every couple of days, right?
Yeah, but with no return address to give us anything to go on. Except this one's postmark shows it was mailed last night from the main Times Square postal station.
Oh, swell. The biggest in the city. That should be cute to trace. Okay. Then what?
After I type up the script, I send the pages back to the Harriet House Employment Agency.
Well, he must pick them up there. Andrews.
Yes, Sarge?
Get the squad car, Andy. Find a Mrs. Harriet House and pick her up. She runs the Harriet House Employment Agency in the drill building. Take her to her office. I'll meet you there in 20 or 30 minutes.
Right, Pete.
Now, look, Joan, were you ever given any reasons why he didn't have you come to him where he could dictate directly to you?
I wish he had me come to him. If he's mentally ill, if he's sick, I might have helped him.
All right, Joan, cut it out.
The woman at the agency only said he likes to work this way. You don't know him like I do. He's sensitive. He's easily disturbed.
Yeah, he's sensitive, all right.
You're not fair. You haven't proved anything yet. Why should you be so sure he's the killer?
Aren't you?
Pete, could it be possible, just possible, that this sword murder at the waterfront and the killing that Jones Ryder describes is just a coincidence?
Sammy, I just...
Sergeant Peru!
Andrews, I thought I sent you to find Harriet House.
She's been found, Sarge. A cleaning woman from her office building just called into headquarters. Harriet House is at her office, dead. Some nut killed her with a sword.
Any questions, Sammy? Joan? The once whitewashed walls and ceilings of the Harriet House Employment Agency would have to be whitewashed again. The job that was done there had certainly been that of a madman, but a madman who undoubtedly had lucid moments, because the file folder that had held the scripts Joan Clinton had so carefully typed was found next to the destroyed body of Harriet House. Empty.
She's been dead for some time, even before the waterfront killing.
He's had a busy day. You know, this guy may have shown no outer symptoms of paranoia at all for weeks. And then maybe something happened yesterday or the day before, and off he went.
Pete, I've been through this joint from top to bottom, and there's not a single piece of paper, a note, anything that leads to this guy.
Now, you missed this.
What?
A dictation tape. It was halfway under the desk.
Let's see what it says.
Yeah, plug that machine in, will you, Sammy?
Okay. You got it on right, Pete?
Wait a minute. There it is. It's all right.
Dear Mr. Author, my name is Joan Clinton, and I'm the Miss Whoever you are who's been typing up your book.
Holy cats, it's Joan.
After listening to your voice for so long, I thought you might want to hear mine. I hope I'm not being presumptuous. I'd like to tell you that I think your book is going to be a really fine one. And I hope that once it's completed, we might meet for a drink to celebrate. I haven't received any tapes from you in over a week. And I hope those headaches that you mentioned from time to time haven't incapacitated you. If there's anything I can do to help, I wish you'd let me know. Good night.
Pete. Pete, is she in love with him? Is she in love with the voice? If she's holding out on us...
Keep your shirt on, Sammy. That was sent before tonight. She must have thought he'd pick it up when he came for his scripts. Let's get back to Joan's office.
Pete, I wonder if he did pick it up and listen to it before he left here.
Yeah. I wonder.
Joan, I want you to stop pussyfooting around. We're losing time, and you haven't told us everything we should know.
Now, take it easy, Sammy, and back up or I'll back you up. If you think I'll watch you give Joan a going over, you're nuts.
You listen to me, Peru. There's a maniac loose somewhere out there, and also out there are lots of men, women, and children. People are in line for murder if we don't get that killer first. Now, you get out of my way.
Pete,
Yes, Joan?
the murder he described on the tape we heard before?
The waterfront killing?
Yes. It's not the first murder he wrote about, and it's not the first time he substituted the word I for he. I've got copies of everything he's dictated, but there's a tape on the machine right now. I got it 3 weeks ago. I was listening to it again. You'd better hear it.
Hello, Princess. This will be short. I'm tired. The headaches again. Ready? When the ferry docked, the boy got off with the rest of the passengers, but he was able to keep himself hidden as he followed the girl home. At her door, I stopped her. The street was black and quiet. She shrank away from me, and the rage that began on the ferry burst through full blown. When she started to run, I caught her and held her. She whimpered. I ripped the little fur collar off her cheap brown cloth coat and rammed one end of it into her mouth. Then I stabbed her in the back. He put her away and went to an all-night movie, and then home. Well, that's all for tonight, Princess. Once I get rid of these headaches, I'll be able to write more each day. And we'll get this book done more quickly. And we'll sell 1,000,000 copies and start another. Good night, Princess.
Operator, get me police headquarters. Give me homicide. Hello, Johnny, this is Pete Peru. I want this done fast. See if you have a card in your unsolved murder file. Victim, young girl, blonde, wearing a brown cloth coat with fur collar at time of death. Stabbed in the back. Oh, about 3 weeks ago. Call me back. Yeah, thanks.
Pete, do you think he might be planning another killing like it? He wrote the waterfront killing before he committed it, you know.
He didn't write about Harriet House before he killed her, did he? A habitual criminal has a definite pattern. You can follow it. How can you anticipate what a madman will do?
I don't know.
Hello? Yeah, Johnny, this is Peru. Shoot. Got it. Thanks.
What is it, Pete?
Well, there's nothing in the unsolved murder file, but Johnny checked missing persons. They reported a blonde girl of 19 disappeared 3 weeks ago, Muriel Graham. She was last seen alive by some friends who put her on the New Jersey-New York ferry. She never got home. When last seen, she was wearing a brown cloth coat with a little fur collar. 15 minutes later, we stood in the blood-drenched waterfront shop staring at the body and the double-edged sword. Sammy Sampson, New York, partner, a husband, a father, and a cop for 22 years, clenched and unclenched his fists in his pockets. Then together we turned to our detachment of detectives and uniformed police and set the citywide chase into full power.
Mike, get photographs of that sword. Take a detail of men and hit every antique shop, every museum, every kind of shop or institution that can give you a lead on this sword and its owner.
Okay, Sarge.
You, go back to Joan Clinton. She has a copy of this killer's script. Have it mimeographed immediately. Then take a detail of men and go to every publisher in the city. Have them read it to see if they can recognize the style of any writers that they know.
Here's a list.
You two, as soon as it's morning, round up the sales managers of all the dictating machine outfits in town. Get them into headquarters by 10.
On your way, boys. You take this envelope down to the lab. See if you can lift any prints.
All right, you two. This job isn't nice. Remove that sword and take that poor guy down to the morgue. A homicidal maniac was loose and raging in a city of 7 million. But by noon, the manhunt had blanketed the city.
Sergeant Peru, I got a list showing the names and addresses of all the people in the entire city that company sold dictating machines to.
Okay, thanks, Andrews.
Yes, sir.
Our friend probably did his writing from home. Eliminate all the business addresses on this list and have your details start their investigations in the residential areas first. Check the salesmen. See if they recall selling dictating machines to anyone who might be a writer.
Gotcha.
In the meantime, reports started coming in, none of them good. The detectives covering the antique shops got a lot of offers from dealers to buy the sword when it was found, but none of them had ever seen it before.
Hey, Sarge, not one of the publishers could recognize any particular style in the script.
Okay, that's all.
Wait a minute. A number of them offered to buy it. You see, the publicity value is great. Even though the construction is erratic, the dialogue vague, the...
Thank you, Clifton Fadiman. Now get back to your beat. The chase continued through the rest of that day and the night. The populace of all the 5 boroughs in the city, not knowing where the killer prowled, cleared the streets by nightfall. It was a Jack the Ripper panic. Nightclubs, theaters, and movie houses lost business, and the papers screamed. And to Sammy Sampson, myself, and the other jokers on the job, on duty and off duty were only figures of speech. Then we got our first break. The killer contacted Joan Clinton.
I got it in the late mail.
A tape.
Where's the envelope it came in?
Here.
Mail last night. There's your postmark, Sammy. Ansonia Postal Station. That's almost in the center of town on the west side.
Yeah. That section runs from about West 59th Street to West 74th or 75th Street, and from 5th Avenue to the North River.
Hello, Homicide. Johnny, Peru. Get on this right away. Get that list of people who bought dictating machines in the city. Get it narrowed down to just those people in the Ansonia section of Manhattan. Now, I want that list. Then call in men working on the antique shops, the ferry boats, the Navy Department, all the men we've got on the case. Put them all in the Ansonia section. One of the people in that area using a dictating machine is our man. Right.
Pete, listen to this. This is the tape Joan got.
Thanks for your little speech, Princess. I listened to it. You're very kind. I have a poem for you. Oft in dreams tender and smiling, thy fair face cometh to me. Oft in dreams thy lips beguiling, murmur soft, you love but me. Oh, my beloved one, you love but me.
Joan, listen, I don't know how I let you get into this, and I don't know what the score is between you and me right now, but there's a murderer Sammy and I have got to find. But for you, there's a lunatic lover you've got to stay away from. I'm putting some cops near your house. He may try to get to you. If he does, I don't know if he'll try to love you or kill you. But it can be easily both. It took time to bring our men in and concentrate them in the Ansonia section. The Ansonia section of Manhattan is a mixture of enormous apartment houses and filthy slum areas. The number of people packed into this 1 square mile easily exceeds 250,000. On top of this, the number of people there owning recording machines proved to be many times larger than we anticipated, and the work of finding and questioning dragged slowly. When night fell that day, Joan and I piled into Sammy's squad car for a lift home.
I'll drop you off first, Joan. There's a plainclothes man in front of your apartment house, so you don't have to worry. But keep your door locked and stay near a phone. If this guy doesn't go berserk again tonight, I think we'll have him by morning.
Good night, Pete. Sammy?
Good night, kid.
Joan, is there anything you want to tell me?
No, Pete, there's nothing.
Well, I'll call you a little later then. Now get some rest.
I will. Good night.
Evening, Miss Clinton. We'll see that no one gets in to harm you.
Thank you, officer. I'm sorry to cause the trouble.
Hello, Princess. I've been phoning her for the last 20 minutes, Sammy. I got worried. Now she doesn't answer the doorbell.
I'll get this open in a minute.
She's not in the bedroom.
She's not here.
Well, look, her bag is still here, so's her coat.
Those couch pillows half on the floor. May have been a struggle.
Where's the cop you had on duty?
He's checking the basement. Oh, here he is.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. I didn't think she tried to slip out. I was just looking out for someone trying to get in, you see.
What'd you find?
There's a door in the hallway that leads down to the basement. It connects with the apartment house next door. She must have slipped through it and out the back door of the other building. No one saw her.
Did you ever think that somebody came in just that way and snatched her out? You should have checked.
Well, I
Forget it.
What do you think, Pete?
Well, I'm afraid to, Sammy. I'm afraid to. Hello, homicide. Johnny, I want you to put out a description alarm for Joan... What? Go ahead. Holy cat, when? Listen, get all the prowl cars in that district to converge on that block and tell them to be on the lookout for Joan Clinton. I think he's got her as a hostage, if he hasn't killed her.
What happened, Pete?
Missing persons closed their file on Muriel Graham. They just found her in a refrigerator in a basement on the west side. She died from dozens of knife wounds in the back. She was still wearing her little brown cloth coat, and the fur collar was stuffed in her mouth.
You got the address?
Yeah. Right in the middle of the Ansonia section. With Sammy at the wheel, it took only 4 minutes to get to the broken-down brownstone. The neighborhood was alive with fear and excitement, and the little janitor who'd found the body of the girl in his basement was telling his story for the 10th time.
I'm open the refrigerator door, and Mamma Mia, the girl.
Okay. Do any of your tenants use a dictating machine?
A What?
It's a recording machine. Businessmen use it to dictate letters. It records the voice. Writers use it, too.
Writer? There's a loony in a 3C. He says the writer. Always he carry the books. Always talking to himself.
Talking to himself?
Yeah, lots of times I go past his room. No one in there but him. But he's a talker a mile a minute.
That's him. Tom, get that crowd back. Get some men in the back of the building and a couple on those roofs. Sam, you come with me. Now, you two lay back and cover us.
Everybody call him a loony because of the way he look and he talk. He's a craze.
Why didn't you tell the authorities about him then?
Why? What? What's the matter? He's no hurt to nobody.
Look, mister, you've been a great help, and thanks, but you'd better stay here. Come on, Sammy.
3C must be on the next floor.
All right, don't move, Sam. There he is at the top of the stairs. Put down that sword, fella, and we won't hurt you.
He's coming down, Pete.
He's still got that sword.
Watch out, Pete. He's going to throw it.
As I stepped over the lifeless body of the killer who terrorized the city, I realized he was only a boy, no more than 23 or 24, and in death his calm face showed none of the violence that had twisted his poor brain. I raced up the stairs to 3C. I kicked open the door. Joan Clinton, the girl I'd loved, the girl I was going to marry, the girl who wanted my promotion even more than I did, sat stolidly, mechanically at a typewriter. At her side was a dictating machine, and in it a tape was slowly spinning. Her clothes were disheveled. She was completely white, and her pupils showed she was near complete shock. Joan, are you all right? What happened to you?
He's dead, isn't he? Just a boy. He made me come to finish his book. He said he'd give himself up if I promised to finish it. He was completely lucid for a while. Now, everything's settled, isn't it?
Joan, he didn't do anything. He didn't hurt you.
Hurt me? Hurt me? He was very gentle. Really very tender.
As the earphones slipped from her fingers, I picked them up and listened to the tape spinning over and over again, its final sentence.
Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. In tonight's cast were Grant Richards, Anzie Strickland, Ann Thomas, John Raby, John Gibson, Walter Black, and Guy Rep. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Dan Sutter. This is Arthur Gary speaking.
Great chimes mean good times on NBC. In coming weeks, there'll be some changes. Tuesday, the 26th, marks the return to the air of Cavalcade of America. Thursday, August 28th, welcome back the king of the cowboys, Roy Rogers.
National Insurance Company, good morning.
Mr. Adams, please.
Mr. Adams, one moment, please.
Adams speaking.
Yes, Mr. Adams, go ahead, sir.
Hello, Mr. Adams. This is John Rodney.
Oh, hello, Rodney. Where are you calling from?
Terre Haute this time, but I got here too late. Jim Gary worked here all right, but that was 3 years ago.
Oh, too bad. Any idea where he went, though?
It seems he went on from here to Birmingham. He must have still had the jewels with him. They never turned up here. I'll phone you again from Birmingham.
Hello, Mr. Adams. This is Rodney in Birmingham.
Oh, yes, Rodney. Any luck?
Well, he's not in Birmingham, but he was 6 months ago. Seems he was mixed up in a shooting here similar to the killing in Omaha 6 years ago.
Another jewel case, eh?
No, not this time. No jewels were taken.
Well, where to now, or are you giving up?
I'm never going to give up, Mr. Adams. I'll find him.
But how will you know him when you do? You still have no positive identification.
Well, I may get it. I just found out that he had a grandmother in Greensboro. If she's still alive, maybe she can tell me something about him. I'll phone you again from there. Hello, Mr. Adams?
Yes?
This is Rodney in Greensboro.
Oh, hello, Rodney. Did you find Jim Gary's grandmother?
Yeah, I found her all right.
Good.
But she couldn't tell me much about him. She's old, very feeble, practically can't see.
I hope you didn't tell her that her grandson is wanted for robbery and murder.
No, I couldn't. I said I was an old school friend of his. And we got a break, Mr. Adams. She gave me a picture of him.
A picture. That's the one thing we've needed all these years. Good work, Rodney.
Thanks. But that isn't all. His grandmother says the last she heard of him, he was in New York. She thinks he's still there. I'm taking a plane out of here this afternoon. I think I'll find him at last, Mr. Adams.
It won't be easy, Rodney. New York is a big city.
Yeah, but I got Jim Gary's picture now. And I've trailed him for 5 years without it. If he isn't in New York, I'll find him somewhere else. I'll never give up.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Jody, I have to hide behind that newspaper all afternoon. Can't you talk to me a little? I'm lonesome.
What do you mean you're lonesome, Jean? Don't I sit home with you all day?
Yeah, with a newspaper in front of your face. That's charming, isn't it? You read all day and you're never home at night.
No? Wasn't that too bad? What do we do for money if I stayed home 24 hours a day? Where do you think your clothes come from? The 5 and 10?
quit it, will
The kind
you?
of work I do pays good money, and I do a good job, too.
All right.
Where was I? Hey, there's something in the paper here about the job I did night before last.
Yes, I know. I saw it. An old man was killed in that fire, Joe.
So? Was that my fault?
You set the fire.
Come here, you.
Joe, let go of me.
I ought to do more than slap you. And I will next time you say that out loud.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to.
You don't mean to do a lot of things.
Look, Joe, I don't have to take a beating from you. I know too much about you, who you are and where you're from.
You.
Don't you hit me again, Joe, ever. You're a professional firebug and a murderer, and I can prove it, too. I can tell the police all about you and your past.
Let me tell you something about your future, baby. You're the only one in the world who knows who I really am, and that's no good. I'd forget it if I were you, and quick. Before people forget you ever lived, baby.
Get that alarm box number, will you, Bill?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Probably not for us. But you can never tell where that firebug's going to strike next.
It's box 234, Lieutenant. Not in our district. Wonder if the police will ever catch that nut, Lieutenant, huh?
I think they will. There's a man killed in that fire night before last. He'll get the guy who set that fire and get him for murder, too.
Well, I sure hope to get him soon. Hey, look who's coming into the firehouse. It's our old friend Blackie.
And my friend Mary Wesley. Hello there, fool.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Wesley, how are you? It's been so long since you and Blackie been down here, I was afraid maybe you preferred police headquarters.
Oh, there's more excitement here, but more fun down there when Inspector Faraday starts talking. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Blackie. Miss Wesley.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, the phone bill, get it, will you?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Having a lot of trouble with that firebug, Lieutenant?
Yeah, plenty, Blackie. But the police won't let him run loose long.
I hope not.
What? Yeah, you bet. Hey, Lieutenant, fire in a rooming house at 624 Cannon Street. Big one.
Bill, ring the verbal alarm button. So long, Miss Wesley.
Come on, Mary. Let's get out of here. So long, Lieutenant.
So long, Blackie.
Hey, Lieutenant, the alarm was sent in from box 454. That's in the corner near 624 Cannon Street, all right?
Well, let's get out.
All right, you guys.
Come on, get a move on you, fellas. Driver at 624 Cutter Street. Fast. Outside and stop traffic. Quick. Smith, turn on that mouse light. Come on, get out. Get out.
Blackie,
Blackie, why do we have to stop by your apartment when it would be much more fun going by that fire on Kenner Street?
There are 3 reasons, Mary. It's against the law to follow fire engines. I have to pick up my mail, and we have a theater date in 45 minutes.
Oh, but I just love fires.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary. You aren't the firebug they're looking for, are you?
Well,
No, on second thought, you don't look at... Say, what's this on the floor?
looks like a piece of paper.
It's not only a piece of paper, it's a note. From the doorman that just went off duty.
Harry doesn't trust anyone with messages for you, does he? What's this one about?
It doesn't seem to be anything important. Mr. John Rodney was here to see me. He says I can get in touch with him at 624 Kenner Street.
Who's John Rodney?
I don't know. Never heard of him. There's certainly something familiar about that address, 624 Kenner Street.
Blackie, that's where the fire is.
That's right, Mary. Huh. There's a fire at 624 Kenner Street, and I get a note to meet a man at that address. The coincidence is a little too much.
Too much what?
Too much coincidence. And too much to ignore. Come on, Mary. We're going to that fire.
But I thought it was against the law.
It is, but if the police say anything, we'll tell them that they were there by invitation.
Here comes the salvage crew, Inspector Faraday. A lot it'll have to salvage, Lieutenant. That house is just about gone. Yeah, I'm afraid it is, Inspector. Probably another arson job, too. I wouldn't doubt it. We've got to get that firebug and get him fast. Sure wish we could. This is the 5th fire in the last 2 weeks. And in every one, the building's been almost a total loss. Yeah, and in that fire the night before last, a man died. Any fatalities this time? Not that we know of yet. This was a rooming house. The landlord gave us a list of boarders. Yeah. So far, they all been accounted for, with the exception of... Hey, who's in that car just pulled up? I don't know, but he better get out of here. Hey, you, keep moving. Get that car out of here before...
Faraday, at last they've got you directing traffic.
Blackie, no, it can't be. Blackie, don't I have enough trouble now?
You know that much?
No.
Now, don't burn up, Faraday. The fire department is busy enough already. Hello there, Lieutenant.
Hello, Blackie. Beat it, Blackie.
Oh, no, Inspector. Mary and I have an invitation to this fire, and she decided to watch it from the car.
Well, you watch it from your car, too. Only park it on the other side of town.
Oh, now, Faraday, you wouldn't spoil any fun of mine, would you? I just love fire engines. It's all right with you if I hang around, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I suppose so. Nothing to see anymore, though, Blackie. We have the fire about under control.
Why did you have Faraday here, Lieutenant? Just for laughs?
You know very well why I'm here, Blackie. There's a firebug loose in this town, and a man was killed in that fire the night before last. So I'm looking for a killer. Who invited you here?
Well, Faraday, somebody left me a note telling me to come to this address.
The firebug sent it, I suppose.
No, I doubt that. It was from a man named John Rodney. Do you know him?
No. Blackie, did you say John Rodney?
Yes, he lived here, didn't he?
This was a boarding house. A lot of people lived here. And one of them was a John Rodney. I have a list of all the tenants in the building. They're all accounted for except one. And the only one missing is John Rodney.
Police department.
Let me speak to the officer in charge. Hurry.
What do you want to speak to him about, lady?
It's important. It's about those fires.
Huh? The one set by the firebug?
Yes. Now may I speak to him,
Just a minute, lady. I'll connect you with the head of the homicide department, Inspector Faraday. Yes?
Inspector Faraday, this is Jean Marsh. I know who's setting those fires, and I have proof, too.
Yeah? How do you know all these things?
Well, there isn't time to tell you. Come to 1414 Well Road, and
You're what?
Well, I'll explain all about it. You see, it's not as simple as you think.
Look, you know who the firebug is, or don't you?
Yes, I mean, no, not exactly. I'm not sure. I'll have to think it over a little more. Goodbye.
Hello, Jean.
Hello, Joe. I didn't hear you come in.
I know you didn't.
You've been here long?
Long enough.
Joe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry. So am I. I'm sorry you got something to be sorry about. You were calling the cops about me, weren't you?
Yes, but I didn't...
I heard what you told them. And believe me, you're going to be plenty sorry I did, baby.
And now back to Boston Blackie. John Rodney, insurance investigator, uncovers a picture of fugitive Jim Gary and feels that his 5-year search for the culprit is nearing an end. On his arrival in New York, he takes a room at 624 Kenner Street, then sends a note to Boston Blackie to meet him at that address. A firebug is loose in the city, however, and by the time Blackie gets to 624 Kenner Street, the rooming house is in flames, and Rodney is missing. It is the next morning now, and as we return to our story, the missing Rodney is phoning his own office.
Hello, Mr. Adams.
Yes, this is Adams.
This is Rodney, Mr. Adams, reporting from New York.
Oh, yes, Rodney. How are things going? Any trace of Jim Gary?
Well, not exactly. I want to report that I've been burned out of my room at 624 Kenner Street.
Burned out?
Yeah, last night the whole house went up in flames. Oh, I'm okay. Only I got a tough break about Gary's picture.
What do you mean? What's happened to the picture?
Well, it was lost in the fire.
What?
Definitely lost. My papers and extra clothing along with it.
Well, better send me a report on the fire in as much detail as you can. We'll want it for the files.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've just finished typing it up. I'll mail it to you this afternoon.
Good. Well, keep me posted, Rodney.
And don't worry, Mr. Adams. Picture or no picture, I'll get Jim Gary.
Well, good luck to you, Rodney.
Thanks, Mr. Adams. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes?
I'm Boston Blackie. You sent for me, Mr. Rodney?
Oh, yeah, I did, but that was yesterday.
I know, but there was a fire at your address last night, and you weren't at home. And it's taken me until now to find you.
Glad that you did. I was just about to call you.
Oh, then you still want to see me, huh?
Well, I just wanted to explain that note of last night. You see, I did have a reason to talk to you then. I had a photograph I wanted to show you.
A photograph? Well, why did you want to show it to me?
Well, I understand you know almost everybody in this town, and I had a picture of a fellow, Jim Gary, wanted in Omaha for murder and robbery 6 years ago.
But why can't you show me the picture now?
It was lost in the fire last night.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
You don't know how bad. It was my only clue to his identity. The only picture, too.
Don't the police have his fingerprints?
No. And I'm not working with the police. I'm with the National Insurance Company.
Oh.
The police gave up the murder trail 5 years ago, but the jewels Gary stole have never shown up.
I see. You think he stashed them somewhere?
Yeah, we're sure that he has. And we're trying to recover them for the claim we paid on them.
And you've been trying for 5 years?
Ever since I've been with the company. And just when I might have been near him, that firebug sets my rooming house ablaze. What a break.
Well, what makes you think the firebug set that fire?
Well, the police think it was the work of a firebug. Don't you?
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it was Jim Gary.
Huh. Hey, it could be, yeah. I got to town only yesterday, but I did ask a few questions around. Say, maybe one of Gary's cronies got to him and told him I was here with a picture.
And he set fire to your rooming house to destroy the picture. It's very simple.
Yeah, you're right, Blackie. I'd better put that in the report I'm making to my company. I want them to be as convinced as I am that I'm close to Gary now. I don't want them to tell me to quit after 5 years.
You're not blaming the firebug in your report, then, but Jim Gary.
Yeah. Would you like to see my report?
Yes, it would.
Here it is.
Thanks. Uh-huh. Fire of obvious incendiary origin. Small frame house went fast. Fire started in second floor corridor just outside northwest room. Papers carrying stories of firebug at work in city. You're going to add the part about Gary, huh?
Yes, I am.
Well, still going to be a tough job finding Jim Gary, whatever he calls himself now. This is a big city.
I know that, Blackie. But I spent 5 years tracing that guy, and now I'm positive I've caught up with him. And I'm not leaving here either until he leaves with me.
Joe, what are you doing? Something wrong with your gun?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It works. I just want to be sure everything's okay when my car gets here.
Joe, couldn't
Relax, baby. Relax. Like I've been telling you, I heard what you told the cops on the phone. I just can't take any more chances with you. So when the car comes, we'll take a ride in the country.
Joe, you really mean it? You're really going to do this to me?
Sorry, baby, but I have to. I just can't trust you anymore. Right, there's the car now. Come on, get your hat on.
All right.
Wearing a cute one, huh?
Do you mind?
Wish you wouldn't, you. Look too pretty in it.
Well, then maybe...
It's not going to make any difference. Come on, now get your coat on and hurry.
I'm hurrying. Fast as I can.
Oh, yeah? You're taking your own sweet time.
Wouldn't you, in a spot like this?
No, I wouldn't. And I wouldn't take it as calm as you either. You sure are taking this calm. Yeah, I gotta give you credit, baby. You really don't seem scared.
I'm not.
No? See this gun?
Uh-huh.
One wacky move, and I'll let you have it here, and we'll forget about the ride. Now, come on, you got your coat on. Let's go. And take that pocketbook of yours with you. I don't want it around here.
Joe, please.
Come on, quit stalling.
Joe, you are serious. You are going to kill me.
You were serious when you called the cops. Come on, let's get it over with.
Sure, Joe. We'll get it over with right now.
What do you mean we'll get it over with? Oh. Gee, baby. That wasn't right. That's not the way I planned it. Where'd you get the gun?
From my pocketbook. The one you made me pick up.
Open up! Open up in there! This is Inspector Faraday.
Just a moment.
What's going on in here?
Oh. You got here a little too late, Inspector. There's your firebug lying on the floor. I think he's dead.
You shot him, huh?
With this gun. Here, take it.
Okay.
And take me with it. I was afraid of him, but I'm not afraid of what you'll do to me. You see, I killed him in self-defense.
Blackie, this is Jean Marsh.
How do you do, Miss Marsh?
She just shot and killed a man she claims is the firebug.
How do you know he was the firebug, Miss Marsh?
First, because he told me so, Blackie. But I knew it before he told me. I heard him talking on the phone, arranging to set the fires.
On the phone with whom?
The people who owned the buildings. They wanted the insurance money for their properties. And they paid him well.
Name the fires your husband set, Mrs. Marsh.
Well,
You were the firebug's wife?
Yes.
Oh.
I'd be his late wife if I hadn't had a gun in my purse.
Yes. We know all about that, Mrs. Marsh. Your self-defense plea will hold up. We found your husband with a gun still in his hand. Now, tell us what fires your husband set.
The one on Oak Street last week, that office building.
Uh-huh.
That abandoned hotel 2 nights later.
Yeah?
That garage on Sunday.
What about the one a couple of nights ago where that man was killed?
Yeah, he set that one, too. He even bragged about what a good job it was.
Mrs. Marsh, if you knew your husband was setting these fires last week, why did you wait until today to phone the police?
Well, he'd never killed anyone in a fire until the last one. Began to work on me, my husband a murderer. I couldn't let him go on and maybe kill someone else.
But you did let him set that fire at 624 Kenneth Street last night.
No, he didn't set that one.
How do you know?
Well, he wasn't working last night. He always told me when he did a job.
Your husband didn't set that fire on Kenneth Street last night?
That's what she said, Faraday.
Well, if he didn't, who did?
I know who did. Jim Gary.
Jim Gary. Who's he?
A man wanted for murder and robbery in Omaha 6 years ago, being sought by John Rodney, an insurance investigator.
The same John Rodney who had a room at Kenneth Street?
Mm-hmm. You know where he is now, don't you?
Sure. We found him in a hotel this morning. So this Gary set fire to that house on Kenneth Street. Why?
To destroy the only picture of Jim Gary in existence. Rodney had it in his room on Kenneth Street, and Gary knew it. Mrs. Marsh, your husband's real name wasn't Gary, was it?
No, Blackie. Marsh was his real name.
Are you sure?
Yes, I've known Joe since he was 16. We went to school together right here in the city. Joe never even been in Omaha.
It's too bad. For a minute, I thought I'd found Rodney's Jim Gary for him.
I don't know anyone in this town named Gary, or anyone in town wanted in Omaha for anything.
You wouldn't. But Gary's here, I'm positive. And so is Rodney. Now, if you just...
Wait a minute. Yeah?
Inspector Faraday?
Yes?
This is Lieutenant Barnes of the fire department.
Oh, yes.
You asked for a report on that fire on Kenneth Street. Well, the building just cooled down enough for us to make an investigation.
Good. Did you find anything?
Nothing we didn't suspect in the first place. It was incendiary, all right. Started in the hallway on the second floor. No trace of who started it, though.
Okay, Chief. I've got some news for you, but I'll call you back. Thanks for the report.
No trouble. Bye.
Bye. Well, Blackie, the fire department finally got into that house on Kenneth Street and found out it was arson.
Yes, I heard the conversation. Well, guess Rodney was right in his report. See you later.
Hey, Blackie, where are you going?
Well, all of a sudden, I know exactly where to find the man Rodney is looking for. Hello, Rodney.
Who
Well, Blackie, come in.
Thanks.
What are you all smiles about?
I have some good news for you, Rodney.
Oh, you have? Oh, about Jim Gary?
I think so.
Well, it's nice to get some encouragement. Inspector Faraday down at headquarters says I'll never find Gary, even if I look for him another 5 years.
Faraday's been wrong about a lot of things, a lot of times.
Well, I know he's wrong about this. Oh, maybe I am sort of temporarily stopped by the loss of that picture in the fire last night, but I'll find Gary just the same, because I'm never going to stop looking for him.
I know you're not, Rodney, and I'm going to help you find him, too.
Well, thanks. I'd appreciate that. But maybe you'll run out of patience, Blackie. I may be looking for him for a long time.
You don't have to look for him, Rodney, because you're the man you're looking for. You're Jim Gary. Surprised?
Yeah.
Do you know how I know you're Jim Gary?
Do you know I am?
Yes. Now, I'll tell you how I know. That report on the fire you sent to your company. You revealed the origin of the fire in that report.
Yeah, I did.
Too bad you did, Rodney. Or maybe I should start calling you Gary now. Because you filed your report this morning, and it wasn't until this afternoon the building cooled off enough for the fire department to go into it.
Oh, I see.
No, I see. You had no way of knowing where that fire started unless you started it yourself. And I know why you started it yourself. To destroy the last bit of evidence that you were Jim Gary, the man you've been looking for.
You're very clever, Blackie. I want to congratulate you.
And I want to warn you, Gary, don't reach for anything, a gun, a knife, or anything to throw at me. This gun of mine throws bullets awful fast.
Really?
Yes. Just don't try anything.
No. I'm not going to try anything, Blackie. But I don't think I'm going anywhere with you.
Oh, yes, you are. Come on.
No, Blackie. I don't think so. You're right about everything but one. I'm not coming with you.
Oh, but you are.
Oh, Blackie, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've taken poison.
Gary. Gary. What a guy he must have been. He just couldn't stand being himself.
Blackie, my name is Adams. I'm with the National Insurance Company.
Oh, yes, Adams. I think your man Rodney mentioned you a couple of times. You were his boss, I think.
Yes, I'm the one who gave him his job with the company. He was a clever man, Blackie.
Yes, he was. Getting a job, looking for himself, was a swell idea.
He was clever and he was patient. He waited almost a year and proved himself to be a good investigator before he asked to be put on the Jim Gary case. And he seemed to be so resourceful that we put him on that one case exclusively.
Getting that photograph of himself from his grandmother was certainly a stroke of genius. That was the last possible clue to his real identity. He didn't destroy it then because he was afraid his grandmother might report that she'd given him the picture.
Yes, that's right.
Were you suspicious when he reported that the picture had been lost in the fire?
Not a bit. I trusted the man implicitly. That man was a marvel, Blackie.
Yes, he was brilliant, all right. But like all men whose minds are twisted, Jim Gary couldn't take it when things were turned against him.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Death never doubles. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Death Never Doubles. The very exciting story of a past present that had no future. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was early evening, and Peter Woods, a young lawyer, was in his apartment getting dressed for his appointment with Hilda Ryan, his fiancée. He was not expecting a phone call, but when it came, he answered it as if it meant nothing at all. Then, 5 minutes and countless palpitations later...
Oh, sure, Mr. Jackson. Don't worry, Mr. Jackson. I'll be there. Yes, I know. Not later than 7:45. Yes, I got the address. 1052 West 52nd Street. All right, Mr. Jackson. Thanks very much. Bye. Wow. Oh, boy, I'm lucky. I'll say I'm lucky. This is my lucky day. Oh.
Hello?
Hilda, honey.
Yes?
Oh, my sugar-coated Cupid doll. Guess what?
You're going to be late again. You're drunk.
I'm delirious. I just fell into a pot of gold.
Did you say gold?
Uh-huh. Mr. Jackson just phoned me. Steve Jackson.
Who's he?
Oh, I don't know. But he's going to do a big operation and he needs a lawyer. He promised me $5,000.
$5,000? Who recommended him to you?
Nobody. Just picked my name right out of the phone book.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Now, you know I've gotten several clients that way.
Did they pay you $5,000 fees?
Oh, Hilda, now look, I know it's a lot, but it isn't fantastic. After all.
Yes, honey. After all, he may be a nut with a bolt loose.
He sounded perfectly all right to me.
So do you, when you're not listening. What time will you pick me up?
What? Oh, well, honey, I'm afraid I can't make it tonight.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, 7:45. And I gotta be on time.
Of course. Would he mind if you brought your secretary along?
Now, what's the idea, Hilda? You know I haven't got one.
Oh, but you have, darling. An amanuensis from now on, who's going to keep an eye on her man.
Well, Pete?
Don't say it, Hilda. I couldn't stand it.
Are you sure Mr. Jackson said 1052 West 52nd Street?
Yes.
It wasn't West 57th Street?
No. I repeated the address to him. This is the place.
But there's no building here. Just a hole in the ground.
I don't get it. Why should anybody ask me? Wait a minute.
Why?
They're excavating here. That hole in the ground is where they're going to put a foundation of a building.
So? Anybody can see that.
All right. Now, suppose Steve Jackson is the guy. You know, the builder.
He'd have an office, Pete.
I'm going to find out. Come on.
Darling, can't we forget the whole thing?
There's a pool room on the second floor of this building next to the light.
Pete, I'd rather have dinner and go to the movies.
We'll go upstairs and we'll ask about Steve Jackson. Somebody ought to know him.
I'm not going.
What are you afraid of?
Trouble. And I think the sooner we get away...
Hey, you're blocking the doorway.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't see you.
I walk like a cat. Now, if you don't mind, I'll just go inside. Duke Masters.
What?
Pete, is he talking to you?
Gee, Duke, I didn't recognize you in this bad light. We wasn't expecting to see you for 6 months.
Now, look,
When
mister,
did they let you out?
I'm Peter Woods, and I'm looking for Steve Jackson.
A new moniker, eh? Culture, too. Why, you're even talking like Park Avenue. Okay, maybe it's a good idea. We can all start from scratch. I'll change mine from Marty Green
Pete, shall we go now?
Wait a minute, sister. What's the rush?
Marty. Sister's name happens to be Hilda Ryan.
I'm tickled. Hey, Duke, what are you going to say to Trixie about this doll?
Trixie?
Yeah, she's still... Hey, what goes here?
Just a couple of the wrong people. Come on, Hilda.
Did you know I was working all night in that dump upstairs, or did you come here by accident?
Marty, now it's you who's blocking the doorway.
We ain't taking no double cross, Duke. We've been having hard times for the last year and a half.
Oh, that's too bad. What do you want me to do about it?
Okay, so you took the rap for all of us. Me, Flip Morgan, and the rest of them out. You got 2 to 5 years in Leavenworth, and we didn't. But you got caught, and we didn't.
Now, listen, Marty.
No, you listen. You got 200 grand soaked away someplace that's going to be split. You ain't setting yourself up as no millionaire on our dough.
Marty, when was the last time you were pushed through a wall?
Yeah. Okay, pal. But I'm telling Flip Morgan and Trixie I seen you.
Yeah, do that little thing.
And, brother, if you got any real ideas about spending that dough yourself, you're going to give a big chunk of it to some undertaker.
Stop flipping that coin. You're driving me crazy.
Well, what are you so nervous about, Trixie?
I'm not nervous.
All right.
Will you stop it?
Sure. You want me to go home to my mother?
Don't be a dope. It's just that I'm...
Oh, yeah, sure, I know. You'd like to see something green for a change.
Flip.
Well, it's my sickness, too. Duke, the wise guy. He don't trust nobody. 200 grand stacked away, and we got a scratch till he gets out of stir.
I'm afraid of what's going to happen when he gets out.
Now, what's that?
He's got only 6 months to go, and leave it to Duke. He's behaving. Won't be 2 to 5 for him. He'll get the diploma at the end of 2.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I can't help it if I'm scared, Flip.
Ah, he's not going to do anything to you.
I promised I'd wait for him.
So what? You changed your mind.
He'll kill me.
You're crazy.
I know what I'm talking about. When Duke finds out, somebody hasn't tipped him off already.
Relax. Duke's a dying duck.
Huh?
Only he don't know it yet. Nobody's going to tell him.
What do you mean?
You learned how to do arithmetic, didn't you?
Flip.
Uh-huh. The more numbers you got to divide by, the less everybody gets.
You're going to kill him.
First, he brings the dough out of hiding. I got a brain that gives me 24 hours service.
But, Flip, suppose...
What for? The day Duke steps out of Leavenworth, he's going to have an escort with him all the way to New York. And by the time we swing up Broadway, he's going to be all talked out. And then we bury him. I'll get it, Trixie. Yep.
Hello, Flip?
Yep.
This is Marty. The Duke's out.
What?
Yeah, Duke Masters. I seen him.
Hey, now listen, Marty, if this is a gag...
I tell you, I seen him with my own eyes. I talked to him. And you should hear him, Flip. Like he went to college instead of Leavenworth.
Just a minute. Trixie.
Yeah?
Marty just saw the Duke in town.
What?
Yeah, what a break. 6 months ahead of time.
What are we going to do?
Same thing. All right, Marty. What else?
We're getting a double cross.
Hey?
Dude, the Duke says he ain't the Duke. He says he's a guy by the name of Peter Woods.
Go on.
And he's got some fancy dame with him, Hilda Ryan. A real cookie.
Peter Woods and Hilda Ryan, hey? Where are they now?
In the Bijou Club on 49th Street, spending our dough.
Okay, Marty. Keep an eye on them.
But I gotta go to work.
Keep an eye on them, and your working days will be over.
I didn't expect it, Flip. I never figured on time off for good behavior.
Give me the phone book, Trixie.
What are we going to do?
The phone book, baby. I want to take a look at the odds. I've got an idea they're going to favor a quick killing.
I can't help it, Pete. I've got to say I told you so.
Yeah.
Going haywire because somebody picked your name out of the phone book and offered you $5,000. Couldn't you smell a plot?
Can I help it if I look like Duke Masters?
You're a lawyer. You're supposed to be smart.
Hilda, you see any gangsters around?
And that name, Steve Jackson.
Yeah, it sure sounds like a phony.
And now... Oh, well, I'm going to the powder room.
All right.
And then you're going to take me to the movies.
All right.
I'll be back in a minute.
I missed you, Duke.
Huh?
Why didn't you let me know you were coming home?
Now listen, Miss, whatever your name is, I want you and your gang to get one thing straight. I'm not Duke Masters.
So I heard. Is it on account of that girl?
Now, I'm warning you, if you don't leave me alone...
What'll you do? Scream?
Huh?
Yeah, it shoots.
The restaurant's full of people.
There's nothing safer than a crowd. You ought to know that, Duke.
Yeah.
When you and the boys stuck up that mail truck, there was a big crowd all around. Didn't keep you from getting the money, did it?
Oh, now listen, you got me all wrong.
It won't keep me from pulling the trigger.
I've got my identification card. Look, if you give me until tomorrow, I'll get you my birth certificate.
Why the double cross, Duke?
What's the use?
Is it because you heard some stories about me and Flip Morgan?
I never even heard of you.
They're not true. I said I'd wait for you, and I've been waiting. I don't care what anybody's been telling you. I've been on the level with you.
Sure, I believe everything you say.
Oh, Duke. Duke.
But let's keep it strictly impersonal.
Okay, I can wait until we're alone. Listen, Duke, I got an idea. That 200 grand. If you don't want to split it with the gang...
Why, Trixie. By the way, that's your name, isn't it?
You'd rather be a clown, huh? Maybe we better go now.
Where to?
Your apartment. The one I never saw.
Are you serious?
You don't hear me laughing, do you?
But I can't leave now. Hilda wouldn't understand.
Duke, did you ever see such a cute little gun?
A few minutes ago.
It disappears in the palm of my hand, see?
Trixie.
Are you ready?
No, and I'm not willing either.
I'll overlook it, Duke. As long as you're able. All right, Duke. Stop fumbling and open the door.
I can't help it, Trixie. I'm thinking of Hilda. When she finds me
The
gone.
door, sweetheart.
Careful how you poke that gun in my back.
Get in there, Duke.
All right. You don't have to be so impatient. Hey, what's happened to my apartment?
We gave it a thorough cleaning, pal.
Huh? Who are you?
Come in, Duke. Come in and stop kidding.
Now, look. You've made a mistake. Give me a chance, will you?
Yeah. Did you have to coax him much, Trixie?
A little. He was pretty unreasonable, Flip.
Oh, it's too bad. What's the matter, Duke? Don't you want to meet your old friends again?
I never saw you before in my life. I've never been to prison, and I've never been in any holdup.
His memory's still bad, Trixie.
It's awful.
We might have to give him a treatment, huh? Remember the boys, Duke?
Good grief. What can I do to make you understand?
That's Tom, and that's Knuckles, and that's the Bruiser. Yeah. They're all waiting to put their hands on you.
I'm not Duke Masters.
Sure, I know. You're Peter Woods. You're even listed in the phone book. Nice going, Duke. You took this apartment and hid the dough, then you took the rap, but not for us. Now, where is it?
I give up.
$200,000. It's in one of these rooms. Now, you go and make an X on the spot.
You've searched, haven't you? You didn't find any money.
Well, maybe we're not as smart as you are.
You pulled the place apart.
You're next, pal.
Well, what can I do? Just because I happen to look like some guy who's double-crossing.
I'll give you a break. Tell us where you stacked the dough, and we'll cut you in. We'll let bygones be bygones.
You can't let something be that never existed.
Oh, you become a philosopher, too, huh? You do great things at Leavenworth these days. Sit down, Duke.
What for?
We're going to give you something to think about. Come on, Trixie. The boys want to be left alone.
Listen, Flip, don't you think...
There's nothing to worry about, sweetheart. They're going to see how many times they can bounce the punching bag off the wall. Before the air gets out of it.
Don't move, honey.
Don't move, she says. As if I could.
Oh, if I could only get my hands on the men who did this to you.
It's no use, Hilda. I'll have to leave town.
Oh, Pete, how could they have beaten you up like this? Your face.
Sorry about that, lady.
Huh?
I'm not Duke Masters.
No, Mr. Woods. I am.
You... Why,
Yeah,
you...
I know how you feel. It's tough. You got born with the wrong face.
But it's not only the face. It's...
You're not human, Duke.
Okay. Maybe you'll change your mind when I pay you off.
What? You mean you're going to... After all you've done to me already?
I promised you $5,000, didn't I?
What? Hilda!
I know, Pete. That's Steve Jackson.
Yeah. I hope you'll excuse the masquerade. It had to be done that way.
Are you trying to make us understand?
I don't want you to consider me a bad guy, lady. When I got expelled from Leavenworth last week, I never thought my luck was going to change, but it did.
So did mine.
A couple of days ago, I spotted Marty Green going into a pool room on West 52nd Street. I found out he works there. He was always a second-story mug.
You ought to know your friends, Duke.
Yeah, I know him. Well, yesterday was my big day. I was walking along Madison Avenue when who should I see coming out of an office building? You, Pete. So I followed you all day, my head spinning with ideas.
It's too bad it didn't spin
Shut
right
up,
off.
lady, and let me talk to my lawyer.
I'm not your lawyer, Duke.
Don't kid yourself. You're either my lawyer or you're going to be my corpse.
Well, that doesn't give me much choice, does it?
Doesn't give you any. Would you like to know how I got your name?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
The doorman of this house gave it to me. I walked in and he says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Woods." What was I going to do?
Well,
I did it. I went right to a phone book and looked up Mr. Woods at this address until I found one with a Peter in front. That was you, pal.
Duke, you're almost as smart as the devil.
Smarter, Cookie. I get what I go after.
But what do you want? You got $200,000.
No, Pete.
What?
I had it. Sold it away in a little cabana I own at the beach, my own private get-away-from-it-all place. Nobody knew, not even Trixie.
Were you planning to keep it all for yourself?
I wasn't telling them where to find it, not until I got out of stir. I was taking no chances. Not much I wasn't.
What do you mean?
A couple of months ago, Trixie wrote me about tough times. What was I going to do, let her go hungry? So I told her to take a few grand and keep a trap shut about the rest, but she took the pile. And she never wrote again.
Naturally. She's been too busy flipping with Morgan.
She's double-crossing him, too.
All right. You don't have to get mad at me.
I wasn't sure of it until tonight. Flip Morgan hasn't seen a dime of that $200,000.
How do you know?
Take a look at your face in the mirror.
Oh, you mean...
You get the idea.
I see. Well, Duke, as your lawyer, my advice to you is to go to...
Pete.
No, look, Duke, I was only kidding.
Get him up, lady. He's got a lot of work to do.
Not for you, he hasn't. You go and get yourself beaten up for a change.
We gonna have an argument?
There's no shortage of guns, is there?
We're going over to Trixie's apartment. She lives in a rooming house on West 49th Street.
What are we going to do there?
Not we, Cookie, him. He's gonna persuade Trixie to part with 200 grand.
Oh, no. I've had enough of that woman to last me for a lifetime.
Oh, now, Pete, don't irritate me. You'll lose a good client.
You don't say. That ought to kill me for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here's the key, Pete.
Don't we knock first?
Oh, you'll never get to first base with Trixie, being formal.
But suppose
That's
she's...
her tough luck. Go ahead.
All right. But tell that gun to be gentleman with his spine. I got to live with it.
Duke, why don't you go in there? You're not afraid of Trixie, are you?
Not if she's alone, chicken.
Oh, so Pete's going to find out.
Back in Leavenworth, we used to call that strategy.
Pete.
It's no use, Hilda. Well, here I come again, fellas. Trixie! Trixie!
Pete, Duke, we
Put
can't
on
let
your old brass knuckles with the corkscrew buckles, and then we'll have a little... Holy smoke. Duke, Hilda.
What's the matter, Pete?
Flip Morgan.
Is he dead?
Nobody could look like that and be alive. He was shot. Say, Duke, did you know about this? Well, hey, don't lock us in here. Well, what do you know? He did. Oh, I'm sorry, Hilda. I can't get it up.
Oh, dear. Of all the windows to be stuck, it has to be the fire escape window. What are we going to do?
I don't know. Those guys knocked me senseless.
But I do. We can stick our heads out of the other window and yell.
Honey, have you gone berserk?
We've got to get out of here.
Sure, but don't call for help. There's a dead body in this room. How are we going to explain it?
There's no law against telling the truth, Pete.
Who's going to believe us?
Pete.
Shh. There may be Duke coming back.
What are you going to do with that chair?
Come on, quick. Behind that door.
Hey, you two.
Trixie.
Put on that chair, Duke. No, while you're still behind the door.
Okay, you can close it now. But how did you know we were...
Look over there.
Oh. I guess there's nothing like a well-placed mirror, is there?
But, Pete, darling, there certainly is.
What? Hilda, what are you talking about?
A well-placed bullet. Have you forgotten? You know, in that corner.
Flip.
Never again, Trixie. Flip has flopped.
You killed him, Duke. You and the dame.
Now, wait a minute.
Let her rave, Pete.
You sent me a phony telegram to get me out of here. Said you had something to talk to me about. I thought you wanted to make up.
How did you get around Flip?
He didn't see the wire. I read it in the hall. I told him I had... Hey, since when do I have to answer your questions?
Where's the telegram, Trixie?
I threw it away. I wasn't going to keep any messages from you to me.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was on the level, Duke. I was ready to go back to you any time you wanted me. But you don't want me. You killed Flip and you were waiting behind that door to brain me with a chair.
We thought you were Duke. He was here.
Sure. You're still Peter Woods. You'll kill us one at a time, and then you've got 200 grand and no partners. Well, it's not working, Duke. Not this trip.
Duke says you have the money. Did you hear what I said?
I'm not even listening.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm calling the cops. You're through, Duke.
All right. Call him. Let's sit down, Hilda.
I don't mind. It'll be a pleasure to see a blue uniform.
No, never mind, operator.
What's the matter, Trixie? Cold feet?
Duke, how was Flip Morgan killed?
He was shot. Right through the heart.
You know, Trixie. Don't you dare.
And you were going to let me... You didn't even try to... Hey, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, wait a minute, Trixie.
No.
I guess she means no, Pete.
Yes. Well, let's call the police. They always like to be told when a murder's been committed.
Money ball inside pocket.
Marty.
Hiya, Trixie. I hear they gave Duke a facial. Did he come through?
I've got to talk to you, Marty. Let's go someplace.
Sure. How about the office here? It's built solid.
All right.
Hey, how come you're here alone? Where's Flip?
In my apartment.
The Duke, too?
No.
Who figured Duke would turn out to be a rat? The most honest guy in the mob. The guy that took the rap for all of us.
He's dead, Marty.
What's that? Who's dead?
Flip.
Oh, you're kidding, Trixie.
Then go see for yourself. Flip's in my apartment with a bullet in his chest.
So that's how Duke's going to hold on to that
He would have killed me, too, but I wasn't there. Listen, Marty, we made a big mistake tonight. That man we thought was Duke Masters.
What do you mean, thought?
He isn't.
What? Now, don't tell me, Trixie. I seen him with my own eyes.
You saw, I saw, but we were wrong. Duke's around somewhere watching us.
Well, what's the deal, Trixie?
The what?
The deal. You got any special reason for wanting us to think double?
Marty, don't be a dope. I'm telling you, we haven't seen Duke yet. Flip saw him, and he's dead. Would I tip you off if I was working with Duke?
Yeah, you wouldn't, would you? But what makes you so sure about the other guy?
When I came back to my apartment, he was there with his girlfriend. Then I saw Flip, and I started to call the cops. Marty, he told me to go ahead. He didn't try to stop me.
Hi.
Duke.
Yeah. What's the matter, Trixie? Aren't you glad to see me?
Yes, sure, Duke.
Well, you might show it. Take a walk, Marty.
Well, anything you say, Duke. It's good to see you again.
Don't go too far.
I'll be here all night, Duke. That's the kind of a job I got.
And don't send for any help. The boys are all downtown being questioned by the police about Flip Morgan.
Huh? But, Duke, I wasn't going to do nothing like that.
Yeah. It's amazing what protection a nickel will get you. Go on, beat it. Well, Trixie?
Duke, what are you going to do?
Oh, no, don't rush me, Cookie. I got a lot of looking to do first. There. You're still a knockout.
Oh, Duke. I've been waiting for you.
Uh-huh.
You don't know what it was like, not knowing whether you'd be locked up for 2 years or 5 years. There were nights I couldn't sleep.
I'll bet.
I never dreamed you'd be out in a year and a half. Oh, Duke, darling. Hold me close.
Like this?
Closer. I want you to hurt me.
Is that how Flip used to do it?
Flip, what's the idea, Duke?
You tell me. I'm the guy who wants to know.
You're crazy, stir crazy. Like every man who goes to prison, all you can see is a woman cheating, lying, dancing around with other men.
Oh, I said nothing about other men, chicken. I only named one.
Well, suppose I did let him buy me a few meals. Did you leave me any money to live on? Didn't even answer my letter a couple of months ago.
Didn't I?
I begged you to let me know where you'd hidden the $200,000. I promised I wouldn't take any more than I needed. Why didn't you answer my letter?
That cabana at the beach, Trixie. Nice place, huh?
Cabana? What are you talking about?
You must have thought it was beautiful when you found the dough there.
Dude.
I answered your letter, baby. I told you where to look. I told you what to do, but you had ideas of your own. Finders keepers. Why do a split when you can dance on a dime?
Duke, I didn't know. You never told me about a cabana.
I took the rap and kept my mouth shut, but you were going to close it for good. You knew what the mob would do if I didn't come up with the dough, so you waited and played dumb. I didn't have long to live, did I?
Duke, listen to me.
I get knocked off for being a double-crosser, and you inherit $200,000, free and clear. Nobody knows. Okay, Trixie, I know. Now, where's the dough?
I never saw it. I never got your letter.
I'm not asking for comedy lines, Trixie.
But I tell you, Hey, what are you trying to do? How do I know you wrote a letter? Because you say so? Well, I say I never got one.
Okay. Okay, from now on, the proceedings will settle down to a nice, quiet, round-table discussion. Let me see your palm, Trixie.
What for?
I want to read it. I want to find out if you have a future.
Okay, buddy, you take table 6. Table 6 ready?
Hello, Marty. Remember us?
Huh? Sure. Gee, Mr. Woods, I'm sorry we topped you for skull and bones, but you know, an honest mistake.
That's quite all right now, Marty. As long as Pete can be himself again.
We ain't going to bother him no more, lady. What brings you here? Want to shoot some pool?
We're looking for Trixie.
Oh, you're out of luck.
Isn't she here?
I left her and the Duke in the office about an hour ago. You know, long time no see.
Are they still in there?
What do you think?
Come on, Hilda.
Hey, wait a minute. You'd better leave him alone, Mr. Woods. The Duke gets awful mad.
He won't hit me, Marty. It'll be almost like hitting himself.
Now, take my advice and be smart. Now, don't... I'll try to stop him, Duke, but they...
Save your breath, Marty. You're talking into a vacuum.
Pete.
Yeah. Strangled with a piece of cord.
Holy smoke.
Close that door, Marty.
Sure. We don't want no riot.
Marty, you said the Duke was in here, too.
Well, I didn't see him go out.
If he had gone out, would you have seen him?
Well, sure. I was out front all the time, near the door, where the counter is.
Well, then, how did he get out of here?
How? That's an open window, ain't it? Wide open.
You mean Duke jumped out of there?
He didn't have to jump, lady. This is the second floor. He could have dropped down. It's only about 12 feet.
Is it?
No, I can drop down from that window myself.
You work here nights, don't you?
Yeah, so what?
Take a look out that window. Something's been happening next door.
Next door? There's an open lot.
There was, Marty. Now there's a great big hole in it, about 30 feet.
What?
For the foundation of a new building.
30 feet?
Mm-hmm. Steam shovels work during the day. You see Duke's body down there?
Oh, I didn't see nothing. It's too dark.
If Duke went out that window, he should still be down there. Want to take a trip?
Not with you, mister.
Pete!
Don't be alarmed, Hilda. I've been facing guns all night. How's it feel to be rich, Marty?
Great. And I'm going to stay rich, see? That 200 grand is mine. I worked for it.
1 hold-up and 2 murders.
So what? Duke's going to take the rap. It's no secret he used to be nuts about Trixie. It's no secret she was double-crossing him with Flip.
Marty, how'd you get the money?
I watched the mails at Trixie's house. I don't trust nobody.
You watched the mails?
For almost a year and a half. Trixie lived in a rooming house. The mail used to be left on the table in the front hall.
And then, one day, a couple of months ago...
Yeah, the payoff. A letter that told where Duke hid the dough. And it said, "Don't tell a mob." I was in.
You're smart, Marty.
Yeah, but who are you going to tell it to?
Marty, hasn't anybody told you that shooting makes a lot of noise?
I got that figured out, too. Turn on that radio, pal, loud.
Oh, hey! Different now, Marty. You just learned one thing. Never take your eyes off a moving target. Drop that gun. Drop it, or I'll twist your arm out of shape. Now, you weasel. There.
Why, Pete, you knocked him out with one punch.
Let me catch my breath. Phew. You're a bright girl, Hilda. You took an awful chance screaming that way.
I had to, darling. It was now or never. And I figured if it had to be never, why not now?
Oh, no, don't faint now, Hilda. I need you. Hilda! Hilda?
And so closes tonight's Crime Club story, Death Never Doubles. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Tonight's cast included Chet Stratton as Peter Woods, Larry Haynes as Duke Masters, Julie Stevens was Trixie, Arthur Vinton played Flip Morgan, Phil Kramer was Marty, and Charlotte Lawrence was heard as Hilda Ryan. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I am the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very unusual story of a flight into fancy that took off from murder. It's called Death at 7:10 by H.F.S. Moore. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, the Lion's Eye, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Gambler and His Lady.
You find it in Hollywood, on Taft Avenue. 4-story apartment building, the color of a rainy afternoon. They call it the Havenwood. It sags in the middle like a tired frankfurter. That's where I live. Apartment 3K. 2 rooms with a pull-down bed and a pair of windows that stick when it's hot. Oh, the view isn't much. 6 strands of telephone wire and the head of a shaved-off palm tree. Beyond is the city, L.A., spread out on the map like a raw egg with a broken yolk. Oh, the town's all right, I guess, if you can afford the sedatives. The Lion likes it. He set himself up as a receiving clerk for trouble, and I work for him. It was about 11:15 Tuesday night when my phone began making itself felt. Turned out to be the Lion breathing hard. It figured he was running his fingers over a greenback.
Regan, want to hear the sound of a brand new $50 bill?
Send me a record.
What's the matter? You sound like you're flat on your back.
How do you sleep?
Who's sleeping? I'm working, and that's what you're going to be doing.
Try me tomorrow.
Throw on some clothes. You're going down to Venice Boulevard to see a lady. She's got daughter trouble.
Well, marry her off.
She didn't pay us $50 for that. The problem goes deeper.
How much?
She'll tell you.
I want it from you.
I don't know it all for sure.
Don't you ever check into things?
I do the general work. You get the details.
Yeah, you drag a wet rag over the 50, and if the ink stays on, we got a client.
That's insulting.
How would you know?
Regan, you don't want to keep a lady waiting. Now get a move on.
Give me the name.
Mrs. Eleanor Bascom, Pierpont Hotel.
Yeah?
And phone me after you talk to her.
What for?
I want to be sure it's legit.
Do you care?
Better make that call to me tomorrow after 10. I'm sort of going to be tied up till then.
Doing what?
Sleeping.
Well, I put on some clothes, picked up my car, and moved out to Venice Boulevard. The good humor men were all gone, and I had the street to myself. 20 minutes later, I came to a stop beside a garbage can near San Pedro. Behind it stood the Pierpont Hotel, a 2-deck pile of wood left over from the sinking of the Spanish Armada. There was a black and dirty white sign outside, said rooms 50 cents, weekly and monthly rates. The names Eleanor and Georgia Bascom showed in the mailbox and gave a room 210. I climbed a flight of stairs and walked down a hall that looked like a passageway in a pyramid. It was dark, and it took my cigarette lighter to turn up the numbers. 210 finally showed, and I rapped on the door. A bush of black and gray hair pulled it open. It was wearing a red kimono and an impatient look, like a tax collector in January. She was pushing 50 and looked tired.
Yes?
I'm Regan, international detective.
Oh, yes, the Lion's Eye. I've been waiting for you. Come in. I'm Mrs. Bascom.
Eleanor or Georgia?
Georgia's my daughter.
Oh.
I want to apologize for getting you out here this time of night, Mr. Regan, but it's urgent.
The Lion said that the girl's the problem. Huh?
Yes.
How old is she?
22.
Who's the man?
How'd you know there was a man?
Well, what other kind of trouble would she go after?
She's a good girl, Mr. Regan. She always has been.
Until now. Huh?
That's what I want to know.
Well, she's old enough to call her plays.
That's not the advice I'm paying for.
Where'd you get the 50?
It took a lot of saving.
All right, give me his name.
Louis Desmond.
Gambler, card sharp, bookie, all-around con man.
He's got a card room out toward Gardena someplace, the Five Aces Club.
What does your daughter see in him?
Oh, it's this place. The way we have to live. She's tired of having nothing. I've tried, but she's looking for a change.
And taking a wrong turn.
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, other girls have it real tough. They go to work.
Well, we had a little trouble in the family once. It shows up if someone starts looking.
When can I talk to Georgia?
Well, you'll have to work that out yourself, Mr. Regan.
What does that mean?
She put some clothes in a suitcase and left earlier this evening. That's why I had to call you so suddenly.
Mm-hmm. Where'd she go?
Louis is a real bum, Mr. Regan.
You talk like you know him.
We've met. I want to know just what's going on. If Louis is forcing her into anything crooked.
She force easy?
A fur coat makes a young girl do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a picture of her. You may need it.
Mm-hmm.
Not very good, but the only one I've got.
I'll make it work.
That's about all, Mr. Regan. Get in touch with me as soon as you get something.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I'm the kind of person who sometimes gets hysterical over things, but I'm also the kind who demands results.
You sound like a radio commercial. It was after midnight when I followed the fog out Vermont toward Gardena. The yellow lights were pressing, but they were doing about as much good as a pint of bourbon at a Shriners convention. I wound around the flatland for a while before the Five Aces Club turned up by a bend in the road. It looked like a blue wart with a neon sign. There was a front door and a back one, and a couple of pairs of shoulders standing at each. A little guy in a pinstripe gray was figuring the size of the wallets going in. Louis Desmond's office showed at the top of the stairway, and I moved for it. But a muscle looking down on 6 feet was playing frontman. He put a knotted hand on my arm, and when he spoke, it sounded like a gear factory doing double time.
Slow down, Pilgrim. The room you're looking for is the other way.
Yeah, well, this one says office.
That's the trouble with you guys who read. Can't take hints.
Spell it out.
Beat it.
Not until I see Louis Desmond.
What's your business?
I'll tell it to him.
You owe him some dough?
No, I don't.
Then he ain't interested.
He will be.
Listen, Junior,
Come on, get him off of me, punk.
Hey, what's all the noise, Patsy? Sightseer without a ticket.
My name's Regan.
Cup?
Maybe.
You want me to bounce him down the stairs, boss?
Maybe. What do you want?
Talk.
That's always a waste of time.
Not if it's about Georgia Bascom.
Come on in. Never saw you around here before, Regan.
No, I can't afford it.
Oh, don't say that. Some people go out of here with more than they come in with.
Yeah, you.
Guess you're right at that. Cigar?
No, thanks.
Well, what about Georgia, Regan?
You tell me.
That doesn't add. You came to see me.
She's got a worried mother.
They're all like that.
Now, this one figures you're doing a little forcing.
Oh.
You'd know more about that.
Give me a clue.
Blackmail, maybe?
You're a kick. Arthur Godfrey'd love to get a hold of you.
I come too high.
Let me give you some good advice. Go home and pull a blanket over your head and say it's all a bad dream.
You know, you talk a lot, mister, but you don't say much. What's the hold on Georgia?
All right, wise guy. Honey. Come over here, baby. Regan, you know this girl?
I've seen a picture.
Georgia, this is a peeper named Regan. He come to rescue you.
But what for, Mr. Regan?
$50?
My mother gave you that to come and take me back?
Something like that.
But I can't go.
Why not?
Well,
Go ahead. Show him, baby.
look, Regan. 3 carats.
With a wedding band to match.
On what dice table did you pick those up?
Stop the noise, Regan. Congratulate the lady.
Not on a bad mistake.
Listen, Shamus.
Oh, never mind him, Louis. He doesn't matter.
When did the furs come?
Louis said soon. Tell Mama we're married and not to worry. We're going away for a few days.
Ensenada for some gambling and fishing.
You won't enjoy it.
Sure I will. You'll be in L.A.
The alley behind the Five Aces Club hadn't been dusted in a week. My brown flannel suit fixed that. Well, I picked myself up and made it for the car. Moving north on Vermont, I tried to add a couple of things. There was a funny smell in Louis's office when I first walked in, like rope on fire. Somebody'd been there before me who smoked cubebs. Desmond worked on cigars. Georgia held a king-size Pall Mall. Well, whoever it was still played it coy. About 1 o'clock, I started raising a small campaign with the Lion's door knocker. His dream must have been a real good one because it took him 10 minutes to get to the door. He was wearing a nightgown, and he looked like a poor imitation of the Fisk tire ad. All that was missing was the candle.
Regan, I told you not to bother me until after 10 a.m.
It's no bother.
Get out of here, let a man sleep.
Your dreams will be bad.
What do you mean?
You just lost a client.
What's the matter? The money phony?
Georgia Bascom married Desmond. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, think of something. Say you married her first.
You're out of your mind.
So it's a bad idea. Get a good
Yeah, I already have.
What is it?
You give Mrs. Bascom her case back.
Well, you can't do that.
Try me.
Think a minute, Regan. She's come to us for help. A lonely woman with no place to turn entrusts her trouble to International.
You got that 50 spent?
It's not the money. It's the moral obligation.
Oh, stop it, will you? You don't give blood anymore since you found out somebody'd pay for it.
You're getting out of line.
You're the only guy in town who can turn a shaving cut into a bankroll.
That's enough. Well, let's do it this way. You go over to Mrs. Bascom and give her the lowdown. Let her decide if she wants you to carry on or not.
You sure go to a lot of trouble for a 50.
I need a lot of new stuff around the place.
Well, it's close to Christmas, right to Santa Claus. Well, Well, I left the Lion looking for a fountain pen, and I drove out to Venice Boulevard and the Pierpont Hotel. The place still looked the same. A black Nash was parked up the block, the motor going. A couple of cats were doing a duet on a garbage can. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, and I started down the hall for 210, walking real easy to keep the boards from creaking, but somebody else didn't care about the noise. There was a gun with a silencer working in Mrs. Bascom's room. I pushed the door in, but by then all I could hear was silence. The light showed an open window by the fire escape, and the wind was blowing the curtains. Mrs. Bascom lay face down on the bed, real still, and the holes in her blanket were turning wet. The Lion really lost a client that time. Well, it didn't take Sanducci and the boys long to get there. The fingerprint men and the photographers went to work in the room. Sanducci picked me. He had a grouch on like a fat lady in an upper berth.
What's the matter, Regan? You get lost?
What do you mean?
You're pretty far from home.
Well, I get around.
Who is she?
Name's Eleanor Bascom.
I know that. What'd she do? Where'd she come from?
I don't know.
What were you doing out here?
She called in the Lion. Her daughter ran off with Louis Desmond.
Oh, he in it? How far?
Ask him.
Mrs. Bascom wants you to bring her daughter back?
She wanted to know if the girl was moving into a racket.
Was she?
I haven't found out.
I should have known better than to ask a detective. Why didn't she call us?
She was behind on her taxes.
What do you do, Private? Sit up nights figuring ways to make my job harder?
You through with me?
No. Who killed her, Regan?
I don't know.
Bad choice of words.
Go check a black Nash parked up the street.
Got a license number?
No, I haven't.
Thanks a lot.
Look, I'm no medium. I didn't know she was marked.
Any other big ideas?
A few.
Well, keep them to yourself. They're all wrong. Now get out of here.
Yeah. Say, Sanducci.
Yeah?
The Lion can handle another client now.
So what?
Want to sign up? Well, I went home and slept. Coffee and warmed-over biscuits at the drugstore took care of breakfast the next morning. Then I checked the phone book. Louis Desmond's home address turned up on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, and so I drove out there. It was on a corner. A 2-story colonial place with white pillars and green shutters. The doorbell sounded like a second chorus of the Hollywood Bowl. The Japanese maid let me in, and I waited in the anteroom. That's when I caught that peculiar smell again. Somebody had just been there who smoked those Q-Beb cigarettes. Well, a couple of minutes later, a tall blonde fighting 30 stepped up to me. She smelled like she just crawled out of a bottle of Platine. It was a bright morning, but she had the kind of look that had you wishing for an eclipse.
Well, what do you want?
Louis Desmond.
Census taker?
No.
What's he done?
I don't know yet. Where is he?
I don't know where he is. He didn't come home last night.
Lots of work at the office?
Card room out in Gardena.
Lots of work out there?
He didn't say. He doesn't tell me everything.
Should he?
Depends on what you think of your marriage vows.
Who are you?
His wife. Want a drink, mister?
Sure.
What'll it be?
Yours?
Bourbon. You pour. I don't know when to stop.
All right. Here you go.
To marriage. It's a mess.
Cigarette?
Never touch 'em. Interferes with my drinking.
Who smokes the Q-Bebs?
Is that what that stuff is?
Yeah.
The little guy walked in here looking for Louie and smelled up the place.
Hiya, Stella.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Just in time for a drink.
Company?
Yeah. What's your name, fellow?
He knows.
You learn hard, don't you, Regan?
What's going on?
He's an eye.
So what?
So he gets a bounce.
He's my friend.
Beat it, Seamus, or I'll split you.
Stay right where you are. This is my house, and I'll entertain who I want.
With the boss's liquor?
I've got some rights.
Well, figure out what they are and try 'em on the boss.
I don't like you, Patsy.
Beat it, Peeper.
Get your paws off of me. Come on, get 'em off.
Stop it, Patsy. Stop it, I said.
Well, you hit him pretty hard, lady.
No, I didn't. His head's soft.
Well, I left her picking up pieces of glass, and I drove back toward Hollywood. I was moving east on Sunset, trying to make some sense out of Desmond's domestic life, when I spotted that black sedan again. It was doing a real bad tag job on me. I pushed the pedal closer to the floor, but the sedan had better gas. It caught me going around a bend past Beverly Glen and started pushing me. Oh, it was a great place for a boulevard stop, but none showed. All it did was a reflection in my rearview mirror of the driver in the black sedan. It was feminine, and the voice spelled out Georgia Bascom. That's when she moved in for a closer look.
You are listening to the story of the gambler and his ladies. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Listen, this is good news. Good news for you if you're between the ages of 20 and 26 and a half, married or single, a high school graduate, and want to fly for the United States Air Force. Yes, the Air Force Aviation Cadet Program is offering you the opportunity to become a pilot officer in the mightiest Air Force in history. You can be one of the Air Force's men of renown. And there's more offered than the pride you feel in being a member of America's flying team. For after your 52 weeks of training, you'll graduate as a second lieutenant in the Air Force with an income of more than $300 per month. Remember, the Air Force offers you what it offered General Jimmy Doolittle, General Carl Spaatz, and General Hoyt Vandenberg, now at 42, the Air Force Chief of Staff. Call at your local Army and Air Force recruiting station tomorrow. Apply to become an aviation cadet. And now, back to the story of the gambler and his ladies and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, things were moving as fast as the last reel in a Western movie. The Lion sent me out to see a lady who was having daughter trouble. Georgia Bascom had done a tie-in with a gambler named Louis Desmond. Only it looked real permanent. She was wearing his wedding ring, and the mother ended up carrying a couple of bullets, and homicide moved in. That's when I met a blonde at Desmond's house who said she was Louis's wife. Well, I was working on the mess when a black sedan with Georgia at the wheel ran me off the road, and the slugs began to fly. I peeled myself off the side of the hill, and I got in touch with the police. Sanducci took over and invited me to headquarters for some more talk. He put me in a little room with pale green walls and sat behind a big desk chewing a dead cigar. It was taking me all in like a Hoover vacuum cleaner on a dirty rug.
Well, how do you feel, Regan?
All right.
You shouldn't.
Why not?
Looks to me like from here on in you're a marked man.
I'll get along.
It'll be real interesting to see how.
All right, now look, have you got something to say?
Maybe.
Well, let's hear it.
Relax, Regan. You're not going anyplace.
You can't hold me. I was the one who got shot at.
Well, that's enough. I'll work out a way to hold you for creating a disturbance.
It won't work.
Listen, you. The bullets we pulled out of your upholstery match the ones in Mrs. Bascom's.
So what?
So we figure she was knocked off because she knew something somebody didn't want said. We also figure that applies to you.
Yeah, well, that gets you nothing.
All right, Regan. Play it your way this time. You'll come running back when the haters close in.
Don't make book on it.
Well, if you gotta get yourself knocked off, don't mess up our city streets.
Yeah, I'll be real careful.
Oh, and wear a dark suit that save our morticians a little trouble.
That all?
Yeah, go on, beat it, sure. Oh, Regan.
Yeah.
E buffi de tuo padre.
What's that mean?
Your father's mustache.
Well, it was late afternoon by the time I walked out of headquarters. The sun was still working, but it was cold. The cab driver, with a lot of conversation, drove me to my place over on Taft. When I opened my front door, I smelled it again, those cubebs. A small face was sitting on my sofa, sucking on them. It belonged to a guy who had to stand on a box to see over a fox terrier. When I shut the door behind me, he ground a cigarette into an ashtray and turned on a nervous look like a pig in a football factory.
Your landlady let me in, Mr. Regan. I hope you don't mind. I have to talk to you.
We met before.
We did? I don't remember.
Just me and your cigarettes.
Huh? Oh. You mind if I smoke?
You just finished one.
Oh, yes, so I did. May I have a drink, then? Just a small one.
All right.
Thank you. I generally don't drink, but tonight Yeah, thank you. Now, I barely know where to begin.
Well, you better figure it out. You haven't got much time.
Yes. Well...
Start with a name.
Is that necessary?
Yeah, it is.
Loper, Max Loper. I'm a businessman.
What kind?
What kind? Furrier. Yeah, I'm a furrier, Mr. Regan. All sorts of furs, ermines, nice. Generally, I prefer sable, but it depends on the woman, you know.
What does Georgia get?
You beg pardon?
Let it go.
I'm not the man I used to be, Mr. Regan. My fortunes have changed. Yeah, changed. I think I better have that cigarette.
Save it for later and start making sense.
Well, I need help.
Why come to me?
Well, Mrs. Bascom thought enough of you to ask you to help her. You see, I know Mrs. Bascom. That is, I knew Mrs. Bascom. Her death was so sudden.
It was forced.
Yeah, so the papers say. But, Mr. Regan, I want you to know I didn't do it.
Who said you did?
Well, nobody yet. But I didn't do it.
Look, why tell me?
There's nobody else I can tell.
Try the police.
No, that's what I can't do. I want you to prove to them that I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Loper, what's your tie-in with Desmond?
Desmond? Why? There is no tie-in.
You were at his card room. I smelled your cigarettes there. You got nothing, I guess, and you went to his house.
Mr. Regan, that's got nothing to do with it.
I think different.
But you're wrong, all wrong.
Convince me.
I didn't do the murder. That's what I want you to tell the police.
Who did?
I don't know.
Well, now I think you do. Come on. Who killed George's mother?
It was her stepmother who was killed.
Give me some more.
Oh, you got me all confused. I guess coming to you for help was a bad idea.
Something was.
I'll find somebody else who doesn't ask so many questions. I better go.
No, not yet, little man. You got too many answers.
Take your hands off me. Now, Mr. Regan, I never used one of these, but the theory is simple. Just pull the trigger.
If you can find it.
Don't urge me. Open the door. Go on.
Sure.
Now step away. See you later, Mr. Regan.
Hey, Loper. He made it to the staircase, and then the noise came. A couple of bullets flew up the spiral and caught him in the chest. He stopped in midair for a second like a yo-yo on a string, and then he toppled over and rolled down. By the time I got to him, he was all used up. Well, a call into homicide brought some of the boys out, and they took care of him. A fat guy with a head like a plunger took him pictures for a paper, and a girl with a leaky fountain pen got the story. It took about an hour and a half to clear my place. But the minute the crowd moved out, the lion moved in. He had a sheet of paper in one hand, and his face was lit up like an old maid at a cocktail party.
This concerns Louis Desmond and Georgia Bascom. You interested?
Yeah?
Desmond's got a wife, and her name's not Georgia.
No, it's Stella, and she's a ripe candidate for a drunk tank.
What else do you know about her?
She's jealous.
Well, there's no record any place of a divorce or of a marriage between Georgia and Desmond. That whole setup's a phony.
Tell me why.
Georgia's father, named Peter Bascom, was a furrier, and he was once in on a fur job with the same Louis Desmond.
Go on.
The old Bascom ended up with a bullet in him, and Louis with a pile of dough.
How did it work?
I can't find out everything. You got to do something.
You know a Max Loper?
Never heard of him.
You got an address on this Georgia?
The Arena Hotel, room 406, in Catalina, off Wilshire.
All right.
The way I figured, an insurance company might be real interested to get hold of her.
No, the gas chamber's got priority.
We figured to swindle first, collect the fat bonus, then let the city handle her any way it wants. Call me when you get it all sewed up.
What are you going to be doing?
Resting at home. I'm all worn out.
Yeah, well, that figures. You've been doing a little thinking. The Lorena Hotel, 6 stories of plush carpet and gold paint. It was night when I got there and the neon was on. The buzzer brought the door open and Georgia Bascom stood there carrying an overcoat. She had her purse under her arm and it figured she was leaving. When she saw me, she turned on a surprised look.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Moving out?
Just a little errand.
It'll keep. Shut the door.
Now, see here.
Shut up.
Well, that's a lot of nerve.
Don't let it bother you. There are bigger things.
Like what?
A fur job you and Louie are working on.
What are you talking about?
And a little murder. Throw your purse on the sofa.
I will not.
Come on, lady. It's getting heavy. Now open the closet door. Come on.
There. I hope you're satisfied.
I'm not much on fashions. Read them to me.
3 airmen, 3 sable.
10,000 apiece.
More.
Max Lopers.
Yeah.
Well, you can't wear them all. You got a friend?
I don't need one.
All right, sis. What is it?
Nothing.
That's your version.
You could be wrong.
When'd you marry Desmond?
Last week.
Bad answer. He's got a wife named Stella. Bigamy will get him in trouble.
Well, that's his problem.
No, it's yours, too, if the courts can prove you knew.
All right, I didn't marry him.
Then why the wedding ring?
Hey, you ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, I do.
Why don't you get out of here?
Louie's not new on fur jobs. He knows how much work it is to palm him off.
You're talking to yourself.
Loper never got to outlive a double cross.
What are you going to do with that?
Nothing. Homicide will work it out.
I didn't kill anybody.
You'll work up a sweat proving it.
Louis did it, honest. He killed my stepmother because she knew how the job worked. He gave it to Loper, too. He would...
Hiya, friends.
It must be raining. The worms are coming to the top.
Hello, Louis. Regan's got it figured. I was just stalling him till you got here.
Sure, Georgia. I know.
Honest, Louis, honest. I didn't mean to say you did the knockoffs.
We'll talk about it later.
You better finish it now. You're not going to be around.
We'll see.
They got a spot all staked out for you up north.
Isn't that interesting? Regan, I got a set of instructions for you. I want you to be real nice and follow them.
What's in it for me?
You kill me, Seamus. I'm holding all the cards. You want to rake in the pot.
I better get going, Louis. We shouldn't be seen together right now.
Slow down, baby. I got something for you, too.
But Louis,
Big mouth.
Big
mouth.
Look, you didn't have to hit her more than once.
She got off easy. Everybody's got 32 teeth.
Desmond moved us out of the apartment and down the hall. Georgia was beginning to sob, but Desmond wasn't impressed. He held the gun under his coat and walked behind us careful, like an elephant on a crate of eggs. The button brought the elevator, and the three of us went in. And then it started down. When the door swung open on the first floor, a whiff of bourbon came floating in, packing a .32. Louis turned white.
Stella.
I told him if he kept messing around, he was going to have trouble at home.
Want to give me the gun?
No. What's your name, girlie?
Georgia.
Were you in love with Louis?
I don't know.
Well, go find out. You want it now, Regan? It's empty.
You know, lady, you fixed nothing.
What do you mean?
Where you're going, you'll all be together again. Well, it was all over fast, like a dollar dinner. The coroner's office sent out some boys for Georgia and Louis, and Sanducci picked up Stella. Desmond had himself a pretty good thing. Do a tie-in with a furrier and move the furs across the border with nobody making a fuss. Oh, it was slow work, but $10,000 a week's pretty good pay, and it was real safe. Loper wasn't going to say the furs were even stolen until they were turned into money. Of course, he never got to say it at all. Everything would have been all right if Stella didn't see green every time Louis saw blonde. Well, the insurance company thanked us for what we did to expose the fraud. The Lion was unhappy. He said they should have shown their gratitude with something more lasting. They gave it to him, a 1949 pocket calendar.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan, with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by Larry Roman, produced by Sterling Tracy. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Lansing, Marvin Miller, Pat McGeehan, Lorette Philbrandt, Jack Petruzzi, Yvonne Patey, and Sidney Miller. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dropping a chicken, huh? Hey, guys.
Yeah?
What do you know? Chicken's turning out to be a rooster all of a sudden. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle.
In case anybody here is interested, from here on in, the name is just plain Charlie Nix.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight. When the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Trigger Man. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's foremost mystery writers. Our story, written by Max Ehrlich, is different from any of the other tales you have heard in this program. Its mystery is not that of the supernatural, but of the unknown quantities in the human soul. And so, because it has suspense and complete credibility, we give you Triggerman.
Was that the door? No. No, not yet. Not that it matters. You can't get very far with a slug in your guts. But I can sit here. And when I come through that door, I'll show him what Chicken Charlie Nix can do with a gun. Sure, maybe it'll be for the last time. But what can I lose now? It's funny how it all comes back to you in the end. Just a year and a half ago that it all started. But I remember it like it was yesterday. I was standing back in the doorway waiting for some sucker to come along. It was down at the waterfront and it was plenty dark. I stood there, the rod cold in my hand, waiting. Finally, I heard footsteps. A man and a woman. I waited until they were almost opposite the doorway, and then... Hey, buddy. Got a match?
Why, yes, I think so.
Never mind. Get your dukes up.
Tell him he's got a gun.
Oh, stick up, huh?
Aren't you smart, sucker? Come on, reach. Get those hands up before I let you have it. Yeah. It's better. Okay, lady, let's begin with you.
Oh, Tom,
Hand over that purse.
Better do as he says, Ann.
All right, Tom.
Thanks, lady. Thanks very much. Okay, buddy, let's have your wallet. I said come across with your wallet.
Not tonight, Chicken.
What do you mean? Hey, wait a minute. How come you know my name?
It's my job to know it. And your face, too. The name's Riley. From headquarters.
Tom Riley. Plainclothes.
Yeah.
Keep up those hands. Keep them up or I'll drill you.
I know you won't, Chicken.
Tom.
Not for a lot more than I've got in my wallet.
Tom, what are you doing? He'll kill you.
I don't think he will. Will you, Chicken?
Keep away from me, Flatfoot. Don't come a step nearer, you hear? Another step and I'll splatter you all over the sidewalk.
You haven't got the nerve, Chicken. You know it and I know it. Now, drop that gun.
Keep away, do you hear? I ain't afraid to shoot. I'll tell you, I'll let you have it.
And what are you waiting for? That was for the gun, Chicken, and this is for you.
No.
Hold me up.
No.
You yellow belly rat. Pull the gun on me, will you?
Oh, Tom.
It's okay, Ann. It's all over.
Well, you could have been killed. Walking straight into a hold-up man and knocking the gun out of his hand.
Well, I knew he wouldn't shoot, Ann.
You knew? But how?
His name is Charlie Nix. Chicken Charlie.
Well,
he carries a gun, yeah, but he's not a gunman. Because he's never used it and he never will. Just plain chicken-hearted. Yellow. That's why they call him Chicken.
Still, you took an awful chance, Tom. There's always the first time.
Not for Chicken Charlie. Now, then, you see if you can find a phone, honey, and call headquarters
Okay.
while I keep an eye on this yellow skunk here.
Yeah, that's the way it was. I just didn't have the nerve to put the blast on anyone. Sometimes in my room, I'd put my gun on the table and just look at it. I'd keep thinking, if I only had the nerve, I'd be one of Angelo Dinelli's triggermen instead of his errand boy. The rest of the mob would respect me instead of slapping me around and calling me Chicken. That's what got me more than anything else, the way they laughed and called me Chicken. It wasn't that I didn't try. That time I held up Riley, I was going to let him have it. I wanted to, but I don't know, at the last minute I got all cold inside. My fingers got stiff and numb. And it cost me a year in the pen. The day after I got out, I was sitting in the Boulevard Cafe having myself a beer when in walked the boss, Angie Dinelli.
great having you back, Chicken.
Thanks, Angie. Thanks.
By the way, I saw an old pal of yours the other day.
Yeah? Who?
Tom Riley.
Riley, huh?
Yeah, it's too bad you didn't knock him off that night, Chicken.
Yeah. But one of these days, Angie, I'm going to meet him, and then I'll...
Sure, kid, I know how you feel. After all, when a guy takes your gun away, it makes you look like a chump.
Yeah, he made me look like a chump, all right. But I'm different now, Angie. That urine of clink, well, I got a different kind of nerve now. Wait and see.
Sure, but take it easy, kid. There's plenty of time, plenty. You just got out of stir, and you got yourself to worry about.
What do you mean, Angie? I did my time, didn't I? I'm in the clear?
Sure, Chicken, sure. But if you ask me, the pen didn't do you any good. You look kind of all in. You don't feel so good, do you?
What makes you say that, Angie?
Oh, I don't know. Your face ain't got any color, and you're breathing hard all the time.
Well, I feel okay.
Sure. I ain't saying anything's wrong with you, Chicken. But you never can tell until a good doc checks you over, huh?
Yeah. Maybe you're right, Angie. Maybe I ought to see a doctor, huh?
Now you're talking sense, kid. Tell you what I'll do. I'll take you to my own doctor, Dr. Leonard. He's a big specialist, and he'll give you the once-over right.
Yeah, but he probably comes high, and
Forget it, Chicken, forget it. I'll take care of it. Won't cost you a dime.
Hey, that's pretty white of you, Angie.
Think nothing of it, kid. After all, you're one of my boys, ain't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Well, if there's one thing Angie Donnelly does, it's to take care of his boys.
A couple of days later, Angie Donnelly set up an appointment for me with this Dr. Leonard. I went to his office, and he gave me a real checkup from soup to nuts. And when he got through, I didn't like the look on his face.
Sit down, Mr. Nix, and let's talk.
Doc, what's the matter? Did you find something wrong?
Care for a cigarette?
Never mind the stalling, Doc. Give it to me straight. Is it good or bad?
I'm sorry, but it's bad.
You mean my chest?
It isn't your chest. It's your heart.
My heart? What about it?
Now, you've got a severe aneurysm there.
A what? What's that mean?
It means that you've got a serious weakness of the heart muscle wall.
Yeah, but how serious?
I'm sorry, Mr. Nix, but you haven't got more than 6 months to live.
6 months? Yeah, that's what he said. 6 months to live. For a while I didn't get it. You don't get things like that right away. And then 6 months, Angie. He gave me 6 months to live. Someday I'll be just walking along and maybe sleeping, and it'll come.
It's tough, Chicken. Plenty tough. Yeah. I know how you feel.
Nobody knows how I feel. Except maybe a guy in a death house. Yeah, that's what it's like. Like knowing when you're going to burn, waiting for it.
Take it easy, Chicken. Yeah. Have another drink, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Angie. You're okay.
Maybe the doc was wrong. There's always a chance.
No, Angie. He checked me twice just to make sure. There ain't a thing I can do, not a thing except wait for it. Just sit around and wait to croak.
Listen, kid. You've got 6 months to live. Okay. You know what I'd do if I had 6 months to live?
What? What would you do?
I'd live. Huh? Yeah, I'd spend all my time living. Champagne, dames, I'd have them all. I'd do all the things I ever wanted to do, but didn't have the nerve to do before. You see what I mean, kid? I'd live a lifetime in 6 months.
Sure, but that takes dough.
You can get the dough?
How?
From me.
Huh?
Look, Chicken. You always wanted to be a trigger man, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm hiring you right here and now. At $500 a week.
500? But, Angie, you know I ain't got the nerve.
Sure you have, but it's different now. You don't have to be afraid of a thing. Not a thing. Well, you can go around blasting guys like clay pigeons if you want to.
But suppose the cops nail me.
What do you care? Suppose they send you to the death house. You got nothing to lose anyway, have you? Your heart's bad, ain't it? You've only got a little while anyway, either way.
That's right, Angie. That's right. What can I lose? Denelli was right. This was my chance. I packed a new gap and started to look for Riley. Riley, the dick who'd set me up. Yeah, he was going to be number one.
He'll be coming along here any minute, kid.
Yeah.
This is it, Chicken. There's Riley there. He is. No, Chicken, not yet. Wait till he comes closer. Look, Angie, I first one that comes hardest, kid. The rest are easy. Look at him, pal. He knows from nothing. Take your beat on him. You can't miss. Okay, Chicken, go ahead. Let him have it. Go ahead, blast him. You did it.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Flat on the sidewalk, colder than yesterday's hash. You did it, Charlie.
Angie, You just called me Charlie.
Sure, kid, why not? You're not Chicken anymore. Now, maybe we better get out of here.
The car roars away up the street, leaving the body lying there in a pool of blood. As the clock strikes 12 for
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight, to the story of Triggerman.
Where are they, anyway? Getting kind of anxious to see them. Even with a slug in my gut, I'll be able to give them quite a reception. Funny how a guy can change. How different it's all been since I put the blast on Riley. That was my first and the toughest one. After that, it was easy. There were plenty of guys in Angie Denelli's way, and I aimed to please. Whenever I watched one of them fold up with that funny expression on his face, well, it kind of helped. It helped me to forget how it was with me. It was like a champagne drunk. But then the hangover would come, and I'd remember that I had less than 6 months to live myself. Yeah, I was a different guy, all right. Take what happened a couple of days after I got Riley. We was having a meeting up at the Hideaway on a new job when a character named Bummy Devine started shooting his mouth off.
Hey, Chicken. Still carrying around that pop gun of yours?
What did you call me?
Chicken. Ain't that your name?
The name is Charlie. Charlie Nix.
Hey, guys. Yeah. What do you know? Chicken's turning out to be a rooster all of a sudden. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle.
In case anybody else here is interested, the name from here in is just plain Charlie Nix. They didn't laugh after that. No one did again, ever. I was it. I took chances where no other trigger man would. Why not? What'd I have to lose? In a few months, I'd be through anyway. What was the difference? Meanwhile, I lived. I painted the town red, bought myself tailored suits, hit the clubs every night, the gambling joints. And the dames, why, I had to fight them off. You can do a lot with $500 a week. Sure, I was hot, plenty hot. The cops couldn't figure out at the beginning who was doing all the fancy gun work, but they were getting warm, and they were getting close. I had to watch myself. And then one night, we were knocking off a fur warehouse. I was in the lookout car out front when suddenly...
Hey, Charlie, a prowl car.
Yeah, come on, Mike. Let's get out of here.
Hey, they're shooting at us. Tommy guns. Hang on, Charlie.
Here they come right after us. Hold it steady, Mike. I'm going to try to nail a tire. Hey, Charlie! Charlie, what's the matter? I'm hit. Keep going, Mike. Got a ditch in my... When I opened my eyes, there was a smell of chloroform, and the doctor was just putting away some instruments. Mike was there, too, with a gat in his hand, making sure that the doc would cooperate.
Hello, Charlie. How do you feel?
I don't know. What happened?
The doc here just dug a slug out of your chest.
Oh. How am I doing, Doc?
You'll be all right. Lucky you've got a good heart. Otherwise, you'd never have made it.
What? Did you say my heart was good?
That's right.
But I don't get it. I thought I had a bad ticker. They told me I didn't have more than a few months to live.
With that heart, my friend, you can live to be 100. That is, if the police don't interfere.
I spent 3 weeks laid up after that, in bed. And every day the boss would send me flowers, comic books, and all kinds of stuff. A real thoughtful guy, Angie. But I was thoughtful, too. There were some things I had to add up for myself. I had to find out whether I was living on borrowed time or not. As soon as I could walk, I made a beeline for Angie Donnelly's specialist, Doc Leonard. But I found out right away that Doc Leonard didn't live there anymore. A dentist was in the office instead. Then I looked up the superintendent.
Yes, I'm in charge here. What can I do for you? If it's about
It isn't. I'm looking for Dr. Leonard.
Dr. Leonard? Oh, the one that was in the dentist's office before.
That's right. You know where he went?
No, he didn't leave any forwarding address. It's a funny thing about him.
Yeah? Why?
Why, he paid us a month's rent in advance and moved in, equipment and everything. But he only stayed 2 days. Moved out at night. No notice, nothing. Just came and went.
I see.
Never could figure it out. That's the way it was. Sorry, I couldn't be of more help, mister.
That's okay. You've told me enough. All I want to know. So that was it. I had the answer. I went home, took my old gun out of the drawer, slipped it into my shoulder holster. It felt good there. Just like old times. I was just putting on my hat and coat when the phone rang. Hello.
Hello, Charlie. How do you feel?
Fine, Angie, fine. Funny thing you calling up just now.
Yeah, why?
I was just thinking of you. Where are you now?
I'm over at my apartment. Listen, kid, do you feel well enough to do a little jog for me tonight?
I feel fine, fine.
Well, that's swell. Drop over to my place right away.
Okay, I'll be right over. And, Angie.
Yeah?
Thanks for everything. The flowers and stuff.
Forget it, kid. What's a pal for, anyway?
Funny how a guy acts sometimes. I remember in the cab on the way over, I was like ice, cold inside and out. I should have been excited, but I wasn't. I came up to Angie's apartment and knocked on the door.
Yeah, who is it?
Me, Charlie.
Oh, okay. Come on in, Charlie.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, you're up and around, huh, kid? That's great.
Yep, not that it makes much difference. You see, Angie, my 6 months is supposed to be up tomorrow.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And you know something, Angie? I feel fine. And yet, I'm supposed to croak.
Well, it's just like I said, kid. Maybe Doc Leonard was wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe he was wrong, made a mistake.
Sure.
So, this afternoon, I went up to see him.
You did, huh?
Yeah. And you know what, Angie? He doesn't live there anymore.
No.
In fact, he only set up practice there a couple of days. Kind of set me to wondering.
Uh-huh. Wondering, what?
Whether this Doc Leonard wasn't a doctor after all, but just a phony.
I don't get it. Why should he be?
Suppose you tell me, Angie.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh? And suppose I tell you, Angie, this Doc Leonard was your boy. Between you framed me with this bad heart gag. You needed a gunster who could take chances, and I was your pigeon.
Wait a minute, Charlie.
It was easy, wasn't it, Denelli? Talking a chump like me into it. When I thought I only had 6 months to go, you knew I wouldn't be afraid anymore. Sure. What could I lose? And so you got me to do your dirty work for you while you were somewhere else with an airtight alibi. And when the heat was turned on, you knew it'd be on me.
You're wrong, kid. You see, you were supposed to live 6 months. And that's all you're going to live.
Don't do any reaching, Angie. Don't! You taught me how to use a gun, Angie. You should have just let me stay Chicken Charlie Nix. Yeah, he got me in the belly with his first one. But I got him before he could repeat. There he is, lying on his own rug, soaking in his blood. And as for me, well, there ain't much I can do but wait. Somebody must have heard the shots, called the cops. Funny how I feel now, how different it is. When you think of it, if I'd stayed Chicken Charlie, I wouldn't be here now with a slug in my guts. Like the doc said, I could have lived to be maybe 100.
Well, if it ain't old Chicken Charlie.
Hello, copper. What did you call me?
Why, we've been looking all over for you, Chicken, but it looks like somebody saved the state some dough.
Not yet. I've still got enough stuff to... Stay where you are. Don't come any closer, you hear?
No? Why not, Chicken?
Because I'm a killer, that's why. Because I got nothing to live for anyway. And keep away from me, you hear? Keep away or...
Oh, what? Give me that rod.
Oh, stop, you can't.
Sure I can, punk. Once a chicken, always a chicken.
His eyes wide and incredulous, the hunched figure slips from the deep armchair, falls to the floor, next to the body of the man he killed. And somewhere in the distance, a clock in a church steeple starts chiming for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death is our unseen guest. And the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The part of Chicken Charlie Nix was played by Bill Quinn. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight is directed by Anton M. Leader.
Tonight, Police Blotter, starring Bill Zuckert as Sergeant Brad Peters.
Name?
Harry Dennis.
Your address?
543 Larson Street.
Charge? Suspicion of murder.
The heritage that you and I share as Americans has been given to us by many great men. One of these was Patrick Henry. He was a very lazy youngster, preferring to hunt or fish rather than go to school. But as he grew older, he developed an interest in law. This, together with a marvelous gift for oratory, led to his becoming a famous lawyer, and later helped him serve several terms as governor of Virginia. In 1775, with the American Revolution at a critical stage, Patrick Henry made his famous speech, ending with the immortal words, "I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." Patrick Henry's words have rung through the ages. They are part of your American heritage.
Police Blotter. Authentic dramas of police work and the constant battle that goes on night and day against crime. Homicide by Hurricane on Police Blotter.
I'm Brad Peters, Sergeant, Homicide. Been inside a police station. Phone rings. It might be anything from disturbing the peace to murder. Whatever or whoever it is, rich or poor, innocent or guilty, sooner or later I get to know them all. 9 a.m. The call came in from Jonas Airport on the bay side of the precinct. Small field for private planes. A man named Costa, working on experimental plane, was found dead in the wind tunnel.
I've been waiting for you. Where you been?
Just getting out here, Mr.
Dennis, Harry Dennis. I told Ben to stay away from that wind tunnel. Told him a dozen times if I told him once. But he had his own ideas.
That it up ahead in that hangar?
Yeah.
You're the one called the police?
Yeah, that's right. I got here at 8 this morning, same as usual. I waited for Ben, and he didn't show up. I began to wonder. Finally, I looked in the wind tunnel.
Why that?
Because that's where I left him last night. Costa and I are working on an experimental plane, a flying platform kind of gadget.
Uh-huh.
We were making wind tunnel tests. But last night at midnight, I had it. I told Ben the project was a flop, and why throw good money after bad?
You were partners?
Up until last night.
How did the argument end?
What? What argument?
Dissolving a partnership usually means an argument.
Not with Ben and me. We've been friends for years. I just threw in the sponge, that's all. Look, why do you guys always figure there had to be an argument?
Yeah, it's just force of habit, Mr. Dennis. Never mind, let's see the body. I saw it, but there wasn't much to see. It was all chewed up. That's a tough way to die, huh?
Yeah, poor Ben. You see how a wind tunnel is, Sergeant? The air is sucked in through that opening at the far end.
Uh-huh.
These two giant propellers up here build up the airspeed. Over here, this is where we set up the airplane model. It's suspended on this platform. Wires are used to test stability, turbulence factors, and so on.
How did Costa get in here?
With that door. The same one we just used now. Only he couldn't have used it while the wind tunnel was in action.
The door locks?
Automatically, once power is on. That's what I don't understand.
What?
How it started. It can only be turned on from outside. Ben must have been in here working on the model. Then something went haywire with the wind tunnel controls. It started up, and there he was, caught in a wind stream of over 250, 300 miles per hour.
You sure the controls went haywire?
What else?
Well, I'll have the controls checked, Mr. Dennis. Maybe they're okay. In which case...
What are you getting at?
Murder. All anybody has to do is push that button. The controls were checked. They worked perfectly. At 10:30, the medical examiner reported on cause of death. Body battered by sledgehammer wind inside the tunnel. I went through the dead man's clothes, checked the possessions. I found a remnant of a typewritten letter. A few words. Must have money by Thursday next, or will file for... And that was all. I spent the next half hour questioning personnel at the airfoil.
Me? You're taking me in? What for, Sergeant?
Suspicion of murder, Mr. Dennis.
Oh, you're off your rocker. Why me?
You were the last one to see Costa alive.
Who says so?
Guard on duty last night at the field entrance.
Look, that's nothing. This field isn't well guarded. Sure, there's a fence, but the fence is broken in a dozen places. Anybody could have walked in.
And there's another reason. You said you didn't argue with Costa.
So?
You were heard arguing. Loud voices, threats.
I can explain all that.
You'll get your chance. Dennis was taken in, booked on suspicion of murder. 12:15 p.m., I went over to Costa's apartment, the 800 block Shoreham Street. Furniture was being moved out. I found a woman supervising. Dark hair, good-looking, well-dressed.
Who am I? Helen Costa, that's who I am.
Mrs. Ben Costa?
Not for any longer than I can help. And why shouldn't I take this furniture out? I paid for it, not Ben. He put every penny into that stupid invention. I'm sick of it, you understand? I told him over and over I couldn't go on this way.
You're divorcing him?
I told him that last night.
Last night? Where was this?
Well, it was at the... It was right here, Sergeant, here in this apartment.
What time was that?
Oh, 6:30.
You certain of that?
No, I'm not certain. I was upset. I told him either he gave me back all the money I had poured into that invention or I'd file for divorce.
You put your own money into it?
Every cent I had.
Mrs. Costa, do you own a typewriter?
A typewriter?
Yeah.
Well, no.
How did you tell your husband? In writing?
No, I just told him, that's all. I spoke to him.
If you're contemplating divorce, you have a lawyer, haven't you?
Yes.
All right, what's his name?
William Jefferson.
William Jefferson. His address?
250 Court Avenue. Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Hello. Yes, this is Helen. What? What? Oh, no. No. No, excuse me, I can't talk now. Sergeant, why didn't you tell me?
About your husband?
That's why you're here, isn't it? Why didn't you tell me?
Who did tell you, Mrs. Costa?
That was my lawyer, Bill Jefferson. Dead. And all the while I was having the furniture moved out. All the time.
Nobody can blame you if you didn't know.
Well, yes, but it's so ghoulish. Oh, it was Dennis. Dennis, it must have been.
His partner?
Fine partner. He never put any money into it. All he was doing was fastening onto Ben like a leech. He always got paid. Even when Ben was starving, Dennis got paid. Is there anything else you want, Sergeant?
Not right now, Mrs. Costa.
I'd better have this furniture moved back. Oh, it's awful. That's what it is. It's just awful.
She was crying. It could have been grief. On the other hand, it could have been guilt. I got one of the neighbors to stay with her. I went over to Court Avenue, called on Attorney Jefferson.
Yes, Sergeant. Mrs. Costa was going to file for divorce. Now, naturally, it's not necessary.
You knew Ben Costa yourself, Mr. Jefferson?
I met him once or twice.
Are you his lawyer?
Well, not recently. Wouldn't have been ethical to handle his wife's divorce and represent him at the same time, but I was representing him until about a month ago.
Why did you stop?
Money, Sergeant. He was delinquent in his bill.
Uh-huh. How much he owe you?
Over $5,000. Most of that was for filing the patent on his invention. I had to do a patent search, draw up the usual legal documents. Very complicated.
You've seen his invention?
Yes, several times.
What do you think of it?
Well, I'm a lawyer, not an aeronautical expert, but I'd say it was worthless. Never got off the ground.
We talked a while longer. I got no further information. I went back to the office, put in a call at the government patent office in Washington. Yeah, that's right. Peters, homicide. We're investigating the murder of a man named Ben Costa. Yeah. I'd like information on a patent filed in his name in the aeronautical field. Uh-huh. Well, the other name on it may be Harry Dennis. Yeah. Well, get back to me as soon as you can, will you? Thanks. 3:30 p.m. Got the information from the patent office. Only 2 names on the patent. Ben Costa, Harry Dennis. I held further conversation with Dennis in my office.
Now, you know you can't hold me. I didn't have anything to do with it.
What happens to that invention with Costa dead?
The invention isn't any good. It's worthless.
Well, as surviving partner, do you get it?
Look, that happens to be my business.
How much money was invested in that invention?
All told?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I should say $60,000, $70,000.
What was your share?
That's my business, too.
You ever see this?
Must have money by Thursday next, or we'll file for... Where's the rest of it?
That's all.
It's not familiar to me. Whose is it?
We found it in the wind tunnel.
Must have been Ben's. I don't get it. What money?
I thought you might know. Did Costa borrow any money?
Not that I know of. He had some, I had some, and his wife. Say, this could be about a divorce. She was pretty mad about Ben using up all her money.
That's all you can tell me?
Yes, except that you've got no right to keep me here. I talked to my lawyer. He says you can't...
We can. For 24 hours. Now, one more question.
You can ask. I may not answer.
Who was Costa's lawyer for the past month?
Bill Jefferson.
Jefferson says no.
Oh, that's right, sure. A man named Hazel. John Hazel.
I thanked Dennis, then checked the phone book for Hazelton. Lawyer. The address, 2850 Mandrake. I went over there at once. Excuse me, miss.
Yes. Oh, yes, Sergeant.
I'd like to see Mr. Hazelton.
Well, he's very busy right now. Doesn't want to be disturbed, but if it's important...
It could be.
What's it about?
Murder.
Oh.
That got her. She disappeared at once. While I waited, I checked the typewriter. I found a sample in the basket. Put it in my pocket. 5 minutes later, I was talking to Hazelton.
Yes, I heard about it. Terrible tragedy, terrible. Anything I can do at all, just call on me, Sergeant.
I am.
Not that I can give you much help. I've only known Costa a month.
And Dennis?
Same. Not very well in either case.
This invention, were affairs in a tangle?
Tangle? Sergeant, you've heard of the Gordian knot.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, this was worse. Well, just 2 days ago, I learned that Costa had borrowed $20,000 and was being threatened with a lawsuit.
$20,000?
Well, that's the figure he gave me.
Who did he borrow it from?
I don't know.
You're his lawyer and you don't know?
Well, I know that sounds odd, but it's not really. You see, he told me that on the phone 2 days ago, very much upset. Said he'd drop in and discuss it with me.
Mm-hmm. Well?
He died before he could. So all I know is there's someone around whom Costa owed $20,000. And there's one other point.
About the debt?
Yes, I shouldn't violate a client's confidence, but since Costa is dead, he kited the figure, Sergeant.
Kited the figure?
Well, that's what he told me. The original note was for $2,000.
He changed it to 20?
Yes.
That's criminal offense?
Yes, so I told him. He said he was desperate for money. He said his invention was close to becoming practical. He'd been testing out the bugs. He had blueprints of an improved model.
An improved model?
Well, that's what he said. Of course, I have no way of knowing whether that was true or not.
Where did Costa have his office?
Office?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the only office he had, as far as I know, was out at the airport.
I asked some further questions, but that was all he knew. I went back to the office, gave the lab the original typewritten sentence, gave them the sample from Hazelton's office. And I arranged for searches for other samples. From the other lawyer, Jefferson, from Dennis, from Mrs. Costa. She had denied having a typewriter, but in a murder case, a lot of people deny a lot of things. At 6 p.m., Dennis was sprung by his lawyer. Okay, Mr. Dennis, you're out on bail. Just don't leave town.
I have no intention of leaving town.
Any more thoughts?
About Ben?
Yeah.
I don't know why I should help you out.
Me, Mr. Dennis? Yourself. You're the suspect.
But I tell you... Okay. I guess you were just doing your job. Okay. Ben and I did have a quarrel.
Last night?
Yes, every day for the past week. Sergeant, did you know what that darn fool had done?
I'm listening.
He stole $18,000.
18?
He had taken a personal loan for $2,000. He hiked the value to $20,000. He told me all about it. He was worried sick. The lender had threatened criminal action.
You were involved?
I'm his partner. In a partnership, each is responsible.
Who gave him the loan, Dennis?
I don't know.
Your own partner, and you don't know?
I told you no.
Well, if it was a personal loan...
Personal? It wasn't. He forged my name to it, too. Now, if there's nothing else...
Yeah, there is one more thing.
Yeah?
I hear that invention was close to success.
What? Where'd you hear that?
Is that true?
Don't you think I'd know if it was? It's not true, Sergeant. It can't be true. Unless...
Yep.
Ben worked there a lot, alone.
Without you?
Yeah. Many nights I knocked off at 5 or 6. He kept going. I never thought of that. A man who would alter a check and forge another signature, he might be completely unscrupulous.
Would that flying platform be worth anything?
Worth anything? Sergeant, if it worked, it would be worth millions. Millions!
The newspapers carried it in the late editions. Inventor murdered. On brink of great triumph. I checked the lab at 8:30. I was still working on the typewriter search. And then a call came in at 9 p.m. Peters, homicide. Right. How long ago? Check. The call was from plainclothesman Walker. He had Mrs. Coster under surveillance. She had gone to Jarvis Airport. I went out there, walked across the airport, till I came to the hangar that housed the wind tunnel. I entered through the big steel door. I could just feel that echo. And just then, the door beside me opened. I saw it was a man. I didn't recognize him. But a flashlight went on across the hangar from me. And then there were two figures. A man and a woman. I started to tiptoe across. Mrs. Costa! Mrs. Costa! There was nothing. There was no answer. And then something came flying through the air. And it hit the hangar wall instead of me. Now, look, you're wasting your time. There's been one murder already. You can't get away with another. Mrs. Costa? Mrs. Costa? And then I heard it. I couldn't tell where it was. Hangar had echoes. Might have come from any direction. But somebody was dragging her. And I listened. And there was a door somewhere. Not an outside door. It sounded different. And then the same door again, closing. What other door was there? Front door on the hangar? The back door? What other? And another sound. And I listened. It was a hum. It started low. It seemed to vibrate through the hangar. The wind tunnel. And then I used the flashlight. Wide open this time. Narrow beam, but strong. And I ran toward the wind tunnel. And beside the door leading into it, I saw the starting button. Just as I got there... Hey, one side! Drop that light! Look, you fool, whoever you are! You'll never know. He was big. He was bigger than I was, and he was frightened. He was desperate. He was tough to handle. But I finally handled him. My head was swimming, and all I had was a match. First one went out, but the second one held. And I found the switch, and I cut it off. And I went into the wind tunnel. And that was like stepping into a hurricane. The wind sucked at me, and I fought it. Mrs. Costa! Mrs. Costa! All right, take it easy. Just keep talking. Keep talking. All right, okay, easy. All right, easy now, easy.
The wind.
I know.
Get me out.
Look, stop it. Take it easy.
He took me.
Now listen, it's dying down now. It's all right, Mrs. Costa. I helped her out of the wind tunnel. Her clothes were torn. She certainly needed another permanent. I found the hangar lights, switched them on. I sat her down, slipped handcuffs on the man I had knocked out. Okay, Mrs. Custer. It's William Jefferson, huh?
Yes,
He killed your husband?
yes. He came here last night. Ben owed him money. A lot of money.
$20,000?
You knew about that?
Yeah, we knew. Another couple of hours, we'll have the proof.
Will was... Well, he was angry at Ben. Very angry.
Only because of the money?
Well, yes.
Nothing else, huh?
No, of course not. What else could there be?
She's lying, Sergeant. Why are you lying, Helen?
So you're conscious, Jefferson, huh?
She came to me for a divorce. We were going to get married, Helen and me. That's funny.
Funny?
I'm a lawyer. I didn't want to wait for a divorce. I figured it'd be easier with Ben out of the way. An accident.
Accident?
Okay, no accident. I came here late last night. I sneaked through a break in the fence. I put him in the wind tunnel.
And you did the same to me.
Cut it out, Mrs. Costa.
You know why he wanted to kill me, too, don't you? Don't you, Sergeant?
Yeah, I can guess.
You don't have to guess, Sergeant. I got panicky, that's why. Helen knew what I'd done. I told her. Then I got panicky. She was the only witness. I told her to meet me here. I picked up that story in the newspapers as an excuse. That Coster had blueprints around. A new flying platform, a successful one worth millions.
You tried to kill me.
Yes, I didn't want to, but I had to. I had to keep your mouth shut. You know, Sergeant, these handcuffs.
What about them?
Well, you don't need them now. I'm finished. I know that. Can't you take them off?
Sure. When you're sitting pretty behind bars. Name?
William Jefferson.
The address?
1304 Elmwood Place.
Charge? Murder. Remarks. Mrs. Costa turned state's evidence. The laboratory found the piece of letter had been typed on Jefferson's machine. Jefferson, indicted and tried, found guilty. Executed for murder, first degree. Signed, Sergeant Brad Peters, homicide.
You have just heard Police Blotter, starring Bill Zuckert as Sergeant Brad Peters. The cast included Joseph Boland, Elaine Rost, and Carl Frank. Tonight's drama, Homicide by Hurricane, was written by Sheldon Stark and directed by William Marshall.
Police Blotter has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
instructions. Now. Now. Check.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gault, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now, in Dr. Lee's office, we find Ellen Norris, the doctor's nurse and the only other person besides the doctor who knows of Phil's dual identity, watching anxiously as Phil, speaking in the voice of the Whisperer, makes his report to a superior in the syndicate.
Hello, New York. Slade, given instructions. Will report progress.
Now?
That's right, Ellen. Now.
What does it mean, Phil?
You mean specifically? I don't know. It's designed to set something in motion right now.
Someone's murder.
When the syndicate gives that kind of an order, it usually means at least one murder.
And you had to pass the instructions on.
Just another indication how the syndicate works, Ellen. One hand never knows what the other hand is doing. This Slade is probably from out of town. He has his instructions already. All he was waiting for was the word to start. I had to give it to him.
Every other time, Phil, you had a lead of some kind to help. You knew who the victim was, you knew what was going to happen, and you could do something about it. But now...
Yes.
What are you doing, Phil?
The only lead I have is the telephone number where I reached Slade.
But how are you...
The phone company won't give it to me, but the police can get the address.
Lieutenant Denver?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, honey. Homicide, please.
I have an idea the lieutenant's already suspicious of your extra-legal activities, Phil. How long...
Hi, Lieutenant. Need a favor. Uh-huh. I've got a phone number. I need the address. Cheshire, 1789. That's right. No, it's just a little checking on a client. Yeah, I'm at Ellen's office. Thanks.
He must be in a good mood.
The lieutenant's plenty smart, Ellen. He knows I wouldn't want the address for any reason that might kick back.
Little does he know.
In this case, what he doesn't know might save him some grief.
If you can stop whatever it is from happening.
Yes, if. Sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of late, and I'm going to be on the move pretty soon. How's about meeting you later for supper? You can get a sandwich now, maybe take a show or something, and then I'll join you.
Mm-mm.
Well, it's past dinner time already, and you haven't had anything to eat since lunch.
I know. I'm starving.
Well, then.
And every time I have an appointment with you for dinner, it's always delayed anywhere from 3 to 5 hours.
You see what I mean? The best thing right now is for you to grab a bite and meet me later.
Consequently, since I'm a creature of habit, I've got myself into the habit of irregular dinner hours.
Well, now's your chance to get regular.
I'm staying with you.
But don't you...
No buts. I'd be wondering about what was happening all the time. Ruin my digestion. I'm with you, lover.
No, wait a minute. Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Yes, I know where that is. Uh-huh. Well, thanks. I'll split my fee with you on this case.
Got the address?
Yes.
You're not very happy about it.
Well, it isn't a house. It isn't listed under any name. It's the Lyceum Theater. A pay station, backstage.
Oh?
Coming?
With you, lover. Oh, look what's playing, Phil. Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that'll be a nice way to spend an evening in a theater.
Maybe it'll be more entertaining backstage.
Not that I don't think you're brilliant, darling, but just how are you going to get any information if that phone was a pay station? Seems to me this job's just about hopeless.
Just about hopeless for the somebody on the other end, too, Ellen. We've got to try. Here we are. Let me do the talking.
Don't I always?
What can I do for you?
Hello, old-timer. We're looking for someone.
figured that. Who?
Fella by the name of Slade.
Slade?
That's right.
Don't know any Slade.
Not connected with the company?
Nope.
Can anybody come off the street and use that payphone on the wall over there?
Nope.
Anybody use it in the last half hour?
Nope. Oh, say, wait a minute. Yeah, there was somebody come along with Judy. Hung around the phone right around 7:30. When it rang, he answered it. Guess it was for him, all right.
I see.
You say he came in with Judy?
Uh-huh.
Can we speak to her?
Well, if you want to wait around, you probably can. She went out about 5 minutes ago.
Went out?
With the man who answered the phone?
A minute after. She asked me which way he went, and she went out. Kind of in a hurry, too. And she's due on the stage in about 15 minutes. If she don't get back quick, they'll probably have to use her understudy.
I see. You don't know where she went, do you, old-timer?
Well, she lives across the street and down the block. Hathaway's.
Hathaway's?
Second-hand furniture store. Her uncle owns it. Living quarters upstairs. She lives there now to be near the theater.
Thanks.
But she ain't there.
Oh?
Leastways, she's not answering the phone there. Deauville, the director, called and got no answer.
Oh, thanks. Let's go, Ellen. Hathaway's. Oh, here it is.
How do you do?
Mr. Hathaway?
Vladimir Hathaway, at your service.
We're looking for a young lady by the name of Judy.
Oh, why, Judy is at the theater down the street. She's appearing in Romeo and Juliet. But I don't think you'll be able to speak to her, not until she's off stage.
Well, she's not there. She came home. She does live here.
Why, of course. Judy's my niece. Of course she lives here, upstairs. But she isn't home. I'd know if she were. She left here almost an hour ago.
And didn't come back?
No, of course not.
Oh. Quite a shop you have here.
Thank you. Could I interest you in some furniture? I have a dining room set that's almost new right over here.
No, thanks.
A lounge chair, most comfortable thing in the world.
We'll think of you when we set up housekeeping.
Oh, I thought you were...
Married? Not yet.
Judy has a friend by the name of Slade, hasn't she?
Slade? Why, not that I know of.
You know anybody by that name?
Slade? No,
Well, I don't think we can do any good here, Ellen.
Is something wrong with Judy?
For a loving uncle, you finally came around to getting concerned. I don't know if anything's wrong.
But if anything is wrong, I would like to know.
We're trying to reach a fellow by the name of Slade, and Judy apparently knows him.
Oh, I see. Perhaps one of her actor friends. I don't know them all. It's hard to keep track of.
Phil.
I heard it.
I beg pardon?
That was a shot. Where's the stairway to the upstairs?
A shot?
That's right. Where is it?
I am a little hard of hearing. But what kind of shot, you?
Pistol, if I'm not hard of hearing. Where's the stairs?
But if it's a shot...
Stop stalling, Hathaway. Ellen, try that door.
Here, Phil.
Yes, through that door and up the stairs to the right.
It was a shot, Phil.
I know. Through here, Ellen.
I did it. Phil, on the floor.
I see him.
Phil?
He's dead.
I shot him. Better let me have the gun, Judy.
I shot him.
Slade?
I shot him.
All right, you shot him. Is his name Slade?
Yes.
Better give me the gun, Judy.
No.
Come on, Judy.
No.
What's happened? Judy, where's David?
Stay away. All of you get back.
You can't run away.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Quick, after her. Locked. Come on, Hathaway, a little help here. Come on, let's go. Now, let's try this one. It's locked, too. Any other way out, Hathaway?
What?
Any other way out?
Yes, through that back door, but it opens on an alleyway.
No, it
then...
doesn't matter. She's gone by this time.
What's this room? What do you do here, behind the showroom?
I do stone cutting, a hobby. Hey, they're gone.
Gone? What's gone?
My diamonds.
You cut diamonds for a hobby?
David took them.
Whoa, that's the second time David's cropped up. Who's David?
He must have taken them.
All right, now, who is David?
They were going to get married. David and Judy. All arranged. When the show closed, get married.
Was he here when we came in?
Yes. Upstairs with Judy.
And Slade?
Yes.
You lied to us then.
Yes. I was afraid. Slade came in and started talking to me about buying some furniture, just waiting. And then Judy came running in, and they both went upstairs. David was there.
Not when we got there.
How did he get out?
Probably hiding right in this room here when we went upstairs.
All right, Mr. Hathaway. You better call the police.
Police? Oh, yes. The diamonds.
No, Hathaway. The dead man. Homicide.
Yes. Yes, Judy shot him.
That's right. But he had a gun in his hand, Hathaway. It was probably self-defense.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Our man Slade has been killed. We will put Operation X-22 into effect. Rocco, urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the north side of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you to David Clark. Shoot to kill. Nick, urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the east side of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you to David Clark. Shoot to kill. Urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the south and west sides of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you
Come on, sit down, Phil.
No, thanks.
What's wrong, Phil? You look at this.
Operation X-22.
What's that?
A dragnet. A syndicate dragnet.
For Judy?
Uh-huh. Poor frightened kid.
To kill her?
Her and David Clark.
Why?
If I knew that, I'd probably understand a lot of things, Ellen. Like why Hathaway is such a confounded liar.
What chance does she have, Phil?
None.
What are we going to do?
Try to find her before the syndicate does. Try to find her.
All right, Phil.
Finish your sandwich.
Mm-mm. I've just lost my appetite.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. Dragnet, not a police dragnet, but a syndicate dragnet, more deadly, more vicious, with orders to shoot on sight. Philip Galt, in his guise as the Whisperer, has passed along the syndicate's orders, and now, without knowing where Judy Forrest is, he must protect her from the dragnet he himself set in motion.
Seems like such a hopeless task, Phil, finding Judy.
We have one lead, Hathaway.
Seems like such a bewildered kind of man, Phil.
Much too bewildered.
What do you mean?
Those diamonds of his, for one thing.
What about them?
Diamonds in a broken-down place like that? And first he said they were his stones, a hobby. Then he said it was part of a job and they belonged to someone else. No, Ellen, something's wrong there.
You didn't have to take the car if you wanted to go back to a store, Phil. You're going past it now.
Uh-huh.
Why?
In case the store is being watched.
By whom?
The syndicate, Ellen. This is a logical place for them to pick up a lead, too. We just walk in off the street, we look like customers. We drive up, they take special notice of us and the car.
Oh.
park down here and walk back.
Bill, any ideas why Judy shot that Slade fellow?
None.
Or how David is mixed up in it?
No. But I can take a guess.
Okay. What's your guess?
My instructions to Slade were now.
That's right.
We find Slade in Judy's apartment. Therefore, whatever Slade was going to do, it had something to do with Judy or...
David.
Yes.
And Hathaway said David and Judy were going to be married.
Mm-hmm. And Slade was probably going to kill one of them.
Maybe both. Oh, all right so far. Now what about the diamonds? What about David taking them?
That's something I can't even guess about. Here we are.
Yes. Can I help you?
I thought the police would be here by now, Hathaway.
Police?
You know, the body upstairs.
Body? Upstairs? I don't understand.
Oh, so that's the way you want to play. Ellen.
Yes, Phil?
Take a look up there, huh?
All right.
You must be mistaken. There is no body upstairs. I can't understand what you mean.
Who took it away?
You must excuse me. I'm very busy.
And what about the diamonds that were stolen? Reported that yet?
Diamonds? Stolen? I have no diamonds. Now, please, I don't know what that young woman is looking for in...
Don't you, Hathaway?
My tie, you're choking.
The woman's life is at stake, Hathaway.
No, he's not there. There's nobody upstairs.
I know. Well, Hathaway?
What do you want?
Where's Judy?
I don't know.
What do you know, Hathaway? Do you know the syndicate has a dragnet out for her?
No, I don't.
Oh, yes.
I don't know where she is. They will kill me. They will.
Who will?
The syndicate.
The diamonds. Cutting them up and passing them along. Part of the syndicate. A small link in the chain.
David.
What about him?
He stole them from me. I'm responsible for them. I don't know what they'll do to me now.
What about Slade?
I don't know about him. David, part of the syndicate, wanted to quit. Judy wanted him to quit so they could get married. She didn't want him involved in...
So Slade came around to kill David.
Yes.
And Judy shot Slade to prevent him from killing David.
Yes, please. Please, you've got to protect me. They came and took Slade away. They must be watching this place. Maybe even now, they know you are here. They know I've talked to you.
Where's Judy?
I don't know. I swear to you, I don't know.
And David?
You are not with the syndicate.
I'm trying to help Judy.
Yes. I don't know where he is, but I can tell you where he lives.
Where?
1677 Cedar Lake Drive.
Have you told anybody else?
No.
Didn't they ask you?
I told them I did not know. David is a good boy, really. I don't want his life on my conscience.
And Judy?
Maybe she's there with him. She's my niece. Really, she is. I love her. I love her like she was my own child.
Comes out in the night, out of all the dirty, rotten cesspools. The slimy things, arms and tentacles of the octopus syndicate. Touching a good kid, touching a girl whose only sin is to love someone caught in their web.
Please, you can't do anything. You can't stop them. You don't know them. When they start out to do something, they finish it.
Yeah. Well, what about those stones? Why'd David take them?
I don't know. Maybe because he wanted to hit back at them.
Phil, let's hurry.
They will be following.
We'll go out the back way. Our car is parked in the next street. We'll go through the alley. After, I give the police an anonymous tip. Well, is it clear, Ellen? Does it begin to make sense?
Yes, Phil.
David wanted out. He wanted to quit the syndicate, and they wouldn't let him. Afraid he might inform on them. So they had Slade waiting and ready, and the Whisperer said now. And Slade went after David at Judy's place, only Judy shot Slade first. Yes, it makes sense.
It makes sense another way, too.
How?
What happens when the Whisperer quits?
He won't.
They got a dragnet out for him, too.
He won't quit. Not until the whole organization is exposed and destroyed.
And what happens when they find out the Whisperer is really Phil Galt?
They won't find out.
Oh, you're always so positive. You're always so sure. But one day you'll make a slip, or they'll begin to suspect. All they have to do, Phil, just suspect that Phil Galt is a whisperer.
Now, this is Cedar Lake Drive. Can you spot some of the numbers?
You haven't even been listening.
Yes, I have, Ellen. Where are we?
1400 block.
And it's 2 streets down. Reach around behind you, sweetheart, and take out that package, will you? Yeah, that's it.
What is it?
Open it. That's right. I'm going to pull up here. We'll walk the rest of the way back.
But what is this, Phil? Strings, rubber bands, elastic? Attached.
Cute, isn't it?
There's nothing cute about a gun.
That's a 25, a toy.
A toy that can kill.
Here. I'm going to put it on under my jacket.
But what are all those rubber bands and things?
Well, that was originally designed for a card shop, Ellen. You know, to drop aces out of a sleeve at the propitious moment.
Oh? But the gun?
That's my refinement. Instead of having an ace up my sleeve, I've got a 25. All I have to do is drop my hand fast, and the gun falls into my palm. An ace, too. An ace of spades.
Phil.
I want you to stay here.
No.
This might be dangerous. I want you to stay here.
No.
Now, please, honey.
No.
All right. We got to hurry. I don't think we've been followed over here. They'd have shown up by now. Maybe we can get there before the shooting starts.
That's why you've strapped on that contraption.
Just precautions.
Uh-huh. That's how certain you are you'll be able to get out of this without shooting. These old buildings are fire traps, Phil.
Converted to rooming houses.
Yes?
Oh, David Clark in.
How am I supposed to know? You think I keep track of all the people who go in here day in and day out? I'll never get any of my work done.
If you'll just tell us what apartment he's in.
Apartment? Upstairs. When you get to the top floor, there's a stairway to the attic. That's his apartment.
Thank you.
Thank me for nothing. Just keep the place decent. No hijinks, parties, and loud music. I got my other roomers to think about. I can't allow
Yes,
these.
of course. Thank you. So far, so good. If he's up there, if they haven't found out.
And Judy?
She's probably with him. That's why I think they're here. Hold up.
He's dead.
Good to work off a heavy dinner.
What dinner? Shall I knock? Well, what do we do?
Just go in.
Nobody home.
Well, it appears the birds have flown.
Hold it. Don't turn around. I've got a gun.
Oh. It's quite a trick, hiding behind the door so when it's open it conceals you. That's the second time you've done that, Clark.
Judy, see if they're on.
All right, James.
Up for shoulder holsters, jacket pockets, hip pockets.
No, he isn't.
All right, go through her purse.
Excuse me. It's perfectly all right.
You don't have to be polite, Judy, just thorough.
Yes. There's nothing here.
All right. Back across the room, both of you.
What are you trying to do, David?
Who are you?
My name is Galt.
What do you want? How do you fit in this?
I happen to be following a man by the name of Slade. Knew him a long time ago. A hoodlum, murderer, part of the syndicate.
What do you know about the syndicate?
Enough, David. Enough to know that anyone who gets wound up with the syndicate has taken a step he can't take back. Enough to know that if they mark someone for death, there's usually no escape.
There'll be an escape this time.
Not if you go about it this way. I'm here to try to help you.
I don't need any help.
Now, that's silly.
Oh, yes. Please, can you help?
Tell him to put that gun away.
Dave, please.
No, Judy, no. This might be just con on his part. I'm not taking any chances.
You took all your chances when you worked for the syndicate.
Well, I'm not working for them now.
No, you're not. Where are the diamonds, David?
You know an awful lot about me and the syndicate and the diamonds. Now, what else do you know?
Just one thing that makes any sense.
Phil.
Take it easy, lady.
Outside in the street, a car.
It's them. You brought the whole mob.
They didn't follow me.
How else could they get here?
I found out from Hathaway. Don't you think they might have found out, too?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, David, what are you going to do?
Oh, they wouldn't let me quit. Well, I'll see they don't get their lousy diamonds. I'll see to that. The dirty, rotten murders, I'll make them pay.
And Judy?
What about Judy?
Will she pay, too?
Oh, Judy.
Dave, it's my fault.
No,
I...
Judy.
I'm coming into the house.
Judy. Darling, this whole rotten mess, it's my fault, but I can't get away.
Quick, David, what are you going to do? They're coming up the stairs.
I'll show you what I'm going to do. You.
Me?
What do you want with Ellen?
She's coming out with me. Oh, sure, I'm going to get it, but I'll get a few of them first, and you're going to help. You're going to be my shield.
No, David.
Hold on, David.
You hold on. All right, sister, come on.
That's your syndicate training coming through, David, but you're not taking Ellen with you.
No, who's going to stop me? Look, it doesn't mean anything to me not to plug you now, too. Now, up you the hands. Up.
All right, David.
Where did you get that gun? Judy, get back. Here. Judy, the diamonds. Keep them.
David.
Get back. Okay, suckers. David.
David.
Wait.
Judy. I made him pay.
David's dead.
Easy, Judy, easy. Would have been a miracle. You can't run away from the syndicate. And you can't run away from the police.
Still a police car.
I guess they took that anonymous tip.
What's going on up here? Now, who are these dead men? They're blocking my doorway. I told you I run a respectable place, and I don't want any trouble with the police.
I'm afraid you're going to have some.
Well, I'm going to call them. I don't want a bad name on my place.
You're too late on both counts.
Killing, shooting. It'll take a week to get this place cleaned up.
Phil, what about Judy?
The syndicate won't bother her anymore, but the police will want to question her.
But the instructions to find Judy.
To lead them to David.
Oh.
Judy?
He was a good boy. He was. Got mixed up with him. He wanted to quit.
Once you're in, there's only one way out.
They took Hathaway in for questioning?
Yes, in a prison term. And the two syndicate mugs that ran off in the car were killed in a gunfight with the police. You know, Denver's added it all up pretty good for someone who wasn't in on the thing. Slade and 4 other members of the syndicate, dead. David, dead. Hathaway, a fence for stolen diamonds.
And where does that leave Judy?
Well, the police have the diamonds, so the syndicate won't be interested in her anymore. I had a little talk with her.
Oh?
While your back was turned. You know, sweetheart, she's a real trooper.
Yes, I think she'll get over this.
I'm sure she will. I've got her out on bail.
You've got her out.
Uh-huh. I'm going to be handling her case. You know, being an attorney comes in handy at times.
Especially when you can have such attractive clients. Hmm?
Oh? Is she attractive? I didn't notice.
Why, Phil Galt, you may have been busy tonight, but you weren't blind.
You sound jealous, Ellen. Worried about my conferences with my new clients?
As long as you keep them during business hours, no.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a conference scheduled for 11:30 tomorrow night.
Oh?
Backstage at the Lyceum Theater, after the performance of Romeo and Juliet. Thought you might like to see it.
Why not? 'Tis better to have seen Romeo and Juliet than never to have loved at all.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Mission accomplished. David Clark killed, but at great cost to the syndicate. I will check for further instructions with Nashville at midnight. A whisperer.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Stacey Harris, Ralph Moody, and Michael Ann Barrett. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Most people spend their lives worrying about how to make more money. Actually, the more you make, the more you spend, unless you have a plan, and most people don't. Now, if you are interested in planning for the future, interested in avoiding unnecessary worry, why not consult the man who can help you best of all? Consult a specialist, your local Equitable Society representative. In about 14 minutes, I want to tell you more about your Equitable Society representative and how he can help you enjoy the many advantages of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, bank robbery. Its title, Killer for Hire.
We often hear crime referred to as big business. This is not an accurate comparison. To a certain extent, the underworld has adopted some methods of large businesses. It controls huge amounts of capital, requires keen management and planning, demands efficiency of its employees in carrying out its orders. But here the similarity ends. Whereas businessmen can survey and graft their future prospects with some degree of accuracy, criminals cannot. For the simple reason that slip-ups, disloyalty of their underlings, unanticipated moves on the part of law enforcement officials, all these are unpredictable hazards. The underworld can never close its books, knowing for sure that all the figures are in. Tonight, your FBI presents another case from its files. It shows how a well-planned crime can go wrong, even years after its apparently successful completion. Tonight's FBI file opens in a smart nightclub located in a large Midwestern city. In a small office in the rear of this establishment, Dan Preston, the owner of the club, is just greeting a visitor.
Sit down, Mr. Graham.
Okay.
You cigars?
No.
When'd you get in town?
A couple hours ago.
Well, you made good time.
Yeah, I want to get out just as quick.
Very well. We'll get right down to business.
Good.
Are you familiar with this town?
Not very.
Do you know where the Central Hotel is?
No, but I'll find it.
It's over on the west side. It's a small hotel. You may have to...
Look, can a cab get there?
Yes.
Don't forget the directions. Just give me the address.
Okay. Here it is.
Right.
The party I want taken care of lives in the Central Hotel, room 819.
Uh-huh.
Here's the key.
What's the party's name?
Burton.
I got it.
Graham?
Yeah.
How do you intend to handle the killing?
Why?
Well, I just thought, inasmuch as this is a hotel, you're going to...
Look, Mr. Preston, let's get something straight, huh? You own this nightclub, don't you?
Yeah.
Am I telling you how to run it?
No.
And don't tell me how to run my business.
I'm sorry.
What about money?
I'll pay when the job is done. You can come back here tomorrow night.
I don't want to wait around that long. What's the matter with tomorrow morning?
I won't be here.
Well, where do you live? I'll come there.
All right. Here's my card.
Thanks. Guess it's time I went to work. Don't rumble, sweetheart.
Who are you?
It don't matter.
How did
Look,
you get...
I got a gun here. Now let me ask the questions, huh?
Go ahead.
You live in this room?
Yes?
What's your name?
Burton.
Where's your husband?
I don't have one.
Well, where's your brother, then? Your father?
That's a blank, too, mister.
Who else lives in this room with you?
Nobody.
You live here alone?
Yeah.
This is no good.
Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here.
Wait.
Out of my way.
I want to ask you one question.
Well?
Who sent you here?
Nobody.
Honey, I've been around. I know a hired gunsel when I see one.
Is that a fact?
Yes. That is your touch, right?
You're right.
Now tell me who paid you to come here.
No dice.
Was it a guy named Preston? Was it?
Sweetheart, in my business, we always protect the client.
I know it was Preston. I should have figured he'd make this kind of play.
Look, what difference does it make who it was? You came off lucky, didn't you?
Yeah.
And forget her. Now let me out of here.
Wait. One more question.
What now?
You were paid to get rid of me. Why didn't you do it?
Look, I
want to know.
I don't kill dames.
Oh. Do you buy dames drinks?
Sometimes.
I'm awful thirsty.
In the same city, a bit later that evening, in the FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned from an assignment.
Jim.
Yeah, Paul.
A call came in for you less than 5 minutes ago. I took the message.
Oh, what was it?
Interstate Bus Company. A driver you wanted to see is out of town. He'll come over here to see you first thing in the morning.
Oh, good.
What are you working on?
Boy, it's kind of a strange assignment.
What's the story?
A thief named Wally Lander was convicted 2 years ago for sticking up a bank messenger. Over $78,000 was stolen on the job, and this money was never recovered.
Yes?
A few days ago, Lander sent word to the warden at State's prison that he wanted to give some information as to the whereabouts of the money.
What brought that on?
Well, it turned out to be revenge. Lander revealed that he had 2 Confederates on the job, a man and a woman. They evidently promised to take care of Lander's family out of the loot, and when they reneged, he talked.
Who were these people?
Man's name was Dan Guthrie. The woman, she was Guthrie's girl. Her name was Gwen Burton.
And you're looking for them?
Yeah, that's right.
What progress have you made?
Well, we've established that Guthrie and his girl were living in Cleveland at the time of the robbery. Immediately after it, Guthrie disappeared.
What about the Burton girl?
No, she stayed on there. Evidently, Guthrie walked out on her. She was living in a cheap room, working as cashier in a restaurant.
He apparently wound up with all the money.
Yeah, exactly.
Has the girl been picked up?
No, she left Cleveland 2 days ago. Believed to be headed for here.
I see.
From what we could gather, she's looking for Guthrie. She'd been tipped off that he was here.
Do you know where to find her?
No, not yet. This bus driver I sent for may help us on that, though. She was on his bus.
Have you alerted the local police?
Yeah, gave them the girl's picture, and they're starting a check on all hotels. Should get something on her very soon.
Harry, I could go on for hours with all the details, but that's more or less the story.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Charming.
Look, when he walked out on you, didn't he leave you any part of that $78,000?
Nah.
How about the guy in the can? Did he do anything for him?
Wally Lander?
Yeah.
Not a nickel's worth. Harry, can we have another drink?
Oh, sure, honey. Waiter.
Yeah?
Let's have the same thing, huh?
Right.
Look, honey, how'd you tail him here?
Well, like I told you, I was a cashier in this joint in Cleveland.
Yeah.
An old-time grifter came in one night, slipped me a note when he paid his check.
Uh-huh.
The note said he'd seen Guthrie in this town, that he was using his old name, Preston.
Oh.
It also said he was doing what he always wanted to do. Well, I knew that meant he was operating a nightclub.
So?
So I called enough joints till I finally nailed him.
Did you ask him for your cut?
Of course. He said he'd bring it to me tonight. Instead, he sent you. He did send you, didn't
he? Yeah.
I knew it.
Are you sorry?
Not now.
Here you are.
Oh, just set him down. Huh?
Right.
Harry.
Yeah, honey.
How much was he paying you?
For knocking you off?
Yeah.
$5.
Did you collect?
No.
You know, he owes me a pretty good chunk. My end of that job was over $20,000.
Solid numbers.
If you'll take a marker, how'd you like to work for me?
You just made yourself a deal.
Jim, did you talk to the bus driver?
Yeah, he just left here.
Give you anything?
Well, I showed him the Burton girl's picture. He definitely identified her, said that she'd come in on his bus.
Did he have any idea where she went?
No, unfortunately, he didn't.
Oh, these pictures just came in, Jim.
No, what are they?
Pictures of Guthrie.
Oh, fine.
Washington also sent a copy of his record.
Good. Can I see it, boy?
Surely. Here you are.
Thanks.
I read through it. There's nothing there at all to indicate where he's been for the last 2 years.
No, I didn't imagine there would be. After all, he wound up with that $78,000. That's enough for a man to retire on for a few years at least.
Do you think he's gone into some legitimate business?
Yeah, could be.
Well, even if he's here in town, he won't be easy to find. Probably changed his name, even his appearance.
Yeah, it figures.
Jim, I sent Guthrie's pictures and a copy of his record to the police. They might have something on him.
I hope so. It'll make it look... No, I gotta go. Special Agent Taylor. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Yeah, wait till I write that down, will you? Okay. Good work, Sergeant. Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye. Paul, we're getting some action.
What, Jim?
That was police headquarters. The Burton girl is registered at the Central Hotel. I think I better get right over there.
Hello, Mr. Preston.
What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
How did you get into my apartment?
You told me to come here.
Not while I was out.
I don't like to hang around in hallways.
I don't like intruders.
That makes us even.
Did you, go to the Central Hotel last night?
Yeah.
Well?
Well, what?
Did you take care of that party?
Nope.
Why not?
You didn't tell me it was a dame.
What difference does that make?
That's out of my line.
Look, I made a deal with you.
I got a better offer.
What do you mean?
Better let me tell him, Harry.
When?
Hello, Dan.
Gwen, where did you come from?
Mr. Graham brought me here.
Huh?
Yeah, he's in a brand new business. Now he brings them back alive.
What's this all about?
Why don't you give him the rundown, honey?
Mr. Graham here is now working for me.
Now, look.
I told him our whole story, Dan. He figures I'm a lot more reliable to do business with.
What are you talking about?
$78,000. That's the amount you ran out with, remember?
Now, Gwen, in the first place...
Save the alibis. We ain't got time for that. Ain't got time for any chatter. We just came here to collect.
Collect what?
My end. I figured it out on the way over. It comes to $26,000.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
I want my cut, Dan, now.
You're not getting anything.
Mister, you're in no position to talk that way.
You keep out of this.
I've got to protect my interests. I'm on the payroll.
Now get out of here, both of you.
Harry, show him we mean business, huh?
Yeah, sure, honey.
Now, wait a minute.
A few more treatments, honey. You'll collect.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. But right now, I'd like to explode a popular notion. Making big money is not always the answer to a successful future. People with average incomes are able to protect their families, provide for their children's education, own their own homes free and clear, and provide freedom from worry after 60. Now, the experience of Mr. George Gaines may show you how you, too, can enjoy greater peace of mind. Will you tell us, Mr. Gaines, how an Equitable Society representative solved your problem?
Well, I'm a working man, Mr. Keating. While I have Social Security, I knew that wouldn't be enough to keep my wife and kids well housed, well clothed, and well fed if something happened to me. And it worried me. And then I heard you talk about a plan that would protect my family, no matter what.
That's the Equitable Family Security Plan.
Yes, the Family Security Plan. So I called up our local Equitable representative. The first time he came to see us, he gave us a chart. Now, this chart helped us to figure out how much more we'd need in addition to Social Security to protect our family.
Well, that's the famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. It's free to anyone interested in providing family security.
Well, it certainly was a big help. And now if anything happens to me, my family will live comfortably until my youngest child finishes high school. Believe me, I'm glad I took your advice and called our local Equitable Society representative.
That's good advice for everyone whose problem is future security. Get acquainted with the man who knows best how to help. Your local Equitable Society representative. Ask him for your free fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. No matter what your insurance problem, building the right plan is simple when you know how. And your friendly, helpful, Equitable representative knows how. There's no obligation. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, Killer for Hire.
Time and time again, you've probably heard the expression, honor among thieves. Case after case from FBI files reveals, just as does tonight's story, that there's not much. There just isn't room in the criminal mind for honor in our sense of the word. In order to be a criminal, one must crush all normal moral codes, must develop a new set of rules to live by. It's a lonely life, living in the shadows of the underworld. Never for a moment dare a person trust completely his fellow criminals, nor for one moment can he relax his vigilance to protect himself from betrayal, just as Gwen Burton, Dan Preston, and Harry Graham have to be always on guard in tonight's FBI case. Tonight's file continues in Dan Preston's apartment. Preston, still unconscious, is stretched out on the floor. His erstwhile girl, Gwen Burton, and her gunman confederate are searching the premises.
Find anything in that desk, honey?
Not yet. Let's see what's in this drawer.
I figured there'd be a wall safe behind one of these pictures.
Oh, this is full of nothing but letters. Why, that dirty cheat. These letters are from dames.
Well, what's the matter?
Look at this. This letter was written 3 years ago. Oh, we're still going with him then. My darling Dan, our date last night will be remembered always. How do you like that guy?
Will you stop being a female? We got work to do.
Oh, well, there's no dough on his desk. Where else can we...
Wait a minute. He's coming, too.
How do we handle it now?
We'll find out where his dough is. Otherwise, he gets the full treatment.
Good.
Oh, what hit me?
You were standing right on the track, mister.
Oh.
Next time, you don't get off so easy.
Can I get up?
Stay where you are.
And let's continue our discussion. Before you left us, we were talking about $26,000, Dan.
I know.
The girl wants her money, mister.
But I tell you...
Look, let me tip you off. From now on, I use a gun. Now get it up.
I haven't got it here.
Where is it?
In my office at the club.
Where in the office?
In a safe.
Okay, I want you to call the club. Tell them I'm coming over. Tell them I'm getting something out of the safe to bring back to you. You'll do that, won't you?
Okay.
How about the combination?
I'll give it to her.
Well, honey, let me have it now.
Jim, I've been looking all over for you. The hotel manager said you were on the floor below.
Oh, did you get the search warrant?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Good. This is the Burton girl's room. I got a pass key.
No sign of her, Jim?
No, she left the hotel early this morning. Hasn't returned since. There's a man with her, but he didn't answer to Guthrie's description. It doesn't. Go ahead, Paul.
Right.
Well, it might be a good idea to search her room, see if we get any leads.
There's a small bag over there.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
I'll see what's in that closet.
Okay.
Could the management give you any line on what she's been doing?
No, not much. He said she made quite a few phone calls. Just getting the slips together. We'll pick them up on our way out.
Nothing in here.
I got something.
Yeah? Well, what is it?
It's a note.
What does it say?
It's addressed to her from a man who signs himself Pete.
Yes?
Says he saw Guthrie here. Guthrie's using his old name. Also states he's doing what he always wanted to do. Well, the Burton girl must know both these things.
In that case, Jim, she's probably already found him.
I know, which means she may never come back here. Well, we'll post someone here to watch for her anyway.
Right.
Let's get on and pick up those slips on the telephone call she made.
Graham.
Yeah?
Why don't you put that gun away? It makes me nervous.
I'd be nervous without it.
You handled me quite effectively before without a gun.
You didn't know the score then.
Tell me something, will you?
What?
Why did you double-cross me?
What do you mean?
You started out in this deal working for me. Why did you switch?
I didn't like the way you operate.
Was that the only reason?
Yeah.
I thought it could have been because you got a better offer.
That had nothing to do with it.
What has she promised you?
What's it to you?
I'd like to enter my bid.
I don't get it.
If I were to top her offer, maybe you'd come back to my team.
Mister, that's just why I can't do business with you.
Okay. Can we have a drink?
Yeah, I guess so.
There's some scotch in the cabinet there. Would you get it?
Where?
On the lower shelf.
I don't see any scotch.
Well, that ties the score.
Hey, Jim, the warden at State's Prison just called me back.
And?
He questioned Wally Lander about Guthrie.
He come up with anything?
No, he had no idea what Guthrie's old name was.
How about the business he always wanted to be in?
He knew nothing about that either. How are you making out?
No, I've combed through Guthrie's record. That didn't give us anything.
Any word from the hotel?
I just called there 5 minutes ago. Girl still hasn't returned.
Excuse me, Jim.
Yeah, Bob.
Here's a report on his telephone numbers.
Oh, thanks. Oh, Bob, they get a location on all of them?
Yes, it's all there.
Fine. Thanks, Bob.
Are these the calls the girl made from the hotel?
Yeah, that's right. She made 21 calls.
Let's see them, will you?
Okay. First one's a nightclub called the Ace of Clubs. Next is the Bar 8, Angel Room.
Are they all nightclubs?
Well, so far they seem to be. The next 3 are.
Jim, I think we've hit something.
Yeah? These 4 clubs, too?
This could be the business Guthrie always wanted to be in.
Uh-huh. All these calls were to nightclubs.
Did the manager of the hotel give you those calls in the sequence they were made?
No, I said they were all mixed up.
That's too bad. Obviously, the last call she made was where she found him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I guess we'll just have to go to each place and bring Guthrie's picture with us. That should give us...
No, wait a minute, Paul. I don't think we'll have to do that.
Why not?
Well, look, all these clubs begin with either the letter A, B, or C. Now, she must have worked from a classified phone book. Called each club in the order was listed. In that case, the Circle Club's the last place she called. Come on, Paul, that'll be our first place.
Come in, Gwen.
Where's Harry?
He's inside. Did you get the money?
Yeah.
Hope you didn't have any trouble.
No, I thought you said Harry was in here.
There he is.
Where?
Right there on the floor.
What happened?
It was just my turn to hit him.
What is this?
It's my party now, Gwen. Let me have my money.
Wait a minute.
Give
now
it to me, I said.
Three.
Gather, it's in that bag.
It's not your money. It belongs to me, and you know it.
Honey, we're not going into that again. Besides, you'll have no need for it.
Why not?
One has to be alive to enjoy money.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to have to kill you, Gwen. In fact, I'm killing you both.
Now, wait, Dan.
It'll all be very legitimate, too. I'll say I came in, found you rifling my apartment, and I had to let you have it.
You'll never get away with it.
Now, you forget, honey, in this town I'm an honest man. Now Would you like it first?
Dan, don't. Put away that gun.
I'm sorry, Gwen.
Drop that gun.
Huh? Well, drop it, I said. I'll pick up his gun, Jim. Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
You heard him. You heard what he was going to do?
Yes, Miss Burton. We know all about both of you. That's why the manager let us in the back way. All right, Paul, let's revive that man on the floor and take them all down to the office.
Gwen Burton was sentenced to serve 10 years in a federal penitentiary for bank robbery. Her former accomplice was given a 20-year term for the same crime. Harry Graham was turned over to the local authorities to be prosecuted on an old murder charge. And thus your FBI thwarted the plans of 3 criminals, and also apprehended one for whom they had been looking for more than 2 years. 2 years is a long time in the life of a criminal, but not to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, for their patience never runs out. Your FBI never gives up in the search for a criminal, even if it takes 2, 10, or 20 years. No file is ever closed unless it is marked convicted or dead.
Did you know that most people, no matter how much money they make, are often in financial hot water? The trouble is, not many people know how to make the best use of the money they have. Now, there is one man who does know how to help you make the best use of your money. He is your local Equitable Society representative. His job in life is to help you take the uncertainty out of tomorrow and assure protection for yourself and the ones you love. Why not consult him? There's no obligation. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, extortion. Its title, The Bridal Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Jim Backus, Betty Lou Gerson, Tony Hughes, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bridal Shakedown on This Is Your FBI. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Here's the window in the joint that ought to be open according to the plans, Jerry.
Plans, nothing but plans. You spend more time planning than doing anything else, Bob.
That's why when we do something, we do it right. Yep. Here's the window, all right?
Yeah. Well, what's with your fancy plans, Bob? It ain't open.
But the plans say it will open. Let's try it.
Okay. But we're going to end up busting it and sounding off an alarm.
You nuts? What do you think I just cut those wires back there for?
So nobody could turn the lights on in this joint?
So the alarm bell wouldn't go off either.
Oh.
My plans say the alarm system here hasn't got juice of its own. It comes in on the electric light wires. Let's try this window.
Okay. Oh. Hey. The window opened, all right.
Sure. According to the plans. Now let's climb in. Be quiet when we do. I'll go first.
Yeah, and I'll keep a lookout behind us. Or do a fancy plan, say there ain't gonna be nobody behind us.
And if we do everything on time, so far we're right on schedule. Well, I'm in. Here, give me your hands, Jerry. I'll pull you up.
Yeah, sure.
Now, up you go.
Okay. Thanks, I'll hop in by myself. There.
Shh, you fool.
Look, if you got this all planned, you planned it so there's nobody around, didn't you?
Yeah, but it's hard to figure what people will do to cross your ideas. And the safe should be right over there on that wall just in front of us.
According to the plans, huh?
Uh-huh. Come on, use your flashlight. Keep it shining on the floor.
Don't worry. There. How's that?
Okay. There's the safe. Let's go.
Ain't much of a safe, is it?
We don't want the safe, just what's in it. Let's get to work on it. I haven't got much time.
It's me.
Yeah. This safe is exactly what I thought it was. This is going to be easy.
Good.
Quiet a minute.
Yeah, sure. You got it?
Not yet. You can turn off your light if you want. Just feeling my way now.
Yeah, sure. There you are. It's off.
Now, quiet. I got to concentrate.
Hey, what was that?
That was it. The safe's open.
Hey, you ain't kidding either, Bob. It sure is open.
Turn on the flashlight again.
Yeah, sure. There you are. Hey, look at those 2 rocks. Just like you planned.
2 diamonds. Big diamonds, Jerry. And matched like they were twins. And now they're going to make us a pile of dough. Just like I planned.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, my name is Ernest Harvey. I'm an insurance adjuster. Maybe you won't like my reason for coming to see you.
If it's to adjust my insurance, I won't. I'm satisfied with mine just the way it is.
Well, it's not for that, Blackie. I need your help in locating the Willebrand diamonds.
Oh, that pair of match stones that disappeared last night?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what makes you think I can find them. It's a job for the police.
I realize that. The police are working on the case right now, but I think you can be of invaluable assistance regardless.
Thanks for the compliment. But what makes you think I can help in this particular case?
Well, we're certain that 2 well-known professionals stole those diamonds. I happen to know you have very definite contacts with the underworld.
Whatever characters I don't know me. Is that what you mean?
Well, somehow you can find out things that nobody else can. You realize those contacts might be helpful now, don't you?
Yes, I suppose so, Mr. Harvey.
Well, my firm will pay you well if you'll test those contacts, see if you can get us a lead on those missing stones.
Okay, Mr. Harvey, that sounds fair. Well, you've made your contact. Now I'll make mine. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Shorty. I knew you'd find out what I wanted to know. I'll call you later if I need anything. Bye.
Well, Blackie?
Well, Mary, that was Shorty, and we already have a break in the Willebrand diamond case.
Didn't take you long, did it, Blackie?
Only because it didn't take Shorty long. My first idea was that the thieves would break up the stones and we'd never find them. But their value is in their size and the fact that they are 2 perfectly matched diamonds. So they are intact, Shorty says.
What else did he say?
Well, according to the short one, the thieves are going to sell the diamonds to a foreign buyer.
Oh, they're going to be taken overseas.
Apparently. Foreigner is a Frenchman named Jacques Pierre. He's going to buy the stones this afternoon through a fence named Dalton.
Well, if I know my Blackie, Mr. Dalton is going to have a visitor before Jacques Pierre gets there.
You know your Blackie, all right. I'm going to be Monsieur Jacques Pierre, mademoiselle, tout de suite and all that.
Who are you calling?
Faraday.
Going to try out your French accent?
Not till I get down to see Dalton. And when I do get there, I'm going to talk him into the fact that I'm a Frenchman and out of those diamonds.
Oh, you think that will be easy, do you?
Easy or hard, I'm going to do it just the same.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Blackie.
And this is a bad day in my life. Don't make it worse.
Look, Faraday, are you interested in recovering the Willebrand diamonds?
No, I'm not in the least bit. What did you say?
You heard what I said. Look, pal, don't ask me how I found out, because that's not important. But I know where the stones are.
You do? Where are they? I'm really on a spot if I don't get those diamonds back.
You're not on a spot. You're not big enough. You're on a spec. Anyhow, that isn't what I called for.
It isn't. Well, what are you bothering me about? This is my busy day.
If anybody asked you to name the alphabet, that could be your busy day. Faraday, you can tell whoever it is that's putting pressure on you that you'll have those diamonds back this afternoon.
Just like that, huh?
No, sweetheart, just like this. Listen. Here's what I want you to do.
Yes? Yes, what can I do for you?
Bonjour, monsieur. Are you Monsieur Dalton?
Yeah. Dalton's the name. Got something to hock, Frenchie?
Hock? No, monsieur. I'm Jacques Pierre. I understand. Arrangements have been made for me to make a purchase from you. Is it all right to talk here?
In front of these two guys? Sure. These lugs are friends of mine. Jerry Brown, Bob Jackson.
Hi.
Hello, Frankie.
It is indeed a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen.
It ain't such a pleasure. Now, look, Pierre. Jerry and Bob are partners in this deal with me. Let's talk about the Willie Brand diamonds right now.
Certainement, certainement, monsieur.
Monsieur. This I've never been called.
May I see the diamonds, please?
Get them out, Bob. They're on the shelf in the safe. Right. Have them for you in a jiff.
It is well to tell you, I will know if they are the twin stones when I see them. Is it not, Monsieur Dalton?
They're the McCoy, all right, pal. Well, Bob?
Here you are, boss. Nice and snug in this case. Part of the plan, boss. Part of the plan.
Why don't you shut up and hand over the stones to Dalton?
A good idea on both counts, Jerry. I'll take that case, Bob.
Here you are.
Thanks. Well, Mr. Pierre, here it is. And here they are. Beauties, aren't they?
Ah, mais oui, magnifique. May I examine them, please?
Sure. Go ahead.
This cigar of mine I leave on the counter. Do not be disturbed. It is not lit. These diamonds... magnifique. I've never seen the equal.
You like them, huh?
Beautiful, beautiful. Who is that just came in?
Huh?
Came in? Where? Nobody came in.
I didn't see nobody.
Me either.
Oh, perhaps I made a mistake. Et voila. In this case now rests two beautiful diamonds. I am satisfied.
What do you mean you're satisfied? Of course you're satisfied. What about the money for them?
That I bring back with me this afternoon. After all, gentlemen, you did not expect I would come down with all this money to meet gentlemen of your reputation without first seeing the diamonds, did you?
What happened to the plan, Bob?
How don't you get lost, Jerry? Hey, boss, what goes on here?
Nothing, I guess. Frenchie says he'll be back this afternoon with the dough. That's okay with me.
Merci. And now you will please excuse me. Au revoir, gentlemen.
Hey, Dalton, you got the case, huh?
Yeah. Only it doesn't feel right.
Hey, boys, the case is empty. Bob, you're nearest the door. Grab him.
Don't worry.
You ain't going anywhere, Frenchie. No place at all. I got him, boss.
Shut the door and drag him back here.
Oh, mon Dieu.
That was a cute trick, Frenchie.
Well,
Only it didn't work. Get up those diamonds before we ship you back to France in plaster of Paris.
Diamonds? But I have no diamonds.
Hey, all of a sudden, boss, that accent sounds phony to me.
And that mustache and goatee look phony, too. Shove them over here, Bob, while I see if they're real.
Hey.
Hey, they came off in my hand.
Yeah, and look who Frenchie really is, boss. It's Boston Blackie.
That's right, I'm Blackie, and here's my calling card.
Oh! Now grab him, Bob. Hit him with that chair.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh.
That got him, Bob. Now, grab him, and let's get him in the back of the shop.
Okay, Dalton. Come on, get hold of us other round, Bob.
Sure, okay.
Hey, was that sock I got according to plan, too, huh?
Why don't you relax?
Coming to already. You can let go of him now. He can stand on his own 2 feet. Can't you, Blackie?
Proud of that chair you slugged me with, Bob?
Yeah.
You were just lucky.
You just hope I don't get lucky with this gun, Blackie. Search him, boys.
What are you searching me for, dog?
The Willie Brand diamonds.
All right, reach in his pockets, Bob. You can't find the diamonds by just patting his clothes.
Okay.
Any luck yet, fellas?
No, Dalton. He doesn't have them on this side.
got him in any of these pockets either.
Hey, what is this? He's clean, boss. He ain't got those diamonds nowhere.
No? Then he swallowed them, Jerry. Swallowed them as he beat it out of you. Come on. We're going to drag him up to Doc Jones and have him use a fluoroscope on this bum.
I'm sorry, Dalton, but the fluoroscope shows nothing.
It's a good thing they tossed you out of med school. You couldn't tell a case of mumps without a search warrant, Doc.
There's nothing wrong with me, Dalton. It's your theory. Blackie didn't swallow those diamonds.
I guess you fellas don't want me anymore.
Shut up, Blackie.
Doc, he's got to have swallowed them. He had to. They aren't on him. We went over everything he's wearing. He swallowed them all right.
Sorry, Dalton, but the fluoroscope shows that he did not swallow them. Believe me, he didn't.
And what happened to those diamonds? Where are they?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
All I know is he took them.
If I did, where are they? Look, you don't want me anymore, do you?
No, go on. Get out of here. We don't want you. We want those diamonds.
Dalton, you can't let him go.
Why can't I? He hasn't got the stones, has he? You want the whole police force ganging up on us? Beat it, Blackie.
Okay, but where are the rocks? Who does have them?
Yeah, Jerry. I wonder what happened to the plans.
Come in.
Hello, Faraday, old pal. We certainly pulled this one off with ease, didn't we?
Did we, Blackie?
I'll say we did. Dalton and his pals have no idea how I got those diamonds out of the shop and got rid of them.
Well, I don't blame them for being baffled. So am I.
What do you mean? The diamonds were in that cigar of mine. I had the cigar all prepared. It was hollowed out, and I slipped the diamonds in, threw it out on the street when those lugs grabbed me, and you were supposed to pick it up. You found the cigar on the street, didn't you?
I did not.
What?
I didn't find anything. You still have the diamonds, don't you?
No, of course not. I slipped them out of the case and put them in that cigar and tossed it in the gutter in front of the store, just as I told you I would on the telephone.
Well, I didn't find a cigar or anything else. What is this, Blackie, a double cross?
A double cross? Now, stop kidding, Faraday. You have the diamonds, haven't you?
Don't give me that, Blackie. You have them. And you're going to give them to me.
Faraday, you've never been so wrong about any two things in your life.
Well, that's fine. That's great. I promised the commissioner I'd have those diamonds for him. Thanks to you and your ideas. Now, where am I?
In a jam, Faraday, and I'm in it with you. That makes it unanimous.
Where are those diamonds, Blackie?
You don't know?
No.
Well, that's something else that's unanimous, too.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Two valuable diamonds are stolen, and Boston Blackie attempts to get them back. Posing as Jacques Pierre, a buyer of stolen jewels, Blackie steals the diamonds from a fence named Dalton in a plan in which Inspector Faraday of the police is to assist. But something goes wrong with the plan, and Faraday does not get the diamonds. Blackie doesn't have them, nor do the thieves. But as we return to our story, the real Jacques Pierre enters Dalton's store.
Yes? Yes, what can I do for you?
I am Jacques Pierre, monsieur. I'm seeking a Mr. Dalton.
I'm Dalton. So you're really Pierre this time, huh?
This time? Of course. What do you mean? Has there been a mistake?
The whole thing was a mistake. But I took care of things. You want to buy those matched diamonds?
That is right. They are for sale?
Yes. For cash, right now.
That is agreeable with me. Where are they?
Right here in my pocket.
Very well. You show them to me. I will buy them.
Good enough. Take a look.
Beautiful.
Sure. And they gave me a beautiful headache. Some guy tried to lift them a while ago. Only I figured out his plan.
Plan?
Sure. He slipped the stones into a cigar and hurled the cigar into the street. Only I hopped out and got it a minute later. And now look. My boys don't know I caught the stones out of that cigar.
Oh?
You keep your mouth shut, and I'll turn them over to you at a real bargain. Half price.
Merci, merci. It is a deal.
Where's the money?
Here. 10, 20, 25,000. That is the price, is it not?
That's right.
Here you are.
Thanks. And here are your diamonds. They're real, they're a bargain, and they're all yours.
Merci, I will take them. Au revoir.
Goodbye.
Taxi! Taxi!
to?
Down the boulevard. I will tell you where to stop.
Sure thing, mister. Know yet where you want to go, mister?
Yes, I wish to go to
Well,
the...
wish again, Mr. Jacques Pierre, because I'm Boston Blackie, and you're going where I say.
You, Boston Blackie. And where are we going?
First to pick up my friend Mary Wesley, and then for a little ride in the country. All right. Yeah. You put your shirt back on now.
Merci.
Mary, find anything in the cab?
Not a thing, Blackie, not a thing.
You must be very disappointed, Mr. Blackie.
Frankly, I am. You don't have the diamonds on you. They are in the cab. You didn't swallow them. I didn't give you a chance to throw them out of the cab. Come on, put your shirt on, and I'll drive you back to town.
Merci, monsieur. But what then?
Then I guess I'll have to let you go. I saw Dalton give you those stones. I thought I was smart. Frenchie, I'd give a lot to know how you took French leave of those diamonds.
Hello.
Mr. Dalton?
Speaking.
This is Jacques Pierre.
Who?
Jacques Pierre, you know who I am. I purchased the Willebrand diamonds from you a few hours ago.
Did you?
Yes, you know that I did.
I don't even know that you're Jacques Pierre.
No, well, I can tell you the price I paid for the diamonds. It was $25,000, half the price you quoted me originally.
So?
So would I know that unless I were Jacques Pierre?
Okay, I guess you're on the level. What do you want?
I ran into trouble with Monsieur Boston Blackie. I had to dispose of the diamonds temporarily.
What do you mean?
I mean, I know where they are, but I will not be able to get them back without help.
Well, don't bother me about it. Get one of your own gang to help you.
Mr. Dalton, I have not what you call gang. I do my work alone. But this is something in which I will need help. May I borrow one of your associates?
Not a chance, Frenchie. The deal between you and me is closed. Tight. You're on your own.
Perhaps, but I think not.
Spread that out a little so that it makes sense.
Certainly. You will help me, Monsieur Dalton, because if you do not, it will be necessary for me to inform your two assistants that you sold me the diamond and forgot to tell them about it. Comprenez? That means understand?
I understand. I'll meet you pronto. That means right away.
Look, Blackie, don't clutter up my office. I feel bad enough without having to look at you.
You feel bad, Faraday. How do you think I feel? I know Pierre had those diamonds when he got into that cab.
How do you know?
Because I was watching while Pierre got them from Dalton. Pierre got into the cab with those diamonds, and he didn't throw them out of the cab on the way out into the country.
Hey, maybe he tossed them out when you stopped for Miss Wesley.
No, I watched them very carefully then. And on the way out to the country, Mary sat right beside me and Pierre in the front seat and watched him for me.
You searched Pierre while Miss Wesley searched the cab, huh?
Uh-huh. Neither one of us found anything. But Pierre put those diamonds somewhere, did something to them, and unless I miss my... Holy mackerel, I've got it.
If you don't come up with those diamonds pretty soon, you're going to get it.
Faraday, listen. I know what Pierre did with those diamonds. Slipped them into the cuff on Mary's coat sleeve.
What?
That's the one place I never thought to look. In the cuff of Mary's sleeve. Look, Faraday, Mary's life is in danger. Pierre's going to try to get those diamonds from her, and he'll stop at nothing to do it.
I'll send a couple of squad cars to her place right away. I'll contact the radio cars in her neighborhood. They should be there in a couple of minutes.
Well, I'll get Mary on the phone and try to stall things.
Right.
Oh, Mary, be at home. Or should I hope that you're not at home?
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie. But look, don't call me by name.
No, I won't.
Somebody's there already, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, look, take it easy. Faraday's sending up a couple of squad cars. But it may take a few minutes. We've got to stall.
I see.
Look, who's there? Pierre?
That's right.
Anybody else?
Right again.
Dalton?
Yes.
Oh, well, they have lots of company. Dalton's men are with him, huh?
No.
Dalton's alone? Huh, that's funny. He doesn't like that lug to do his own dirty work. That's what he hired Bob and Jerry for.
Listen, wait, I've got it. Call me Jerry, Mary, and put Dalton on the phone.
Well, all right, Jerry. Just a minute. Mr. Dalton, somebody named Jerry wants to talk to you.
All right.
Here he is, Jerry.
Hello, Dalton.
Yes, Jerry. How did you know I was here?
You ain't up to any tricks, are you, Mr. Dalton?
Why, no, Jerry. What makes you think so?
'Cause me and Bob know what was supposed to happen according to the plans. And you double-crossing us wasn't in our plans.
Double-crossing you?
Yeah, we know what you done. You sold Frenchy those diamonds without even telling us you found them. Now, we don't like that, Dalton.
Radio cars are already on their way.
Quiet, Faraday. Dalton thinks I'm a stooge.
Is, Bob there, Jerry? Let me talk to him. I can explain everything.
Bob ain't, well, he ain't in sort of a talking mood, Dalton. When it comes to double crosses, I do all the gabbing.
Well, look, what do you want?
No deal if that's how you're figuring to squirm out. We're just down a block from you, and we're going to kill you when you come out of the building.
No. Look, Jerry, I'll do anything you say. I admit it, I found the stones, but I sold them to Pierre without telling you because I wanted to make a fast sale. I was going to give you your cut.
Yeah? We don't believe it.
Honestly.
Oh, no. You and Frenchy are working together. You got him with you right now, ain't you?
Well, yes, but... Hey, 2 cops just came in the door. 2 more came in another door. Here, you take the phone.
All right.
Faraday, your boys just got there.
Good. I sure didn't waste any time.
Oh, if Mary would only get on this
Hello.
phone now.
Hello, Blackie.
Mary, what's happening?
Plenty. Dalton and Pierre ran to the kitchen door, but 2 policemen were there first. They fired a shot at the floor. Pierre gave up, but Dalton's running toward the bedroom.
It's a dead end.
He knows that now, and he's ducked behind the sofa. Oh, Blackie, now he's heading toward the front door. He's trying to get behind the policeman, but he can't.
Good.
And then 2 more cops just came in the door. Oh, Blackie, Dalton took a swing at one of them. He knocked him down. He's trying to make the door, but Blackie, they got him. They got him.
In other words, it's all over, huh?
Yes, it's all over, Blackie, including the shouting.
That's good. Dalton and Pierre didn't get to your coat, did they?
No, you know, they came up here to ask about it. They wanted to look at it. Why, Blackie?
Because in the cuff of your sleeve, you'll find the missing Willebrand diamonds. Look, I'm in Faraday's office. Bring them down here right away, will you?
Don't worry, I will. Bye.
Bye. They got Dalton and Pierre Faraday, and Bob and Jerry ought to be a cinch to pick up.
Yeah, we'll get them all right.
Gee, this is the first case I ever solved by remote control.
You solved it. Where would you be if it weren't for my cops?
Where would you be if it weren't for my brains? Faraday, all that's important is that those diamonds are on the way here. Mary's bringing them down.
That means I've got to have you here until she arrives. It isn't worth it.
You know it is, pal. Just think. Those diamonds will be back here where they belong by tonight.
That's great. But I wish that you were back where you belong right now.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Lady Who Wanted to Live.
Trouble comes cheap in this town. It's one item that's always on the market. You don't even have to go shopping for it. Somebody knocks on your door or dials your number, and you've got all you can handle. I found that out when I met Amy Goodrich, a long, low blonde with lots of speed. One look at her, and you knew you'd been friends too long. We met last Friday afternoon. I'd been out of town 2 days looking for a guy who turned up in jail in Reno. I was home counting the lumps in my mattress, trying to catch up on some sleep, when the phone began jumping around on the hook. I thought it might be somebody with Rose Bowl tickets. I was wrong. It was the Lion. Hello?
Regan, is that you?
What do you want?
Oh, it's a beautiful afternoon. The sun's shining. There's a tang in the air. How'd you like to take a nice drive out to the beach?
The season's over.
Oh, but this is a new season. Fall, Regan. Light suntan, wild ocean. Doesn't it excite you?
I haven't had any sleep in 2 days.
I know, and I hate myself for disturbing you. I just hate myself.
Get to the point, Fatso.
Well, something very important's come up, Jeffrey. I wouldn't trust anybody but you to handle it. And besides, the sea air will do you good. Give you a lift.
This isn't Berlin. Say something.
Well, I want you to call on our new client. She's a nightclub singer, has a beach cottage at Santa Monica, 18106 Coast Road. Her name's Amy Goodrich. You still there, Jeffrey?
Still here.
Up, my boy, to the colors, on the firing line.
Drop dead.
Oh, now that's not being a good soldier. Why, if I didn't know you,
I hung up, stuck my head under the pillow again, and waited for him to call back. He didn't. He was playing it coy. Well, I tossed around for another half hour. The mattress got worse, and then a fly started buzzing against the window shade. About that time, the blonde next door decided to leave her husband, and it got real noisy. So I rolled out of bed, threw on some clothes, and climbed in my car. I drove over to Sunset Boulevard and headed for Santa Monica. 18106 Coast Road turned out to be a bundle of flagstone and glass brick piled up against the ocean. Had a lot of angles, like a shyster lawyer. Figure whoever built it never heard of the FHA. Front door was open. Inside, a skinny little guy with a complexion like dried codfish was catching up on his music appreciation. His eyes swung around when I walked in. It looked like they'd been hurting him all his life. He turned the record player down, but those elevator shoes brought him up to my chin.
I'm listening to music. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any.
How do you know?
We never want anything. So long.
Amy around?
Who are you?
My name's Regan.
What do you want?
You her?
She's around. All right, she's out back on the patio, taking a sunbath. You didn't tell me what you want with her.
I don't. She wants me. Okay?
Okay, sure, okay. Why should you be any different?
Traffic problem, huh?
Yeah, we need stoplights. Go right on through the dining room.
Just in case I want to write this up, who are you?
Felix. Felix Beethoven. Well?
I didn't say anything. When I saw her on the patio by the beach, I knew why Felix was hurting. Amy Goodrich was the kind of blonde they put on those resort hotel calendars in Las Vegas. No matter what month it was, she'd always start you looking around for spring. There wasn't enough material in her sunsuit to make a good pen wiper. And when she smiled at me, I began to feel warm inside, like a radio with a broken coil.
I know it's warm for this time of year, but you aren't wearing a sheepskin.
It wouldn't fit in this crowd.
You're from Mr. Lyon, aren't you?
How'd you know?
Well, he said he was sending me his best man. So, Mr. Regan, come over here and sit by me.
Sure I won't crowd you.
Mm-mm.
Your party, lady.
I always drink scotch. How about you?
Maybe. Later.
Well, so you're the Lion's Eye, Very nice.
Depends on how you look at it. I had to crawl out of bed to come over here.
Oh? You haven't been sick, I hope.
Well, when you work for the line, you just don't get much sleep.
Oh, I see. I thought you looked nice and strong.
I'll tell my tailor.
And quick, too. Look, you can relax, Regan. This job is going to be easy.
What is the job?
Protecting me.
If you're going to wear that all the time, I'd better send for reinforcements.
I think you'll be able to handle it. You'll do just fine.
If I know who I'm protecting you from.
Yes, I suppose you do have to know that. Have you ever heard of Tim Conover, Mr. Regan?
Yeah. He runs an upholstered cigar box downtown. Diamond Club.
He plays for keeps.
I've heard.
And apparently I interest him.
It figures.
I worked for him 2 years ago singing. He became very interested in me, but I turned him down.
Conover wouldn't like that.
He doesn't. He has another girlfriend now, a Helen Lesser. I thought she'd take his mind off me, but she hasn't.
You still sore?
He's been around half a dozen times this past week, casing the place. I think he's got some nasty ideas.
Like?
I don't know. But he might not be very gentle.
So, I hang around until he shows up, huh?
Mm-hmm. You protect me, Mr. Regan. I want you to stay real close to me.
I, could go to the Diamond Club, talk to him.
You could, but he doesn't impress easily. And, I'd still want you around.
I see. You don't want me to talk to him.
There'll be time for that later. But right now, let's you and I get acquainted.
Your boyfriend isn't going to like that.
Felix? He's only my arranger. He writes better if he's jealous.
He must turn out a couple of operas a day. He's got a bad ticker, hasn't he?
He's got a bad heart. But let's talk about us.
Conover, remember?
Oh, Regan, don't go. I hate to be alone.
I'll be back.
Why'd you stay for dinner? I'll send Felix out to a double feature or something.
I'm hired. I have to see Conover.
All right. Kiss me goodbye.
No thanks, lady. I gotta drive. But it figured Amy never read the vehicle code. I didn't mind when her arms went around me, but I could feel something else on the back of my neck. Eyes. Somewhere in that house, Felix was watching, and I knew he wouldn't like the kind of music we were making.
Hurry back, baby.
I could still feel him watching when I broke away and walked back through the house. He wasn't in the dining room, so I went through the archway to the living room. I didn't find him, but he found me. For a guy with a bad ticker, he was fast at his feet. He had a letter opener in his hand, but I didn't see the afternoon mail. I grabbed for him, and he slid away. Then he came around again. This time I got my hand around his wrist. Drop it, Buster. Drop it. Take it easy. You got small bones. You're not built for rough work.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone, Regan. You leave her alone.
Felix got his idea across all right, but he had a one-track mind. I tried some questions, but got no answers. I figured Conover might do better, so I got in my car and drove back into town. It was just getting dark when I parked in Figueroa near Olympic, in front of the Diamond Club. Things were slow when I walked in, too early for the jingle you spin crowd. When I asked for Conover, the bartender blinked a couple of wet stones at me.
In back, bud.
Jerked his head toward the rear. I got as far as the shuffleboard table when a brunette eased out of the shadows. She wasn't wearing a coat, and it figured she was there to stay.
May I help you?
I'm looking for Tim Conover.
I'm expecting him. Come on in. Sit down, Mr.
Regan.
Oh, so you're Jeff Regan.
Ring a bell?
I've heard the name before. It fits you. You're a private investigator. Yes, of course. Tim's not in any trouble, is he?
Not yet.
What do you mean?
Maybe I better talk to him about it. Huh?
Well, if it's that important, I better find him. Make yourself at home, Mr. Regan. If you like scotch...
Thanks. I helped myself to that, waited around for about 10 minutes. The phone rang once, and I let it go. A guy in a blue suit stuck his head in the door, said something about getting the wrong room, backed out. I was just catching up on my music when the door opened. Through the mirror, I saw Conover. A gray suit with a bulge in the front of his coat.
There he is, Tim.
Thanks, baby. I didn't know you played, Regan.
Hello, Conover.
I was having dinner. Helen tells me you've got something on your mind.
That's right. Do I unload it now? In front of her?
Why not? She's my baby.
This is about another baby of yours. Do I go on?
It's your show, Regan.
Amy Goodrich wants you to know she's got protection.
Oh? Well, all right, Regan. You did your job. You told me Amy's got protection. See you somewhere.
She wants to be left alone.
All right, she wants to be left alone. Anybody bothering her?
You are, according to her.
This guy's working in a weed field, Angel. I got over her a long time ago. I haven't seen her in 2 years.
I believe you, Tim.
All right, Regan. She believes me. This is where you get off.
Amy says she's seen you hanging around her place lately. Makes her nervous.
Wrong guy, Regan. You made a big mistake.
Sure. So the guy who picked Michigan.
Look, I don't know what your pitch is, or Amy's, but I'm not buying any.
You may change your mind.
You know, you've been in business too long, taking too many rabbit punches. You ought to start taking care of yourself.
You ring, boss?
Yeah. Get rid of this bum.
They were a real pretty pair of muscles. One of them had a nose that looked like he'd been dipping it in an ink bottle all his life. The other one had an ear that could have passed for a golf ball. Well, they walked me out a door that opened onto an alley in back of the club. That's when the one with all the nose frisked me.
Hey, just in case, Pally, just in case.
Get your hands off me, punk.
Easy, easy. We're just...
Gussie says take it easy.
Hey, look. State of California. Gun and all. This guy's a gumboots. Max.
What?
I don't like no gumboots. Gumboots worse than a bum.
You hear that, gumboots? Gussie says a gumboots is worse than a bum. You don't talk.
Gumboots, how tough are you? Still don't talk.
Hey, Gussie asked you how tough you are, huh? Are you tough? Tough? Not so tough.
My turn. Hold it.
All right.
Now, gumboots, here's what we get on answer.
Very nice, Gussie.
Thank you. Come on, Maxie. We'll be late for dinner.
Yeah, what about him?
Ain't you hurt? He don't feel like eating tonight.
I don't know how long I was away, but when I came back, I felt like I'd been sleeping on the wrong side of the world. I was still in that alley, and it was still dark. My head was rattling like it was full of broken glass. The yellow cat with an inferiority complex was sitting there looking at me. All of at once, he started running.
Regan.
I didn't try to catch him.
Regan! Regan! Can you hear me? Wake up!
Yeah.
Have you been drinking?
Oh, shut up.
I send you out on a simple little job. I put all my faith and trust in you, and what do? Wind up in an alley drunk.
Get out of here.
Nuzzled up to a garbage pail, bleary-eyed, with melon seeds in your hair. How
Stop
can
blowing
you
steam, Fatso. You're not a locomotive.
Oh, now, don't get so excited. You're getting seeds all over.
Give me a hand, will you?
Yeah.
How'd you get here?
Amy Goodrich called. She was getting worried about you. Said you went over to see Conover. She wanted me to stop you.
I figured she would, but she's too late. A couple of his boys played beanbag with my skull.
Well, who does Conover think he is, anyway, pushing my boy around? Just who does he think
There's the door. Go in and ask him.
Well, now, I couldn't do that. Well, tell me, what's this all about?
That's what you're going to tell me.
But I don't know anything.
Amy Goodrich must have told you something when she hired me. If you're holding out on me...
But I'm not, Jeff.
Well, then start checking. Find out about Conover.
Conover? What do you want to know about him?
Everything. Find out, for example, if there's anything Amy Goodrich could be blackmailing him with.
Blackmail? Regan, what is going on?
I told you I don't know.
Well, then make a guess.
Okay. It looks like everyone's in love with Amy. I left the lion standing there. He looked worried, like an elephant with a skin rash. None of it made sense. I knew I'd have to get some answers before long. I drove over to my place and straightened myself out with a shower and some Johnny Walker. A half hour later, I was back out in Santa Monica. The fog was closing in over the house when I rang the bell. Nobody answered. But somewhere in the back there was a light, so I walked around on the sand. The patio was empty. Inside, Amy was sitting on a zebra-striped couch. She was wearing a white strapless thing with a splash of red in one shoulder. She had a movie magazine in one hand and a drink in the other. But she wasn't having a very good time. She was dead.
This is CBS, and you are listening to The Story of the Lady Who Wanted to Live. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, the lion wasn't going to like it. His client, Amy Goodrich, was dead, and she wasn't in the market for protection anymore. I looked around for a gun, but didn't find it. Then I picked up the phone and put in a call to homicide. But I never talked to them. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Felix standing out on the patio, and he saw me. I hit the floor and pulled the ramp with me. Even after the gun was empty, he stood there pulling the trigger. Then he threw it down and began running toward the ocean. I went after him. Hold still. Hold still.
No, let me go.
You'll drown.
No, I don't care. I loved her, Regan. I couldn't stand it anymore. Come here. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I killed her. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Sure it does, but you're not going to kill yourself.
Oh, the police.
What about him?
I phoned them. I told them everything.
When?
Just before you came.
Come on.
But they'll be here. Let go.
Yeah, that's why I said come on. I dragged him out of the surf and got him into my car. He kept mumbling all the way into town. It was 2 minutes after 10 when we got to my apartment. 3 phone calls turned up the lion in a Turkish bath. He kicked, but when I told him what happened, he said he'd come right away. 20 minutes later, he walked in. He still had a towel wrapped around his head. He looked like Sitting Bull in an Easter bonnet.
Where is he, Regan? Where is he?
In there, asleep.
Asleep? Just like that, he can drop off to sleep after what he's done?
I gave him some pills.
What about homicide?
He already called him.
But they'll be looking for him down at the beach. We've got to stay clean, Regan. I'm going to phone homicide.
Pick up that phone and I'll ram it so far down your throat you'll get a busy signal out of your hip pocket.
This is murder. What's gotten into you?
You're not going to toss Felix to the wolves.
Regan, you'll find the girl dead. Felix has the gun. He admits killing her. What are you saving him for? What are you going to do with him? Stuff him and put him on your mantle?
He's a fall guy, a patsy. He didn't do it.
He didn't kill her?
He was carrying this gun. He took 6 shots at me tonight. That's all it holds. There's 1 bullet in her, and he didn't have any extra slugs. Now, what did you find out about Tim Conover?
Oh, he's clean, Regan. Absolutely clean. Unless you want to count a court-martial. He celebrated V.E. Day by poking a major in the chops.
What else?
He kicked him, too.
All right.
Hey, where are you going?
Out. Look, you stay here and keep Felix company.
Oh, of course, Regan. I'll do that. Run along. You needn't worry. I'll watch over Felix like a father.
You'd better.
But the cops will be here. It won't take them more than an hour or 2 to find him.
Yeah, and I've got just that long to find out who really killed Amy Goodrich.
All right. I suppose I'll have to go along. After all, we're working hand in hand in this thing.
In that case, I'll hide my ring. I didn't like the idea of leaving the lion there with Felix, but there was nothing else I could do. Besides, I still had to do business with a guy named Conover. I was just getting into my car when I felt a gun in my back. And right away, I knew Conover had business with me.
All right, Regan. We got things to talk over, now just keep walking straight ahead, the black sedan. Now, Regan, you sit in front with Helen. I'll take the back seat. Okay, Helen.
Where to, Tim?
Nowhere. Regan and me can do our talking right here. It's quiet.
Tim, are you sure you're doing right?
Please, let me handle this, baby. All right, Regan, what's the play? I know Amy's dead. Now, let's just take it from there.
Who told you?
I was there tonight.
Tim, you shouldn't. He'll involve you. He'll tell the police.
I said I'll handle this, baby.
So you were there. I know, don't tell me. She was already dead when you showed up.
No, not quite. All I got out of her was the name of some guy, Dolan, and something about Lake Tahoe. She seemed to think I know what it was about.
And you didn't?
No. Kind of figured you'd tell me.
All right. Blackmail.
Amy? Blackmailing me? You didn't know her very well, did you, Regan?
She said she needed protection. I think she wanted a strong-arm boy.
No, it doesn't fit. She was no good, but not blackmail. It doesn't fit at all.
Maybe I can make it fit.
Don't try. I'm not going to be tagged for this thing, Regan. You know some answers. Maybe you better start talking right now. I said start talking.
I didn't know if Conover was just looking for information or if he wanted to find out how much I knew about a guy named Dolan in Lake Tahoe. Well, I had a 50-50 chance. I could get the butt of that gun across my face, or I could try walking away and take a chance on getting a bullet in my back. And then I saw an old coupe, Oklahoma license, limping along the other side of the street. I opened the door, stepped out onto the sidewalk. I kept on going into the middle of the street. Conover yelled, but he didn't fire. And then the coupe slammed on the brakes.
What's the matter with you, Pilgrim? You want to get yourself bashed up standing out in the middle of the street? Want to get yourself all bashed up,
We ran out of gas.
Well, join an auto club. Pay your dues.
There's no phone. Could you give me a lift?
I wasn't going anyhow. Well, climb in. And do it at the bowling alley. Hey, what are them two going to do? Just sit there, Nick?
I didn't answer that. When we pulled away, Conover was just sitting there staring. But there was nothing to stare at. Helen was different. She registered one look. Fear. All the way downtown, I kept wondering about Conover's play. He could have stopped me, but he didn't. That could mean he hadn't shot Amy. It could also mean he had shot her, but he knew about Felix confessing over the phone to the police. At the Examiner morgue, I found Ned Fuller looking at a girly magazine. I told him what I wanted, and 10 minutes later, he spread out a file dated May 9th, 1945.
Is this it? Wealthy playboy shot to death. Willard J. Dolan, San Francisco socialite, found dead at Lake Tahoe cabin.
That's it.
Oh, well, they never did solve it. There's some stuff here about a mystery
I can
woman.
read.
They think she might have done it. Somebody seen her come out of the cabin that night. She's tall, blonde.
First name, Amy.
No, they never found out who she was.
Somebody did.
Oh, well, there was witnesses. Yeah, let's see here. Mr. and Mrs. Franklin James, San Diego people. They saw the dame come out. They couldn't give a good description of her.
Want to bet?
A bet? Sure, I'll take Notre Dame. Who'll you take?
I'll take a guy named Tim Conover.
Regan.
Hello, Conover. You're staying up late tonight.
You work awfully hard for a buck soldier.
That's for what your boys did to me out in an alley.
I wonder what makes a guy walk into trouble 3 times in one day. You got a lot of nerve, Regan, but you use it in the wrong places.
I'm just getting started.
All right, make your play. What's next?
You talk.
What about?
Dolan, Willard J.
I told you.
Lake Tahoe, May 9th, 1945. Talk, Conover. All right, then I'll talk. A tall blonde named Amy Goodrich. An unsolved murder at Lake Tahoe. But there was a witness. When I first came over here, I guess she was blackmailing you. I was wrong. You were blackmailing her.
You stink, Regan. I told you you wouldn't tag me for this.
Well, you're wrong.
No, he isn't, Mr. Regan.
Oh, so that's it.
Thanks, Helen. Give me the gun. I'll run things from now on. I don't know what you get out of this, Regan, but you got your engine switched.
Look, a mixed-up guy named Felix Beethoven actually thinks he killed Amy, and he didn't. I've got him on ice, but the cops will get him. And when they do, he's on his way to the gas chamber.
Oh, Tim, please, let's get out of here. Let's not listen.
Wait a minute, baby, wait. So I was blackmailing Amy. I had a good thing, but I shot her. And I was the mystery witness at Lake Tahoe. I thought you were a better gumshoe than that, Regan.
What does that mean?
The date was May 9th, 1945. You mean you haven't looked me up?
All of a sudden, it hit me. Something the lion had said about V.E. Day and a major who got hit in the chops. And the whole thing came apart at the seams. Conover couldn't have been the witness. He was in a guardhouse in Germany. I began to feel helpless, like a glassblower with hiccups. For the first time in my life, I really wanted to talk to the lion. I looked at the gun in Conover's hand, then I reached for the phone and dialed. Slow. He didn't stop me.
answer.
Lion, the cops.
Oh, Regan. They're not here yet.
Felix?
Still asleep.
Well, get him out of there.
Regan, I can't do that.
Get him out of there. We broke our pick.
What?
I've been working the wrong angle. We gotta have more time.
But I can't get him out of here now. We'll be seen. You must have something.
I have. A guy named Willard Dolan was killed at Lake Tahoe. A Mr. and Mrs. Franklin James were the witnesses. But Conover isn't...
Regan.
Hold it. Yeah?
That name.
Tim.
Mr. and Mrs. Franklin James?
Hang up.
Regan, what's going on?
Hang up.
Jeffrey, are you...
Helen's got something to tell you.
Oh, Tim, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead, baby. Tell him.
Tim.
Wait a minute. Mrs. Franklin James.
Yeah, Mrs. Franklin James.
All right. I was Mrs. Franklin James. I was a witness. I did blackmail Amy.
And you figured me to be the fall guy. You hung around just so you could use me if the heat ever came on.
No, I swear, Tim. I love you. I never meant to get you involved. But I used a piece of your stationery once. Amy had it traced.
So she figured it was Conover all the time.
Yes. Oh, I went crazy trying to cover it up. Because I love you, Tim. I love you. I couldn't let anything happen to you.
No, but you set me up for a murder rap.
No, I wasn't. I was trying to protect you. Don't you see Amy was going to kill you, Tim?
She was going to kill me.
Yes. Oh, she wanted Regan Forrest to set up that story about your threatening her. And then she could claim self-defense.
But it didn't work that way.
No. You came around. I couldn't let Tim find out. I couldn't let anybody find out.
You killed her, didn't you?
Yes, I killed her. For you, Tim. I killed her for you. We can get away, darling. Regan's the only one who knows.
Sure, and a kid with a bum ticket takes the rap. Except that somebody might ask questions about what happened to me.
We'll have to take that chance, Tim. Regan's the only one who can make trouble for us.
Us, baby?
What?
I don't have any troubles. You have.
Oh, Tim. You're joking. Listen to me.
You're wasting your time.
Tim. You won't help me?
No.
You won't help me?
No.
But if you let them arrest me, I'll die. They'll convict me. Oh, please, you have the gun, Tim. You can save me. I don't want to die. I love you. I want to live. I don't want to go.
All right, Regan. You better get her out of here.
Tim!
Regan, I said get her out of here.
Well, that's the way it wound up. Helen went to headquarters. Tim went back to his club. I went out of town for a few days. When I got back, I drifted into the office. The Lion gave me the wind-up. A report on Felix.
Yes, Regan. Those doctors worked on Felix Beethoven 3 days. Psychiatric medicine's a profound study. Profound. They finally convinced him he didn't kill Amy.
Yeah.
That's sad. He loved that woman as cruel as she was to him. He loved her a great deal. I suppose life will be lonely for him now that she's gone.
You're wrong.
What do you mean?
I saw him in Hollywood today. He's got a new friend, one with red hair.
You mean to tell me he's willing to do it again? To accept abuse from another woman? Why, that man's a natural for any woman's dominance.
He hasn't got a thing to worry about.
But you said she was a redhead, and I know redheads.
Yeah, but Felix is bigger than this one. Besides, the new one's a Cocker Spaniel.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written by E. Jack Newman and Adrian Jandot, directed by Sterling Tracy. Frank Graham is starred as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I have another story to tell you today. This one is about a crime in which a murderer is trapped by one of the most powerful forces of nature. Do you want to hear it?
Now starring Paul Frees as your teller of tales. Another story from The Black Book.
Yes. From the world's most fabulous collection of strange and unusual stories, The Black Book, I have selected a story called The Vagabond Murder. Eric Patterson was growing desperate. He'd been there for over 2 hours, waiting with less and less patience for the door in front of him to open. He listened intently for the warning sound of the key in the door. Eric needed to be warned because when the man he was waiting for entered the room, Eric was going to kill him. As the seconds ticked past in the darkness, Eric thought back to the beginning of all this. It was in New York. He had taken his wife, Karen, along on a business trip. It had been quite successful, and one of the best contacts he'd made was Henry Drucker. Drucker, the richest, most influential man in the whole investment business. And he seemed to like Eric from the start. And with Karen, they made a gay trio the last few days. Rounds of cocktail parties, the theater, endless nightclubs. And then on the last evening of all, Drucker had said,
"Look, Eric, why not join me on the Bermuda trip? The best thing in the world for you and Karen. My yacht sails tomorrow. What do you say?"
At first, Eric thought it was just talk, but he was wrong. And the next day they sailed for Bermuda on Drucker's yacht, the Vagabond. It wasn't until the return trip that Eric began to suspect that it wasn't him Drucker was really interested in, but Karen. And then the night before they were to dock in New York, it happened. The three of them were sitting at the small bar after dinner when Karen got up, said she wanted some fresh air, and went out on deck. A few minutes later, Drucker excused himself.
"I think I'll go to my cabin, Eric. But I won't be long. Wait here for me, will you?"
"Well, yes, if you like."
"Good. Then we'll have a nightcap together."
And so Eric was left alone. As he sat there, disturbing images began to form in Eric's mind. Pictures of Drucker, handsome, virile, wealthy, and of Karen, young, beautiful, and oh so impressionable. With a suddenness that overturned the bar stool, Eric was on his feet, and half running, he crossed the room and went down the corridor to Drucker's stateroom. Drucker, open the door. Drucker, do you hear me? Open this door, I'll break it down.
Just a minute, Eric. I'll be right there. Just take it easy.
I'll take it easy till I count to 5, then I'm coming in. 1, 2...
All right, Eric.
Where's she? Where's my wife?
Well, you must be drunk, Eric. Karen isn't in here.
Was she in here, Drucker? Tell me the truth.
Don't be a fool, Eric. Of course she wasn't.
Then why was your door... I guess I have made a fool of myself. I'm sorry, Drucker.
Forget it. I'll tell you why I locked the door. You see, Eric, I'm diabetic and have to give myself an insulin shot about this time every night. Naturally, I don't talk about it, nor do I like anyone barging in while I'm at it.
Eric stood there feeling like a fool while Drucker washed the hypodermic needle and put it away in a box. Eric watched him place the box next to a packet of insulin capsules in the drawer of the night table by his bunk.
I can understand your jealousy, old man, with a wife as lovely as Karen. But I know women, Eric, and Karen is in love with you. She always will be.
Look, I'm terribly sorry about this, Drucker.
Oh, now, let's just forget all about it. Matter of fact, I've been wanting to talk to you about something I've already told Karen. And it should prove how I feel about you, Eric. Here, pour yourself a drink.
Thanks, I need it.
You know anything about uranium?
Oh, it's expensive.
Know anything about Peru?
What are you driving at?
Uranium in Peru, Eric. Big. Really big. And the payoff is so big that I was going to put in $750,000 on my own. But I'll let you have $250,000 of it if you want it.
That's a lot of money.
So is a return of 23%.
Yeah. But I haven't got that much. I'd have to borrow on everything.
180 days should see the first dividends.
You'll have a certified check within 2 weeks. Back in New York, Eric and Drucker spent hours poring over graphs, reports, charts, surveys to make certain their investment was sound. and they could find no flaw. But 6 months later, Eric learned that even the most gilt-edged promotion can fail. Uranium in Peru didn't make him a millionaire. It ruined him. It took his entire personal fortune. And because he'd borrowed so heavily, his business and his credit were ruined. Eric suddenly found himself without a single capital asset. In desperation, he went to see Drucker.
So that's the picture, Eric. There isn't a thing I can do.
Yes, of course. I understand your position.
All my cash assets went too, and everything else of mine's tied up. You can't touch it for years.
Well, we took a chance, and we both lost. Thanks again, Drucker.
Eric, do you have any plans?
Well, I've had an offer from the coast.
Oh.
Small investment house in Oakland.
Well, I'm sure it'll work out fine. Tell me about Karen. How is she taking all this?
Karen? Oh, she's really great, Drucker. Now she decided to go back to modeling in New York for 6 months or so. Just while I'm getting started, you understand.
She's a fine girl, Eric. You're very lucky.
Yes, I know I am. Well, goodbye, and thanks again. Out in California, Eric thought often of Drucker. After all, it was part of the game. They'd missed this time, but maybe the next. More often, however, he thought about Karen in New York. He'd heard from her regularly at first, and then the letters stopped. For 6 weeks, he heard nothing. He phoned long distance again and again, but nothing was able to find her. And he was beginning to be beside himself with worry and fear. Then one night his phone rang. Yes, hello?
Mr. Patterson?
Yes?
This is Oliver Fay. I do a little gossip column here for the Herald. I hope you read me.
No, I don't.
Well, anyway, perhaps you'd like to make a statement.
Statement? What are you talking about?
Well, it's about the marriage of Karen, your perfectly lovely ex-wife, and Henry Drucker.
Where'd you hear this?
I never reveal my sources, Mr. Patterson, but they're driving Mr. Drucker's Nash Healy out from Reno tomorrow. They'll be married aboard the Vagabond. Oh, it'll be terribly romantic, sailing off to the 7 seas in search of happiness, nursing their newfound love under the Southern Cross.
Oh. At first, Eric thought it was all a lie, that perhaps he was the victim of a cruel prank. But he had to find out. And an hour later, he was standing on a fog-wet pier looking at the sleek white outline of the Vagabond. And suddenly, as waves of nausea swept through him, he understood everything. Drucker had deliberately ruined him, and undoubtedly with Karen's knowledge. These last 6 weeks, Karen had been in Reno divorcing him by default. Everything had been taken from him. His money, his wife, his pride, and he hated them for it. Eric stood there raging, his eyes fixed on the porthole he knew to be that of Drucker's own cabin. And suddenly he realized that he was going to kill Drucker. And a second later he knew how he was going to kill him. He returned to his rooms and dialed the number of the Herald, asking for Oliver Fay.
Fay speaking.
Mr. Fay, this is Eric Patterson.
Oh, yes.
Look, I want to apologize for my rudeness earlier this evening.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Patterson. People are often harsh.
Yes, well, I'm sorry. I would like to give you a statement now. It's simply that Henry Drucker and I are close friends, and, well, there's no ill feeling between any of us. You understand. I certainly wish them the best of everything.
Well, good. I'll print that, and I'll show it to them tomorrow night. And you know, there's a pre-wedding party aboard the Vagabond.
Oh? What time are they sailing? I might want to send them a wire.
Well, I have my little notes right here. Let me see now. Cocktails at 5:30, then dinner at about 8, and finally the sailing around 2 a.m., I think. You know, it's going to be such fun. I'm the only one of the literary crowd they've included.
Oliver Fay gushed on, but Eric wasn't listening now. He had all the information he needed. Henry Drucker was as good as dead right now. About 6:30 next evening, Eric stood in the shadows of the pier and watched the last of the guests arrive and board the Vagabond. Then he walked quickly across the open area directly to the porthole of Drucker's cabin. He was unobserved. The porthole was on a level with the pier, and Eric had to lie on his stomach in order to crawl through it. A moment later, he was safely inside. He closed the porthole and waited for his eyes to become accustomed to the darkness. Then he found the night table by Drucker's bunk and removed the hypodermic needle and insulin. Quickly, he filled the syringe with more than enough insulin to kill a man and placed it carefully on top of the table. Next, he found a towel and rolled it lengthwise. With it, he could choke Drucker into unconsciousness without leaving a mark. Now he was ready. An hour passed, then 2, and a third more slowly than ever. And for the first time, Eric grew nervous. Another hour, and the towel in his hands was wet with perspiration. What had happened? Had Drucker, in the excitement of the evening, forgotten his injection? Panic began to rise in Eric, and he fought it back desperately. And then suddenly he heard a key in the door. He stood back and waited. The door opened, and Drucker, a black figure against the light of the corridor, entered the cabin. Eric waited until he'd locked the door behind him. Then he moved. What? The towel went around Drucker's neck, and Eric twisted it with a frenzied strength. After a moment or two, Drucker ceased to struggle, and Eric finally released him. He might have been dead already, but to be sure and to make it look like suicide or an accident, he injected the overdose of insulin. Then it was over. Perfect. Eric sighed deeply with relief and satisfaction.
Mr. Drucker? Mr. Drucker? Oh, come now, I know you're in there. You promised me an interview, you know.
Terror-stricken, Eric moved to the porthole. His hands trembled as he opened it and prepared to climb through. But something was wrong. The porthole was open, but he couldn't get out. Blocking it 6 inches from his hands was a solid wall of pilings, great timbers side by side. The floor of the pier was now 2 feet above him. For a moment he was dazed. And then he knew. The tide. The tide was going out, and the ship had dropped a few feet with it. The tide had cut off Eric's only escape. He was hopelessly trapped. He sat down heavily, almost ready to cry.
I'm still here, Mr. Drucker, and I'll wait right here all night if necessary. Do you hear me?
The Black Book stars Paul Frees as your teller of tales, assisted today by the noted Hollywood actor John Daner. The Vagabond Murder was written by Norman MacDonald and John Meston and directed by Mr. MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Every Monday night, a top Hollywood star plays the leading role in a thrill-packed story on suspense on most of these same CBS radio stations. Clarence Cassell speaking. Remember, Broadway Playhouse brings you top stars and top stories Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, a beauty on the boulevard, a bearcat in the brush.
Oh, now, really?
Patty?
I'm sorry I called.
Well, I'm not Lieutenant Levinson. Your voice always reminds me of strained boulders.
Look, Rick, you want a job?
I refuse to clean up after Otis. You just got to quit feeding him in the office.
I've got a guy down here in the tomb.
Well, give him some embalming fluid, wrap him in 12 yards of first aid bandage, put a dog at his feet, and call the museum.
What?
They'll never know the difference. Just an old mummy you ran into when you were out trying to dig up a date.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, what's on your mind?
This is not exactly official, but I've got a guy down here that I'm holding for the team in. He's screaming that he wants a private detective.
A con? Oh, come on, Walt.
He's got money.
Money? Well, why do you drag out these conversations? I could have been down there by now.
Money. According to Webster, any particular form or denomination of coin or paper which is lawfully current. According to Diamond, that which makes his little heart go pity-pat and his landlord send voodoo death warnings. Actually, I have certain rules about the people I take money from. First, they've got to have it. Second, they've got to be people. I closed my office and headed for the 5th Precinct, where Fatty Levinson, the guiding stomach of the homicide department, showed me down to the tombs where he introduced me to my potential client, a Mr. Charles Johnson, who was sitting in his cell looking very unhappy. Got a visitor, Mr. Johnson. The detective? Yes, this is Mr. Diamond. Go on in, Rick. Yell when you're done.
Right. Thanks, Walt.
Sure.
Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
What's your trouble, Johnson?
I've been framed.
Sure.
I was convicted of passing counterfeit money.
But you didn't pass it.
Oh, certainly, I passed it all right, but I didn't know I was passing it.
Oh, then you better tell me the whole thing.
Well, it's very simple. For some time, I had evidently been passing bad money. The merchants with whom my wife and I trade told the police that someone had given them counterfeit bills. According to the police, I was finally spotted as the passer. They followed me for several days, and they say I passed bad bills on 6 different occasions.
And you think you've been framed?
Mr. Diamond, I have no access to counterfeit money. I'm retired, and I live more than comfortably. I have a great deal of money, Mr. Diamond. Why would I want to pass counterfeit bills?
Maybe you hate spending the good stuff.
Someone who could have replaced my spending money with the bad bills did so. They even found the counterfeit bills in my safe at home.
What about your wife?
She was arrested with me. She passed some of the bills, and if we hadn't had a good lawyer, she would have been convicted also.
Well, how do you get her off?
According to the officers, I was the one who gave her the counterfeit bills. There's some law about that.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do it of her own free will.
This lawyer handled your case, too?
He's my personal lawyer. Been with me for years.
Well, Mr. Johnson, I'd say you were in a tough spot.
But I'm innocent.
Where do you keep your personal cash?
Mostly in the safe.
How much?
2,000 or 3,000 at all times.
Don't pay your bills by check?
Never have. Like to pay everything in cash. I'm known for it. Will you try to help me?
For $100 a day in expenses.
I have turned over all my money to my wife to be handled by my lawyer.
Which one do I see?
John Forbes, my lawyer. I've already conferred with him. He'll be expecting you. Just tell him you're the detective I hired.
The lawyer's address was across town, 554 East 52nd Street, a tall building in the middle of the block, office 511, blonde secretary 52, age 24. I was shown into a richly furnished room, complete with heavy wood paneling and something else in high heels that made me forget the blonde.
You're the detective Mr. Johnson has hired?
That's right. Richard P. Diamond, when you get around to writing it on a check.
This is Mr. Johnson's wife. Mrs. Johnson, Mr. Diamond.
How do you do, Mr. Diamond?
How do you do?
What is your fee, Mr. Diamond?
$100 a day in expenses. Do you think your husband is guilty, Mrs. Johnson?
Of course not. He didn't know he was passing that money.
How do you think he got the bad bills in his safe?
I can't imagine.
How about you, Mr. Forbes? Do you think that Mr. Johnson knew he was passing the counterfeit money?
Certainly not.
Do you have any theories about it?
You're the detective, Mr. Diamond, and quite an expensive one.
Yeah, I'm a pig. The kind of case you really love. No clues, and no one knew anything. I spent the next hour throwing questions at Forbes and Mrs. Johnson. Result, 0. Forbes had been a member of the State Bar for 10 years, handled some big accounts. Mrs. Johnson had met her husband in Florida 3 years before. About 15 years younger, but completely happy. But there was one little thing that kept nagging at me. According to Forbes, Johnson had a cool $1 million, and that took me right back to the reason I'd gotten interested. Why would a man like that pass phony bills? I got a substantial retainer and checked back with Walt. Rick, I got an idea. Maybe Johnson wanted his wife out of the way, so he tried to frame her by giving her the bad money, hoping she'd get caught. Instead, he got caught. The gag backfired. So he slipped it to her in plain sight of everyone. Well, it's possible. At this point, anything's possible. By the way, did you find out anything about those counterfeit bills?
Yeah, I checked with the Treasury men. They told me that during the trial they identified the work. The engraving was done by Leon Fisher.
Ooh, one of the best counterfeiters in the business a long time ago. Is he in or out of prison?
He's out. You remember when we sent him up the last time?
Oh, do I? I was playing stickball in knickers the last time Fisher went up the river.
It was only 15 years ago, Peter Pan.
Okay, so I date myself.
He's been out for 10 years.
I remembered now. Happy, Methuselah? Say, wasn't Fisher picked up once after he got out for trying to pass some more of the stuff?
Yeah, 10 years ago, but got off. Not enough evidence then. But the Treasury Department's looking for him now.
Oh, thanks, Walt.
You still think you can do something for your client?
I don't know, but I did just have a thought. If Johnson kept passing his stuff for a week or so, he must have been pretty stupid not to recognize it.
You don't remember Fisher very well. He was a real artist. His stuff could fool the U.S. Treasury unless they examined the paper.
Well, now I had one lead. An old-time counterfeiter named Leon Fisher. Swell lead. Even the Treasury Department didn't know where to find him. But in my business, I could use a couple of gimmicks the team men couldn't. I left the phone booth and headed for the Lower East Side, and a gentleman known for his dubious ability with a paintbrush and his gifts of underworld knowledge, providing the price was right.
Yes, who is knocking, please?
Vladimir?
But there must be some mistake. The name is Mabel.
Oh, stop making like a Floridora girl. It's Diamond.
The detective?
Well, certainly. Open up.
Who you're working for?
It's not your landlord.
Greenblatt, the butcher?
You don't even know him.
Know him, schmo him. Do I owe him?
No.
Comrade.
Now, I need some information, Vladimir.
I could paint your portrait while we talk. For you, a magnificent oil painting of your wonderful face. Eesh. Only $50.
I haven't got time.
A quick charcoal, $25?
No.
Hand-painted ties? A small statue of a snowbound Cossack, stolen personally from the Tsar's private collection.
No.
Cheap.
Where can I find Leon Fisher?
You can't afford the snowbound Cossack and you are interested in Leon Fisher?
Fisher fits my collection.
Wasn't he somewhat of an artist himself?
$20.
A fellow artist.
30.
Probably starving, like myself.
40.
Such a talent not to be really appreciated.
50. Last price.
Last price?
You know me pretty well by now.
60.
Goodbye, Vladimir.
Wait. He's living in an old shack on 14 River Street. Goes under by the name Peters.
Peters the artist?
Peters the peasant. $50, please. And I promise you no part of it will ever reach Northern Korea.
Headed for 14 River Street and to Mr. Leon Fisher, alias one Mr. Peters. The first lead in the whole mess, but very likely to have nothing at all to do with my client, Mr. Johnson. 14 River Street was just as Vladimir had described it, and a little more so. An old shack, all right. Very possibly the oldest, also the dirtiest on the river.
Yeah?
Your name Peters?
Yeah.
Mind if I come in?
Yeah, you smell like a cop.
Well, if I was, I'd have called you Fisher.
Come on in. Sit down.
Thanks.
What's on your mind?
Some money.
Oh, you sure came to the right place, but we don't open until 10 o'clock in the morning. Got a time block on the vault.
The Treasury Department is looking for you.
What?
Some of your portraits of our presidents have found their way back into circulation.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They got the plates when they sent you up the last time 15 years ago, but they never got the money. Remember?
I still don't know what you're talking about.
15 years might make a guy think the heat's off.
Get out of here.
You know a man named Johnson?
I don't know anybody you know or anything about money or plates. Now, beat it.
I can make a quick call to the team, man.
You got the wrong boy. Beat it.
Boy? Let me tell you something. I was playing stickball with... Oh, forget it. He was Fisher, all right. No doubt about it. But I didn't have enough information or the authority to sweat it out of him. It was getting dark when I left and headed for a phone, keeping an eye on the shack in case Fisher decided to skip. I was halfway down the block when I heard it. Oh, no. The shot had come from the direction of Fisher's shack, so I took off like an overstimulated cabby. Suicide? Didn't figure. Fisher was lying in the middle of the floor. The slug had caught him high in the chest, and he was dying fast. Suicide? Not a bit. No time to wait around and get mixed up with a lot of questions about Fisher's death I couldn't answer anyway. So I called Walt and gave him the story. A fast cab and $1.80 later, I was going through the morgue files in my favorite newspaper.
Here's some more stuff on Lee and Fisher, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks, Charlie, but I think I found what I want.
Yeah?
Yeah, right here. The last time they picked him up, got off clean as a whistle.
Yeah. Says they caught him passing a counterfeit bill. The witnesses say they saw another man giving it to him.
According to this, the other man was a two-bit hood wanted for everything in the books. He went to prison denying he ever gave Fisher the bills, but there were witnesses.
Pretty smart lawyer to get Fisher off when he was a known counterfeiter. Even if witnesses did say they saw another hood slipping the money. Very smart lawyer.
Fisher was shot with a .32, Rick. Slugs and ballistics now. The killer didn't leave any footprints because of that rocky shoreline behind the shack.
Well, now we know from Fisher before he died that the killer was the one who took the counterfeit money.
You said Fisher told you he was forced to give up the money. The killer must have had something on Fisher.
I found something in newspaper morgue that might interest you, Walt. The last time Fisher was sent to trial for passing counterfeit money, he got off.
That's right.
You know how he got off?
No, I can't remember exactly.
Had a good lawyer. The lawyer used a loophole in the law, had witnesses who swore someone else gave Fisher the bad bill.
Hey, that's the same gimmick Johnson's lawyer used to get the wife off.
Same gimmick, same lawyer.
What?
Now, the lawyer who represented Fisher 10 years ago was a struggling criminal attorney named Forbes, John Forbes. Now representing Johnson, the man you've got locked up downstairs.
Well, if he fixed that witness 10 years ago for Fisher, that could be the club he used to make Fisher give him the old counterfeit money.
Well, he could have followed me, seen me go in to see Fisher, listened outside, and killed him after I left.
I'll have him picked up.
No, wait a minute. Where's your motive?
Well, he's now handling Johnson's money, $1 million. That's motive enough to frame anyone.
Yeah, but two things throw that out. Forbes is supposedly a very successful lawyer, and he only controls Johnson's money through his wife.
Well, maybe she's in on it with him.
That's a possibility. Either that or there's a way for Forbes to get the money without her knowing it.
Could be.
Now, first we got to find out how he handles Mrs. Johnson's money, and then we've got to find out if he really is as successful as he appears.
I still think we better have a talk with Mr. Johnson.
You know, I think you're right.
Have you found out anything, Mr. Diamond?
Got some pretty good hunches, Johnson. Tell me, how does the arrangement work with your money concerning your lawyer and your wife?
Mr. Forbes gives my wife whatever money he considers necessary, according to his judgment.
Do you trust his judgment, Mr. Johnson?
Of course.
Financially successful?
Of course. Just my yearly retainer alone would help him to live quite comfortably.
No bad investments?
Not that I know of.
When he gives your wife the money, can he just write a check or make a withdrawal?
Not without my wife's countersignature.
Where did you meet your wife?
In Florida, 3 years ago.
Your wife and Forbes are very good friends?
Well, the very best. Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't think...
I don't know. But I'll let you know if I come up with something. I was getting close. Forbes knew Fisher, the counterfeiter. Very possibly knew he had the counterfeit money stashed under the old shack. He'd gotten Fisher off 10 years before, and he could have framed the case and forced Fisher to give him the counterfeit on the strength of it. The countersigned checks almost definitely showed the wife to be in on it, but I still needed a motive. The one thing I had to prove, that Forbes was not as successful as he was supposed to have been, and that he needed cash, and also that Mrs. Johnson wanted to frame her husband and help Forbes. It was 8 o'clock when Walt and I piled into the squad car and headed for the home of John Forbes. At 8:30, we parked across the street a half a block away. At 9:15, we spotted Forbes leaving by his front door. We followed him east across town, where he pulled up in front of 705 East 46th Street and went in. 10 minutes to 10, he came out again, but this time he wasn't alone. On his arm, still looking very interesting in high heels and topped off with an ermine wrap.
Mrs. Johnson.
Yeah, $1 million and that. Makes a guy wonder about that old adage, crime doesn't pay. 10 o'clock and on the outskirts of town heading across the river for Jersey. Walt uncomfortable about leaving his territory, but interested enough to keep on tailing. 10:30 and we pulled up in front of a big building in Jersey.
They're going in.
Yeah, Carlos Droca's country club. Dinner with a side order of roulette. Good place for any guy to lose his money.
They're taking a table in the supper room.
And a gambling room in the back. Maybe they just need some energy.
Look, Forbes is getting up.
Face the bar. He's headed this way.
He's headed for Droker's office.
Yeah. I know Droker pretty well. Did him a favor once. When Forbes comes out, I think I'll go in.
Well, it's good to see you again, Ricky. Good you come around and pay me a visit. How you been, huh?
All right, Droker. Haven't got much time.
Oh, business, huh? I was hoping you'd stick around, play the wheel. Who knows, you might win something.
On your wheel?
Well, that's why you might win something, because it's my wheel.
You want to do me a favor?
You done me a couple. I don't forget.
The guy who was just in here, John Forbes.
I can't knock him off for you, Ricky. He's too good a customer.
Good customer loses a lot, huh?
Yeah. Forbes one of the best customers I got.
Pays up?
Yeah, most of the time.
Never got to a point where he couldn't?
Only once I had to put the pressure on him. Only once.
Oh, I see. But he paid up.
Yeah. I gave him 60 days.
How much was it, and when did he pay it?
$15,000, and he paid it 10 minutes ago. He's going to lose some more.
One more question. Did he give you check or cash?
Cash. You know something, Ricky? What would guys like me do if there weren't guys like that around, huh?
With guys like you around, there'll always be guys like that around.
Goodbye, Ricky.
Goodbye. Having a little snort, Fatty?
You did it again. You always do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me, if Forbes and Mrs. Johnson still in the gambling room?
Yeah.
No, we were right. Forbes has been losing his money to Droker.
Well, there's the motive. Let's pick them up.
No, wait. I want to nail him for sure on the Fisher killing. If we pick them both up now, they'll have time to think about it, get the story straight.
Well, what do you want to do?
We'll work on Mrs. Johnson, but let her alone until the bank's open.
Why until the bank's open?
Well, Forbes paid Droker $15,000 in cash. I want to see if Mrs. Johnson cashed a check for that amount. If she did, we'll pick her up, but not Forbes. I want him to think he's safe until we break down Mrs. Johnson. See you tomorrow, Fatty.
Right.
Morning, Walt.
Hi, Rick. I got Mrs. Johnson in the other room, and she's screaming for her lawyer.
What about the bank?
You were right. Otis called in about 5 minutes ago. The bank cashed a check yesterday morning signed by Forbes and Mrs. Johnson for $15,000.
How about Forbes?
Had Collins watching him all night. He'll pick him up when we need him.
Okay. Let's go to work on Mrs. Johnson.
Okay. Otis,
Yeah, Lieutenant.
bring in Mrs. Johnson.
Right, Lieutenant.
You just gonna come right out and accuse her of it?
No. Just a little friendly chat.
Mrs. Johnson, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss
The
Johnson.
meaning of this, Lieutenant.
How are you this morning, Mrs. Johnson?
None of your business. I demand to know what right
Have
you
a seat.
Not until I have an explanation.
Have a nice time last night, Mrs. Johnson?
Why, yes, I had a wonderful time. My attorney, Mr. Forbes, took me to dinner. Anything wrong with that?
Went to Jersey, didn't you?
I understand you followed me.
Nice place, Trucker's Restaurant.
I see. Yes, a very nice place, Mr. Diamond.
Win anything gambling?
I lost. Are you going to arrest me for gambling?
How'd Mr. Forbes make out?
He won a little, but I don't see what business
Won
that
a
is.
little, huh? Oh, for him, that's a change.
What do you mean?
Well, according to Droker, Mr. Forbes has been losing heavily for some time.
I wouldn't know. What Mr. Forbes does with his money is not my concern.
He paid Droker a $15,000 gambling debt last night.
Did he?
I understand you cashed a check for that amount yesterday morning.
All right, what about it?
You have the combination to your husband's safe?
Of course, that's where I keep my jewelry.
Does Mr. Forbes?
I don't think so. That is, I don't know.
Nice-looking guy, Forbes.
Mr. Diamond, I don't know what you're getting at, but this is absurd.
Until last night, Forbes was too broke to pay off his debt to Droker.
All right, supposing I gave Mr. Forbes the money. Is there anything wrong with that?
I don't know. Wonder what your husband would say.
It was a loan.
Excuse me.
You know something,
Yeah?
Mrs. Johnson? We think your husband was framed. We think someone put phony bills in his safe so he'd get caught
Yeah,
passing
right.
them.
Right. Rick.
Excuse me, Mrs. Johnson.
McCarthy's been tailing Forbes. Says Forbes just purchased a ticket to Rio.
One ticket?
Yeah. If he's on such a gravy train, why pull out alone?
Maybe he got more than the 15,000. Mrs. Johnson, we think John Forbes framed your husband so he could get money out of you.
That's utterly ridiculous.
And for a while, we thought you were in on it because the checks had to be co-signed.
Well, I hope you've changed your mind.
Oh, I guess we have to. Why would Forbes leave for South America if he was planning on getting money from you?
Leave?
One ticket for Rio.
I don't believe you.
Oh, check if you want to.
Well, it doesn't make any difference to me. When's he leaving?
He already has.
No. No, he couldn't.
Why not? Just a trip, probably. He'll be back.
He couldn't be. All right, Mr. Diamond. I signed over a power of attorney this morning so he could liquidate $500,000 in negotiable securities. I was supposed to be on that plane with him.
Let's go pick him up.
Pick him up? I thought you said he'd already left.
Oh, shame on me for fibbing. I guess I just isn't going to go to heaven. Come on, Walt.
Yes?
Mind if we come in, Forbes?
Oh, the private detective.
And Lieutenant Levinson.
We've met.
Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I'm very busy.
Oh, packing, eh? Well, Rio's nice this time of year.
Yes. Well, come in if you like.
Just go right ahead. We won't bother you.
All right, boys. What's on your minds?
Well, we just had a talk with Mrs. Johnson. She told us everything.
What do you mean, everything?
She's a little unhappy about you skipping with those securities.
Oh? You don't mind if I finish my packing?
Well, go right ahead. But we really couldn't see our way clear to letting you take a trip if you had those securities.
No?
Makes it look like you might have framed Johnson for his money.
What did you do? Make his wife fall in love with you and then talk her into it?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
How about Leon Fisher, the counterfeiter you cleared back in 39?
I haven't seen him since then.
We better take a look in that bag.
No, Lieutenant. Hold it right there.
Put it down, Forbes. You can't get both of us.
I don't think you're willing to take a chance on it.
We're 10 feet apart. You try for the lieutenant, I go for my gun.
And if I try for you?
Walt. Okay.
Awful close.
Yeah. What's in the bag?
I'll take a look. See how Forbes is. Well, well. Securities and a bundle of dough. All counterfeit. I guess he figured he could unload it if things got tough. How is he?
Dead. But don't worry about it, Walt. A guy like Forbes spent his time figuring out so many crooked angles for other people. Sooner or later, he had to trip over one and break his own neck.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
And no one joins the chase with more determination than the fortune hunter.
You see this item right here in the obituary column, friend? It's only 5 lines wide, but there's a story behind it that you could stick between the covers of a book. The story starts with a guy named Keith Claiborne, whose real handle was plain old Artie Snide. He grew up tall, dark, and handsome, with a smile like a toothpaste ad and only one ambition, to marry $1 million. He didn't care who she was or what she was, as long as she had the Mazuma. And while he waited for a wealthy widow to chase, he polished up his manners until his style was smooth as silk and just as creepy as the worms that make it. His big chance came on a plane bound from Chicago to New York, where Artie found himself sitting beside something fair, fat, and pushing 50, but rolling in mink. One glance at the rocks on her fingers had Artie drooling like a horse. The first thing you know, he'd turned on the charm. Molars, mustache, and all.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes?
Would you mind very much if I smoked?
Oh, I know, of course not.
Thank you. I hope you don't think I'm being rude or inquisitive, but I'd greatly appreciate it if you'd autograph this envelope for me.
You want my autograph?
Yes, Miss Ellington.
Oh, my name isn't Ellington.
It isn't.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I thought you were Dorothy Ellington, the moving picture star.
You did?
You look so much alike.
Oh, no one's ever told me that before.
It happens to be true.
Well,
Oh, please forgive me. I realize we're total strangers, but I just couldn't
oh,
help.
don't apologize. It's quite all right.
Is it?
Well, of course.
My name's Keith Claiborne. The Chicago Claibornes.
I'm Eloise McKendall.
Miss McKendall?
Mrs.
Oh,
I'm a widow, you see.
a widow. A widow at your age?
Well,
You poor child. Please accept my condolences.
you needn't feel so sorry for me. My late husband, George McKendall, died some years ago. I've gotten over it.
Did you say George McKendall?
Yes.
The copper magnate?
Did you know him?
I believe he was a close associate of my brother's. The Claibornes are steel.
Well, how interesting.
This is an amazing coincidence. Why, we're practically old friends.
Well, yes, we are, aren't we?
You're going to New York, I take it?
For a visit. My home is in Montana.
Well, then you must let me show you around.
Oh, no, I couldn't impose.
Impose? I never consider it an imposition to put myself out for a beautiful woman.
Why, Mr. Claiborne.
Please, call me Keith. If you want to see the real New York, I'll show you places.
Artie's family was in steel, all right. His father was a riveter. But lying was part of Artie's stock in trade, and he was second to nobody when it came to cooking up a yarn. Well, for the next 2 weeks, he gave Mrs. McKendall a whirl. He put himself into hock to get the dough to show her around. Artie had nickels instead of red blood corpuscles and a cash register for a heart. But it didn't show when he dolled up in his white tie and tails and became the handsomest heel in town.
Oh, you dance divinely, Keith.
Only because I have an angel in my arms.
Oh, how you do carry on.
I've never been so happy in my life, Eloise.
Neither have I. It's too bad it has to end.
End?
Yes.
Come on, Eloise, let's sit down.
Well, all right.
Now, what's this all about? Our friendship ending?
Well, I'm going home, Keith.
Oh, no.
But I must.
Why? Aren't you happy here?
Oh, of course I'm happy. I've never been so happy in my life. But I can't stay on forever. I have my friends back home and the house.
The house?
Oh, it's so big, Keith, and it worries me. I don't see why I live in a 27-room mansion at all. I guess I do it because I'm sentimental. The house was George's favorite place for so long.
27. Eloise, you can't leave me.
But I have to go home sometime.
Do you want to ruin my life, my darling?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, that just slipped out. But that's how I feel.
Oh, Keith, please. We've only known each other 2 weeks, and you act as if we...
I can't help myself, Eloise. You're ravishing. My life had been meaningless before I met you. The same old round, the same old pursuit of financial gain on Wall Street. I have everything I need now, all the money in the world. Yes, I have everything. But real happiness, Eloise.
Oh, you poor boy.
You say that like you mean it.
I do. But don't worry. You're bound to find some sweet young girl a lot nearer your age.
A lot nearer my age? Well, you're just a child yourself, Eloise.
Oh, I'm a lot older than you think.
Well, what has age to do with romance?
Oh, Keith.
Don't turn away from me, my sweet. But... just one kiss, just...
No, not here, not... Well...
I beg your pardon. My emotions carried me away.
Keith, take me home, please. At once.
Just as you say, dear Eloise.
He ran into a snag at that point, all right, friend. He didn't think the old girl would be so coy. But that didn't stop my boy for long. When you hunt for an easy fortune, you gotta have a bag of tricks. And Artie had 1,000,000.
Goodbye, Keith.
When that plane leaves the ground, my darling, it carries my life along with it.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't hold my hand that way. People may be watching.
Goodbye, Eloise. Remember, I'll be thinking of you always. And when you think of me, I only hope you'll shed a little tear for the joy we've known together.
Oh, Keith.
He stayed on the ground as her plane took off, but he didn't stop the chase for a second. First, he wired the airport at Chicago.
I'm miserable. Come back and let me live again for just a little.
Kansas City.
You can't do this to me, Eloise. I'll kill myself, I swear it.
And all points west.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
That finally broke her down, and he got himself an answer.
Well, you can visit me if you like. I'll reserve a room for you at the local hotel, but you must promise to behave.
1 hour later, he was heading west on a super Constellation. The old campaigner marching back to the wars.
Eloise. Oh, Eloise, I've missed you so.
Oh, now, Keith, you promised to behave.
And I'll keep my promise. Oh, you're so good to me, Eloise.
Oh, how you carry on. Your friends on Wall Street would be amazed.
Yes, they would be. But they wouldn't laugh. They wouldn't dare. I could wipe out half of them with one snap of my fingers.
Are you really that much of a financial power, Keith?
The Claibornes have always been wizards when it comes to money. That's why they've always been unlucky in love.
Well, I'm having a party tomorrow at my home. It's going to be a quiet affair, just 20 or 30 people, my closest friends. I want them to meet you.
Will any of your relatives be present?
Oh, I have no relatives, Keith.
Oh, no?
No. Why do you look so pleased when I say that?
It's just that I want you all to myself.
Oh, Keith, dear.
Eloise, will you consider me a suitor for your hand?
Oh, my goodness. We hardly know each other.
I feel I've known you for years, my darling, and I can make you happy. Let me take you away from all this on a cruise to South America.
Oh, dear, I don't think all this is very wise.
You've got to listen to me. You're alone in this world, and so am I.
Keith.
Don't give me your answer now. Tomorrow night at the party. But I promise you, if your answer is disappointing, I don't care what will happen to me.
Oh, you really love me that much, Keith?
That much and more. Until tomorrow night, I'll be waiting. And I know you'll make me the luckiest man alive when you give me your answer and your love.
Obvious? Sure. Sickening? And how? Only Eloise wasn't sickened. Artie was getting to first base fast. And he was calling up his sluggers for the final inning. By 9 the next night, Eloise's 27-room bungalow was full of people. But Artie was conspicuous by his absence. In the first place, he wasn't taking any chances that somebody at the party might spot him for the fraud that he was. And in the second place, he was getting ready to play his trump card.
Another martini, John? Please, help yourself. We won't be serving dinner for 20 minutes. I'm waiting for another guest. Oh, that's the telephone. Please excuse me for a moment. Hello?
Eloise,
Yes.
this is Keith.
What's happened, Keith? Why aren't you here?
I couldn't face it, Eloise.
You couldn't face what?
Your refusal. I'm in my hotel room, darling. I just called to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
We'll never see each other again, my sweet.
Oh, Keith, what are you saying? What have you done?
Goodbye, my darling. And remember, I loved you to the last.
Keith! Oh, Keith!
She raced over to his hotel room like an ambulance driver, while Artie set the stage. And when she got there, she found him draped over the sofa with an empty pill bottle in his hand. The pills were only saccharin tablets. Artie liked to watch his figure. But Eloise thought he had taken arsenic.
Oh, how could you, Keith? How could you?
Love does strange things to a man, Eloise.
Oh, you must let me get a doctor.
Oh, no. I'll be all right.
Oh, but...
Just stay here, like this, with your arm around my shoulder, and promise me something.
Oh, anything. Anything at all, my poor boy.
Say that you'll marry me as soon as I'm back on my feet.
Oh, yes, gladly, Keith. Oh, gladly. I would have said yes to you long ago if it hadn't been
Don't talk anymore. You've made me very happy. We'll take out a license in the morning, Eloise, and be married as soon as we can.
Oh, yes, Keith. Yes.
Eloise, I'll never forget this day as long as I live.
The ceremony was brief, and the happy couple spent their honeymoon in Palm Springs. As a wedding present to himself, Artie bought 18 suits, 20 pairs of shoes, and charged them all to his wife's estate. He followed this up with a snappy convertible. But his past caught up with him a few days after the bride and groom came home.
Good morning, Pet.
Oh, good morning, Keith. Sit down and have some breakfast.
You know, we ought to serve this English style. Kippers on the sideboard and so on. The elite should live in elite fashion, don't you think?
This mail is yours, Keith.
For the mail? Oh, yeah. And what's this, some bills?
I think so.
Oh, but there's been a mistake. I had these items charged.
Charged?
To your account. I'm a bit far from home at the moment, dear, and a little short of cash, so I thought you'd take care of it temporarily.
Oh, but I can't, darling.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I said I can't.
You can't what?
Pay these bills.
What are you talking about?
Oh, well, dear, I don't have any money.
You're joking, of course.
Oh, no, I'm not joking at all.
But your late husband.
Oh, George. Oh, when he died, he was bankrupt.
He was what?
Oh, don't jump like that, Keith, darling. You'll spill coffee on your necktie.
Never mind my necktie. What's all this hogwash about bankruptcy?
Oh, I suppose I should have told you before, but you never asked me about money, and besides, I knew you were so rich.
Never mind me. What about George McKendall?
Well, the copper vein petered out some time before George died. Oh, his partners warned him, but he kept pouring more and more into the mine, and finally he lost it all.
Then I've been swindled.
What?
I've been married under false pretenses.
You married me for my money?
You don't have any money.
Keith, all I have is the house.
What? This house?
Yes.
You own it free and clear?
Well, yes, but...
Darling, you must forgive me.
Well, I can't understand your attitude, Keith.
It wasn't your money I was interested in. After all, I have so much of my own, but for a moment I thought my beloved had deceived me, that she had married me for my money.
But I don't understand...
The house is proof enough, my sweet, that your story was authentic. After all, to own a home like this one, so big and so expensive...
But how could you have doubted me, Keith?
I don't know, Eloise. I must have been insane. It's my conception of you as being perfect that appeared to have been momentarily spoiled.
Oh.
Please, let's forget the whole thing ever happened. We'll call it our first lover's quarrel, shall we?
Well, whatever you say, dear.
I'll take care of these bills myself, of course. I'll wire my New York representatives to... Oh, great Scott.
What's the trouble, darling?
I almost forgot the merger completely.
Merger? What merger?
American Concentrated Incorporated is merging with United States BB&C, my dear. It's to be the biggest deal since 1885.
Oh?
I've been offered a chance to buy in. I wired my partners to do so.
You did?
Every dollar I own is tied up because of it. Oh. I won't be able to put my hands on any ready cash for months.
But what will we live on?
Well, my beloved, what did you live on before we were married?
Well, there was George's insurance. But that's all gone now. My jewels aren't real, so I couldn't sell those.
I see. What would you say this house is worth, Eloise?
Oh, it cost George $500,000 to build. But the houses this size have lost their market value, or so I've been told. The only offer I ever received came about a month ago from a man in Los Angeles. He wanted to convert it into a small hotel.
How much did he offer?
Oh, $167,000.
Really?
But I'd never sell.
What do you mean you'd never sell?
Oh, I really couldn't.
Oh, I see.
What's the trouble, Keith?
Oh, nothing at all.
But you look so unhappy.
Do I?
Oh, darling, have I said something to offend you?
It's just that you don't trust me, Eloise.
Don't trust you?
I'm in a spot right now financially, as I told you, yet you refuse to lift a hand to make things easier.
Well, if I had any money, I'd give it to you, darling.
Would you sell the house?
But I can't, Keith.
You can't?
No, I'd have sold the house a long time ago if I could. Heaven knows it's much too big for me.
Then what prevented you?
My husband.
But he's dead.
Oh, he specified in his will that the house must never be sold, or the money goes to charity. George wanted me to live in it, always.
Well, that's the most selfish gesture I've ever heard of in my life.
Oh, don't be angry, Keith.
You've got to live here until this house rots or it burns down over your head. Suppose it did.
Suppose it did what?
Burned right to the ground. Is it insured?
Oh, naturally.
For its full value?
Just about.
If the place was destroyed, Eloise, would you lose the insurance money, too?
Oh, no. But that's impossible.
What is?
This house burning down. It's built so solidly. And George installed a lot of fireproof gadgets when he built it.
Such as what?
Oh, the entire basement and all the servants' quarters have sprinkler systems, for one thing.
What else?
Oh, the rugs and the drapes have been treated. Oh, it would take a lot to burn this mansion to the ground, Keith.
Would it?
Mm-hmm. Why are you so interested?
Only for your sake, dearest. I want to make sure that you're always protected against harm.
Oh, you're so thoughtful, Keith.
Where is the fire insurance policy?
In the library safe.
We'd better get it out.
Why, whatever for?
It's not a good idea to keep it here. I'll put it in the bank.
Well,
We, can't be too careful, can we?
Only a dizzy dame with an open heart and a mind like a vacuum tube couldn't see through Artie's snide. And Eloise was just that kind of a dish. While she sat around like a lovesick kitten, Artie was making plans. And one of those plans included a visit to a gin mill on San Francisco's waterfront, and a certain leech-faced character who had been recommended by a mutual friend.
Is, your name Fingers?
Why?
I'm Keith Claiborne.
So what?
I'm also known as Artie Snide.
Again, so what?
I'm a friend of Dipper Crowley in New York.
You know the Dip?
Intimately. He told me where to find you. Here's a letter he sent me, more or less of an introduction.
Uh-huh. That letter's okay, so you're okay. What can I do for you, Zaddy?
I understand you're a specialist.
Could be.
At arson.
I started a couple of bonfires in my time.
I've got another one for you to kindle.
Where?
In Montana.
What's in it for you?
Insurance.
And me?
10,000 in cash.
What kind of setup is it?
27 rooms, no neighbors within half a mile. I'd have done the job myself, but I've heard these insurance inspectors are too smart.
Not for me. How's the joint built?
I brought a picture.
Let me see.
Here it is.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sprinkler system in the cellar and in the servants' quarters.
Sprinkler systems are my meat.
And the drapes and carpets are treated.
I've never seen a treatment yet for phosphorus.
Phosphorus? Is that what you use?
One of my gadgets. The joint is wood from the first floor up, right?
That's right. With a stone base.
When do you want it done?
As soon as possible.
Well, I got an auto job on for Wednesday, a barn gimmick for Thursday night. How's a Saturday?
Saturday's fine.
The house has got to be empty. I don't mix my trade with homicide. Catch?
Naturally, it will be empty. I'll take my wife out while you're at work.
You got a key?
Here you are.
How about the help?
We haven't hired any help since our return. The place will be deserted when you get there.
Check. That's all. Except, I want a G note on account.
But $1,000?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have it right now. But I'll have all your money for you when I collect the insurance.
You better have, mister. Because I can specialize in double crosses, too. If you don't want to look like a candle on a windy night, you'll pay up on time.
Don't worry about it. Then I'll expect you on Saturday night.
We got a date.
The following Saturday, Artie took his bride to a movie. And there was a glow in the sky as they walked homeward after the show. The fire was a dilly, As the engines roared up and the firemen went to work, there was another and warmer glow in Artie Snide's larcenous heart.
Get the fire out of the rat! Now get that hose going!
Oh, Keith, it's awful.
There goes the second story.
But how could it have happened? Everything was fine when we left the house tonight.
Accidents will occur, Eloise, my sweet.
Are you sure it was an accident?
What do you mean?
Well, don't you think some vandal may have started it? Some dipsomaniac, maybe?
You mean pyromaniac, darling, and I doubt if that's possible. It was probably spontaneous combustion that did it.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Oh.
I took the precaution of removing that fire insurance policy to a safe place, Eloise. Wasn't that clever of me?
Oh, yes, very dear.
We ought to be able to collect on the policy within 2 weeks, just as soon as their inspectors check the incident.
Oh, Keith, someone's coming over here.
Oh, where?
See him? He's walking our way.
Oh, it's a policeman.
Are you Mr. Claiborne?
Yes, sir.
The owner of this house?
That's right.
You better come with me.
Oh, what for?
You're under arrest, Mr. Claiborne.
Under arrest?
On suspicion of arson and a possible involvement in a charge of homicide.
Arson? Oh, what does he mean, Keith?
There was a firebug trapped inside your house. A man named Fingers who's wanted in 7 states. He was badly burned and he probably won't live, but he's made a statement. You want to know what he said, Claiborne?
Keith.
Never mind the details. I think I have a pretty good idea.
Oh,
Don't worry about it, Eloise. It doesn't mean a thing. I'll get myself a lawyer, and I'll be free inside of 24 hours. Wait for me, Eloise. I'll be back.
That was 8 years ago, friend. And 8 years is a long, long time. Eloise waited as long as she could. And then she got pneumonia one winter afternoon and quietly passed away. That's what reminded me of this story, friend. It's Eloise Claiborne's obituary I spotted just now in this newspaper. How do I know so much about Eloise and her fortune-hunting hubby? Well, you see, my name is Harry Snide, and I'm Artie's cousin. But there's a topper to this story, friend, something that Artie probably just found out. Eloise had a $500,000 life insurance policy, and Artie was beneficiary. Happy? Sure, Artie's happy. They gave him 30 years on the arson rap, an extra 20 for contributing to Finger's death. But why shouldn't he be happy? He's got his fortune at last. He'll be the richest man in the state penitentiary for the rest of his life.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. Featured in the cast were David Gothard, Arlene Blackburn, and Ralph Bell. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Way. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, the story of a man with a dual personality. 2 people living in one and each fighting for control during the chase.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Countess Spy and Dragnet on NBC.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI.
This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To Your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, murder.
In the crime of murder, final conviction of the killer often depends on evidence which can be revealed only by the microscopes, the test tubes, and other instruments of modern science with which the FBI's vast laboratory is equipped. Whereas the steps leading to the killer's arrest may depend altogether on the intelligence and swift action of the special agent on the case. Tonight's case from the files of Your FBI is a dramatic example of how investigative ability brought about the arrest of a brutal killer, after which science convicted him. About 2 miles out from the village of Belford, Massachusetts, sitting well back from the road, is the weather-beaten house occupied by the Creightons. Although a sign on the roadside mailbox reads, "Tourists accommodated," Effie Creighton, a kindly little gray-haired woman nearing 70, and her granddaughter Lynn are alone most of the time, as they were one rainy Saturday night in the early fall. In the living room, Effie sits in her rocker before the fire, knitting. Lynn is at the piano, while Blackie, a Scotty, stretches indifferently before the fireplace.
Lynn, my dear, couldn't you play something just a little more cheerful?
It's not a very cheerful night, Nanny. It feels cold and clammy, like the touch of death.
Oh, gracious. Oh, what kind of talk is that?
Sometimes rain is warm and friendly, but tonight it's stealthy, like death.
Oh, Blackie! Blackie, must you be that way, too?
Blackie also feels the night.
It's that ghostly music affecting him. Now be quiet, Blackie. Lynn!
At the window.
Why?
A man's face. I saw it. Oh. It's gone now.
Lynn, you've just worked yourself into a state with that graveyard music.
No, Nanny, I swear it. I saw a man's face at the window. And Blackie saw it, too.
Blackie. Blackie, hush, I say. Oh, Lynn, you've got him all worked up, too.
But I tell you, I did see a man's face.
Nonsense. Land's sake. The both of you are enough.
Nanny, I told you.
It's just somebody at the door.
It's whoever was looking in the window.
Fix, go see who it is.
No.
Well, then I'll go myself. It's probably a traveler just wanting to spend the night.
Please, Nanny, don't let him in. Nanny!
Blackie, hush that up. I don't see anyone here. Oh.
I'm sorry if I frightened you.
Oh, it's my old eyes, young man. They just didn't see you right away, standing there in the dark. What do you want?
Well, I saw your tourist sign. I've come to try to engage a room.
Oh, then come in. Come in.
Thanks.
Oh, hush, Blackie. You mustn't mind him, young man.
Oh, that's all right. You know, I feel that way about strangers sometimes myself. Oh, hello.
Hello.
What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that way?
You were looking in the window a while ago, weren't you?
Yes?
Why did you do that?
Oh, well, please forgive me. You know, I guess that I've seen too many of these horror movies. Now, this house kind of made me think of one of those mystery houses where the mad doctor, he carves up his guests.
Oh, good gracious.
Yes, that's why I looked in the window, really. Yes, but when I saw a sweet little old lady, And a charming young girl.
Ah, but we might be just a blind for that mad doctor, you know.
I'll take the risk. Well, I've already put my car in your garage, but I'll have to go out and get my bag.
Oh, surely, go ahead. What on earth is the matter with you, Blackie?
Maybe Blackie senses something we don't.
Nonsense. Why, he's a very nice young man.
I disagree with you, Granny. Here he comes.
Hey, that rain seems to be a bit wet, isn't it?
You get right out of those wet clothes, young man, and I'll scare you up a bite of supper and some hot coffee.
Thanks. That'll be awfully nice of you. Get away from that suitcase. I'm sorry.
Blackie, now you go on into the living room. Go. What's your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Smith, Harold Smith.
Well, I'm Effie Creighton.
Uh-huh.
And this is my granddaughter, Lynn.
Oh, hello.
How do you do?
Will you just be here for the night?
No, well, I might be here longer. That is, if I may.
Oh, you can stay just as long as you like.
Good. I'd like to make a request.
Oh, what's that?
Well, see, I didn't tell anyone where I was going, and
Yes?
I just wanted to be alone for a few days.
Body just has to do that now and again, I guess.
But suppose somebody should happen to inquire of us about you. What shall we tell them?
I said nobody knows I'm here.
Well, even if they do ask Lynn, we don't have to tell them Mr. Smith is here. Now, it's just you don't worry, young man. We won't say a word to a soul.
Thank you.
About 50 miles on the other side of Belford, Massachusetts, and near the Connecticut line, a highway patrolman about dusk had followed a trail of blood he saw leading off the road and found the body of a man in a clump of bushes, his head bashed in. By his side was an empty mail sack. The man was identified by papers in his pocket as a Connecticut rural mail carrier. Obviously, he had been murdered and his mail and car stolen. And since a state line had been crossed, it was a case for the FBI. And now, with the aid of flashlights, Special Agent Rickard of the FBI is going over the scene with the highway patrolman.
Here's the body, Mr. Rickard.
That's not a very pleasant sight.
Whoever did it was a little on the fiendish side, I'd say.
Yeah. One blow would have been enough.
Probably used a piece of lead or iron pipe.
Well, I'll have to get a plaster cast of the wound.
Here's the mail sack. It's empty.
Oh, I'll take that with me. Could be some of the killer's fingerprints on it.
I don't quite figure his motive.
He seems to have been badly in need of a car.
What about the mail?
Oh, just took that along, I guess, in case there was anything of value in it.
If he only wanted a car, he could have stolen it with a lot less trouble.
Now, to the man who did this kind of a job, killing is no trouble. It's a sadistic pleasure.
Yeah. Well, you said you wanted me to help you make some plaster casts of the killer's footprints and those tire tracks up there at the road.
Yeah. Let's get up there. And I guess you'll want to arrange to get the body down to the morgue.
Okay. Here's the spot where he dragged the body under this barbed wire fence.
Mm-hmm. Well, he seems to have left us another little clue. Look. Caught on this barb.
Yeah. Tiny piece of cloth of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Looks brown to me. Mail carrier wasn't wearing anything of that color.
The killer must have snagged his own coat or breeches.
Well, I'll take it along to the lab. Let's make those casts now. We got to get a line on this killer fast. There's no telling when or why he'll murder someone else.
Back at the Creighton house, the young stranger who gave the name of Harold Smith has just finished the light supper Effie Creighton fixed for him and gone to his room at the far end of the hall on the first floor. Effie and her granddaughter, Lynn, are in the kitchen cleaning up the few dishes.
Mr. Smith was mighty hungry. He didn't leave a scrap.
Nanny, what do you suppose he's got in that suitcase?
Why, his clothes, of course. What else?
That's just it. What else?
What on earth are you talking about?
You saw the way Blackie acted when he smelled the suitcase.
Land's sake, Lynn, that imagination of yours...
Blackie wasn't imagining. He smelled something wrong.
Lynn, I'm going to sell that piano if you don't stop playing spooky music and getting yourself all worked up like this.
Nanny, I don't like the idea of us being alone in the house with that man.
Oh, you want me to turn him out in the rain, I suppose.
No. But I can get Uncle Will to come over and spend the night with us.
Lynn, he's a nice young man.
I'm going to call Uncle Will.
He'll laugh at you.
But he'll come over.
He'd go anywhere if Aunt Sarah'd let him out of the house. Yeah.
I'll get him over. Don't worry. Hello? Hello? Operator? Operator? The phone is dead, Nanny.
Dead? Nonsense, Lynn.
I said the phone is dead.
Well, what on earth could have happened to it?
I think I know.
Hello, Jim.
Hi, Rick. I got a new lead while you were out.
Oh, what's that?
The postal inspector cooperating on the case called in from Benning, Connecticut. That's the town the mail carrier worked out of, you know.
Yeah.
But shortly after noon today, a young man about 6 feet tall robbed a movie cashier.
Uh-huh.
He was wearing a brown suit, and he didn't use a pistol. He threatened the girl with a heavy piece of pipe.
How'd he get away?
Ran, disappeared in the Saturday crowd before anybody knew what had happened.
Mm-hmm. And he probably commandeered the mail carrier's car to make his full getaway.
Mm-hmm.
After they got over the state line, killed the mail carrier, dragged his body into the bushes, and took out with the car.
Yeah, that sounds just like it.
Where's the description of that car, Jim?
Oh, right here.
Put out a 5-state alarm on it right away.
Nanny! Nanny!
Good heavens, Lynn. Have you been out in all that rain?
Yes.
Why?
I've checked the phone wires on the side of the house. They've been cut.
Good.
He did it, Nanny. I know he did.
But why?
For all the reasons that I... Here he comes.
Pardon me. I know you wish that I'd get settled for the night, but I've left something up in my car.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Smith.
I want to thank you again for that supper. It was awfully kind of you to fix it for me.
I couldn't let you go to bed hungry.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Come on, Nanny, quick. Where? I'm going to look in that suitcase.
Oh, but he'll be right back.
Come on.
Oh, if he comes back and catches us...
There's the suitcase. I'm going to find out what's in it. That's got it.
Where?
It's full of letters.
Yes.
Look, Nanny. All of them are addressed to people in Connecticut. And... Wait.
What is it?
There's something heavy under the letters. It feels like a piece of pipe or something. Nanny, look. There's blood on that piece of pipe.
Yes. That's blood. I murdered a man with that.
Oh.
Well, you don't look surprised, young lady.
I'm not.
Oh, we're not going to let you hide in this house. I'm going to the neighbors and call the police.
Get back here.
Oh, no.
Listen, you, young lady, you pick that up and put it back where you got it.
Oh.
I said pick it up. Now, until I'm ready to leave here, I'm running this house. Seeing you'll both do exactly as I say, or I'll kill you.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the fugitive killer. We will return to this case in just a moment. One of our most eminent Americans, Benjamin Franklin, was a great believer in societies. As a young man, he formed his friends into the Leather Apron Club. Later,
he organized the first circulating library in America and the first fire company in Philadelphia. And in 1743, he founded the American Philosophical Society. From that day to this, Americans have recognized that the best way to get things done is to get together, to cooperate. A society to which more Americans belong than almost any other is the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, with more than 3.25 million members. Now, the purpose of the Equitable Society is security, financial security for its members and their families. Equitable members know that their society is something more than a great organization in which they have insured their lives or provided security for their old age. They know that the Equitable Society is truly a society, that they themselves are the sole owners of this society, and that their management has but one end in view. That end is to make membership in the Equitable Society mean the very maximum of protection and security. To accomplish this purpose, Equitable Society funds are invested wisely and soundly. They are used to promote agriculture and home ownership, and to help build up the great industries on which our national prosperity depends. And so, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on the fugitive killer.
Instruments of modern science can only aid in identifying and convicting a criminal. They cannot catch him. That remains solely a job for human intelligence. In the case of the fugitive killer, many clues were now in the FBI laboratory, ready to convict him. But it is up to Special Agent Rickard to find him. It is nearly 1 o'clock in the morning now, and the plane on which Rickard dispatched to Washington fingerprints found on the mail sack near the body of the rural postman was due to arrive in Washington at 11 o'clock. Rickard and Special Agent Lambert are sitting in the office mapping their next move when an assistant hurries in from the teletype room.
Here's Washington's report on your man, Mr. Rickard.
Oh, thanks. Lambert.
Yeah?
Listen to this.
What?
The man is William Garland.
Mm-hmm.
32, 6 feet, half inch, 185 pounds, black hair, served term for assault and robbery, and...
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen to this.
What?
Wanted for murder in Cleveland, Ohio.
Hey, we better put that out on the 5-state alarm, too.
Okay, and then we'd better start traveling.
Where?
If Garland had kept on the move in that stolen car, some trace of it would have been reported by now.
Oh, you think he's gone under?
He must have gone into hiding shortly after killing that mail carrier.
Which means he's likely to be in this area.
Right. We know he drove north after disposing of the body.
Uh-huh.
Let's head for there and investigate all tourist camps and houses along the way.
Right.
Come on.
Well, this is really quite a cozy picture, Miss Creighton. Your grandmother dozing in her rocker by the fire. So peaceful. It helps me to think. You see, I'm trying to figure out how to keep from killing you.
Why?
Well, there might be a better use for you. That's a car entering your driveway, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, just a minute. You sit down. Whoever it is has seen the light on. Here, I'll answer it. You stay where you are.
Hello?
Yes?
Well, awfully sorry to bother you this time of night, brother. Always hate to be bothered myself this
What do
late,
you
but-
want?
Well, I saw your sign on the mailbox down at the road, and, well, I'd like to take on a bit of shut-eye if it's okay.
I'm terribly sorry to have to turn you down.
What's the matter, full up?
No, it's not that. We should have taken that sign down. There's sickness in the house.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Say, I hope I haven't disturbed whoever's sick.
Oh, you haven't?
Well, I'll push into Belford and try my luck there. Thanks anyway. I hope they get better.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good night. I'm sorry I had to turn that gentleman away, but, well, you understand.
Yes.
Well, I think I've figured out what to do with you, good people. We're going to take a little trip.
What do you mean?
Well, I can't stay here forever, and I can't leave without you very well.
You could kill us.
Yes, but I found a better use for you. There's that nobody is likely to suspect me if I'm traveling with a sweet little old lady and a pretty young girl, especially if I'm driving a car that the police are not looking for.
But they must be looking for your car.
They're not looking for yours, and that's the one we'll be traveling in.
Special Agents Rickett and Lambert have investigated every tourist camp and house south of Belford without finding any trace of the killer. They have just stopped at an all-night lunchroom in Belford for coffee.
Here you are, Judge. Thanks. Oh, by the way, waiter. Yes, sir? You know of any good tourist camp or house that's north of here? Yes, sir. You ain't far from a good one right now.
Oh?
Just a couple of miles up the road. The Creighton House.
Hey, did you say the Creighton House?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me for butting in, fellas, but I was just there myself and got a turn down.
Oh?
Oh, yeah, the fellow that came to the door said there was sickness in the house.
Oh, I see. You say the fella that come to the door?
Oh, yeah.
You must be talking about another house. There ain't no man lives at the Creighton House. Just an old lady and her granddaughter. I know him well.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, but it was the Creighton House. I saw the name in the mailbox.
Oh, mister, what did this fellow look like?
I didn't pay much attention. Kind of tall, had on a brown suit.
Lambert, let's go.
Here, now, I'll let you both ride up in the front seat with me. All right, come on. In you go.
Take your hands off me.
Just where do you think you're taking us?
I told you, I'm taking you and your grandmother for a little ride. All right, get in. I said get in there. We're losing time. I'm sorry that Blackie has to miss the trip, but a dog is such a care, you know.
There's a car.
As I see it.
It's going to turn up our drive.
Well, that's too bad. They'll have to wait for me to drive out first.
Just a minute, please.
Don't either of you say a word. What do you want?
Want to talk to you.
What for?
The special agents of the FBI.
Sorry, I can't stop.
Okay, Lambert. After him.
That must be the Creighton woman and the girl in there with him, Rickard.
Yeah. Jim, pull up as close to that car as you can.
You want me to force him off the road?
No, keep your headlights on his rear wheels. I'm going to try and shoot out a tire.
Go to it, Rick. But keep your bullets low.
Okay.
I got his taillight. That's got it, Rickard. Good work.
Come on, step on it, Jim. All right. All right, pull over and start, Garland. And keep your hands on the wheel. You women all right?
Thank heaven.
Lambert?
Yeah?
Keep your gun on him.
Right.
Want to change a tire, and we'll see these ladies safely home.
The FBI does not make an arrest unless it has sufficient evidence to warrant the arrest. And once a criminal is arrested, his conviction is practically a scientific certainty. For through your representatives in Congress, you have provided your FBI with the means for establishment of one of the most modern laboratories in the world designed for criminal detection. When William Garland was arrested, there was in the FBI laboratory, as evidence against him, a few threads from his suit, plastic cast of his footprints, auto tire tracks, fingerprints from the mail sack, and specimens of blood from the murdered man to match with blood on the murder instrument. This laboratory is working 24 hours a day for your protection, making the road the criminal follows a dead-end street.
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. Imagine a cotton bag so big that the 90,000 square miles of Japan's largest island, Honshu, could have been dropped into it. Incidentally, that wouldn't have been such a bad idea, would it? Such a bag could have been made from a single order for tent canvas, which was filled by America's cotton textile industry last year. At least 10,000 other cotton products were used by the Army and Navy. They ranged from socks and shoestrings to smokeless powder and collapsible rafts. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to cotton and to the managers and workers of America's 1,200 cotton mills? Although 1/3 of this industry's manpower and womanpower wore Uncle Sam's uniforms, its output is running 50% higher than pre-war levels. An extra 50% that was vital to victory, which will now help raise the standard of living for America and the world. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be interested to know that their society has made a substantial investment in the cotton textile industry. In fact, Equitable Society funds have been a consistent factor in the growth and development of most of the great industries on which America depends for full employment and continued prosperity in the post-war years. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
William Garland was turned over to local police. He was tried and convicted on the charge of first-degree murder.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
A page from the annals of our courts of justice. That's famous jury trials. Tonight's exciting case follows now over most of these stations. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ben Tyler, Johnny. Transworld Fidelity.
Oh, hi, Ben.
Are you free at present?
If the price is right.
I mean, are you on a job?
It's beginning to sound like it.
Can you be on a plane for Algiers in 2 hours?
Sure. Who's the client?
Lorco Limited, Amsterdam. You know, they're the...
Diamond Cutters, an old firm. Big-time deals all over the world.
Check.
What happened?
Oh, one of their couriers just dropped dead in the Algiers airport.
Oh, too bad.
He was carrying a briefcase with $100,000 worth of set stones. Top-grade diamonds.
Don't tell me, Ben. Let me guess.
That's right, Johnny. The briefcase is missing.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of the Lorco Diamonds matter. Item 1, $324.60, transportation. A routine plane flight to North Africa and the city of Algiers. It was an easy trip, and I felt relaxed and comfortable. A feeling that was rudely terminated about 10 seconds after I got off the plane.
You are Monsieur Dollar, are you not?
Yeah, that's right.
I am Inspector Marcus of the Algerian Customs Police.
Oh, how are you, Inspector?
Oh, quite well, monsieur, and vastly reassured now that you have arrived on the scene of the crime.
Oh?
You see, I have implicit faith in special investigators. I have encountered them in the past, so I have no doubt, but this little affair will prove most simple to you, monsieur.
I see.
I feel that in a mere matter of hours, voila, you will produce the guilty culprit like un lapin out of a chapeau.
Inspector, I'm beginning to feel a cold wind from the north. That's odd for this time of year, isn't it?
A mere passing breeze, monsieur. I shall now assume my official attitude.
And that is?
Extreme courtesy, complete cooperation, and the devoted service of my meager talents. On orders, you understand, from my superiors in Paris. And now, monsieur, if you will accompany me to my office.
Delighted to. After you, Alphonse.
My name is Pierre.
Oh, sorry. Just a whimsy.
Oh, yes, I know. I have heard the joke. Both jokes.
Uh-huh.
This way, monsieur. A man from the local diamond firm is waiting for us, a special representative, so he informs me. And so, since you yourself are a special investigator, I could perceive a certain advantage in letting him give you the facts, as I believe you say it in the States.
Tie our tails together, sit back, and watch the fur fly, is that it?
Well, he is a trifle excitable, but your metaphor, however, escapes me.
Oh, I doubt that, Inspector Marcus. In fact, I doubt if much of anything escapes you.
You are too kind.
Except, of course, $100,000 worth of
I
diamonds.
spoke too hastily.
Vanished, disappeared, right under your nose.
Well, but there were extenuating circumstances.
Oh, I'll bet there were. Tell me something confidentially. Did your superiors in Paris really blow their tops?
Monsieur Dollar, if I may borrow one of your more colorful expressions, they said I had probably goofed.
I'd met that same attitude before with local officials. To them, sending in an outsider implied they couldn't do the job themselves. And Inspector Marcus was on an even hotter spot. The air terminal was a port of entry to Algeria, under his jurisdiction, Customs Police. As he said, he'd goofed. Maybe.
It is a matter which hath entire past all apprehension.
But he was right on one thing. Hans Zeindorf,
Zeindorf,
the Lorco representative, was a trifle excitable.
In Amsterdam, it is unthinkable such thing have happened like this. Even in your New York, mein Herr Dollar, it cannot have happened. But here, in Algiers...
It have happened.
Yeah, this beautiful diamond gone. All gone. It's like barbarians. This Africa is no place for diamonds.
Maybe you ought to tell him that in Kimberley.
It's differently there. It's entire different.
All right, Mr. Zeindorf. Suppose you tell me just what happened.
Who can know, mein Herr? 15 years, this courier has worked for Lorco Company. We are think he is trustworthy. Entire trustworthy.
Well, even a trustworthy man could die of heart failure.
But he has never had this heart failing before.
All right, but...
Perhaps it would be better if I were to, with your permission, of course, Monsieur Zeindorf.
Yeah, you tell. I am not talk this English much good.
Precisely. These are the facts, Monsieur Dollar. The Lorco courier, a man named Paul Gruber, arrived on the plane from Amsterdam yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Did you know he was arriving?
I did not know, but the point is a very clever one. So, a short while before landing, Monsieur Gruber was taken suddenly ill. A doctor met the plane, and the stricken man was removed by stretcher and taken to the emergency clinic. In 20 minutes, monsieur, he was dead. Diagnosis, heart failure. Mais c'est la vie.
Was there an autopsy, Inspector?
Another excellent point, Monsieur Dollar.
Thank you.
Do not mention it. An autopsy is being performed this afternoon.
Good. So the courier died. And then the briefcase?
It was delivered along with his other personal effects unopened to the customs property agent here at the airport.
And his name, the property agent?
André Jourdain. He was very busy at the moment, left the briefcase lying on his desk, intending at the first opportunity to register and place it in the vault.
But the opportunity didn't come, is that it?
Precisely. Only a few minutes later, I heard a gunshot. Monsieur, he was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been struck on the head. The briefcase was gone.
All gone. This beautiful diamond gone entire.
Yeah. When did you find out what was in the briefcase, Inspector?
Almost 2 hours later. I radioed the local firm in Amsterdam, informing them of the death of their employee. They replied immediately and stated that the briefcase contained $100,000 worth of diamond set pieces.
Works of art. Beautiful. One brooch, one necklace, 2 bracelets.
Precisely. Yes. The jury was being flown here on approval for examination by a prospective buyer.
Name of the buyer?
The Countess Maria de Tolia.
What do you know about her?
Monsieur Dollar, if you had seen her, you would not ask. She is exquisite, lovely, chic, charming, spirited, full of the joie de vivre.
And no doubt loaded with potatoes.
With a woman like that, who would ever inquire?
I would. Since it looks as though she might be the only person in Algiers who knew that $100,000 worth of jewelry was coming in on that plane.
May we. But she could not have known that the courier was going to drop dead in the airport.
A good point, Inspector.
Merci, monsieur.
What about that property agent, André Jourdain? Any chance of talking to him?
But of course, if he is yet able to talk.
Then I guess I'll...
Talking is not enough, mein
Relax,
Herr.
Mr. Zeindorf. You're covered by insurance.
Insurances is money. It's not my diamonds.
Oh, well, if you don't want the money, you can always waive your claim.
Mein Herr Dollar, are you think that I am entire crazily?
I talked to the plane crew who'd come in on the flight with the dying courier. I talked to Inspector Marcus's men, who'd been with him when he found the property agent lying on the floor of his office. I didn't expect much, and I got just that. But it didn't matter. I figured I may have had my man spotted already. The same old story. An ambitious and underpaid government agent opening a briefcase to register its contents and seeing the diamonds there for the taking. Hiding them quickly, then a fake slugging and firing a gun at a non-existent thief. Yeah, an old story. Expense account item 2, $3.40. Transportation into town and taxi fare to the Hospital of Our Lady of Sorrows. Inspector Marcus had phoned ahead to authorize my visit. One of the sisters led me down the corridor to the door of André Jourdain's room. She motioned silently and then turned away. I stepped inside and closed the door.
Monsieur?
You're André Jourdain?
Mais oui, but yes. What do you want?
My name is Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. My company is the underwriter on the Lorco diamonds.
Why have you come here?
Well, to ask a couple of questions. Of course, if you'd like to consult an attorney before...
I have nothing to conceal, monsieur. What do you wish to know?
Just exactly what happened when that briefcase disappeared.
I have told it already to Inspector Marcus.
Yes, I know. So now would you mind telling it to me?
But there is no... Bien. I was working at the files when someone entered my office. I turned around and saw a man standing there, pointing a gun at me.
Ever seen him before?
No, monsieur.
What did he look like?
Well, he was quite tall.
Heavyset?
No, very thin, tall and thin. European, I believe.
All right. What did he do?
He ordered me to turn around, stepped up behind me, struck me with the gun. I fell against my desk. He grabbed the briefcase and ran to the door.
You were still conscious?
Oui, monsieur, but in terrible pain. I fumbled for my gun in the drawer of the desk and fired one shot. It is all I can remember.
Uh-huh. You hadn't by any chance opened that briefcase?
I had been too busy.
And you didn't know what was in it?
Not until they told me today.
Andre, I wonder if you'd mind if I lifted a corner of that bandage and took a look at that wound on your head.
If you are careful, it is very painful.
Oh, sure, I'll be careful. Lie still now, please. It'll just take a second. I'll lift this edge and...
I think I am lucky to be alive.
Yeah, very lucky. Okay, thanks.
It is nothing.
Andre, Do you happen to know the Countess d'Attolia?
The Countess? Oh, monsieur, she is unquestionably...
Yeah, I know. She's lovely, exquisite, charming, chic. Well, thanks for your cooperation, Andre.
A pleasure, Monsieur Dollar.
Take care of that head. It's the only one you've got.
You Americans are so whimsical.
Oh, yeah, we're all crazily, entire crazily. My pet theory was starting to limp. That slugging wasn't phony. It had taken 14 stitches to close the cut in Andre's head. Whoever hit him hadn't been kidding. They meant it for keeps. I walked down the corridor and stood waiting for the elevator, thinking it over, trying to figure it out. But no go. I needed more facts. And a moment later, I got more facts.
Monsieur Dollar, I thought I would find you here.
A clever piece of deduction, Inspector.
Merci bien, monsieur.
Don't mention it. What's on your mind?
There should be something.
Well, there's got to be some reason for that smug grin. What happened? Did the thief confess?
Au contraire. I was on the point of asking what progress you were making on the case.
You will be happy to hear none at all.
Oh, that is too bad.
Inspector.
Eh?
Extreme courtesy, complete cooperation, the devoted services of your meager talents. Remember?
Touché. Actually, I came to tell you that I now had the report of the autopsy. The courier who died of heart failure. Only he did not die of heart failure, monsieur. Except, of course, in a very literal sense.
Well, what did he die of?
Poison.
Well, that was the end of a good theory. The courier had started to get sick on the plane, so the robbery and the murder had been planned well in advance of his arrival. By somebody who'd known he was bringing in diamonds. And so far, only one person fit the bill. As lovely, charming, and chic a suspect as you could ever hope to meet. The Countess d'Attolia.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Lorco Diamonds matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a lovely woman lies beautifully, and a sinister whisper drifts out of the Casbah. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is the Countess d'Attolia.
Oh, yes.
My maid tells me that you were trying to reach me by telephone.
That's right, Countess. I want to talk to you. Where are you now?
At my residence, of course. Did you think I might come running immediately to your hotel, Mr. Dollar?
Not after hearing your description. I'm seldom that lucky.
What is it exactly that you wish to talk about?
$100,000 worth of diamonds and a dead man. I'm a special investigator.
I know who you are. I investigate before I call you.
Wow. Not only beautiful, but clever. This ought to be interesting.
I'm afraid I don't entirely understand your flippancy.
Then suppose I come over and explain it to you. Say around 8 o'clock?
I'll make a definite effort to be here.
You know something, Countess? I think it's about time somebody built a small fire right under that lovely little complacency of yours. I'll be there at 8 with matches.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Algiers, North Africa, to the Home Office, Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Lorco Diamonds matter. Expense account continued. Item 4, $6.80, dinner and appetizers. I'm never any good trying to spar with a lovely female suspect on an empty stomach. I was finishing up on black Algerian coffee and white Algerian brandy when a slightly green-eyed Algerian police inspector sauntered up to my table.
Mon Dieu, Monsieur Dollar, you special investigators really do live well.
In the lap of luxury. Pull up a chair, Inspector. Join me in a sarsaparilla?
It is on your expense account?
Be my guest.
Merci, monsieur. Bon, my favorite brand.
Help yourself.
Merci.
Anything new?
Nothing at all. A complete impasse. À la votre santé.
Mm-hmm. What about the man who sat next to that courier on the plane? Find out anything about him?
I'm still working on it, which is to say, of course, my men are working on it.
You police inspectors really do live well. I have to do my own legwork.
But the glory, Monsieur Dollar, to come into a mysterious affair which has all the local police baffled, and to solve it immediately in one brilliant feat of deduction, to leave everyone gasping with admiration, to make one's exit to the sound of great applause.
Not so fast, Inspector. I'm still back there with that brilliant feat of deduction.
You have not yet found the solution?
Just on the verge.
Then I will drink to your success. With your brandy, of course, and with your permission.
Go ahead. Drink up a storm. But I'm afraid I'll have to leave you pretty soon, but you can still go
No,
ahead.
No, monsieur. I suggest you change your plans. You will learn nothing which has any bearing on this matter.
Which plan do you mean?
That of questioning the Countess d'Ortelier.
Now, who found that out?
Well, as a matter of fact, she phoned me and inquired about you.
So that's how she investigated me. Went straight to headquarters.
Mais oui. Remarkable woman. Talented, beautiful.
Et cetera, and so on. And along with it, it's 9 to 1. She's in it right up to her pretty neck.
No. She's really not the type. This is an excellent brandy, monsieur. An Algerian brand, I notice.
All right, Inspector. Let's bypass the byplay and lay them out face up.
I think I prefer it to cognac.
I don't know how she does it, but she's got you hypnotized. Just mention of her name and you go into a tailspin, every cockeyed one of you.
Exquisite. Lovely.
Maybe so, but in my book, she's a real suspect.
Elucidate, monsieur.
Well, it's simple enough. She's the only person in Algiers, that we're sure of at least, who knew that a shipment of diamonds was coming in on that plane. Why? Because she's the one who ordered them.
Monsieur, it is even simpler. She could not have poisoned the courier because she was not on that plane. She could not have stolen the briefcase from the customs property agent because it was done by a man. So, where is your case?
An accomplice, a man, with the Countess calling the shots for him.
What man, monsieur?
Well, you got a good point there.
Merci bien.
Don't mention it. But from the influence she seems to have, it might be any man in Algiers. Inspector, it wasn't you by any chance.
You raise a very interesting point. Now, suppose the Countess should ask me to kill someone for her. I wonder what I would do.
A page boy came into the dining room looking for me. I followed him out and took the phone call in the hotel lobby. It was the American consulate with some information I'd asked for them earlier. I hung up finally and looked at my watch. I was already late for my appointment with the Countess. So I walked out the door of the hotel and flagged a taxi to the apartment of the Countess d'Ortelier. She lived in the swank genteel Bois de Louet, a residential district favored by top government officials and wealthy French businessmen. But the building she lived in was a little frayed around the edges, and the maid she'd mentioned was nowhere in sight. The pieces were starting to fit together.
Good evening, Mr. Dollar.
Countess?
Since you are here, won't you come in?
Thanks.
This way, please. I'm rather surprised that you came. I was really not expecting you.
Yes, I know.
Did Inspector Marcus find you?
Look, suppose we get it straight right now. You seem to have a lot of influence with the inspector, and probably with his superiors, too, from what I hear.
Sit down, Mr. Dollar.
Thanks. Well, do we play cat and mouse for a while, or do you want to give up right now, hand them over, and, as they say, throw yourself on the mercy of the court?
I would like a cigarette.
You could always claim that you fell in with evil companions, or that a man led you astray.
They're in the box there by your elbow.
A tall, thin man, for instance, with his collar turned up and his hat pulled down, carrying a gun when last seen after slugging a customs agent at the Algiers airport.
Mr. Dollar, are you opposed to smoking on moral grounds?
No, but I'm opposed to murder. Have a cigarette?
Thank you.
Light?
Is there any other way of smoking, then? Mr. Dollar, I expected you to come here and be annoying, but I didn't know you were going to be insulting as well.
That's just my mean personality.
You seem to be under the ridiculous impression that I actually had something to do with this crime.
I think you had plenty to do with it.
A sort of arch criminal, perhaps? Or what is it you call them in the States? Big shot?
Oh, Countess, you're a scream. I'll bet that courier died laughing.
If you have a reason for these opinions, or believe you have a reason, I think you had better tell me about it. Otherwise, good night.
Oh, I have more than one reason. In the first place, I'm not certain that anyone besides you even knew the diamonds were being sent here. Except for the Lorco Company, of course, and they wouldn't be likely to advertise it.
Mr. Dollar, all of my friends and most of my acquaintances have known for 3 weeks that I'd ordered that jewelry.
Oh? Well, I have a copy here of a letter that was sent to you by registered airmail from the Lorco Company in Amsterdam a week ago today. According to post office records, you received it 2 days later. Remember it?
Yes, I remember.
It states the name, flight number, and time of arrival of that courier who was murdered.
I said I remember.
And it cautions you specifically not to give that information to anybody. So even if other people did know, you're the only one who knew the exact time the diamonds were coming in and exactly who was bringing them.
All right. Perhaps I am at fault in a way. There was a cocktail party at the government club the same evening I got the letter. I forgot it for a moment and told someone about it.
Who?
Just a girl I happened to be talking
What's
to.
her name?
It doesn't matter. She was just stopping over on a world cruise.
Anybody else hear you?
I don't know. The place was packed. Government men, business people, Army, Navy officers. Anyone might have heard.
Uh-huh. Was Inspector Marcus at the party by any chance?
Yes, I spoke with him during the evening. Mr. Dollar, I'll admit I was wrong, but there is hardly grounds for...
All right, let's get to point 3. The Countess Maria d'Attalia, Italian by birth, title inherited, old family. Goes back through one line, in fact, to Lucretia Borgia.
I did not poison the courier.
Your family estates were confiscated by Mussolini. Family migrated to Bizerti, and then to Lisbon for 3 years. You left them there and went on to London. Since the war, you've lived in Paris, on the Riviera, back to London, Mallorca, and finally here.
Have you been following me, Mr. Dollar?
The consulate was pretty thorough. Anyway, you're well known in the international set, accepted everywhere, and apparently able to get along fine on your title and your looks.
It is not very pleasant to be dissected while one is still alive.
As a matter of fact, you're flat broke. You've been living on credit for the last 4 months.
I think you have gone about far enough.
And yet 3 weeks ago, you ordered $100,000 worth of jewelry sent to you on approval. How did you plan to pay for it?
Get out.
Or did you know you wouldn't have to pay for it because it was never going to be delivered?
Get out of here. I don't have to listen to this. I don't have to answer your insulting questions. My private affairs are my own concern.
So the ice finally melted, and now you're going to blow your top.
Get out, or so help me, I'll kill you.
You mean me, too?
You...
Oh, no, hey, put that down. Don't throw that. Why, you little devil.
Stay back. Let go of me.
Settle down, then. And stop throwing things.
I will do as I please. It is my house. So sorry.
Oh, good Lord. A woman who can even cry beautifully.
Leave me alone.
Oh, you're unbelievable, baby. The boys were right. You're everything they said you were. Oh, it's too bad.
Go away.
All right. But before I do...
What are you going... No, don't. Why did you kiss me?
Oh, it beats me. Just call it a sudden impulse.
Then you have changed your mind? You don't really think I'm guilty?
Oh, honey, I still think you're in this up to your ears. And I'll still bring you to trial if I can. And I still want to kiss you. You figure it out.
Why figure, Johnny? I liked it, too.
Oh, you ought to be locked up. If for no other reason, just to protect the guys who...
What is it, Johnny? What are you going...
That cigarette in the ashtray. Put it out fast. Get the windows open, all of them. Where's your kitchen?
Back through the hall. Johnny, what are you going to do?
Stay alive, if I can. It was gas fumes, one of the bottled gases they use for cooking in the higher-priced apartment districts. The concentration had been building up and finally seeped into the drawing room. If we'd lit another match, we'd have been blown to bits. The kitchen was dark, but I didn't dare snap a light switch. One spark would do it. So I held my breath and followed the sound and finally found the range. Every burner valve was wide open. I could vaguely make out a glass-pane door opening onto a terrace. I grabbed a breath of air and moved toward another door that looked as though it might open into a hall. It didn't. It opened into a closet, and on the closet floor there was a body.
What happened, Johnny? Why did you go... Johnny, who's that?
He's a man from the Lorco Company. Name is Zeindorf.
Zeindorf? But where did you find him?
Out there on the floor of a closet.
Why? What was he doing here?
You tell me.
I don't understand it. He has no business here. What is wrong with him, Johnny?
Well, right at the moment, he seems to be a little bit dead.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Lorco Diamonds matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a desperate fight in an Algiers alley, a killer is named, and a lovely lady confesses her shame. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar. Hello? Who is it? Hello? Hello?
Johnny, who is it?
I don't know, Countess. Maybe they weren't expecting a man to answer, or at least not me.
I would not know about that.
What about this guy who was lying unconscious in your closet? Would you know anything about that?
No, Johnny.
I didn't think you would. I'll give him another shot of those smelling salts.
I think he's coming, too.
Good. Maybe he'll know about some of these things.
Yes, he will. Some of them. And, of course, he will tell you. I was hoping it would not be brought out. I did not want you to know.
Murder is usually brought out sooner or later.
Not murder, Johnny. It is not that simple.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Algiers, North Africa, to the Home Office Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Lorco Diamonds matter. Expense account continued. Item 6, $9.30. Smelling salts and a bottle of scotch. The smelling salts were needed for a double-talking fellow named Zeindorf, who'd managed to get himself gassed half to death in a closet. A representative of your client who suffered the $100,000 loss, Lorco Diamonds of Amsterdam. The scotch was for me.
Johnny, he doesn't like it. Should I go on holding them under his nose?
Yeah, sure. Keep shoving them at him until he's strong enough to fight you off. That's how smelling salts work. A person has to come to in sheer self-defense.
Nine, stop. It's more too plenty already. My nose is killed, dead. No more.
Maybe you've been poking it into the wrong places. What were you doing in that closet, Mr. Zeindorf?
It's nothing. I can tell you the entire thing in 2 words.
Use more if you need them, but make it good.
Nobody has found this beautiful diamond. Nobody has do anything. So I'm come looking for my own self.
In that closet?
9 is only for hiding. I am wait for everybody going away, going at sleep. Then I am going to looking.
In my apartment. What made you think they would be here?
You are pleased to forgiving me, Fräulein, but I am not taking the chance. I'm think to looking every place.
Who turned on the gas out there?
Do not ask it. I know nothing. I think I have sleeping some, maybe, and when I have waking, I am died almost.
Yeah. Well, apparently somebody was out to get one of us at least. Hey, what about that maid of yours, Maria? Or is there one?
Of course. You know, that is strange. She disappeared about the time you arrived, slipped out without a word.
Does she live here?
I think she lives up in the Kasbah. I hire her through the agency.
I see.
Do you think she did it?
Oh, the more I find out, the less I'm sure of. Maybe Mr. Zeindorf did it, trying to commit suicide over his missing trinkets.
9. Suicide is one thing I am not. And I desist to listen no more. I am to leave here immediate.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zeindorf.
Yeah, what is it?
As I understand it, you boys in the international jewelry business are ordinarily pretty cautious in your dealings.
Yeah, the prudence, mynheer. Always the entire prudence.
That's what I mean. You always investigate a new client thoroughly before you take any chances, is that right?
Is entire correct?
Johnny, no.
Then why did you send $100,000 worth of diamonds here to Algiers at the request of a woman who doesn't have a cent to her name?
Why, it is to me these things are always happen. Mynheer Dollar, I am the highest ethic of business. I cannot give you answering.
Well, one of you better give me an answering.
Oh, it is all right, Mr. Zeindorf.
Please, you tell Contessa.
All right. What he is trying to say, Johnny, is this. It did not matter about my financial standing because I was not actually a client.
What do you mean? You ordered the stuff?
Yes, several pieces on approval, so I could make a selection. Anything up to $20,000. Somebody else was paying for it. It was being given to me as a gift.
By whom?
A fellow countryman of yours, a man named Charles Barrett. He's been here 3 months, lives on his yacht.
Mr. Zeindorf, how did you know this man Barrett would pay for the diamonds?
By the letter, mynheer.
What letter?
When I wrote to the local firm, I took the liberty of enclosing a letter written to me by Mr. Barrett.
His own authentical signings. We investigate immediately.
What sort of a letter was it?
He promised to pay for a gift of jewelry up to $20,000 of my own selection in return for certain considerations.
What considerations?
Romantic, mynheer. It is a little present of the engagement.
Is that what it was, Maria? An engagement present?
Yes.
I see.
I think I go now. It's too much has happened in this place.
Is it all right to smoke now?
Yeah, sure. The gas is cleared out. Here.
Thank you. I wish you hadn't kissed me, Johnny.
I thought you said you liked it.
I did. That is why I wish you hadn't.
Are you trying to say that...
Oh, relax, Johnny. I am not a child. No, I have not fallen in love with you any more than you have with me. But I could, very easily.
What about this man Barrett? What's he like?
Oh, an overbearing, spoiled, middle-aged little boy.
The price sounds kind of high.
What else is there?
Ever think of working?
Where? At what? In Italy, yes. But you know what's open there for an impoverished countess.
Yeah, I know. And I suppose you can't get a work permit anywhere else, is that it?
Oh, forget it, Johnny. All I know how to do is be highly ornamental, say the right things to the right people, do the right things at the right time, and eat by stealing caviar at cocktail parties. You go hungry a lot that way.
Yeah, I guess it's rough. Well, don't let it throw you, honey. You're not the first girl who married for money.
What? I guess you don't understand. Nobody has said anything about marriage.
Oh, I see.
Well, Johnny, I imagine you will be leaving now. So, good night, Johnny. Goodbye.
For all the progress I'd made in the case, I might as well have stayed at home. Another fish off the hook. Logical suspect number one had been the customs property agent Andre Jardine. But the blow on the head that sent him to the hospital hadn't been faked. And that, plus the fact the diamond courier had shown symptoms of poisoning before the plane even landed, seemed to leave Andre in the clear. And now number two, Maria Countess d'Atalia, was apparently able to supply another answer every time she needed one. And her answers were backed up by Hans Zeindorf, Lorco's own representative. We were shortcutting through the harbor district when I began to realize that the same car had been behind us ever since we'd left Maria's. It was a low-slung English job, expensive and easy to recognize. Driver.
Oui, monsieur?
Hit the gas a little harder. See if you can shake that car behind us.
Mais oui.
The other car picked up speed to match ours and still held the same distance. Hey, try a couple of fast corners. I want to make sure.
Yeah?
The next place where the street narrows down. Stop fast. Swing crosswise. Block off the road. I want to stop that guy and have a talk with him. Hey, you understand what I mean?
Mais oui, monsieur. Just like in the movies.
Yeah, well, something like that. Hey, there's a place coming up. Let's have a go at it.
You do not worry. I will do it good.
Yeah, I only hope we've seen the same movies.
Now, monsieur.
I was out of the cab fast and running back down the street. The other driver had jammed on his brakes and finally skidded to a stop against the curb. I reached for the handle, jerked the door open, and the man inside came out swinging. A big man, little on the beefy side, but plenty tough. I didn't know him, never seen him before. He fought silently and fought hard, but he was a sucker for a lift. I knelt down on the pavement and started to go through his pockets. I hadn't even noticed the other car pull up.
Nom de chien, Monsieur Dollar.
Huh?
Do you merely plan to rob him, or do you also intend to cook him and eat him?
Oh, you really get around, Inspector.
A policeman must socialize, monsieur. It broadens the outlook. Come, we walk. My chauffeur will take care of reviving your victim.
Do you happen to know the victim?
Mais oui. He's Monsieur Charles K. Barrett of Chicago.
Maria's ex-boyfriend.
Something of the sort, I believe.
How did you happen to get here so conveniently?
Oh, I was following you. Farther back, of course.
Then why didn't you pitch in when the fight started?
And spoil such a remarkable display of fisticuffs?
Okay.
It is true the footwork was mediocre, but the verve, the enthusiasm, the violence, superb, monsieur.
I can't quite figure you, Inspector.
Well, sometime we must talk about it. Monsieur, you will be most happy to know that we have identified the person who occupied the plane seat next to the diamond courier.
Oh?
They shared a bottle of wine during the flight. Undoubtedly, that is how the poison was administered.
And who is the person?
A man named Bobo.
Bobo?
Oui. He is well known in the Casbah. He is a thief, smuggler, dope peddler, and it is said he can be hired as a killer.
Have you picked him up yet?
Well, I have not tried to.
Why not?
Why not? Monsieur, in the Casbah, at the sight of a uniform, everyone vanishes, like rabbits in their holes.
The Casbah, huh?
Another thing. The property agent who was struck on the head, Andre Jardine, he has disappeared from the hospital.
Disappeared? How?
His window was open. The room was upset. It was very odd.
Yeah. Look, Inspector, I think I'll get on back to the hotel and get some sleep.
As you wish.
Yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Oh, there is one more thing, Monsieur Dollar.
Huh?
I think perhaps I should warn you of something in the event you should call again on the Comtesse.
Warn me of what?
Well, 2 days ago, I installed a dictaphone in her apartment.
You what?
I must admit I found your conversation this evening most entertaining.
Inspector, you are a rat.
Oh, please do not concern yourself in the least. I am the soul of discretion.
Maybe.
Monsieur, I am a Frenchman.
Twice tonight, the Casbah had been mentioned. The strange, mysterious native quarter on the steep hill behind the city. Maria had said her maid lived there. And now Bobo, who'd given poison wine to the diamond courier. I had an angle, and I had some ideas. The picture was finally starting to make sense. But I needed some more answers. And the trail led into the Casbah.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Lorco Diamonds matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a bungling fool, a tightening net, and a violent death in a crooked alley of the Casbah. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Abdul.
Abdul?
You don't know me.
So?
I have the little business.
Well, I'm so happy for you. I hope it's doing well.
Not bad.
Okay,
you
what?
You don't know me, but you're looking for me.
Now, look, Joe, Abdul...
It is a business to get jobs for people, for servants.
Oh, the employment agent.
Ah.
Have you got the address of that girl who worked for the Countess d'Attolia?
Oh, sure. You're very lucky. She's very pretty.
You've got the wrong idea, Abdul. I just want to talk to her.
Sure.
Where does she live?
For $20, I will remember.
I'll give you 10.
No, she's worth more.
Look, knock it off. I gotta find her and talk to her fast while I'm still alive. And while she is.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Algiers, North Africa, to the Home Office Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Lorco Diamonds matter. $100,000 worth missing. Expense account continued. Item 9, $15 even. Gratuity, tip, gift, bonus. Why kid about it? It was a bribe. To a man named Abdul for the address of a girl named Chata. An address up in the native quarter, the Casbah. But the idea wasn't romance, no matter what Abdul thought. 4 hours earlier, in the Countess d'Atelier's apartment, somebody had turned on the gas and tried to kill one or both of us. It was 9 to 1 that the somebody was Chata the servant. I wanted to ask her why. I'd put my coat on and was just on the point of leaving my hotel. I slipped a gun into my side pocket and moved over to the door. Yeah, who is it?
Charlie Barrett. The guy you beat the daylights out of a couple hours ago, you know what I mean? No hard feelings, Dal. I just want to talk it over.
All right, Barrett. What's on your mind?
You object if I come inside? It's kind of personal, you know what I mean?
Probably. All right, come on in.
Much obliged. Hey, I didn't know who you were, but when we got in that little fracas, that cop told me about it afterward. Man, you really got a wallop on you. You make a fella know he's had it, you know what I mean?
Is that why you're here, a post-mortem on the fight?
No. That's done and over. You whipped me, fair and square, as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, Barrett, if you've got anything to say, let's have it fast. I'm in a hurry to get out of here.
Oh, well, I sure don't want to take up no more of your time than necessary. I know how it is. Of course, I'm on vacation now, but back in Chicago, I'm in the meat business.
Look, Barrett, would you please...
At least in a way I am. I'm in byproducts, actually. You know what they say? Use everything but the squeal. Well, I'm the fella that cans the squeal, you get it?
Oh, brother.
What I come here for was maybe to get it straightened out about that dame.
Do you mean the Countess d'Atelier?
Countess, them titles are a dime a dozen. I can buy 'em, sell 'em like sausages.
Well, what about her?
Now, look, neighbor, I was figuring to come here and put it to you man to man. You know what I mean?
I know what I'm beginning to think you mean.
I figure when you seen my position, you'd want to do the square thing. Like anybody on the right side of the fence would. You with me, neighbor?
You better drop that neighbor business. I've moved.
Well, Dollar, the thing stacks up like this. Now, I already had my claim staked there before you even got in town. I got a lot of money invested in that dame.
Barrett, so help me.
I've been taking her around places, you know, feeding her, buying her, one thing and another. Why, I was even going to kick through for a 20-grand chunk of ice for her. Well, she and I had that fight last week.
You what?
That dame's got highfalutin ideas.
What fight? What are you talking about?
Well, I just put it to her, cold turkey. I told her she had to quit Jenny flipping around with all those other fellas. Or I just wasn't going to have nothing more to do with her. Well, that made her mad, you understand? She lit into me. Man, you ought to hear that dame talk when she's mad. You'd think
hey,
that
look,
she...
when was this fight? Was it before the diamonds were sent here?
Why, sure. Sure, I said if that's the way she was going to act, she could forget about them diamonds. Well, I ain't seen her since or talked to her, but I just can't seem to get her off my mind. Now, look, Dolly, you was in her apartment there for 2 hours and 40 minutes tonight, and I don't like it. It bothers me.
Strictly business, Barrett. And I got to get going.
Now, wait a minute, Dollar. Just wait a minute. We still got something to settle here. Like I told you, I got money.
Barrett, get out.
You better hold your horses. I don't know if you know the name C.K. Barrett, if that means anything to you. But I got influence back there in them United States.
So it's the hard way, huh?
Look, you just work for that company of yours. You're nothing but an employee. And if you think you can talk to me like you can to some of these foreigners, then here, now.
Still a sucker for a left. Hello, room service. This is Johnny Dollar. Some drunk just wandered in here and passed out. Would you send up a couple of boys to drag it out in the hall? Expense account item 10, $5.30. A tip to the bellboys and taxi fare to the Casbah. The taxi dropped me off at the end of the causeway, and from there on I walked. It was late, well after midnight, but the narrow, crooked alleys were teeming with life. Some of it out in the open, some of it under cover. Small groups of people met together here and there along the cobbled streets. Men of 24 tongues and dialects. And women, too, slipped silently in and out of the dark doorways, crouched over tables in the dim-lit cafes and coffee houses. Groups usually fell silent when I passed and stared with hostile curiosity. The Casbah, backwash of North Africa. Little known, seldom bothered, and scarcely policed. And for an outsider, especially at night, more dangerous than dynamite. The address Abdul had given me turned out to be a coffee house, but it could still be legitimate. And there was only one way to find out.
What do you want?
I want to see Chata.
What for?
Private reasons.
Chata's not here.
Where can I find it?
Take a seat. Table in the corner. Maybe she come.
I took the seat, ordered coffee, and waited. A wrinkled old Arab squatted on a rug in the middle of the room and played strange, weird melodies. Gradually, the other patrons went back to their conversations, ignoring me completely. In fact, pointedly. 20 minutes passed. The girl didn't show.
You will, of course, not object, monsieur, if I take the liberty of joining you?
No, sit down.
Merci. So, you wish to see Chat?
Yeah, that's right. Do you know her?
Oui, I know her very well.
Know where to find her?
But naturally, monsieur. I always know where to find her. She's my woman.
Oh, so you're the man they call Bobo.
Oui, monsieur.
The man who poisoned the diamond courier.
Oh, monsieur, it is true that I gave him some wine. A little, not much. But I think perhaps it was a bad vintage. Yes, most unfortunate.
It was for him.
Well, perhaps it was for the best. Life is so uncertain. But I do not wish to think of such unpleasantness. Instead, let us talk about diamonds.
Let's talk about killing. Or attempted killing. Is Chana the one who turned on the gas in the Countess's apartment?
It is possible that she did that.
On whose orders?
It was nothing personal, monsieur. I didn't even know that you were going to be there.
I see. Then you really meant to...
Diamonds, monsieur. That's enough of this foolish talk of killing.
All right. All right, what about the diamonds?
You were sent here by the company that has insured them. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And this company would like very much to recover these diamonds?
That's why I'm here.
C'est bien. Now, I'm told that these companies sometimes give large rewards. Agree to an arrangement of a sort?
Make a deal, you mean? With no questions asked.
Yes, exactly. Now, is this thing true, monsieur? Is it possible that you would...
Do you have the diamonds, Bobo?
Well, let us say that I'm able to direct you to their location.
You could almost call that a confession.
What does it matter, so long as we are in the Casbah?
Oh, yeah, sure. I imagine you have been spotted all over the place.
At least 30, right in this room. I am in no danger here, monsieur.
Tell me something. You didn't pull off this job by yourself. Who else was in on it?
I only wish to talk about the diamonds. Well, can we come to an arrangement?
Bobo, I don't make deals with murderers.
It is better that you do not use such words, monsieur.
It's true, though, isn't it?
That is not the question. It is only that I resent the insulting way in
Bobo!
which you...
Bobo, calm down.
Why you coming here?
Bobo!
Wait. Did you arrange for the police to come here, monsieur?
I'm as surprised as you are, Bobo.
Consider this matter of the deal. We will talk more at some other time, eh?
The patrons rushed for the doors, and in 1 minute flat, the coffee house was empty. Even the owner was gone. I was the only one left. 3 minutes later, the inspector, with a flying squad of 20 men, came bursting in from the street.
Well, Monsieur Dollar, I'm happy to find you are still alive.
Why don't you get lost somewhere?
For you, I think it most fortunate that we arrive in time.
Oh, sure, in time to follow up the only lead I had in this case.
To lose a suspect is better than to lose one's life, monsieur.
Look, Inspector, I was holding a gun in my pocket, covering Bobo from the second he sat down at the table.
But, monsieur,
So 30 men or not, if it had come to a showdown, he couldn't have done a thing. Because he'd have been the first one to get it, and he's smart enough to have known that.
But I thought
Let's face it, Inspector, you've done it again. You goofed.
But I was only thinking that perhaps... Mon Dieu, what is to happen next?
The shooting was somewhere outside, but it hadn't been the police. All of the inspector's men were inside the coffee house. He gave them orders quickly, and they fanned out to search the area. The streets were empty now, dark and silent, not a soul in sight. We split up into pairs. I worked with Inspector Marcus for a while, then left him and searched alone along a narrow side passage. And that's where I found him. He'd been shot 3 times in the back, and he was dying.
Monsieur Dollar.
Yeah, Bobo.
You can't forget that deal, I think.
Yeah. It's a little too late for deals now. Who was in on it with you, Bobo? Look, you've got nothing to lose by talking. You know that, don't you?
Accept my honor, monsieur. As a citizen of the Casbah.
Who shot you?
A dragon, monsieur. 12 feet tall, with fiery eyes.
All right, Bobo, all right. But just tell me this. Just one thing. Are you the man who attacked the property agent at the airport? The man who slugged Andre Jourdain?
Oui, monsieur. I do it very good. No. Almost
almost I kill him. It's too bad.
A minute or two later, Inspector Marcus came up, and we stood there looking down at the dead man lying on the stones of the alley. He was a short man, stockily built, with wide shoulders and a deep chest. It was the body of a man of action, of accomplishment. But he'd chosen to be a smuggler, dope peddler, thief, and killer. And now he had become the victim of another killer.
Did he say anything, monsieur? Was he able to talk?
Yeah, enough.
Eh? What is it you mean, monsieur? Do you know who is guilty of this?
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. I know the whole story now. The whole filthy, rotten story.
There'll be the final intriguing episode in our story of the Lorco Diamonds matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, the odds are set. The last chip is down. It's the last spin of the wheel. And death is the croupier. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Maria.
Maria? Well, isn't it kind of late at night to call?
You've got to help me, Johnny. I'm being followed.
Aren't you at home?
No, it's a little cafe on the waterfront. I came in here to phone.
Why the devil did you have to go out? Everything was set up. If you'd stayed home, you'd have been safe. What are you trying to do, get yourself killed?
Johnny, this is no time.
Where are you? What's the name of the place?
The Marrakesh, number 41 Rue de la Mer. I'm afraid to go outside.
No, whatever you do, don't go outside. Stay right where you are until I get there.
But Johnny...
Take your choice, Maria. It's either that or wind up on a marble slab.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You know better than anybody. Now stay there.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Algiers, North Africa, to the Home Office Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Lorco Diamonds matter. $100,000 in jewels stolen and a murder. Expense account continued. Item 12, $2.20. Taxi fare to the waterfront of the Marrakesh Cafe. There was no time to lose and no time to get help from Inspector Marcus. A half hour earlier, he'd set a trap, and he and his men were staked out around Maria's apartment house waiting. But apparently she'd gone to the cafe before he got there. So now the whole thing had blown wide open. The Rue de la Mer was a dead-end street close to the water, deserted at this hour of night. A couple of dim street lights and a light over the door of the Marrakesh Cafe. Everything else was in darkness. There was no movement, no sign of life.
Over here, Johnny. Oh, when you got here?
No trouble so far. Huh?
No. Except with that sailor over there. He finally passed out.
Oh, you're probably used to that kind of trouble. Cigarette?
Yes, thank you.
Now, what were you doing down here at this time of night?
I was visiting a friend.
Is that the friend's car parked out at the curb?
Yes.
Charlie Barrett, huh? The meat packer from Chicago who was going to give you the Lorco diamonds. Well, I figured he'd got over his mad spell.
How did you know about it?
He told me just before I knocked him out for the second time tonight. He said you two had a fight over a week ago, and that he told you he wasn't buying any diamonds after all.
Well, it was just...
For a while, I thought I had you tagged again. I wondered why you hadn't canceled the order when you'd been told he wasn't going to pay for the stuff.
Johnny, it was just a talk. I knew he would come around.
Yeah, well, that's about the way I figured it. Another explanation. So I let you off the hook again.
Why, Johnny? Why have you been trying so hard?
Trying what?
To find some way of involving me in this.
Well, the facts just seemed to turn up. I wasn't trying to find them.
It made a big difference, didn't it? Learning about Mr. Barrett.
Learning what about him?
That I was accepting a $20,000 gift from him.
Why should it? Your life's your own.
It did, though. Before that, you were... Well, seemed to be interested.
Sure. You're a very beautiful woman.
And that's all it was?
What more did you want?
All right, Johnny. Forget it. I don't blame you.
Hey, tell me something. What about Barrett? Now that you've kissed and made up, is the engagement back on again?
I haven't decided yet, Johnny.
Well, come on. Let's get out of here. I'll take you home.
Do you think it's safe?
There was no sign of anybody around when I came in. Whoever it was probably got scared off.
Oh, I was scared to death. When I saw the lights of the cafe, I jammed on the brakes and ran for the door. The other car was right behind me.
Get a look at the driver?
No.
How'd you get hold of Barrett's car? Borrow it?
He gave it to me.
Not a bad night's work. It's a good car. Get in.
You really play rough, don't you, Johnny?
Sometimes. It depends on... Get down, quick, back of the car. It came from across the street. It's pitch black over there.
What are you going to do?
Look, Maria, you're safe as long as you're back of the car here.
Well, what about you?
I can't get a shot from here. I'm pinned down. I'm going to make a run for that stone curb. Try to draw a shot and see where the flash comes from.
Be careful, Johnny.
Oh, don't worry, kid. I'm the carefulest guy you ever saw. All right, now sit tight. Here goes.
Are you all right, Johnny?
Yeah, I think I got him spotted. Let's see just how close I can...
There's somebody running away.
Yeah, so do I. Now, where the devil? Why don't they get some streetlights down there?
That car that's starting up.
Yeah, I see it.
They're getting away.
One lucky shot might... Give me your keys. Wait here. I'm going after
No,
him.
no, I'm going with you.
Then pile in. Hurry up. Let's go. A few blocks away, I picked up the taillights of the other car and poured on the gas to keep hanging on. We roared through the empty streets along the waterfront, then swung into the coast road and headed out of the city. The model I was driving had been built for road racing, and barring accidents, I didn't figure the car ahead had much chance of shaking me. It was a narrow, winding road following the rocky edge of the headlands, and the curves were sharp and dangerous, especially at the speed we were traveling. Finally, it happened. The car ahead roared up a steep grade and missed the curve at the top. It rolled over and over, the headlights cutting crazy patterns in the blackness as it plunged down towards the beach. I finally braked to a stop about 30 yards from the wreck, jumped out and started toward it, and just then... the gas tank caught and burst, and the car exploded into a tower of flames. I caught a glimpse of the driver, pinned in the wreck. Then the fire took over and covered him. And I knew one thing was certain. He'd had it.
It's dying down.
Yeah. The gasoline is all burned down.
What a terrible way to die.
What way isn't?
I guess... Johnny, could I have a cigarette, please?
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, light up, Maria, while you watch him burn.
What a horrible thing to say.
It's quite a relief, though, isn't it, knowing you're safe now?
Well, of course it's a relief when someone has just tried to kill you and now you know that they...
That's true, but it's not what I meant.
I don't think I understand you.
What I meant was you're safe because now he won't be able to talk.
Able to... Who won't won't be able. Do you mean you know who's in that car?
Of course, and so do you. It's the customs property agent, Andre Jardine.
Andre?
Sure. Who else would have any reason to kill you, since he was the only one left after... Oh, I guess you haven't heard about it yet. Bobo's dead, too.
What? Who is Bobo?
Your other partner. Andre shot him in the back earlier tonight up in the Casbah. So you're doubly safe now, Maria. They're both dead. And for everything else, you've got an explanation. With just one exception.
I don't even know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
now, don't be modest. Actually, it was quite a scheme, whether you thought it up or Andre
Oh,
did.
you are out of your mind.
The idea was to make sure the diamond courier died, either on the plane or at least before he got through customs. That way, the courier's briefcase would be sent to Andre's office. Then Bobo was to help Andre fake the stick-up. But Bobo turned out to be a tough cookie.
This may be true,
Instead
but
of sticking to plan, he decided to go for broke. When he slugged Andre, he tried to make it stick, but Andre managed to reach his gun, so he ended up in the hospital instead of the morgue.
What has all this got to do with me?
Then Andre got the idea of a double cross. He left the hospital, went into the Casbah to look for Bobo. He found him, and he killed him.
I still don't see
His
what...
next step was a natural, to knock you off and keep the whole take for himself. We expected it, and we were ready for him. Inspector Marcus is staked out right now at your apartment house, waiting for Andre to show up. We didn't know you'd already gone out earlier.
Well, all of this may be true, Johnny. But why do you insist on trying to fit me into the picture?
Because that's where you belong. I mentioned the fact that you'd been able to come up with an explanation every time you needed it, with just one exception.
What exception?
Both Andre and Bobo have tried to kill you this evening. Why? Unless you were in on this thing. What reason would they have?
Well, I don't know. Of course. Why should I know? I don't know why they tried to kill me, Johnny.
Oh, a good answer, Maria. And it'll probably work. Yeah, you figured that one out fast.
I don't know what you mean.
No, of course you don't. Well,
Who has the diamonds?
I will before morning.
Johnny, why couldn't you...
Knock it off, kid. You got the wrong guy. It won't work with me.
It could.
Sure, I know. You're beautiful, charming, lovely. And you're rotten. Rotten right to the core.
What are you doing, Johnny?
Going back to town.
Well, wait for me.
Goodbye, Maria.
Johnny, wait! Johnny!
An hour later, I was out at the air terminal in the customs property office watching Inspector Marcus open a vault.
Mon Dieu, what a nuisance. Always they make these combinations so difficult.
That's the general idea, Inspector.
True, but still one would think... There we are. And now, if you are correct, Monsieur Dollar, we shall soon have our hands...
There, that briefcase in the corner.
Mais oui. It is the one.
Good. Let's have a look at it.
It will be necessary to force the lock.
Here, pry it open with this. Looks like an easy one.
It is merely a matter of... Voila. Beautiful, no?
Yeah. Too beautiful.
Tell me something, Monsieur Dollar. What made you know that Andre Jardine was guilty?
Something Bobo said, just before he died.
Hmm?
Yeah. He confessed he was the man who had slugged Andre. But Andre had described his assailant as tall and thin. Bobo was short with a stocky build. Andre had lied.
And all this time, the diamonds were right here in this vault to which Andre, as property agent, had access.
Can you think of a safer place? Hey, Inspector, what about Maria Dattoria?
Well, I am inclined to agree with you, Monsieur Dollar, but... well...
Yeah, I know. Nothing but suspicion.
Yeah, precisely. If I were to file charges and bring her to trial on such evidence as this, well, she would cry a little, perhaps, and look very beautiful. And, monsieur, the court would hang me, not her.
Yeah, you're right. You could never make it stick.
C'est la vie.
Expense account item 13, $624.80. Hotel, meals, and incidentals in Algiers and transportation back to the States. Expense account total, $1,214.60. End of expense account. End of report. Remarks? Social item. To be circulated widely. The Countess Maria D'Atolia was married yesterday to C.K. Barrett, a big tycoon in the meat business. The happy couple will make their home in Chicago. All companies in that area who may be asked to underwrite insurance on the life of C.K. Barrett don't. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be a new exciting story on Johnny Dollar beginning next Monday.
Next week, the Broderick matter, an exciting chase after a charming, beautiful girl. After all, who wouldn't? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Lillian Bayef, Jack Moyles, Victor Perrin, C.K. Barrett, Lawrence Dobkin, Forrest Lewis, and Jay Novello. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Hey, Bill, when I get rich, you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to buy a motorboat just like this. That's what I'm going to do.
You're a piker, Joe. When I get rich, I'm going to buy a lake like this. If you're a good guy, maybe I'll let you use my lake for your motorboat. Still no sign of that party you're trying to find yet?
Yeah, not yet.
Say, what's the story on this thing we're on? They didn't tell me anything at headquarters except to meet you up here and take orders from you.
Well, we got a tip from some citizen that he saw something dumped in the lake. So we got to find it. And, hey, I think we did.
Huh?
And look over there.
That's it, all right, Joe. Nice work. Here, I'll kill the engines. Any idea who it is?
Yeah, some mug, probably. Got in bad with his boss or his mob and was invited to take a bath the hard way. Here, lean over with me. Help me drag him aboard.
Right. It's a fine job for two cops. Oh, well, it's better than directing traffic. I'll grab his legs. Get a grip on his coat.
Right. You ready?
Check.
All right, here goes. There you go. All right, that's it. Rest it on the deck, Bill. That's the idea.
That's that. Hey, recognize the guy, Joe?
No, he's no local hood, I can tell you that. Lapel in his coat hasn't been touched. I guess whoever knocked him off don't care if we are able to identify him.
Guess not. Anything else in his clothes?
Yeah, this wallet. No dough. Take a look at his identification card.
Name, Walter Peters. Address, Harrison Hotel. In case of accident, notify... Hey, do you see what I see?
I think so. Well, it's a good thing this was a waterproof wallet, or maybe it was a bad thing. Depends on what Inspector Faraday says when he sees what we're looking at.
You got something there. How do you like that? In case of accident, notify Boston Blackie.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, what do you mean you don't know the dead guy? Wasn't your name in his wallet? Didn't you see it? In case of accident, notify Boston, Blackie.
I saw it, Faraday, and I read it for you so that you'd know what it says. But I still don't know Peters. I never saw him in my life.
Wait a minute. You're holding something back, Blackie.
Yes, my temper. Now, excuse me, Inspector. I have a date with Mary. She's much prettier than you. Her apartment is much nicer than the morgue here, so I really must run along. You stay here if you like. Talk to Peter's body. Your mind and his have a great deal in common.
Blackie, we fished Peter's body out of the lake this morning.
Congratulations. What'd you use for bait?
Aha.
Skip it.
I'm sorry I got you down here. But after your name was on that card, I thought you might help us find out what racket this guy was in.
You thought. That's where you made your first mistake.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Joe, what is it?
We just had the police laboratory go over the clothes we took off that dead guy, Peters.
So?
So nothing. Except that we found they were hand-tailored, good material, and were soaked with salt water.
After you dragged them out of a lake, what did you expect? They'd be soaked with kerosene?
No, I just thought I'd tell you, that's all.
You see what I'm up against, Blackie. I get no help at all from anybody.
I wouldn't say that. Salt water, you said, Joe?
That's right, Blackie.
And the body was fished out of a lake?
Hey, that's right. Lakes don't have salt water in them.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh.
You know, Faraday, this is getting interesting. That guy must have been drowned twice. But why?
Why, he asked me. How do I know why? I don't even know why he was drowned once.
Oh, Blackie, the next time I come to pick you up at your apartment, I'm just not going to do it.
You're not making any more sense than Faraday generally does, Mary. The next time you come to pick me up, you're not going to... What kind of talk is that?
You know just exactly what I mean. Aren't we ready to go yet?
Patience, my dear, patience. The show doesn't go on for an hour, and I get bored sitting in my seat reading theater programs.
Well, you could talk to me, you know.
Well, isn't that what I'm doing now? It's so much more comfortable here. You know, I haven't...
Now, I know why I wanted to leave here, Blackie. That's either somebody who needs your help and wants it, or Faraday who needs your help but never wants it. Let's not answer the door.
Aren't you at all curious, Mary?
Oh, yes, I am. I'm dying to see how the play we're going to starts.
Well, suppose that is somebody who needs help at the door. I wouldn't feel right about not answering.
Oh, golly, I guess I wouldn't either. I'll go.
Thanks, Mary. I knew you'd feel that way.
Maybe it's only the boy with the papers. No, nothing that good could happen to me. Yes?
Blackie here?
Yes.
Please come in. I'm Boston Blackie.
Thanks. Hi, Blackie. I'm Bess.
Bess?
That's right. I run a tugboat down at the waterfront. Who's this?
I'm Mary, and I'm pleased to meet you.
Is there something I can do for you, Bess?
Yeah. Get rid of this dame so you and I can talk.
Blackie, did you hear that?
People on the next block could hear that. Miss Wesley is a friend of mine, Bess. Anything you want to say to me, she can hear.
Okay. Blackie, you ever hear of a guy named Walter Peters?
Not that I can... Oh, yes, I did. That name belongs to the body the cops fished out of the lake today. It's down at the morgue now.
That's the guy, all right. Like to know what the score is about his getting knocked off?
Yes.
Well, it's nothing to nothing. The cops have got a corpse that means nothing to them, and maybe I can put you next to a murder that means nothing to me, but does to you.
In that case, why not tell me about it, Bess?
Why not find out for yourself? If you're as smart as you're supposed to be, you won't have any trouble.
What am I supposed to do?
Be aboard my tug, the Alamo, first thing in the morning. You're on your own from there in.
Sounds like you're building a mystery for no reason, but I'll be there.
I thought you would. So long.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bess. Be aboard her tug tomorrow morning. Mary, I wonder what that means.
Well, for one thing, that means you'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to find out.
You didn't mind leaving that Mary Wesley friend of yours on shore, did you, Blackie?
I wouldn't say that exactly, Bess, but Mary isn't much of a sailor, and she didn't mind. Now, suppose you give me a hint as to why you wanted me on board this morning.
Figure that out for yourself. I got trouble enough handling the wheel on this tug. Hey, I want you to take a look at my crew, Blackie. A one-man crew. Hey, Donnie!
Yeah, Bess?
Come on, sit a minute, will you?
Hold everything, I'll be up.
You want me to take a look at your crew, and Danny's your crew, right, Bess?
You don't know how right.
Well, Bess, what is it? What's up? Say, who's this guy?
Never mind. Just a paying passenger, that Louise is. I'm heading for my supplies this afternoon. How's the coal?
We could use some.
That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. That's all, Danny.
Okay. I'll be in the galley if you want anything.
Well, Blackie,
I don't believe it. I saw that guy dead in the morgue only this morning. He's Walter Peters.
glad you came aboard, pal.
I'll know in a minute after I talk to him.
That's where you're wrong. You ain't gonna talk to him. Oh, the traffic's worse in this harbor than at 6th Avenue. Get out of that barge! Out of the way, you!
Say, did you say I'm not going to talk to him?
That's what I said. You see, this ain't as simple as it seems.
Oh, what makes you think it seems simple? And, Bess, I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to talk to that guy right now.
Blackie! Blackie, come back here! Oh, if I didn't have to handle this wheel, I'd make you come back.
You're big enough to have a good chance of doing it, too, Bess. But I've got to find out what this is all about. Hey, you! You down there in the galley.
Yeah? You wanted to see me?
I most certainly did, and do. Look, who are you?
Who wants to know?
I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, you're Blackie, huh?
That's right, and I think you're Walter Peters, only Peters is dead. I saw him in the morgue myself. Now, what goes on here?
I can't tell you on account of Bess, but... Look, Blackie, I'll meet you later. Keep your shirt on. I'll be in your apartment at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Blackie, either get out of my office or start walking up and down. You're getting me dizzy.
What's your excuse when I'm not here? Now, listen,
You
Faraday.
listen. I'm getting a call from the FBI any second. They think they've got a lead on who Walter Peters was.
What I want to tell you is that Walter Peters wasn't anything. He is. I saw him an hour ago on a tug.
Walking up and down is making you dizzy, too.
Faraday, I tell you, I saw him on a tugboat. I talked to him. He wouldn't crack on the tug, but he said that he'd meet me in my apartment at 4 o'clock.
If Walter Peters comes up to your apartment at 4 o'clock, there'll be 4 guys carrying him. That's probably the FBI. Hold everything. Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Jameson, Harbor Squad.
Yeah, Jameson.
What happened to Walter Peters' body?
What happened to Walter Peters' body? Well, it's in the morgue. That's what happened to it.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm calling from the morgue now. The guy in charge ain't here, and neither is Peters' body.
What?
Just thought you might know something about it. So long, Inspector.
Blackie, Peters...
I know, I heard. Well, pal, what goes on from here in? You still think I didn't see Peters?
Oh, this is all I need. First, a guy is fished out of a lake, only his clothes have salt water in them. So he's been drowned twice.
Listen.
Now it turns out Walter Peters is alive.
Now, take it easy.
No, it can't be. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Blackie, get out of here. Walter Faraday speaking.
Jones, the FBI, Faraday. We've finished checking on that Walter Peters for you. We know who he was.
Oh.
One of the cleverest smugglers we ever ran across. Customs never could get anything on him. They examined him and his luggage with a microscope, but he kept bringing in thousands of dollars worth of jewels every trip he took.
I can believe it. The guy is a miracle man.
Oh, what do you mean, Inspector?
Now, how would you expect me to know? Thanks, Jones. So long.
So Peters is a smuggler, eh, Faraday? And apparently somebody tried to knock him off, but he beat the rap somehow and is hiding on Bess's tugboat. Well, that makes sense.
Oh, it does it? Nothing makes sense on this case, including you. Blackie, how come your name was on Peters' identification card?
Are we back to that in case of accident notify Boston Blackie thing again?
We sure are. Maybe you were working with this Peters. Maybe you were in the smuggling thing. He crossed you. You knocked him off.
Oh.
He had your name on his card so that we'd have a lead to his killer. And you're telling me all this bunk about talking to a dead man just to throw me off.
Faraday?
I know. It's ridiculous. But it shows I'm thinking. Blackie, what could have happened to the morgue keeper and Peters' body?
I haven't the slightest idea, unless Peters wasn't dead and I did talk to him on board Bess's tug.
How are we going to find out? That's what bothers me.
I guess we're going to have to wait until 4 o'clock this afternoon when that guy I met on the tug is due at my apartment. Well, before that, maybe I can do something about it, though.
Yeah? What?
I've got an idea that tug will be able to pull me out of this situation.
And now back to Boston Blackie. The body of Walter Peters, smuggler, is fished out of a lake by police, and Boston Blackie is drawn into the case when his name is found on Peters' identification card. Later, Blackie is certain he talks to Peters aboard a tug owned by a gal named Bess, even though Peters is apparently dead. When Peters' body is found missing from the morgue, Blackie is confused, but he knows he has an appointment with the man he met on the tug. With several hours to spare, Blackie and Mary are en route to the tug once more and stop off at the morgue first.
You'd better wait out here, Mary. I'll go into the morgue myself. It won't be a minute.
Oh, Blackie, I don't care how long you take, as long as I'm waiting outside. There is something about a morgue that, well...
Most of the people inside don't seem to mind. Be right with you.
Okay with me.
Oh, hello, Jameson. You on duty here?
Hi, Blackie. I'm still in the harbor squad, just trying to get a lead on the Peters murder.
Oh. Listen, I was in Faraday's office when you called in to say that the morgue keeper and Walter Peters' body were missing.
Oh, that. Well, they're not missing anymore.
Say that again slower this time.
They're not missing anymore. The morgue attendant had gone out for coffee before I got here. When he came back, he told me where he was and what happened to Peters' body.
What did happen to it?
Well, it was claimed a relative of his, a big gal named Bess something or other, came in for it and took it with her.
Well, that clears that up. Or does it?
Huh?
Never mind. I can't very well explain something to you that I don't know the answer to myself. Thanks, Jameson. Nice seeing you.
Right, Blackie. Sorry you can't stay till something breaks on the Peters case. I got nobody to talk to in here.
You got plenty of people to talk to, only nobody can answer you. So long.
Well, that was fast, Blackie.
Yes, it was. I'm glad I stopped by. I've got some information, even if I don't know what it means. Let's see, if it's 2 o'clock now, I have until 4 to keep my appointment. We're going down to the waterfront, Mary.
Are we? What for, to get a lead on the Peters case?
That's right. If Peters is really dead, I want to know who killed him. If he's alive, I want to know what's going on. And I have an idea one person can give me all that information. A girl named Bess.
Faraday.
Faraday, this is Blackie.
Blackie, go away, far away. We'll play a game. You get lost, and nobody will look for you. Blackie, don't bother me.
Kid, if you think you've been bothered before, listen to this. Bess is missing.
Bess?
The gal I told you about. The one that owns that tug. Not only is she missing, but the tug is gone, too.
Neither of them are here in my office. Why bother me?
She's the key to this whole case, Faraday. I'm down at the waterfront now. Nobody has seen her or the tug since this morning. Now, I want you to call out the harbor squad and try to find out what happened to her.
But she's the gal who called for Peter's body at the morgue, isn't she?
That's right.
Well, what's making you so sure she's the key to this case?
Well, I've just figured out something. Peters was a smuggler. She ran a tug. This thing's beginning to make sense.
Not to me.
It's making sense, not miracles.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe she and Peters were a team. Don't ask me about the rest of the story. I don't know it yet. But I've got to get back to my apartment to meet the guy that I think is Peters. And I want you to look for Bess.
I'll get down to the harbor right away. Blackie, why is it that as soon as you're mixed up in something, all of a sudden everything is mixed up? Bill, Joe?
Yes, Inspector?
Make sure you don't overlook a thing. Even if you think it's only a log, you see, yell and we'll stop this launch. Right, Inspector Faraday. That tug is still afloat anywhere. We'll find it. I don't care if we find the tug. I want to find that gal, Bess. What time is it? 3:30. In half an hour, Blackie's got a date with a guy he thinks is Peters. And if it turns out to be Peters, you'll be searching for another body. Mine. This thing is getting me a little wacky, too, Inspector. I don't...
Hey, Inspector! There's a body in the water, swimming, on the port side.
Where's that, Bill?
That's the left, Inspector.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. Hey, that's right. There is somebody in the water. It's a dame. Head over that way, Joe.
I'm heading toward her.
She's alive, that's something. Careful, Joe, don't run her down.
Don't worry.
Whoa, she's a big gal. Better lean over the side with me, Bill. Come
Yeah.
on, Joe, you help us too. Come on.
Okay, Inspector.
Okay, now. Reach down, help her up. She looks all in. Hey, lady, let's have your hand. That's it. Get ready to grab her other hand, Bill.
Okay.
Joe and I'll pull.
Okay.
Ready?
Right, Inspector.
There you go.
She's loose.
nearly all in, and no kidding, Inspector.
So am I. Put her on the deck. Yeah, that's the idea. She must be conscious, or she couldn't have been swimming.
I'm conscious. All right. You Faraday?
Yeah?
I'm Beth. I got a tugboat. I used to have a tugboat. Working out of the harbor. A guy wrecked it. Tried to drown me.
We'll get him, Bess. You just lie here and relax. Bill, get some hot coffee and blankets.
Right, Inspector.
So somebody tried to drown you, huh, Bess? Probably somebody who wanted to stop you from telling us who killed Walter Peters. Who was it tried to knock you off, Bess?
Who was it?
Yeah.
It was Walter Peters.
What time is it, Mary?
20 after 4. Hasn't changed more than a minute since the last time you asked me, Blackie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 20 after 4. That guy isn't going to show, no question about that.
We're on everybody's hate parade today, aren't we? Faraday hasn't even called back.
Well, maybe his harbor police haven't found any trace of Bess's tugboat, and he hasn't got anything to tell me about. Faraday's a good cop. If that tugboat is still afloat, he'll find it.
What did he say when you phoned him and told him Bess was missing?
That kind of talk isn't meant for your ears, lady.
Oh, okay.
What time is it?
Oh, Blackie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mary, how do you figure this case? You should have a theory about it. It's so completely wacky, I can't find anything to hold on to.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have a theory. You know,
Oh, maybe that's the guy I had the appointment with. Don't go away, Mary.
Don't worry, I won't.
Hello.
Blackie, this is me. That guy show up?
Not yet, Faraday. Why?
Why? I'll tell you why. Because he isn't going to show up. We just fished your friend Bess out of the harbor.
What?
Tried to drown her, she says. Only I don't believe it.
What do you believe?
I think Bess killed whoever it was that was supposed to meet you. You told me yourself she didn't want you to talk to him. She knocked him off, then faked this swimming business so it would look like he tried to kill her.
You say Bess is safe?
She's in the Willis Hospital. Claims she's suffering from shock, but she's faking. You want to see her?
You bet I do. I think you've got this thing all lopsided, pal, and I'm going to straighten out that case and you at the same time.
This is the room, Blackie. Bess is in there.
Thanks, pal. You're a pal. Come on in. Hello, Bess.
Hi, Blackie. Glad you're here.
I'm glad somebody is. Blackie, this dame is trying to tell me that Walter Peters tried to drown her just now. Doesn't she know we know he's dead?
Wait a minute, Faraday. Danny Peters is dead. Walter Peters tried to kill me.
Now, that's really wonderful. As if I understood what you were saying.
I can tell you, Faraday. Danny and Walter Peters were twins, right, Bess?
That's right.
They had a smuggling racket going. Danny Peters would get his luggage examined at the customs, get it okayed, disappear for a moment, and Walter Peters would take his place going through the gate, his luggage all fixed up with counterfeit seals.
Good figuring, Blackie. That's how it was done. Walter would walk out with a load of smuggled stuff, and Danny would hide on board the ship until night, when I'd come and take him off in my tug.
Okay. That explains their racket. But whose body did we find in the lake?
Danny Peters' body. Walter killed him and put his own wallet in Danny's pocket so to be found. They had a quarrel. Walter hid out on my tugboat, and I was afraid to say anything to anybody because he threatened to kill me, too.
So it was Walter I talked to on board your tug?
That's right. Oh, I just wanted you to see him, not talk to him. I knew you'd find a way of putting this thing together once you got a look at Walter, Blackie. Only you talked to him. He knew what I was up to, and so he tried to drown me.
Where is he now?
Probably at a little joint near the harbor. Nellie's place.
Nellie's place, eh? That's all I want to know. Hello, Peters.
Oh, it's you, Blackie. Sorry I couldn't get to keep that appointment at your apartment.
I'm Matt. If you'd come up there, you'd probably have filled me with a pack of lies and got me even more confused. Trying to knock off Bess gave your hand away, but good.
Bess is alive?
And kicking. Kicking all over police headquarters. My friend Faraday wanted to send some cops down to pick you up, but after all the trouble you gave me, I figured I'm entitled to the fun of bringing you in.
You call it fun, eh? What do you call this?
I call that a sucker punch, leading with your right. Here, lad, learn a lesson. And here's a little homework to practice on. Anybody feel the need of any higher education? Smart boys. A couple of you help me drag him out of here and into my car. Mr. Peters seems to have petered out.
Blackie, about the only thing in this case I don't understand is why Danny Peters' body was drowned in salt water first and then dumped in a lake.
Well, I coaxed his killer to tell me, Mary. There was a fight on the barge. Walter knocked Danny overboard, and when Bess fished him out, he was dead. Walter wanted that body as far from the harbor as possible, so he carted it to the lake and tossed it in.
Oh, well, there's one more thing I just thought of. How come your name was on the identification card found on that body?
Well, that was to make sure that Faraday was called in on the case so that when the body was found, headquarters in the city would list Walter Peters as dead. Walter knew that my name would bring Faraday on the run. That's why he put the name on his identification card and put it in his brother's pocket.
All of a sudden, I think of more questions. Here's one more. Why did Bess claim the body of the dead man from the morgue?
Well, Walter made her do it, I guess. He was getting a little panicky and didn't want that body around for fear that there was something on it that might lead to him. He hadn't realized the salt water clue we found right away would tip us off that something was screwy. Now, are there any more questions?
No more questions.
That's good. Say, I was just thinking of something. You know, this business of brother killing brother goes all the way back to the Bible.
Yes, I know it does. Cain and Abel.
That's right. And Walter Peters tried to emulate Cain and get away with killing his brother. Only he wasn't able.
Oh, Blackie.
My name's Regan. I get 10 a day and expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Lost Lady.
You'll find it in Hollywood, jammed in between Van Ness and Wilton, right off the boulevard, Taft Avenue. Starts at a furniture store, runs for about a block, and then crosses Franklin. What happens to it after that, I don't know. I only go as far as the gray apartment building on the even number side, about the first thing you see. Figures that the guy who built my place never read the earthquake laws. A good crap game would shake it loose. Well, that's where I live. Apartment 308. In the back, where I can keep an eye on a brass drain pipe and a tired-out palm tree. I got a coffee pot and a bed that comes out of the wall. It isn't much, but the phone company had to have an address. That's where I was last Monday night, about 8 o'clock. Some Cleveland fans were running up a house tab in the apartment above me when the phone rang. I thought it might be somebody from Boston. It was the Lion.
Regan, I'm calling you from the office. I stayed late tonight.
You should have joined the union.
We got a new client.
Yeah?
Her name's Isabel Sanchez. I just talked to her.
Did you make a date?
She flew in from Mexico City tonight on American Airlines. She needs help.
They're saying that about the Democrats.
Comes from a fine family, lots of influence in Mexico.
Try the State Department.
She came all the way to Los Angeles to see her sister, but she's disappeared.
Did you tell her about the Missing Persons Bureau?
I told her about you.
What do you mean?
You're going to find her sister.
I'm no St. Bernard.
You'll do till I can feed one. Besides, she could go to the Mexican Council if she wanted to.
What's that got to do with it?
Remember the Pan American Conference? We gotta be nice to this dame.
Yeah, well, don't make up a contract.
I already did. She gave me $200.
What else did you get?
She'll tell you the rest.
Don't you ever ask questions?
That's your job. She's got a room at the Belmont. Hop over there and see her. She's expecting you to find her sister.
Is that all?
That's enough. Call me after you talk to her.
I hope her check bounces.
Don't worry. She paid cash.
Well, you can tell that the Lion only stayed in school long enough to learn how to spell dollar. It took me about 20 minutes to get over to her hotel. Isabel Sanchez had a room on the 6th floor. I found it on the Wilshire side. 610 it was. She was a tall, blonde girl, not the least bit pretty. She had a mouthful of good-looking teeth, but she never learned how to use them in a smile.
You're Mr. Regan.
That's right.
Come in. Please excuse me. I'm still unpacking. Come in.
All right.
I'm so glad you're here. I suppose Mr. Lyon told you everything.
Your sister's missing. You want to talk to me?
Yes. Oh, it's terrible. An awful vacant feeling. I was so looking forward to seeing Carmen again. We were very close.
You talk like you don't expect to see her.
Something might have happened to her.
Like what?
I don't know. She's always been so independent and, well, strange.
Well, a lot of people have their own ideas.
I'm embarrassed telling you this.
You've got to tell somebody.
Well, Carmen left home against my father's wishes.
How old is Carmen?
22.
What was the guy's name?
What do you mean?
Ah, come on. I got to have it all, lady. There was a man in it.
Yes. Martin Chambers.
From here in L.A.?
Carmen met him once in Mexico City. Thought she was in love with him.
When was this?
A year ago.
She followed him back.
Yes.
You took a long time to catch up.
I've been very concerned about Carmen. I received this letter from her a few days ago. It was the first word since she left home. Here. You can see it's not much. She asked me to come here. I took the first plane.
Mm-hmm. What about this address?
There's no such place. I went there right from the airport.
Who sent you to us?
You're in the phone book.
Is that all you got?
Well, I have a picture. It isn't very good. Just a snapshot here.
Mm-hmm. Blonde, huh?
A little darker than mine. The same height. We wore each other's clothes.
Who else did she know?
Just Martin Chambers. Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. She mentioned a Dr. Menlo in her letter.
Did she need a doctor?
She just said he'd been very kind to her.
That isn't very much to go on.
I know, but you will follow every lead.
Yeah, sure. What are you scared of?
Why do you ask that?
It's a warm night, you got the shakes.
I had a long trip.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You know this Chambers?
Yes?
You like him?
No.
What's that you got there in your hand?
An evening gown. Why?
You didn't bring that for me. Well, our story was smooth, but the clothes didn't fit. All the labels that showed said New York City. I went downstairs to a phone booth, and I got a hold of a friend of mine in the CAA. He checked into it, and he told me that nobody named Isabel Sanchez came in on that Mexico City flight. The whole thing looked phony, like a fan dancer in long underwear. Well, it was about 11 o'clock when I got over to the Lion's place. It was a cold night, but the Lion looked warm.
What do you want, Regan? I'm busy.
So am I. I've been looking at that Sanchez dame.
Tell me about it in the morning.
No, I'm going to tell you about it right now. It's no good.
What do you mean?
It's another bum client.
She gave me $200.
Her clothes are out of New York.
Maybe she came the long way.
She didn't come in on American.
So she's got a donkey. All you got to do is find her sister.
I just told you she's a phony.
Let me worry about that.
Well, you can start now. Here.
What's this?
The letter and the picture. That's all the lead I got.
Now, wait a minute, Regan. What about our contract?
New Year's is coming up. You'll need confetti.
I can't do a thing like that. We got a moral obligation.
And $200.
I'm thinking of our reputation. I've given our word.
Take it back.
That girl's a stranger in a foreign land. She came to us for help.
Oh, stop it, will you? If there was a quarter in the bay, you'd drop your mother overboard and tell her to hold her nose.
You're getting out of line, Regan.
If she came up with kelp, you'd ring her out for iodine.
That's enough. We got a case, and you're going to handle it.
You're going to handle it. I quit.
And I know this girl looks suspicious, but we have to give our clients the benefit of the doubt.
Why didn't you send her to missing persons?
I'll keep this picture and check with them first thing in the morning. You follow up that Menlo in the letter.
Well, a guy named Chambers has got priority.
Who's that?
The girl's got a love story.
It's getting cold out here. Check me in the morning.
I'll do that.
Remember, Regan, we always work hand in hand.
Yeah. That's why I never wear a ring. Well, it was too late to do anything else, so I went home and pulled that bed out of the wall. The next morning, I found a Martin Chambers listed in the city directory with an address on Laurel. Turned out to be a 2-story apartment building about the color of a bride's blush. And it was wrapped around a swimming pool the size of a bird bath. Chambers' name wasn't on the mailbox, but a skinny guy with a load of bed sheets told me I could find the manager in apartment 15. When she answered the door, her voice sounded like a beer truck in low gear.
Hello, Sonny. Looking for an apartment?
You got one?
Nope. Come on in. Having some coffee. You want some?
No, I'll pass.
You don't know me, do you?
I just got here.
I played the Palace in 26. Ah, them was the days.
Write it up and sell it to the movies.
Damn slobs. Central Casting had called me in 4 years.
You got a card?
AFRA, SAG, and the Musicians Union. I play French horn. None of them call me. I figure it's a record band.
I'll talk to Petrello.
I hate this dump. My third husband gave it to me. By the way, what are you doing here, Sonny?
I'm looking for a man named Martin Chambers.
What do you want him for?
Talk to him?
Cop?
No.
The day that guy moved in, I had him pegged for a gigolo. His hair was too curly.
Some women like that.
Not me. I used to have to chase him around the swimming pool to get his rent.
You're using the past tense. Where is he now?
Forest lawn.
That's one way to break a lease.
He got boozed up about 6 months ago and drove off Malibu Pier. Took him 3 days to fish him out.
Straighten his hair?
Yeah, it sure did. Oh, wait a minute here. I kind of like you, Sonny. You get around, don't you?
Yeah, when the weather's good.
Ever run into Louis B?
No, not yet.
If you do, mention my name, will you?
What is it?
Just say that Goldie McMasters was asking for him. He'll remember old Goldie.
How could he forget?
Palace in 26.
Mm-hmm.
Let's back to this.
When I left, she was thumbing through an old variety. She looked unhappy, like a banjo player with a paper pick. Well, what she told me about Chambers took the leading man out of the picture, but there was a bit player named Menlo. Well, I called the office of a Paul Menlo, but they said he wasn't in that day, so I drove out to his address in Encino. It was a ranch house poured all over the top of a hill. From the looks of the place, Dr. Menlo must have been getting over-ceiling for his cough drops. I parked my car by the gate and followed the flagstones up to the front door. When I pressed a button, I heard something that sounded like chamber music. The door opened in the middle of the second chorus.
Good morning.
I want to see Dr. Menlo.
Your name, please?
Regan.
You'll have to call the doctor's office, Mr. Regan.
I already did.
Then they must have told you the doctor doesn't see any patients at his home.
Yeah, well, I'm not sick.
Keep it up and you will be. Beat it, Pilgrim.
No, I came here to see the doctor.
He don't want to see you.
Get your hands off me, punk.
Once I hit a guy in the ear, it busted his leg. I can handle this guy, Vicky.
Stop that. Get out, Max.
I'll be in the back if you want.
You ever been a referee?
I've been a lot of things. Come in, Mr. Regan. I apologize for him. He's so eager. Isn't this better?
No, everybody's eager now.
Anxious is a better word. I like blue serge. Has an effect on me.
You the doctor's helper?
I hold his stethoscope. My name's Vicky Starr.
I'd like to see him.
He's busy.
Where do I wait?
Might be quite a while. He just opened the bottle.
Well, then I'm right on time.
Paul's not sociable like me. He drinks alone. He gets more that way. Let me entertain you.
What can you do?
Watch.
Oh, no, easy, baby. I don't know how to fix a fracture.
I've already got a man that can do that. I want one with brains.
What's the matter with the doctor?
He keeps his in cold storage. Hasn't used them for a long time now.
Oh, I don't know. He's done all right.
This place? He'd be selling papers if his wife hadn't left him a good insurance policy.
Don't you like his money?
Don't get me wrong. I like being secure, but the girl has feelings, too.
Mm-hmm. They're beginning to show.
I'm glad I met you.
Why?
We're going to have some nice afternoons.
It's football season.
I have some free time. Ought to hear me on the piano, for instance.
No, I don't sing.
I'll teach you. Paul says I should have an outside interest.
Well, keep looking. You'll find one.
You smile good, but you talk nasty.
You started this conversation, sis.
Max is still in the kitchen.
I came here to see Menlo.
You didn't say what about.
I'll tell him.
There's the phone. Call and make an appointment.
Yeah,
Hello, Vicky. Who is it this time?
His name's Regan. He hasn't got a business card.
Have Max show him out.
You Dr. Menlo?
Yes. Should I turn all my patients over to another doctor?
Yeah, well, I know one you forgot.
Tell me who.
Carmen Sanchez.
Go ahead, Vicky. I'll talk to him.
Watch yourself, Paul. He doesn't know how to be nice.
It'll only take a minute.
I'll crack some ice.
Good nurse.
She's out of uniform.
We're casual. You said I had a patient named Carmen Sanchez. Who told you that?
Somebody she knew?
Your a relative?
Friend.
You heard some wrong information, mister. I never heard of Carmen Sanchez.
I read about you in a letter.
Must have been another Menlo.
No, there's only one with a license.
You peaked, too. 25 a day?
10. I work for another guy.
Who?
Lion.
Lion's eye. Okay. You're still at the wrong house.
You want to show me your files?
Why not? Come on.
Okay.
Hey, keep a duplicate at home. Help yourself. Want a drink?
Too early.
You don't mind if I have one?
No.
Anything?
Not under Sanchez, no.
Now do you believe me?
She could have used another name.
Got any ideas?
Blonde girl, 5'4", brown eyes.
Means nothing.
Do you ever know a man named Chambers?
Yeah. In high school, back in Denver. Drove a truck.
That doesn't help.
I'm sort of retired now.
Yeah, that's what Vicky said.
Nice girl. Talks to everybody. You satisfied?
Not yet.
Don't mention. Always glad to help out. There's easier ways to make a living.
Yeah, I haven't got a wife with an insurance policy.
A year ago, I'd have broke you in half for that. Now it doesn't matter. You can find the door.
I'll be back.
Don't bother, Regan. Doctor will be out.
I left him sitting there with a glass of rye in his hand. It wasn't much of an interview, but there was a story somewhere. What Menlo didn't have in his files, he was keeping in his head, and figured he might open up if I showed him that snapshot in the letter. Well, I drove back to town. I put in a call to the Lion. Nobody answered at the office, so I went home. When I opened my door, I caught a load of taboo. Isabel Sanchez was wearing a dress she must have put on with a shoehorn.
He's got the nicest janitor. He thinks I'm your sister.
Where'd you meet him?
He was in the lobby when I came in. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, well, we got an office, you know.
No one answered when I rang. I wanted to be sure and see you before I left.
Taking a trip?
I leave for Mexico City first thing in the morning.
Well, it was a short visit.
It was long enough.
What about your sister?
That's what I came here to tell you. I found Carmen.
Oh, you did?
Or rather, Carmen found me. I feel foolish now, calling in a detective service and all that.
Why?
Well, Carmen came to my hotel about noon today. And you imagine she's been looking for me.
Last night you said she didn't have an address.
Well, that was another silly thing. Only it was her mistake. She's not very good at details.
Where is she now?
She's out buying a few things and packing. I've convinced her to come home with me.
All right. Now you want to know what I found?
Why on earth should I? I have my sister.
You were worried about a man named Chambers last night.
Carmen told me she hasn't seen him for months.
Did she tell you about her doctor?
No.
I met him. Only he said he never saw her.
Oh, is that so? Well, Mr. Regan, I do appreciate your services. Please thank Mr. Lyons for his kindness. I'm sorry I won't be able to see him.
He's going to be sorry, too.
You'll give him this envelope with $100 in it.
You're paid up.
It's for all the unnecessary trouble I've caused you. And, Mr. Regan, it's all confidential.
You read the contract.
I wouldn't want any of this to get back. It's wrong.
You know some of the wrong kind, do you?
Doesn't everyone? Thank you again. Bye.
Hello?
You run any expenses on this thing today?
No, I didn't.
Good. It's all over.
Isabel said she didn't see you.
There's a guy named Gallagher in missing persons. Got an eye like an eagle. He took one look at that snapshot and opened a file.
What kind of file?
Dead and unclaimed.
What do you mean?
Carmen Sanchez has been dead a year, and the county buried her.
You are listening to the story of the lost lady, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Before we continue with tonight's story, here's an important message from the Adjutant General's office. The Army Nurse Corps Reserve still has commissions available for graduate registered nurses between the ages of 21 and 45. If you believe you qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of the lost lady and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, there are enough angles in this thing to write a new geometry book. Isabel Sanchez came to Los Angeles to find her sister, Carmen. She called in the Lion, who started me digging. A doctor named Menlo out in Encino used a milk bottle for a jigger. He was heavy on green stuff, but light on memory, and gave me nothing but an ice cube. His girlfriend, Vicky, was a little different. She gave me a warm glow, but I still drew a blank on the missing sister. Then Isabel walked into my place and said she'd found Carmen and called off the chase. That's about when the Lion rang and said that he'd found her, too, only his version was a little different. She was holding down a plot in the county cemetery, been dead a year. Well, I caught a cab and I went over to her hotel. A small man with a bald head opened the door and looked at me like I was trying to crash a coming-out party.
Yes?
I'm looking for Isabel Sanchez.
Are you a friend?
She won't think so.
She's not available.
All right, I'll wait.
What I mean is, could you come back later?
What's wrong with her now?
Well, you see...
All right, come on, Buster. Let's throw it in gear.
Are you a guest of the hotel?
No.
Could you please tell me the nature of your business?
I want to see Isabel.
I'm sorry. I can't let you in until you tell me who you are.
Regan, International Detective Bureau. She's a client.
Oh, come in. I'm Dr. Stanwyck, the house physician.
She need one?
Not anymore. Look for yourself.
Well, how long's she been this way?
2 hours, I'd say. Bellboy found her a few minutes ago. She drank a lot. Alcoholic poisoning.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Regan, when a thing like this occurs, naturally, we don't like it to get around to the other guests. You'll use discretion, I presume.
I'll be as quiet as she is.
Thank you, Mr. Regan. We appreciate it. Mm-hmm. The elevator's to your right.
I got a good memory.
Regan,
What are you doing here?
I've come to talk to our client.
You'll need a Ouija board.
What you mean?
She's dead.
Why'd you let that happen?
She wouldn't have done you any good.
What you talking about?
Yeah, all right. You go to Isabel. You say her sister's buried on the county, but it'll take a little cash to keep it out of the newspapers.
Not so now.
Go back to your contest, Blanks. Big shot. That Sanchez dame didn't come from Mexico, and she wasn't rich.
You mean she's been lying?
I told you that yesterday.
All right, we'll close the Sanchez case.
Oh, no, we won't. It's still wide open.
Where you going?
To buy an air wick. went down to the Hall of Records. It's a brown building off Temple that leans over like an old lady with a short cane. I took the elevator upstairs, and I walked down to vital statistics. The place was empty, except for a guy sitting behind the desk. He had on a black suit with dust on the shoulders. His fingernails were dirty, and he was reading a dictionary. He must have been at a good part, because he looked mad when I nudged him.
We're not out of dust. Quit shoving.
I want some information.
That's what I'm here for. I'm a public servant.
Now, let's get to the death files, will you?
You're a morbid guy. You got a lot of stuff from births and marriages. Ask me something about that.
Carmen Sanchez died a year ago in August. Tell me what from.
Okay. How'd you spell it?
Just like it sounds.
Sanchez. 17. Solas. Sanaki. Santa. Oh. That's what happened to old Sandy. No wonder I ain't seen him around.
Get the Sanchez.
All right. I got the Sanchez. Carmen. 22. Date of death 8/30/47. Alcoholic poisoning. She drank a lot.
Who signed the certificate?
P.E. Menlo, M.D.
Thanks.
Next time, make it something hard.
All right. Try this. Menlo's wife died about the same time.
Masters, Marie, Melbourne, Babbitt, Menlo. Sylvia, 34/9/2/47. Alcoholic poisoning.
Certification?
P.E. Menlo. That guy can't keep a patient.
Well, I left and I went back out into the street. It was almost 5 and the traffic was heavy. I started to cross the street to a sandwich shop on the corner. A yellow cab raced me to the sidewalk, but I won. I went inside and a skinny waitress with peanut-colored hair brought me a cup of stale coffee and a burnt hamburger. I sat there and I tried to figure it. It was like swimming through a tidal wave in hip boots. 3 deaths from the same thing and Menlo's name on every one of them. Well, the answers weren't in the coffee cup, so I went home, picked up my car, and drove out to Menlo's place in Encino. The drive was nice, and so was the reception.
I built a fire.
I forgot the marshmallows.
And we'll think of something else. You know, I'm not mad anymore.
I'm still looking for your doctor.
Let me take care of it.
No, I want to see him.
And you'll have to wait again.
When's he going to climb out of that bottle?
We had dinner at a place on Ventura. Paul found the bar. He'll stay till it closes.
I better go there.
Questions again?
Maybe.
I know some swell answers.
I'll bet you do.
I've worked for him a long time.
1 year.
How did you know? This is my night off.
You here all alone?
Isn't it terrible? Anything could happen. How do you like it?
Your way?
It's better. Now, let's have a nice, quiet evening. Just you and me. I had a feeling you'd be back.
That why you wore that?
Like it?
Well, you got talent, lady.
Discover me. It's been a famine of men like you.
You don't look underfed.
Why didn't I meet you sooner?
We didn't travel in the same crowd.
Let's start over.
Do you keep his files?
What's that got to do with us?
They'd never pass inspection.
Are you talking about something I should know?
Carmen Sanchez.
What about her?
She died. Menlo signed her death certificate.
Paul's lost a lot of patience. He's not very good. Did I tell you I played the piano?
You told me some other things.
Did I?
They make a good story.
I don't like stories.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyway.
I thought we were going to have a nice, quiet evening.
A girl walked in his office one day and dropped dead.
Good opening. Why'd she do that?
Alcoholic poisoning. She was a nobody named Carmen Sanchez.
Story's getting dull.
There was a snapshot in her pocketbook, not much else.
When does the action begin?
Right now, lady. The doctor's wife had an insurance policy. He convinced her to take a trip.
Why'd he want to do a thing like that?
So he could pull a name fix and collect his wife's insurance. He had a body.
No one will ever believe this plot.
He buried an empty box.
How do you know?
I'm going to have somebody dig it up.
What about the body?
He turned that over to the county.
Everybody lived happy ever after. Don't you like my music?
You're going to have to take up the harmonica, lady.
Why?
The gas chamber isn't big enough for a piano.
Who's going to the gas chamber?
You, maybe. An insurance fraud's one thing. Murder's a longer rap.
You haven't touched your drink.
I don't like mine that strong. Now, come on, lady, get your coat.
Max!
I thought you were alone.
I lied.
Hello, Regan. You look excited.
It's tough, Max.
Yeah, that's easy.
Soften him up.
Oh.
I was in a white room when the trip ended. I tried to move my head, but it felt like a grand piano. So I just lay there. Pretty soon somebody put something damp on my face, and I began to see things. Vicky was there, Max. So was Menlo. If I'd have had a deck of cards, we could have played a pinochle game. Menlo looked kind of upset, like an ostrich with a sore throat. He had a needle in his hand.
I get the shakes.
You're all right, Paul. Now go ahead.
Just like Isabel.
You should have stayed out, Regan.
Oh, I wanted one more look at you, baby.
I hate to see the nice ones go, but it'll all be over in a minute. All right, Paul.
Give me a drink, Vicky.
Never mind. Hurry up.
Let me have a drink.
Oh, you're too slow, Max.
Yeah? Keep away from me, Max. I'll kill you.
Yeah. Put down that
keep
gun.
away from me, I swear I'll kill you. Oh. I told you to keep away.
Oh. Menlo slugged for care of Max, but Vicky shot Menlo twice. And his knees knocked together. He began to pitch around like a toy balloon in a hurricane. He dropped his gun, but he held onto the needle. Then he slumped forward and made a grab for Vicky, and they both went down. He jammed the needle into her arm.
Regan. Come here.
Same stuff you used on Isabel?
Yeah. They'll call it alcoholic poison.
I'll straighten him out.
Regan. Hold my head.
Yeah. Here.
Call a doctor.
He'd never make it.
Please, Regan. Call a doctor.
Give me 5 good reasons.
5 good reasons? I got Vicky. I'll never use a needle again. And
You only gave me 2. Well, we didn't hear from the suburbs, but there were enough ballots to make it an election. Homicide got the insurance commissioner down there, and he threw in a vote. Seems that Isabel Sanchez was Menlo's wife, only her name was Sylvia. When a dame named Carmen Sanchez dropped dead in his office, Menlo got kind of ambitious. He talked his wife into the switch, and, well, everything might have worked out. Except one night when he was seeing elephants, he told Vicky the whole thing. She set the squeeze play with Max in the dugout. When Sylvia got back and saw how things were, she called herself Isabel Sanchez and went to the Lion with a story about a lost sister. I was hired for scare work, and when she figured they had enough, she called me off, but it didn't take. And you know the rest. Well, the insurance company issued a fee for exposing it to fraud, and the Lion got his picture on page 1. It was right next to Vicky's. She was wearing one of those French swimming suits. The Lion said that'd do us a lot of good. It did. We each got a free bathing suit.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman and Larry Roman. Produced by Sterling Tracy. The role of Vicky Starr was played by Yvonne Patey. Lorraine Tuttle was Isabel Sanchez. Ken Christie played Dr. Paul Menlo. And Larry Dobkin was Max Brenner. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, are you, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, my goodness, yes. Come right in.
My name is Wolf.
Unofficially, so is mine. Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, no, my pleasure. You must get a dividend from the Nylon companies. Be terrible if there was a shortage.
I'm well stocked.
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Start by calling me Edna.
Then what?
I'd like you to follow my husband.
As a detective or a replacement?
I think he's been seeing another woman.
Why? Have you been running around the house in a diving suit and swim pins?
I've always tried to keep myself attractive for my husband, Mr. Diamond.
Well, then if your husband is seeing another woman, Mrs. Wolf, it's got to be an optometrist assistant.
Well, thank you. I think you and I are going to get along just fine.
Well, now that we're all agreed, tell me some more about your husband. What makes you think there's another woman?
Usual thing. The way he's been acting. Business appointments every evening.
Nothing else?
He received a call late this afternoon. I listened in on the extension. It was a woman.
She called the house?
George was very unhappy about it, warned her never to do it again.
She give a name?
She said, "This is Nancy. I must see you here tonight at 8 o'clock.
She didn't say where here was, did she?
No, George seemed to understand. Probably her apartment.
Probably.
If he's seeing another woman, I want a divorce, Mr. Diamond.
And you need grounds.
Yes.
$100 a day in expenses, Mrs. Wolf.
Edna.
It's still $100 a day in expenses.
Here's 200. I hope that's enough of a retainer.
Oh, that'll keep me interested for quite a while. Now, tell me, what does your husband do? Oh, I mean his business.
He's in steel.
How much in?
Oh, very much. He's vice president of his company.
What does he look like?
Well, here's a picture of him.
Well, I'll start right away and see what I can find out for you, Mrs.
Edna.
Yeah. Well, look, after I found out just how unfair your husband's treating you, I might lend you my shoulder to cry on. And I'd just about have to call you Edna then, wouldn't I? By 7 o'clock, I was standing across the street from her house waiting for her wandering husband. By 7:30, a man stepped out on the sidewalk and hailed a cab. I recognized him from the photograph as George Wolf, and I started the tale, following him east across town to an apartment house on 47th Street. By the time I got in the lobby, it was deserted. A list of names on the mailboxes showed the only girl named Nancy in the building was a Nancy Fowler. So I headed for her apartment. Her door was at the far end of the hall, and I was halfway to it when George Wolf bounded out and ran right into me.
Let me go. Take your hands off of me.
You forgot to close the door.
Get out of my way.
What's the matter, friend? You look like you ran into a yard full of snakes.
Will you get out of my way, or must I use force?
Well, use all you like, but I think you better go back and close the door.
No.
Yes.
Stop it. You can't do this to me.
Well, I hope you aren't always this wrong.
No, please.
Now get in the room. Oh, swell. No wonder you took off like that.
I didn't kill her. I swear I didn't kill her.
Nancy Fowler?
Yes, I guess so.
You guess so?
Well, this is Miss Fowler's apartment, but I've never seen Nancy Fowler before in my life.
There was the .38 revolver lying next to the dead girl, so I took out my own gun and covered Wolf while I called Lieutenant Levinson of Homicide to get right over. Wolf yelled, screamed, and pleaded, and even offered me a nice fat bribe. But we waited for Fatty Levinson and his squad of New York's finest. He finally arrived, but New York's finest was poorly represented.
Hello, Shamus. In trouble again, huh?
Walt, did you have to bring Otis?
I promised he hasn't used the siren in 4 days. Who's this guy?
George Wolf. Caught him running out of the door.
Well, Mr. Wolf, what about it?
I had nothing to do with it, but I'm not saying any more until I see my lawyer.
He was crying all over the place before you got here, Walt. Claimed he got a call from a Nancy Fowler who asked him to come up here.
That's the truth, Lieutenant. She said she had something important to tell me.
Says he never even heard of Nancy Fowler before the call.
That also is the truth. When I came to the apartment, I found her lying just as you see her.
How'd you get in the door?
She told me she'd leave it open for me to walk right in.
Bullet came out the back just below the shoulder blades, Lieutenant.
You on the gun, Mr. Wolf?
I refuse to answer any more questions.
Okay, take him down to the car, Otis.
Come on, you.
Rick, just how did you happen to be in this building at this particular time?
Well, I was hired by that guy's wife to tail him. He was supposed to be playing illegal footsies with a female named Nancy.
The dead girl?
Well, the wife just knew the first name was Nancy. The girl who's supposed to live here is named Nancy. Nancy Fowler. I've never seen her before. Maybe the dead girl is one and the same.
Well, I'll get an identification and have the gun checked by ballistics. In the meantime, I'm going to give this apartment a good going over.
Mind if I help?
Now, what kind of an answer do you expect to that? You will anyway.
He was so right. We started going over the apartment room by room, closets, drawers, everything. In 10 minutes, the coroner and the boys from the lab arrived, and in the bedroom, Walt found something.
Take a look at this.
Ah, a jewelry box. Hey.
Pretty expensive.
Regal Jewelers. Very classy establishment. There's a card in the box.
For my darling, love, George. And the guy said he never saw her before. If this is his handwriting, he's as good as strapped in the chair.
Well, it looked as if my client, Mrs. Wolf, had a killer for a husband. But a couple of small items still worried me. So I left Walt and went downstairs to find the switchboard operator.
Oh, you with the police?
I just left them. Tell me, dear, do you keep a list of the calls that are made through the switchboard?
Sure, it costs the tenants 10 cents a call.
May I see the list?
Yeah, I guess so. Here, handsome.
Gee, nobody's called me that since I had long blonde curls and a gold yo-yo. I looked over the list of telephone calls and found the ones made by Nancy Fowler during the past 3 or 4 days. The last call listed from her apartment had been made at 7:45 that evening to a familiar telephone number. The same number Mrs. Wolfe had given me when she left my office earlier. I left for the home of Mrs. Edna Wolfe.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Diamond, you shouldn't come here. What if my husband...
Your husband's spending the night out.
What?
In a cell, all alone.
Oh, you'd better come in. Now, what in the world are you talking about?
And it looks as if your husband killed a girl this evening.
Oh, no.
That's the way it looks.
Oh, please, sit down, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks. I caught him running out of the girl's apartment, forced him back, and found the girl shot to death on the floor.
Nancy Fowler?
Yes, I think so. It was her apartment. The police are making identification now.
Oh, it's just terrible. I wonder why he did it.
Were you here in the house at 7:30 this evening?
Well, no, I was with a friend until about 8:30.
Well, a call was made to your house from Nancy Fowler's apartment. She was charged for it, so the call was completed.
But she probably talked to George.
Your husband swears he didn't know the girl. Claims he got a phone call, and she asked him to come right over. That she had something to tell him.
He knew her all right. You remember, I told you I overheard them talking.
Your husband own a gun?
Well, yes, I believe so.
You know what caliber?
No, I don't know anything about guns.
A bracelet was found in the dead girl's apartment. The card with it was signed Love, George.
Oh, it looks pretty bad, doesn't it?
If it's his handwriting, it does.
Well, I guess he deserves it, but I'll call our lawyer and see what can be done.
I'll keep in touch, Mrs. Wolfe.
I hope you will. Just because the case is finished.
Well, there are still a few things that bother me, so I'll just kind of keep looking around until I'm satisfied.
You mean you think maybe my husband didn't kill the girl?
There's an awful lot of evidence that he did, but there's still a motive to be found. You've got the grounds you wanted, so from here on in, anything I do for you or your husband will be on my own time.
Anything you do for my husband, I'll be glad to pay for.
Oh. Well, now, that's real nice. Well, I'll take a run down at the precinct and let you know what the lieutenant's found out. Good night, Mrs. Wolfe.
Still can't get used to Edna?
It'll take a while.
Thought you'd be in bed by now, Rick.
My landlord short-cheated me. What did you find out, Walt?
The dead girl was Nancy Fowler.
Figured.
And George Wolfe did do the killing.
His gun?
Yeah, we checked the registration. His gun, his fingerprints on it, his handwriting on the note in the jewelry case.
What does he say about the bracelet and the note?
He bought it all right. We checked. Regal Jewelers. Says it was for his wife. You expect him to say something different?
No. What's the motive?
We'll find it. Probably another man.
Here's the report on the dead girl, Lieutenant.
Well, isn't it a little late for you, Otis? Why aren't you out flying around some belfry?
He's picking on me again, Lieutenant.
Maybe you'd like me to tell him about the time I caught you sleeping in the attic hanging by your toes.
Oh, not you too, Lieutenant.
Otis, I hear you've been picking up some extra money posing for Charles Adams.
I don't have to take this. I know my rights, and I ain't no bat.
There's something on the dead girl. She works at the Gilded Cage, a nightclub owned by Eddie Young.
Eddie Young. Well, there's a nice little fella. He'd set fire to his grandmother if he thought it was too cold in the room.
We'll have a talk with him tomorrow.
Well, I guess I better be going.
Sure. See you later.
Yeah, I could sure use some sleep.
Yeah. And, Rick, when you get over to Eddie Young's club, give him my best.
Smarty. The Gilded Cage, where Eddie Young ruled as proprietor and keeper for his flock of hired gorillas, was only about 6 blocks away, so I decided to walk it. But like always, I start in one direction and end up getting sidetracked.
Keep walking, Diamond. Don't turn around.
You caught me when I'm right in the mood.
You turn around, I shoot you.
What's the matter? Don't you want me to spot your Tony?
Over to that car.
Okay. Quit poking. Your muzzle's cold.
You drive. I'll get in the back.
Oh, I forgot my glasses. Can't see 3 feet without them.
Get in.
But I have a restricted driver's license.
You want it right here?
I can wait. Where to?
Just start driving and don't turn around.
We headed east across town with a gun pointed at my neck. I tried to get a look at the guy in the rear vision mirror, but he was sitting too far to one side. I didn't know where we were headed, but I had a pretty good hunch why we were going there.
Turn right. And take it a little slower. I don't want to have to shoot a cop.
Well, if we're headed for the river, I've seen it.
From the bottom?
Don't you think we'd better stop at a bathhouse or something?
I know a spot where you can go in, clothes and all.
Okay. But if there's anything I hate, it's getting my money wet.
Turn right again.
We were headed for a cross street. I could only turn right or left. A big warehouse was dead ahead. I eased down on the gas, and we picked up speed as we neared the intersection. As I started to make the turn, I stamped down on the gas hard, and at the same time threw myself toward the floorboard. His gun went off so close to my ear, I felt like my head had split wide open. Then we hit the building. We had hit the building and pushed our way halfway through the brick wall. I was still on the floor, and the motor had been shoved through the firewall and was jammed into the front seat where I had been sitting a minute before. My friend with a gun was stretched out over the top of the seat, his legs resting on the horn and his shoulders through the windshield. I sat up, rolled him off the horn. He was very dead. Before a crowd could collect, I climbed out and got to a phone, called Walt.
Are you sure you're all right, Rick?
Yeah, I can hear things better now.
They just said the other guy's dead.
Very, I recognized him, too. Gus Winkler.
Holy cow. You know who he's working for now?
No?
Eddie Young.
Oh, that's it. Well, don't pick Young up, Walt. I know a few things I haven't told you about, and this almost puts a cinch on it. I want to talk to Young, and then I'll be down to see you.
But if Young tried to have you killed...
Oh, if he did, you can't prove it. Not yet, anyway, so sit tight, and when I get there, I'll show you how to catch a killer.
You going someplace, chum?
Yeah, right through that door, chum.
That's Mr. Young's office. Maybe he don't want to see you.
Maybe he don't. He's going to be disappointed.
You ain't going in there, chum.
I see. Everybody gets disappointed sooner or later, chum.
Yeah, what... Aren't you in the wrong room?
That's what your boy outside thought. I changed his mind.
Are you sure you ain't looking for Bellevue, Shamus? You're kind of a mess.
One of your boys, Gus Winkler, tried to give me swimming lessons. He can claim his body at the morgue.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody else who works for you got killed tonight, too.
Yeah, who?
Nancy Fowler.
What?
Oh, come on, Eddie. I couldn't stand it if you started crying.
Who killed her?
The police are holding a man named George Wolf. Know him?
No, I don't know him, but Nancy's talked about him a couple of times.
Hey, boss, that guy just...
Forget it, Lou.
Well, the boss, he...
Forget it, will you? Go on, beat it.
Okay.
You know, Shamus Lou's a pretty big boy for you to go pushing around. He's liable to stay mad.
So Nancy said she knew this George Wolf.
That's right. Ritual guy, from the way she talked, she was taking him. Good.
Where were you between 7 and 8 this evening?
Right here in this office. I got witnesses.
Oh, I'll bet you have. Okay, Eddie, I'll see you around. I left the office knowing how close I was to the whole answer and called Walt at the precinct. I told him to meet me up the block from the Gilded Cage, and 10 minutes later he pulled the squad car up the curb and I climbed in.
You find out anything?
Yeah, but I have to know one thing first. What time was Nancy Fowler killed?
Coroner's report puts it at 7:30.
Well, that ties it.
Now, would you mind telling me what it's all about?
I'll do better than that, Walt. I'll show you. But we've got to wait until Eddie Young leaves the cafe and goes home. It was around 12:30, and we settled back to wait. And with an impatient cop sitting next to me, it wasn't easy. Around 1 in the morning, a boy brought Eddie Young's convertible up in front. We watched Eddie climb in. Okay, Walt, tail him. We stayed close, following Eddie Young across town until he pulled up in front of his apartment and turned into the basement garage. Give me 5 minutes, Walt. Then come on up to Young's apartment.
Why can't I go now?
Because what I'm about to do isn't quite legal. And I couldn't stand seeing you blush. Hold it, Eddie.
Hey, what's going on?
One yell and I'll kill you.
Look. Devin. Now, put away that gun, will you? What do you want?
Let's go up to your apartment. But please believe me, Eddie. I'll do something bad if you get out of line. We rode the elevator up to Eddie's 8th floor apartment. I shoved him in the door ahead of me and then made sure there was no one else around to give me any trouble.
All right. What do you want?
Pick up that phone.
Okay, well, take it easy. Well, who do you want me to call?
This number and hurry. I'll tell you what to say.
Okay, I don't get this. Evergreen Street.
What's the matter? Don't you like that number, Eddie?
I don't even know the number.
Well, then dial it quick.
Okay.
And when you get an answer, just say, "This is Eddie. Get right over here. I got to see you."
Oh, now, look, Shamus.
You look, Eddie. I'm going to hold this barrel right between your eyes so you can see it coming if you make a mistake.
I won't make a mistake. Hello. This is Eddie. Yeah, get right over here. I got to see you. I can't talk. Goodbye. Okay, now, will you take that gun away?
You look a little worried.
What have I got to be worried about? I don't know who I was talking to. Oh.
That should be the law, Eddie.
What is this, Diamond?
I'm sorry I can't show you right now. Good night, Eddie.
Wait a minute.
Come on in, Walt.
You said 5 minutes. Holy smoke, what happened to him?
I just put him to sleep. He'll stay that way for a while.
Now, Rick, you've got to tell me what's going on.
I told you I'd show you. Now go on in the kitchen and see if you can find some ketchup.
Ketchup?
Yeah, then bring it out here and pour it all over Young.
Have you lost your mind?
Walt, I wanted to make him look like he's bleeding. Now go find the ketchup or I'll just have to cut his throat. Walt found the ketchup and under protest poured it over the unconscious Eddie Young. Then I made sure the door was unlocked and we went out in the hall to wait.
Please, Rick, what is this?
It's the same way Nancy Fowler killing was framed, only she was really killed. Shh. Quiet, elevator.
Okay. I'll play along with it.
Let's go, Walt. All right, hold it, Miss Wolf.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, he's dead. His hair is all covered with blood.
Why did you kill him?
Kill him? I didn't kill him. I just got here.
Who let you in?
He told me the door would be open.
I didn't know you knew Eddie Young.
Well, yes, I know him. He's an old friend.
What?
This is Lieutenant Levinson, Mrs. Wolf. He's the man who arrested your husband for the murder of Nancy Fowler.
Lieutenant, I swear I didn't kill Eddie.
Looks bad, Mrs. Wolf.
I didn't. Why would I want to kill Eddie?
Well, why would your husband want to kill Nancy Fowler?
I don't know. What has that got to do with this?
You told me you didn't know Nancy Fowler.
I didn't.
You know Eddie. Nancy worked for Eddie.
Well, I didn't know it. I didn't know Eddie that well.
You said a girl called your husband and said her name was Nancy.
Yes, that's right.
You told me you didn't know her last name, and yet when I came over and told you your husband had just killed a girl, you asked me if it was Nancy Fowler.
That's a lie.
You said that Nancy phoned your husband that afternoon.
She did. I swear she did.
And yet Nancy Fowler's hotel switchboard has no record of a call being made to your phone any time in the afternoon.
They made a mistake.
But at 7:45, a call was made from Nancy's apartment to your phone number.
Then she must have called my husband again.
According to the coroner's report, Nancy Fowler was dead at 7:30.
Oh,
Mrs. Wolf, I can swear your husband didn't go into that building until 8 o'clock. I was following him.
I guess it doesn't make any difference what Eddie did.
Did Eddie kill the girl?
Yes. I called my husband. I wanted to get a divorce.
And his money at the same time.
Eddie knew Nancy, so we decided she'd be the one. She let Eddie in. He made her call my husband. Then he shot her.
The gun and the bracelet. You just took them out of your husband's dresser drawer and planted them in Nancy's apartment?
Yes. I found the bracelet in the drawer with the gun. I guess my husband was going to surprise me. Eddie! Eddie is moving! Oh, Eddie, darling.
What happened?
You're hurt. You're bleeding.
Bleeding?
Stay still until we can call it.
Wait a minute, will you? Hey, what is this stuff? This isn't blood. I'm covered with ketchup.
Ketchup! Ketchup! Why, you dirty no good! Eddie, where
They're all yours, Walt.
Why?
Good night, Mrs. Oh, I guess now is as good a time as any. Good night, Ed.
Yes?
Helen?
Hmm?
It's Rick, honey.
Oh, isn't that sweet? I was just Rick, it's 4 a.m. Where are you?
Well, I'm helping Walt close up the Gilded Cage.
Helping Walt close up the what?
The Gilded Cage. Nightclub.
I hear music.
Bud and his accordion will love you.
Are you drinking?
Honey, I'm with the police force.
What was that?
Well, that was Walt. He said, Rick.
You stood me up this evening.
Well, I'm going to make up for it, honey. Listen. Okay, 1, 2.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Hearses don't hurry. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Hearses Don't Hurry, by Stephen Ransom. The very exciting story of a cleanup campaign that was messed up by murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. The city was small and clean and comfortable. Seen from a train window, it looked like many another American city. But something new had been added to this one that could not be seen from a train window. It was Christopher Chance, young special prosecutor, who's been appointed by the governor to investigate corruption in the office of Anthony Pierce, the district attorney. It was early evening when Christopher Chance left the courthouse after a long conference with his friend and political benefactor, Judge Rossiter. Main Street was deserted, and so was the little side street, 2 blocks away where his office was located. He walked slowly, but as he was about to step into the lobby of the small building, he turned just in time.
Kid!
I'm all right, Lee.
Oh, I heard shots. Are you sure? You're not hurt?
Not a scratch, darling.
Oh, thank heavens. I've been so worried about you.
There's nothing to worry about. Those gangsters had no intention of killing me.
But they shot at you.
The strategy of terror, Lee, a la Tony Pierce. Let's go upstairs to the office.
He'll do anything to make you resign now, won't he?
I'm afraid so. Maybe I'm getting a lot closer to his neck than I think.
I'd give anything to see this case closed. You don't know what it's doing to me, Kit.
It hasn't made you less beautiful, sweetheart.
Don't forget, Mr. Chance. I'm still only your secretary.
From 9 to 5.
And from 5 to 9. You've got a big job to do.
Is that why you're still here at 7 o'clock? Because you're only my secretary?
I was cleaning my typewriter.
Mm-hmm.
I bought this bottle of cleaning fluid this afternoon, and I thought... Well, I didn't know how long you were going to be with Judge Rossiter.
Uh-huh.
I'm serious, Kit. What did he want?
I've got to bring Tony Pierce to trial in 2 days.
You can't.
I've got to. I've been on this job for 3 months, and the governor wants action.
Oh. Are you sure it's the governor?
What do you mean?
It could be the judge for the sake of his daughter.
What's Diane got to do with my case against Tony Pierce?
Nothing. But she would like to be Mrs. Christopher Chance.
You're not making sense, Lee.
Well, you and Diane were pretty thick before you got the appointment and hired me.
Oh, look, dear, I've known Diane since we were pups. We were good friends, that's all.
Kit, wasn't it Judge Rossiter who got you this appointment?
Yes.
Why did he pick you?
Because he thought I could do the job.
Are you sure Diane didn't put him up to it?
Well, suppose she did.
This golden opportunity, the magic carpet of a political career. Make good and you can go anywhere.
All right.
She wanted you to have it because she wanted you. But now I think she's out to break your political neck.
You don't know Diane.
She's very sweet, dear. But why is her father putting the pressure on you? He knows you're not ready to bring Tony Pierce to trial.
I told him I have 18 witnesses who are ready to testify. Tony framed charges against them and settled for cash. He thinks that's enough.
Did you tell him that Tony never took that money in person?
Yeah. I even told him about Hope Schuyler, the mysterious lady who can't be found.
Whom nobody even saw.
He's got the whole story, Lee.
About the abandoned warehouse on River Street, too? Where the money was left in envelopes addressed to Hope Schuyler?
Yep.
And still he wants you to be ready for trial in 2 days. Don't you think he realizes you have no case without Hope Schuyler?
I'm not going to believe that Diane is knifing me.
Well, suit yourself. I won't say another word.
You don't seem to understand. These people wouldn't put me on the spot. They're the oldest friends I have. They...
Hello? Special prosecutor's office.
Is Mr. Chance there?
Yes, he's here. Who's calling?
Skeets Nally.
Just a minute. It's for you, Kit. Skeets Nally.
No. Hello, Skeets. Where are you?
I'm in a phone booth across the road from Art Gurney's flying school. There's a gas station here.
Yes, I know. What's new?
Plenty. The biggest break so far. But I ain't talking unless you're alone.
All right, hold on a minute. I'll take this inside, Lee. Go ahead, Skeets.
Listen, I got the dope on Hope Schuyler.
What?
Yeah, I figured that she and that Tony Pierce guy must have been like mashed potatoes, so I done a little snooping.
Go on.
Well, he's got a cabin in the woods near Bedminster, about 100 miles from our town. Some of the folks up there remember seeing Tony Pierce driving through.
What about Hope Schuyler?
She used to get there by plane.
Did anybody see her?
No, but lots of folks saw the plane. And what do you know, boss? There's a very small landing field right near the cabin. Very, very private.
How do you know there's a woman in that plane?
I checked the cabin, that's how I know. It's called Lark Lodge, and there was a woman's dressing gown in one of the closets.
Great. Does that prove she was Hope Schuyler?
The plane that dame was using came out of the Art Gurney Flying School.
How do you know?
'Cause I seen it. It's a two-seating job with the initials HS painted on the side.
Well.
I got a break, see, when the two Gurneys, Art and his wife Phyllis, went up for a little stratosphere. They left the hangar door open. So what was I going to do?
You did fine, Skeets. Stay where you are. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Okay.
I guess the Gurney should be able to give us a good description of Hope Schuyler. See you later, pal. Lee! Lee, darling. Lee, come on in. Lee, we've cracked the case. We've got... Lee. Chloroform. Operator, get me police headquarters right away. I want to report a kidnapping.
Hey, Mr. Chan.
Skeets.
You said you was going to meet me in 15 minutes. I waited 2 hours. Now they tried to get you on the phone.
Lee Dale's been kidnapped.
The Gurneys came down from their flying... Huh? What did you say?
Right out of my office while I was in the next room talking to you. Chloroform and carried out.
Wow. Somebody took an awful chance.
I've been scouring the town with the police. Every joint from the warehouse on River Street to the back rooms of the pool parlors.
Tony Pierce got this job done. And if you ask me...
I thought of Lark Lodge, too.
Did you tell the cops?
No, not yet.
Well, I don't get it.
I've got to be sure she's there before I do anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm expecting a phone call. That's why I came back to the office.
Who's going to call you?
One of Tony Pierce's gangsters. And I can tell you exactly what he'll say.
Yeah?
Resign as special prosecutor and kill the evidence you've got, or you'll never see Lee Dale alive again.
Suppose that happens. What'll you do?
I don't know.
Would you quit?
I said I don't know.
Okay, so you'll quit. Just when we've gotten Tony Pierce and Hope Schuyler.
Hello?
Kid?
Oh, Lee, darling, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Just a minute. Skeet.
I know. You want me to trace?
Make it snappy. Lee, tell me what happened. How?
I can't.
What was it, Tony Pierce?
I haven't seen him. Kid, I've got something to tell you.
Naturally.
These men want you to quit.
Yes?
They say that if you don't quit, they'll kill me.
I expected it, darling. I don't want anything to happen to you. Tell them
No, Kid, I don't want you to resign. I don't. Kid, listen to me. I don't care what they do to me. I don't want you to...
Lee. Skeets.
I just got it, boss. The number's Bedminster 942.
Lark Lodge.
That's what the operator said, Mr. Chance. Are we going now, or are you still quitting?
We're going.
There it is, boss. Lark Lodge. And there's somebody home.
Yes.
We should have took the cops along, Mr. Chance. Okay, so you didn't want no shooting, but what about us? We ain't even got guns.
Shh. We're going right in.
What? Oh. Well, it's a special prosecutor. Come in, won't you? And, next time, don't bother to knock.
Where is she, Pierce?
Where's who, Mr. Special Prosecutor?
Lee Dale.
Lee Dale. Oh, yes, your charming secretary. Has she given you the wind?
All right, Skeet, search the house.
That's easy. There's only 3 rooms.
Excuse me, Mr. Special Prosecutor. I don't want to be picayune, but have you a warrant?
Go ahead, Skeets.
I'm afraid I'll have to say no.
Hey, he's loaded.
We backwoodsmen always insist on our rights. We don't like intruders who break in without warrants.
Listen, Pierce, I'm not only going to send you to jail as a crook, I'm also going to send you to jail as a kidnapper.
Really? Well, this is serious,
But if you'd
isn't it?
rather go to the chair as a murderer, put a bullet in my back because I'm going to search this house myself.
You don't have to, kid.
What on earth?
Hey.
Diane.
Well, I guess I won't need this gun now. You can search the place if you still want to.
Diane Rossiter.
I'm sorry about this, kid. I didn't think that Tony and I would ever be found out.
Where's Lee Dale?
My father mustn't know. It would kill him. He must never find out.
Just tell me where I can find Lee Dale.
I don't know.
You're lying.
I haven't seen her since this morning.
She was here. She phoned me from here. Skeets traced the call.
I haven't seen her since this morning, kid.
Where's she been moved to?
I...
All right, if that's how you want it. But listen to me and you too, Pierce. You've given me my case. I can drag Hope Schuyler into court now.
You're wrong, kid. I'm not Hope Schuyler.
But I'll forget the whole thing if Lee's in her apartment by the time Skeets and I get back to town.
Does that mean that you're going to resign?
That you've got exactly 3 hours. Come on, Skeets.
Kid?
Leave him alone, Diane. He knows what he's doing.
But, Tony...
It's a great sacrifice. I told him once that hearses don't hurry. The grave always waits. It's too bad, Mr. Special Prosecutor. We had to dig such a deep one for you.
What's the time, Mr. Chance?
About 2:30.
Yeah. It's been a great day for the grave diggers. Mind if I turn on the radio? Feel like some slumber music.
Skeets, I just can't get it through my head about Diane. She's Hope Schuyler.
Yeah.
A partner of that chief chiseling crook. A girl I've known practically all my life.
Yeah, but that ain't no reason to quit.
She's Judge Rossiter's daughter. Skeets, have you any idea what that man did for me?
He got you appointed special prosecutor.
He lent me money to go to law school with. Then he set me up in practice. How can I show up his own daughter as
It ain't easy, boss, but in this world, the guy's got to be practical. Friendship, okay, but when you got a chance to go places, you gotta.
We interrupt the early morning recital of organ music by Al Finelli to bring you the latest developments in the flying school murder.
Hey, what's that?
The police are now satisfied that Art Gurney, who operated the school and landing field with his wife Phyllis, was shot and killed sometime between 10 and 11 o'clock last night.
Did you hear that, Art Gurney?
All indications point to a woman as the murderer. Phyllis Gurney, the murdered man's wife, has disappeared, and several motorists have come forth with information that a small, unidentified plane took off from the field at about the time Art Gurney was believed to have been killed. Several of these witnesses insist that the person at the controls was a woman, but when asked for a description,
Put it off, Skeet.
they were not able to...
Now, you can't quit, boss. It's murder.
Between 10 and 11 o'clock last night.
Them two people was the only ones who could have told us what Hope Schuyler looked like. Now one of them's dead. Hey, what's the idea of turning off the road?
We're going to the Gurney field. I want you to see if Hope Schuyler's plane is missing.
Sure, but I can tell you right now. Look, Mr. Chance, does that girl Diana Rossiter know how to fly?
She has a license.
Okay. I go where you go, but between you and me, I'd rather go home. There's the hangar, boss. Door's open. Hey, do you have to run so fast? Hey, better save my breath, huh? I'll need it for the future.
All right, Skeet.
Phew.
Where's the light switch?
Should be, right about here. I got it.
What color was it, Skeet?
Yellow.
Two-seater?
Yeah, and initials HS on the side.
There's a yellow plane.
Now, that ain't it, Mr. Chance. That's a single. Hope Schuyler plane ain't here.
Well...
You know, we wasn't made right. 2 lungs ain't enough.
Now, let's go, Skeet. I'll drive you home, and then I'll stop off at Lee's apartment. And she'd better be there. Lee.
Kid. Oh, Kid. Oh, please. Not all at once.
Oh, darling.
Don't you think we ought to close the door?
Oh, all right. Oh, you don't know what looking at you does to me.
I'm a little glad to see you myself. Let's sit down.
They didn't hurt you.
Kit, they let me go. They drove me to the door downstairs. They even let me see their faces. Why, Kit?
I'm resigning.
No.
I've got to, Lee. Tony Pierce hit me twice tonight. Once with you and
I'm
once...
not letting you quit. I don't care what kind of a bargain you made with Tony Pierce about me. You don't have to keep it. He's a thief.
There's more to it than that. Diane Rossiter is Hope Schuyler.
What?
There's no doubt about it. I bring Tony to trial, I have to prosecute Diane for murder.
Murder?
What's the use? I should have known I wasn't cut out for big things. I'm too sentimental.
Who was murdered, Kid?
Art Gurney. He ran the flying school up.
Yes, I've seen it. But why him?
Look, dear, you've had a pretty eventful night. I'll tell you the whole story at the office tomorrow.
You're going to tell me now. Why Diane Rossiter is so important that you've got to protect her.
I'm not protecting her, Lee. It's her... Who can that be at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, probably a wrong number. Don't move. I'll be back. Hello? Yes, speaking. Who? Oh. I just got in a few minutes ago. What? I see. Yes. Where can I reach you about 10 o'clock? Uh-huh. All right, phone me in the morning. No, here. I'll tell you where I can meet you. Yes. Goodbye.
Who was it, Lee?
What?
Something the matter?
The matter? No. No, of course not. That was a friend of mine. She's at a party and she... It's nothing important.
Nice people. Well, see you at the office.
Yes.
I'm going to be a little late. I got some business with Judge Rossiter first.
All right, kid. I'll see you whenever you get there. Oh,
When did you return to the fold?
Kid, please.
Yeah. Tell Judge Rossiter I'd like to see him.
Kid, I tried to get you on the phone a few minutes ago.
I'd like to speak to your father, Diane.
He's at the courthouse. He left early this morning.
All right. I'll speak to him then.
Wait,
What for?
I want you to give me a chance to explain about last night.
Some other time.
No. You're not leaving here until you've let me explain.
Now, look, Diane.
Don't be a fool, kid. I'm not Hope Schuyler. I hate the living sight of Tony Pierce.
Sure.
You've got to believe me. I went a little crazy yesterday. I saw Lee Dale in the morning. She told me that you were going to be married.
She told you?
I stopped thinking. Oh, kid, I've been in love with you for years. I've never shown it, but I hoped that... And then that girl, in less than 3 months...
Now, what's that got to do with Tony Pierce?
I hated you, kid. I wanted to hurt you. Anything, so long as it would destroy you.
What about that crook, Diane?
There was only one way. Your career. I knew you would never finish the case against Tony if it meant disgracing my father. So I called Tony, and I told him that I would be willing to let you suspect me of being Hope Schuyler. And I told him why.
But last night at Lock Lodge, you denied it.
I lost my nerve. I realized what a vicious thing I was doing. And then when you asked Tony and me about Lee Dale...
You knew she'd been kidnapped.
No. No, all I knew was that Tony was sure you'd come there. I didn't know why.
Yeah.
You don't believe me?
How did you get up to the lodge?
In Tony's car. He called me a few minutes before 8 and asked me to meet him near the lots.
What about your plane?
My what?
The one you stored at the Gurney Flying Field.
Kid, you know I've never owned a plane.
Do I?
I have a pilot's license, but... What are you talking about?
The Art Gurney murder.
I heard about it on the radio.
The plane that took off between 10 and 11 and never came back belongs to Hope Schuyler.
Oh.
Art Gurney was killed between 10 and 11 last night.
And you think that I...
You've got nothing to worry about. I won't tell a soul.
Kid, you're so wrong. You're so wrong. And it's all my fault. If I hadn't lost my head yesterday, if I hadn't been so selfish and stupid and cheap... Oh, kid, forgive me, please. Forgive me. You don't know what it means to be in love with someone who doesn't love you. I didn't realize what I was doing.
You'd better answer that phone, Diane. It might be your boyfriend.
I can't.
All right, then I'll answer it. Hello.
Is that you, Mr. Chance?
What's the matter, Skeets?
I've been trying to get you all over town. Your apartment, the office, no answer, no place. So I figured
What do you want?
Listen, I spotted that Phyllis Gurney dame. She was driving right through the middle of town.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, listen, will you? So I get in the cab and I follow her. Guess where she went?
Skeets, in case you've forgotten, I'm resigning.
Yeah, I know. She went right to that old warehouse on River Street.
What?
You know, the place where Hope Schuyler used to pick up the sucker dough for Tony Pierce?
Where are you now?
I'm in a phone booth a couple of blocks away, the ferry station.
Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
That's how I figured, boss. What's this dame want in this warehouse?
Get out, Skeets.
See? Sure. And then it hits me. Tony Pierce collected a lot of dough from those suckers he framed, but it don't show up in his bank books. And you checked all the safety boxes in town, so where's the dough?
Is that our car over there?
Yeah. What? Hey, that came from inside the warehouse.
Come on. It's locked. We'll have to break it down.
I'm ready.
All right. Again. Once
Shoot.
more.
That does it. Now. What the?
A car, Skeets. The back of the warehouse. It's gone.
Must have been parked in that open lot. Whoever was here with Phyllis Gurney got out through this open window.
Maybe it was Phyllis. Let's look around. That storage room over there.
But her car's out front. Hey, there's a light in that room. Looks like something's on the floor. Burning.
Come on.
There's more than a light. There's...
Step on the rag, quick.
She looks dead to me, boss.
She is.
Huh. First the husband gets knocked off, now it's Phyllis. Maybe I was wrong about her coming here for... Hey, I smell cleaning stuff.
Her dress is saturated with it, Skeets.
You mean that burning rag was meant to... Holy mackerel. Somebody was out to do a good job, huh?
But didn't have time to finish it. The killer even forgot to take the empty bottle.
What are you holding her like that for, by the top of the neck?
Maybe fingerprints. You stay here, Skeets. I'm going to put this bottle in my car. Then I'm going to make a couple of phone calls. One of them to the police.
Oh, he's just come in, Judge Rossiter. I'm sorry I bothered you. Goodbye. Kid, where have you been? I surely thought you'd gone to resign.
There's no hurry, Lee. I can do that an hour from now.
You're not going to do it at all. Kid, you must listen.
Where were you about 40 minutes ago?
Where?
I called you here at the office several times. There's no answer.
I was downstairs looking for the super. I forgot my keys, and he had...
I noticed your car downstairs.
What's the matter with you? I always leave my ignition key at the garage. I have my car delivered every morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's been another murder.
Oh? Who?
Phyllis Gurney.
Good heavens. When?
About an hour ago. Well, I guess I'd better get cleaned up if I'm going to see Judge Rossiter.
You're not resigning, Kit.
I'm afraid there's nothing you can do about it, Lee. Where's that bottle of cleaning fluid you bought yesterday?
Listen to me, please.
It was standing right there in your desk when I came in last night. You were using it to clean up your typewriter.
That's not important now. Don't you realize what's going to happen to you? You'll be called a failure.
Look, honey, I want to get these grease spots out of my coat. Will you get me that cleaning fluid?
Kit, don't I mean anything to you? Have you been just talking to me about love?
Lee, haven't you got that bottle?
Yes, I have it, if that's all you care about. It's in the closet where I put it. You'll worry about grease spots, but I can talk myself sick. Here's the bottle of cleaning fluid. Enjoy yourself.
Thanks. I spoke to Tony Pierce on the phone before I came back here.
Of course. You're his buddy now.
He is at Lock Lodge.
I'm not interested.
He couldn't have been in town this morning and gotten back to the lodge so fast. I know he didn't fly. Say, did you screw this cap on yourself?
Yes.
You must have hidden strength. Or would this be a new bottle that had never been opened before?
What do you mean?
Would you like to make the rounds of the hardware and department stores with me? There aren't too many in this town.
I'd like to know what you meant by that, Kit.
All right. You're Hope Schuyler.
What? Have you gone out of your mind?
You weren't kidnapped last night. You just walked out after you listened in on my conversation with Skeets. Isn't that right?
No.
You heard him tell me about Lark Lodge, the Gurneys, and the plane that Hope Schuyler used. So you decided to get rid of the Gurneys.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You had chloroform, and you left the odor of it in this room. Then you got in touch with Tony and told him what Skeets had found out.
Oh, for pity's sake.
The rest was Operation Frame-Up. You flew to Lark Lodge and phoned me. You know I'd have the call traced. In the meantime, Tony was getting Diane ready for her grand entrance. You deliberately told her that you and I were going to be married. You knew how she'd react.
You wanted to marry me, didn't you, Kit?
Yes. But you never said you would to me. There's a good reason, wasn't there? You're already married to Tony Pierce.
What?
I found his marriage certificate in the bottom drawer of your dresser. Anthony Pierce, Hope Schuyler. Just 1 week before you came to work for me. A wedding performed by a justice of the peace upstate. Big secret.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Oh. Is that the gun that killed 2 Gurneys?
Mm-hmm. 2 Gurneys and 1 special prosecutor.
Lee, didn't you notice I left the door open when I came in?
You what?
Now, why do you suppose I did that? To create a draft? Oh. We have a peculiar police department in this town. It likes to be in on everything. There's only one place in the world that feels like home. The old Rossiter living room.
I'm glad you still think so, Kit.
It's all over, Diane. Lee confessed. Tony confessed. They're going to be tried for murder, and I'm prosecuting.
But Tony didn't commit murder.
Well, he certainly did. Lee did the shooting, but Tony helped her plan it.
Kit, what made you suspect Lee? Up to this morning...
A bottle. The fact she didn't answer the phone at the office.
That's all?
That's all a fellow needs, honey, to start thinking. After that, I remembered everything. How things began to move after Skeets phoned me about Hope Schuyler. Then the mysterious phone call Lee got at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Who was it, really?
Phyllis Gurney. You see, Tony and Lee had been paying the Gurneys to keep quiet about Hope Schuyler. But when Art Gurney was murdered, Phyllis decided it would take a lot of money to compensate her. $100,000.
Well, we all do foolish things sometimes.
Diane, would you do me a favor?
Of course.
After we're married, if I ever look at another woman, will you
Don't
please...
worry, darling. I'll never be selfish again.
Oh, no. Be selfish. But if you're going to ruin me, dear, do it with a kiss, huh?
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Hearses Don't Hurry, based on a story by Stephen Ransom. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. In tonight's cast, you heard Sidney Smith as Christopher Chase, Charlotte Lawrence as Lee Dale, Joseph Julian as Skeets, Helen Shields was Diane Rossiter, and Larry Haynes was Anthony Pierce. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very exciting story of an image that was the reflection of death. It's called Death Never Doubles. In the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. Oh, yes. You've probably jotted down the birthdays and anniversaries to remember during June. Remember that June is Remember Disabled Veterans Month.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Extra big town, extra. Recorded confession, traps, killer of nightclub comic. Extra big town, extra.
Yeah, come on in, baby. Close the door, honey. I'll be with you as soon as I get the grease paint off the old pan. Fix yourself a drink. I gotta go and listen to that poor sap Nate shoot off his mouth.
Yes, I hated him. I'm glad he's dead. I did kill him. I did kill him. I did kill him.
Yes, listen to The Confession, another headline newspaper story of Big Town, brought to you by Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap. Another hard-hitting crime saga of Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press, whose newspaper creed stands for freedom and justice against the forces of intolerance and evil.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now to Big Town and tonight's headline story, The Confession. A recorded confession of murder, freely admitting motive and opportunity, might seem sufficient proof of guilt. But listen to this strange story of a girl caught in a terrible trap of twisted words. A story that began in the dressing room of a nightclub comedian as he removed his makeup after the last floor show.
Yeah? Mike Evans in person speaking. Burly Q's gift to laughter and the ladies.
Lay off the billing, you dopey comic. Are you alone in your dressing room?
Sure, all alone by the telephone. Who wants to know?
Your boss. The dope that's paying you to be funny on the floor of this club, not over the phone.
What's the matter, Nate? I wowed him and rolled him on the last show.
Yeah, you rolled him right out of the club, and I want to see you in my office before you leave.
Okay, I know what's eating you. And if you keep that dame out of my hair, we get along. I'll be up in 5 minutes. As soon as I get the grease paint off my puss. Puss, can't handle dames. Dames. Treat 'em rough. Push 'em around. They love it. Yeah. Come on in, baby. Close the door, honey. I'll be with you as soon as I get the grease paint off the old pan. Fix yourself a drink. I gotta go and listen to that poor sat Nate shoot off his mouth. No.
Hi, Steve. About ready to call it a night?
Almost, Lorelei. Come in.
Thanks.
Perch on the corner of the desk and take my mind off these late dispatches.
All right, but I don't think it'll work. You're married to this deadline routine, and last time you were shot, I'm sure they gave you a transfusion of printer's ink.
Don't be too sure. Spring is here, you know.
Yes, I know. Could I tempt you to a whirl at some dine and dance owl joint now that you've put the illustrated press to bed?
That's an idea. Just a minute.
It was a good idea.
Hello, Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Hello, Wilson. This is Nate Hill over at the Big Town Club. Remember me?
Yes, I remember you, how you failed to cooperate with the police on that reefer ring operating at your club.
Well, the cops cleared me in that, and I've learned my lesson, Wilson.
Good. What is it this time?
Real trouble this time, and I'm playing it straight.
What kind of real trouble, Hill?
Murder.
Murder? Who's been murdered?
One of my headliners in the floor show. Mike Evans.
The comedian?
Yeah, the comic and lady killer. He got funny with one too many dames, and now he's in his dressing room with a hole in the back of his head.
Shot from behind. Any idea who did it?
Sure. I got it all wrapped up for your pal Callahan of homicide as soon as he gets here. The dame, her confession, everything.
Wait a minute, Hill. When did this happen?
Well, a few minutes ago. If you want a break on this, you better get over here.
You don't owe the Illustrated Press any favors. Why tip me?
Because I want a good press story on this, and I want to prove I can cooperate. Make up for last time.
Who's the girl who confessed to shooting Evans?
Myra Taylor, Evans' partner. She'd been playing straight to his corny comedy routine.
What was her motive?
Jealousy. And I've got her full confession on the recorder in the rehearsal room.
A recording of her confession.
Yeah, she can't deny she made it. Can't get out of it. Come on over and get an earful before I call your pal Callahan, and he takes the record to headquarters.
Thanks for the invitation, Hill. I'll be right over.
Oh, what is it, Steve?
I don't like the sound of this, Lorelei. Call police headquarters. Get me Callahan of homicide.
Here's Callahan, Steve.
Thanks, Lorelei. Hello, Callahan.
Hi, Steve. What's up?
Plenty if Nate Hill hasn't called you from the Big Town Club.
No, he hasn't. Why should he?
It's just a little matter of murder.
Murder? How did you get it?
He'll just phone me. He wants me to have a scoop so he'll get a good press. He claims he has the body, the killer, and a confession.
Great. What do we need a police department for? Who got
A
it?
two-timing comedian shot in the head by his femme foil. Hill claims he has a recording of her full confession.
Fine. So all we have to do is go over and make the pinch. What's Hill's angle?
That's what I'd like to know, Callahan, and I wish you'd give me a few minutes to play along and find out.
Now, wait a minute, Steve. If it's murder, I can't hold off to give you a news beat, no matter how much you've cooperated in the past.
I'm not asking for a news beat, Callahan. The press final is on the street, and this wouldn't rate an extra, no matter how it turned out.
All right. What's your angle?
I don't believe Nate Hill could ever play anything straight.
Nor do I. But you've reported a murder, and I've got to check on it. You know that, Steve.
Yes, but I've got a hunch there's a lot more to this, Callahan, and I think I can get it if you'll bend the rules enough to give me a few minutes with Hill before you move in.
And what if the killer moves out and I'm left holding the body
Well,
and the bank?
I'm not asking you to risk that, Callahan. Get your men over here, throw a ring around the Big Town Club, let anyone go in, but have them hold anyone who tries to leave the club.
All right. How much time do you want?
Give me 15 minutes with Hill, and I'll see if I can find out why that leopard has changed his spots.
Yeah, come in.
All right, Hill. What's the gag? Close the door, Lorelei.
Quick work, Wilson. Didn't take you long to get here.
Where's Inspector Callahan, the medical examiner, and the body of Mike Evans?
Now, take it easy, Wilson. I said you'd get a break if you got here quick, and I haven't called the cops yet.
I don't scoop the police. I thought you were playing this straight.
I am. It's cut and dried, all wrapped up.
Where's the body of Mike Evans?
In his dressing room over there. Now, what's a few minutes difference making calling the cops? They won't care as long as we hand them the killer.
Where's the girl you say
And-
confessed to killing him?
Well, now, wait a minute. She's in her dressing room next to Evans. She blew her top after she confessed. I've locked her in so she couldn't run before you got her story.
Quit doing me that kind of favors, Hill. Lorelei.
Yes, Steve. Want me to talk to her?
Later. Get on the phone and go through the motions of notifying Callahan of homicide.
Right, Steve. Mind if we use one of your phones, Mr. Hill?
Yeah, help yourself. There's one down at the end of the hall.
Thanks.
Yeah, I've got a record of Myra's confession, Wilson. Want to hear it before your pal Callahan shows?
Listen to it when Callahan hears it. Let's see Evans' body.
It's right in here. Nobody's touched anything. Yeah, there he is, sprawled across his makeup table just the way I found him.
You found him?
Yeah. I phoned him from my office right after the last floor show. Asked him to come up to see me after he'd changed. When he didn't show, I came down here to find out why.
How soon after you called him?
About 10 minutes.
Where was Myra Tyler?
In her dressing room, packing her things like crazy and crying like a fool.
And she confessed to shooting him with that gun lying there on the floor?
Well, no, not at first, but I pumped her.
Why?
Well, I knew Mike was playing around, meant to get another partner, that she was jealous. That was what I meant to talk to him about.
Since when have you taken such an interest in the personal problems of the acts you book into your club?
Now, look here, Wilson, I'm giving you a break.
You've never given anyone a break unless it included a break for yourself, Hill. You said you were playing this straight, wanted a good press. Yet the first thing you do is to hold out on the police.
I've got the girl, I've got a confession. What more do the cops want?
They want to be notified the minute a crime is committed.
Steve, Callahan's busy on a case, but he'll be here in a few minutes.
Good. All right, Hill. Now we'll take this break you're offering us. Let's talk to Myra Tyler.
Well, okay, but you won't get much out of her. She's pretty scared, busted up.
How did you get the confession out of her? Twist her arm?
No, I didn't have to. Wait till you hear the record of her confession.
I'd rather hear her repeat it. This her dressing room?
Yeah, wait till I unlock the door.
You better hope she hasn't climbed out a window.
There are no windows in these dressing rooms.
Oh, Steve. Look, on the floor.
Good grief.
Hey, she was lying on the couch when I left her to phone you.
Oh, Steve, is she dead?
No. And no sign of a wound. She's breathing.
She may have fainted and fallen. Here, let me help you get her on the couch.
Maybe she took something. She was pretty jittery.
I'll get her up. Look around, Laura and I. See if there is anything she could have taken.
There's a glass here on her dressing table and a bottle. Good heavens, Steve. Sleeping tablets and the bottle's empty.
That's it. An overdose. We've got to snap her out of it. Get her on her feet. Wake her up.
No. Let me go.
Oh, she's still conscious.
Let me go.
Try to make her walk, Steve. Keep her moving. I'll phone a doctor and get some coffee out of the kitchen of this Dodge.
Hey, I never dreamed she'd try anything like this. Anything I can do?
Get out of the way, Hill. You've done everything you could to close this case.
Oh, give me a break, will you?
If this girl dies, you'll get a break. A break you'll never forget.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather, even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy Health Soap every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and Steve Wilson's headline story of The Confession. Tipped off on a murder by the owner of a nightclub, Steve and Lorelei Kilburn arrive and find the police have not been notified, and the partner of the murdered man almost unconscious from an overdose of sleeping tablets. Now, a few minutes later, Steve tries to question the girl as they keep her walking, trying to keep her awake.
She's better, Steve. I think the coffee helped.
Yes, I think she'll be all right if we can just keep her moving.
And talking. Keep asking her questions, Steve. We may find out what really happened here tonight.
Yes, I'll try again. Listen, Miss Tyler. Listen to me.
Yes, I'm listening.
But I'm so tired, so sleepy. Please, let me lie down. No, Miss Tyler. You've got to keep moving. Keep awake. If you go to sleep, you'll never wake up. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Why don't you let her alone?
Keep out of this, Hill. It does matter very much, Miss Tyler. Listen carefully. Nate Hill, your employer, says you admitted shooting your partner, Mike Evans.
Mike's dead. I hated him. I'm glad he's dead.
Hey, you hear that, Wilson? That's what she said a while ago out in the rehearsal hall. I've got a recording of it, her whole confession.
And why didn't you notify the police right away?
I told you I called you first. Wanted to give you a scoop so you'd give my club a break in your story.
If we can't keep this girl conscious until Callahan of Homicide arrives, you'll answer for delaying the call.
Well, why should I? I've got her confession to the murder right out there on the machine in the rehearsal hall. The case is all wrapped up. She admits she killed him.
No.
She's lying
Shut
now.
up, Hill. She's trying to say something. What is it, Miss Tyler? What are you trying to say?
I hated him. I'm glad he's dead. But I... Oh, we better keep her walking, Steve. She's still on the verge of unconsciousness.
Yes. Come on, Miss Tyler. Keep moving, talking. You mustn't go to sleep.
Now, why don't you let her go? They'll burn her for killing Evans anyway. You heard her. She hated him. She's glad he's dead. She was jealous, shot him.
No.
Lola Lang, can you hold her up? Keep her moving.
I think so, Steve. What are you going to do?
Get the rest of this. All right, Hill. You want to be so helpful. Let's have all of it. Who was Miss Tyler jealous of?
Lola Lynn, a specialty dancer in the floor show.
Lola Lynn?
Yes. Evans was going out with her. He was going to get rid of Myra, team up with Lola in a new act. There's your motive.
Where is Lola Lynn?
I don't know. She left right after a number in the last floor show.
How do you know she wasn't here at the time of the shooting?
I saw her leave.
Well, then you must have been back here. Backstage. I thought you said you were in your office. Phoned Miss Evans to come see you before he left.
Well, I did. I wasn't back here until I came back and found Evans. Lola went out the front way through the club before the last show finished.
Well, how do you know she didn't come back, return by the service entrance?
I don't. What's it matter? I tell you, Myra admitted doing it. I've got it on the recorder, all ready for your pal Callahan of Homicide, if he ever gets here.
He'll get here. Meanwhile, let's hear that confession.
All right, come on. It's out in the rehearsal room.
Can you handle Miss Tyler, Lorna?
Yes, Steve. She seems to be better. I'll try to get her to drink some more coffee.
I'll send the doctor in as soon as he gets here. Now, let's hear that record, Hill. And suppose you tell me how you got it.
Sure. When I caught Myra packing and getting ready to beat it, she ran out here in the rehearsal room and I grabbed her. I told her it would look like she did it if she left before the cops got here.
What did she say to that?
She said she didn't care. Said she hated him. Said she was glad he was dead, just like you heard her say a while ago.
Yes, but I didn't hear her say she killed him.
Well, that's when I switched on the recorder. Got the whole thing right down here on the record. Listen to this.
All right. Let's hear it.
This is going to save your friend Callahan of Homicide a lot of trouble.
Not if that girl changes her story.
Why not?
She can claim you forced her to confess.
I didn't, and she won't deny it when she hears what she said, what she admitted. Listen.
I'm glad he's dead. I'm glad he's dead. I hated him. I did kill him. Let me alone. Let me alone.
Yeah, how do you like that? What more could Callahan want?
I think he'll want that statement repeated word for word from her own lips.
She'll deny it now that she's had time to think what she's saying. But they won't believe her. That'll give you everything. Motive, opportunity, the confession. Give Callahan the works. Now, what's the matter with that cop? What's keeping him?
What's the matter with you, Bill? What's the hurry? Why didn't you call Callahan the minute you discovered the body?
I keep telling you, I wanted to give you a news break, so maybe you'd lay off riding my club for a dive and a clip joint the way you did last time.
Last time you held out on the police, and I think you're doing it again.
Well, why should I? What have I got to gain except maybe keeping my club from being closed up because that comic had to go and get himself knocked off in my place?
That's a rotten motive, Hill. Your kind of place thrives on this sort of thing. The more scandal and violence, the better.
And I suppose you think I arranged it as a publicity stunt.
No, I don't think you'd go quite this far for that reason, but there is a reason, Hill, another reason. There's got to be another reason.
Why? There's the record.
Yes, but let's look at your record.
What about my record? I've been in scrapes, but I've never been convicted. The cops have tried, but they've never been able to pin anything on me.
So why be so cooperative now? Why go out of your way to wring a confession out of Myra Tyler? You admit Evans was a two-timer. He was set to double-cross her, get rid of her. Yet you got her when she was hysterical, dragged her out here in front of this recording machine, and pumped the confession out of her. Why?
I told you, and you can take it or leave it. Your pal Callahan of Homicide will take it when he gets here.
Yes, he'll take it. He'll have to take it.
Take what?
Lola, what are you doing here? I thought you went home after your last number.
I did. Not that it was any of your business. You only pay me to dance in this dump. Who's your friend?
Wilson. Steve Wilson of the Press.
Newspaper guy. What's going on here?
What brought you back to Big Town Club this time of morning, Miss Lynn?
What's it to you?
Call it curiosity. But it may mean more to the police.
The cops? Hey, what's happened here?
You started something Myra Tyler finished. With a gun.
What are you talking about? What'd I start that blonde had a finish with a gun?
She blasted that...
Wait a minute, Hill. What brought you back here, Miss Lynn?
Well, if you must know, I came back to find out what was keeping Mike Evans.
You had a date with Evans?
Sure, why not? Well, where is he? What's happened to him?
Right in here. Take a look.
Mike. So somebody finally got him.
Maybe that'll learn you to leave other dames' guys alone.
Oh, you crumb. You lippy crumb. You lippy crummy crumb.
Cut it out, you crazy two-timing twist.
Wait a minute. Just a minute,
go.
Miss Lynn.
Let go of me, Wilson. I'll tear his Popeyes out of his head. What's he trying to pull? Get me mixed up in this mess?
You are mixed up in this mess.
I'll say I am, but not the way Nate wants you to think.
Shut up, Lola. Shut up, or Wilson will smear you all over the front page of the press.
What for? I wasn't here. I don't know anything about what happened.
Can you prove it?
Why should I have to prove it? What reason would I have to bump off Mike Evans when we were all set to pull out of this dump and start a new act?
What'd I tell you, Wilson? There's your motive for Myra blasting Evans.
Who says she did?
Hill has a record of her confession right there on that recorder.
I don't believe it. That poor dope wouldn't have had the nerve.
I caught her packing a leaf. She confessed. It's on the record.
I don't give a hoot. She ain't the type. I would if he'd crossed me up, but not that poor little sap.
You better be careful what you say, Miss Lynn.
Why should I be careful, Wilson?
Because if Miss Turner changes her mind, denies she killed Evans, you're a likely suspect. And you admit you may not have an alibi.
Yeah, shut your mouth and keep out of this, Lola.
I won't shut my mouth. And while we're lining up suspects for the cops, let's have all of them.
Shut up, Lola.
Better talk, Hill. Let's get the whole story and have it all wrapped up for Inspector Callahan. Who is the other suspect, Miss Lynn?
Him. That bug-eyed worm right there.
You're a liar,
A
Lola.
liar, am I? Well, you had a better reason for blasting Mike Evans than any of us. You've been after me ever since I came to work in this dump. You knew I was pulling out, going away with Evans. Well, you had a fight with him last night. You said you'd fix him if he ever tried to...
Lay off, Bill. Now, we're getting some facts. Getting down to cases.
I'll say you are, Wilson. Look at him. Frothing at the mouth. Why, he'd kill me in a minute if he had a gun right now. He'd kill anybody who crossed him.
Let go of me, Wilson. Let go.
All right. But keep away from Miss Lynn.
It's okay. But I'll get you for this, Lola, trying to frame me.
You should live so long.
Steve, what's going on out here? When is Callahan going to get into this?
Any minute now, Lorelei. The puzzle is beginning to make a picture. How's Myra Tyler?
Well, she's all right now. I got her to drink some more coffee. She doesn't need the doctor, but she's beginning to make sense, but it doesn't add up.
Doesn't add up to what, Lorelei?
Myra says Hill made her take those sleeping tablets, and she swears she said she never killed Evans.
She's lying. You heard the record, Wilson. It's right down the record. She can't change that.
Yes, I heard it. Can you bring Miss Tyler out here, Lorelei?
Yes, but take it easy, Steve. She's still a little wobbly. Will you come out here, Miss Tyler? Please?
Yes, Miss Gilbert. Lola. Hello, kid. I hear they've got you in a jam. Sorry.
I don't blame you, Lola.
Thanks.
Tell Mr. Wilson what you told me, Miss Tyler. What Nate Hill did to you.
I came back here and found Mike Evans shot. I screamed, and Nate Hill came in and said I killed him. He said I better get away out of town. He dragged me out here, asked me why I did it.
Right here in front of this microphone, this recording machine?
No, over there, near the new machine.
The new machine?
Yes, the one he just bought. He turned it on and kept asking me why I did it.
Wait a minute, Miss Tyler. This machine? He turned this one on?
Yes, and kept asking me why I killed Mike.
What did you say? Can you remember?
Yes. I said, I hate him. I was glad he was dead. But I did not kill him.
You said, but I did not kill him.
Yes. I remember because he made me say it over and over again. Over and over again.
Oh, so that's how you did it, Hill. That's how you tried to frame this girl. Frame her confession. Go get Inspector Callahan, Lorelei. He's waiting outside.
Oh, you don't? Stay put, Kilburn.
Oh, Steve, he's got a gun.
Yes, while you dopes were being so smart, I got the gun that blasted Evans. That dame-stealing rat.
Yes, and now it's in the hands of the real killer. This time your fingerprints are on it, Hill.
Yeah. And I'll blast the first one that tries to keep me from getting out of here.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Doctors have proved it.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors compared results. They found that Lifebuoy, with its quick, rich, purifying lather, cleanses and protects better than any other leading soap. And Lifebuoy is milder, too.
So bathe with mild, refreshing Lifebuoy every day. Remember, Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson, Lorelei, and their companions for the payoff in tonight's headline story of The Confession.
Listen, Hill, don't be a complete fool. You can't get out of this club. Callahan and his homicide squad have had the place covered for the last half hour.
You're bluffing, Wilson. Lola walked in. Nobody stopped her. Kilburn never called the cops. You were playing this thing alone for a scoop.
Play that hunch, Hill. Walk out of here with that murder gun in your hand, and they'll mow you down.
So what? What have I got to lose? They'll burn me anyway for killing that dame-stealing comic.
He couldn't steal something you never had, you rat.
Shut up, Lola. Clam up, or I'll give you what I gave Mike Evans.
So you admit killing Evans? Trying to frame Myra Tyler with a faked recording of her confession?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I would have got away with it, too, if Lola hadn't come here shooting off her mouth.
Steve, how could he fake Mara's confession?
It was easy, Lorelei. How about it, Hill? You want me to show them how stupidly clever you thought you were, Hill?
Yeah, right where you are, Wilson. Try any trick while I'm getting out of here, and I'll give you what I gave Evans, only right between the eyes.
All right. I guess that'll do. You've admitted killing Evans, confessed twice, using different words. And this time, the tape recording won't be cut and spliced.
Oh, so you know how I did it. Okay, but I told you to stay put, Wilson.
Oh, put that gun down, Hill. I took the shells out of it before I let you get your hands on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Lorelei, go ask Callahan to come in and listen to a playback of Hill's confession on his own machine.
With the greatest of pleasures, Steve.
Wilson, you tricky slug. You turned on that tape recorder a while ago. It got every word I've said in the last few minutes.
Yes, Hill. And this recording won't have to have the words deleted, cut and edited, then transferred from tape to wax. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Hill was guilty, and he was convicted for the murder of Mike Evans. And if you're still puzzled as to how he faked Myra Tyler's confession, here's how he did it. First, he tricked her into talking into the microphone of a tape recorder. She said,
I hated him. I'm glad he's dead. But I did not kill him.
That's what she said. But like movie film, words can be cut out of a tape recording. Hill deleted the word but and the word not, spliced the tape, and re-recorded the confession on the old-style platter recorder. And that is what he wanted the police to hear.
I hated him. I'm glad he's dead. I did kill him.
There you are. 2 little missing words. But they might have sent an innocent girl to her death.
Oh, talk about twisting words. Well, what about next week, Steve?
Well, next week we have an unusual story about a young girl who goes on a murderous rampage against her ex-college roommates, and headlined, The Weeping Killer. But now, Lorelei Kilburn has some big news for women.
Yes, it's really big news for women about our sensational new self-drain aluminum saucepan. You can get it at half price for a limited time only.
It's an amazing value, friends. A genuine Regal heavy aluminum saucepan, 2-quart capacity. I repeat, an amazing value.
You bet it is, Dwight. And that self-drain feature is a big improvement in America's favorite saucepan. Now you can drain hot water from food without removing the cover. There's no danger of scalding hands, and it prevents food from spilling into the sink. A slight twist turns the cover to cook and to drain. It's a marvel.
Yes, friends, this dazzling Regal heavy aluminum self-drain saucepan is a marvel. An amazing $2 value that's yours for only $1. Here's all you do. Send 2 Lifebuoy box fronts with $1 to Lever Homemakers Club, Box 27, New York 8, New York. That's Box 27, New York 8, New York. Don't delay. Do it today. This offer is limited to the United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilburn, and is written and produced by Jerry McGill.
New 1950 Rinso is here, a year ahead. The greatest development in soap history. 1950 Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. New Rinso actually gets white clothes whiter than new and washable colors brighter than new. Yes, Rinso, only Rinso, contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, Solium. New Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. Yet Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to your hands. Get new 1950 Rinso at your dealers now.
Be sure and be with us again next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Dwight Wiest, bidding you good night.
Quiet, you guys. You want to send him a telegram that we're coming after him?
Yeah, sorry, Inspector Faraday. The stairs creaked.
Yeah, your brain would be creaking if you had one. Those 2 mugs we're after are killers.
Yeah, I know that, Inspector. I don't think they hurt us.
I don't think so either. But there'd be lead pouring down on us by now. Okay, here's the landing. That's the door. Get to work on it with your passkey. And don't make any noise.
Yeah, all right, Inspector. They're probably asleep anyhow, though. It's 3 a.m., and we know they went upstairs about midnight.
Never mind what they are. Just get that door open. You sure you've got the right key?
Yes. It'll work, Inspector Faraday. I tried it this afternoon while Dawson and Murdoch were out. Yeah, this is the one, all right.
Okay, men. Not a sound now.
Right.
This is it. As soon as the door is open, make a beeline for that bed. Remember, the 2 men in it will shoot if they get a chance. See that they don't get the chance. Go to Exmouth.
Right. There. The lock turned, Inspector. I'll open the door.
Get a look at those 2.
Yeah.
Sleeping as if they didn't have a care in the world. Okay, boys, go get them.
All right, we got him, Inspector Faraday. Both of them. Handcuffed.
Good. Drag him out of here and down to the jail. Well, Dawson, finally got you, huh?
So what?
This town isn't very healthy for killers, as you're going to find out very soon.
Think you got me, don't you, Faraday?
A disinterested observer might say that, Dawson. You and your pal Murdoch are as good as in the chair right now.
That's what you think, Flatfoot. Remember what I'm telling you. You haven't got a jail in this town, in this country, strong enough to hold Murdoch and me. We'll be out before you know it.
It says here. Come on, you guys, drag him out of this room. You boys did a good night's work.
I'm proud of him. Yeah, be proud of them, Faraday. But don't be so proud of yourself. You won't be when you remember what I'm telling you. There isn't a jail in this town strong enough to hold Murdoch and me.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Listen to this, Blackie.
What, Mary?
You know those two killers Inspector Faraday caught?
Dawson and Murdoch? Sure. What happened to them? And no matter what it is, it isn't enough.
You haven't seen the newspaper.
No, I haven't, as a matter of fact. Something about Dawson and Murdoch?
They got away.
Oh.
It says here they were being held overnight in a detention cell. They had a visitor this morning, and sometime around noon they sawed the bars off their cell and escaped.
Uh-oh. Faraday will be fit to be tied. Whoever the visitor was probably smuggled in the hacksaw. Too bad they got away. They're both pretty dangerous characters.
Maybe you ought to stay in this evening.
Maybe I ought to go out and see if I can find some trace of them for the good inspector.
Oh, no, you don't. Faraday's a good friend of yours, but you're a good friend of mine. And I'm not letting you go out after a couple of killers. Now, who can that be?
Mary?
I'm sorry. I always say that when the phone rings, don't I?
When the phone rings, I always say, hello?
Hello, Blackie.
Yes?
This is Duke Collins, the radio singer. I need your help. I've been threatened.
Really? By whom and with what?
Well, I don't know the man. He called me a little while ago and said he was going to come up and see me. If I didn't do what he wanted, he'd see to it that I never sang again. I called you, Blackie. I was afraid to call the police.
Where are you, Collins?
Snyder Apartment, Suite 928. If you're coming up here, Blackie, please hurry.
Hey, Collins, what's going on there?
That's just a sample, Collins.
Hey, what is this?
Hang up that
Hey,
phone.
Collins!
Hang it up, I said.
What was that, Blackie?
Duke Collins, the crooner. Somebody's smacking him all over his
Oh,
apartment.
my gosh, Blackie. Why would anybody want to beat up Collins?
Because he's a crooner, maybe. Well, that's beside the point, Mary. The point is that he wanted help, but he asked for it a little too late.
Okay, Professor. Run it over. I want to hear it.
Must I?
To be vague about the answer, yes, you must. And hurry up. Get over to that piano.
But I'm very tired, young man.
Get over there.
There's no need to push me. I was going over. Here are the words of the song you wanted. Worked out just the way you wanted.
It better be right, Professor. That's all I got to tell you. It better be right.
I followed your instructions. I'm sure I followed them.
Well, let's hear. Go on, play the tune. I'm waiting.
Just a minute.
Play the chorus. I'll follow these words while you're playing.
That's what I'm about to do. It starts right here.
Fate was feeling frisky when she made us two meet. She knocked you off the beam and knocked me right off my feet. She made a careful creature when she fashioned you, and I'll hold you in my arms. She kept a special moon a-waiting just for us tonight. She built some special weather so our romance would be right. She had a special reason, and the reason in the main was to hold you in my arms. Lady, I'm telling you, I know what you're worth. Paradise is plenty nice now that it's right here on earth. So, darling, if you can't wait, why, just count up to 10, and I'll hold you in my arms.
Well, young man, you like it?
I think it stinks.
It was rather difficult to compose. You wanted so many different things in it, and you said it had to sound like a song.
Sure, I said that. It sounds like a song, all right. That's all I can say for it. Do you know what this thing that sounds like a song is going to do?
Of course not. I just followed your instructions.
You've been a good boy. You followed instructions. So maybe I won't clip you too hard.
No, please. Please don't hit me, doll. Please. I'm an old man.
Don't worry, Pop. Maybe you aren't going to be much older.
This place is getting me down, Dawson. It's getting me down.
Yeah, did you like jail better, Ape? Sorry I had those saws smuggled in so you and I could break out. Go on, play solitaire and stop bothering me.
All I'm saying is these four walls is driving me a little out of my mind. There's only some way we could get out for a while.
Every cop in the city is looking for us. Turn on the radio if you want something to do.
I'm sick of the radio. I'm sick of everything in this broken-down room.
You ought to be glad we have it, Ape. There ain't no green door at the end of this hall. Remember that.
I don't know what's at the end of this hall. All I know is I'm getting jittery. When is the message going to come through? That's what I want to know.
It'll come through when Sam and the boys are ready to move us.
They don't even know where we are. They wouldn't let me phone them.
That's right. The cops will be listening. We'll trace the call. They know our boys. Relax, Ape.
Yeah,
Hey,
relax.
The kids will get a message to us. That radio is going to give it to us.
Sure. You say so I'm supposed to think it's true.
It's all arranged. That little radio over there is going to tell us when Sam thinks it's okay for us to blow and where we're to meet him so that we can get away nice and clean and safe with nobody knowing a thing about it except us.
Blackie, do me one favor, just one. Tell me what I'm doing here with you.
All right, Faraday, I'll tell you. You're on your way to Duke Collins' apartment. He's a radio singer, and he's in trouble.
You don't know what trouble is. I'm really in trouble. 2 killers, Murdoch and Dawson, broke jail. Do you know that?
Yes, I do, and if you're a good little boy, maybe I'll help you find them. Right now, I asked you to meet me here because of what you told me.
Because of what I told you. What did I tell you?
Not to take police cases into my own hands. Duke Collins got smacked around while he was talking to me on the telephone. I have to go up to see him. And incidentally, this is his floor.
Go ahead. You have to go up and see him.
So I asked you to come with me.
I, like a dope, met you. Someday, Blackie. What's the use? I'll never do it. Is this Collins' apartment?
Yeah. You help me clean up this mystery, and then I'll help you with Murdoch and Dawson.
You'll help me? When did you ever help me?
Let's take 2 or 3 days off sometime, and I'll list the cases for you, Inspector.
Yes?
I'm Boston Blackie. This is Inspector Faraday of the police. Are you Collins?
Well, yes.
Where'd you get the shiner, Collins?
Oh, this eye, I had an accident.
Sure did.
Collins, you called me and said you needed help. What's going on?
Oh, nothing really, Blackie. I thought I was going to have trouble, but it's all okay now. I'm sorry I put you any bother. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute.
Goodbye, Inspector. Nice to have met you.
Now, what was that all about? What did we come up here for?
That Collins seems to be a nice boy. Nice and scared. Maybe I ought to stick around.
Maybe you ought to do anything you want, but without me. I'm going back to headquarters.
Faraday, I'd like to help you track down Dawson and Murdoch, now that apparently I can't help Mr. Collins. If I only had a place to start.
I'll tell you where to start. In this city somewhere. The alarm went out for those 2 5 minutes after they got away.
Mm-hmm.
Every road, every railroad, every bus terminal, every airport has been watched.
Yeah.
They never left this city.
Well, if I were you, I'd watch their friends. They're going to need something, money, clothes, a car, maybe. Their friends will be in touch with them.
You don't know Dawson. He's the cleverest crook that ever hit this city. He knows we'll think of that first thing. I guarantee none of his friends know where he is. And even if they did, they'd be under orders to keep away from wherever he's hiding out.
In that case, you've got a tough assignment in this case.
In this case. Listen, in case you're interested, you've got friends in the underworld.
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly, old pal. I know several characters who talk to me, even though I happen to associate with a police inspector once in a while. Is that what you meant?
Meant? Who knows what I meant? All I know is that I got to get a lead on those 2 guys. If you hear anything, Blackie, let me know, will you?
Sure, Inspector. Only I've got an idea. It isn't going to be as simple as all that. Those 2 mugs got out of jail pretty easily. Maybe they'll get out of town just as easily.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Dawson and Murdoch, two criminals, have escaped from detention cells and are holing out in the city. Inspector Faraday is certain that their gang will try to get in touch with them, but so far no attempt has been made. However, Duke Collins, a radio singer, complains that he's been threatened, and while there's no apparent connection between that and the escaped killers, Boston Blackie has an idea the two might be tied up. He and Mary Wesley are in his apartment listening to the radio just before it's time for Collins to sing.
Blackie.
Wait a minute, Mary. I want to hear the end of this program.
You got me, Copper. You got me. Only I told you you'd never take me alive. And you didn't.
Hey, Mike. Look what fell out of his pocket. 2 pennies. All the dough he had, I bet. Well, it only goes to prove that what they say is true. Crime really doesn't pay.
That was good, wasn't it?
Well, Mary, I certainly wish it was as easy to catch crooks in real life as it is in mystery stories.
Oh, I don't know. You don't do so badly.
Well, maybe not. But it isn't easy. Time for that Duke Collins to sing, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. He's wonderful, Blackie. Wait till you hear him.
Baby, your bobby socks are showing.
Oh, shush. It's time for Collins.
Ladies and gentlemen, Duke Collins Sings, the program originally scheduled for this time, will not be heard. In its place, we present a short interlude of piano music.
Turn that off, will you, Mary? Something funny's going on around here, and I've got an idea that it's all tied up with those 2 escaped killers, Dawson and Murdoch.
Well, what makes you say that, Blackie? As if you had to have any reason.
Well, Collins called me to say he was threatened. He didn't know why or who it was that threatened him. Then, while I was talking to him, apparently somebody slugged our singing friend. Later, when I went up to see him, he practically told me to mind my own business.
Now, please pardon me for being logical, but what has that to do with 2 escaped killers?
I don't know. I think that...
Oh, dear, somebody's at the door. I'll get it.
Never mind. I'll go, Mary. I'm near it.
Blackie.
Holy mackerel. What truck hit you?
Let me in, Blackie.
Mary, come over here
Please,
quickly.
let me in.
Pretty badly beaten up guy here.
Blackie, I...
Grab him, Blackie. He's passing out.
Yeah, I've got him. I'll carry him over to this couch.
Yeah, but be careful. He's hurt pretty badly.
He is beaten up pretty badly, but I don't think it's serious. Okay, boy. There we are.
Who is he, Blackie? I've never seen him before.
Who is he, Mary? He's the radio singer that didn't go on the air. He's Duke Collins. Now, take it easy, kid. You're with friends. Feel like telling me what happened to you?
Yeah, sure, Blackie. I couldn't talk to you when you and Faraday came up to my apartment, but I wish I had.
I see what you mean. Say, Mary, you better get some stuff from the drugstore.
Right.
Now, let's start from the beginning, Collins.
Well, I got a call threatening me unless I sang a certain song on the air, Blackie.
Yeah?
So I called you right away. And then when I was talking to you, some mug came in and he planted one on my eye.
I'll be right back, Blackie.
Okay. Collins, I gathered what was happening over the phone, and later I saw your eye.
Yeah.
Then what?
Well, then this mug said that what he did to my eye was just a sample of what would happen if I told anybody about him. And that's why I didn't talk to you and Faraday.
Well, how come you really got beaten up then? You didn't talk.
No, but tonight this fellow got me just as I was going into the broadcasting building. He gave me a song he wanted me to sing. I have it here. When I refused to sing it, he let me have it.
I see. Well, my girlfriend, Mary Wesley, is a nurse, and she's going down to the drugstore to get some stuff to fix you up. You'll be all right as soon as she gets back. Now, let me take a look at that song. Maybe I can get something out of it that'll make somebody sing a different tune.
I gotta get out, Dawson. I tell you, I gotta get out.
Shut up.
I can't. Cooped up in here, nothing happens. I gotta get out.
You'll get out.
That's what you say. How? Who's gonna get us out?
The boys.
Boys don't even know where we are.
They'll contact us.
How? It's 2 days. I gotta get out of here.
Shut up or I'll clip you.
You'll clip who?
You. You're blowing your top, Ape. Now cut it out or I'll give you...
Who's that?
I don't know. Get your gun and get behind that door.
Right. Whoever it is going to get a reception, believe me.
Do what I tell you. Get behind that door when I open it. If anything's cockeyed, start shooting.
You bet I will.
Who is it?
It's me, Dawson. Eric.
That's the guy who runs this rooming house. This could be a gag. Do what I told you, Abe.
Okay.
You alone, Eric?
Yeah, sure, I'm alone.
Wait a minute. Well, what is it?
Let me in.
Stop with that. What is it?
Dawson, you and your friend, you must get out of here. You said you would stay only 1 day and 1 night. Already it is 2 days. I get into trouble.
Is that all? Scram, or you'll get into real trouble.
If the police
Ah.
find out.
Well, that's that, Ape.
Yeah. At least there was some excitement. No, I almost killed that guy just now.
What for?
I don't know. Maybe just for something to do. Maybe just to keep in practice.
No, Mary, I give up.
Well, all right, Blackie, only it might be nice if you told me what it is you're giving up.
Trying to find something in this song that mug wanted Duke Collins to sing. I thought it might have a code or something in it. But if it has, I can't find it.
All I know is it's an awful song.
Well, that much I know. I thought it was a message of some kind. Maybe a message to Murdoch and Dawson, for all we know. This would be a clever way of getting in touch with them and telling them getaway plans, if that's what it is.
You mean Murdoch and Dawson arranged with their gang to tune in on Duke Collins' program every night, and then when a certain song was sung, they'd have a way of finding out what message was in it?
That's right. Say the words over again while I play this, will you, Murray?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Fate was feeling frisky when she made us two meet. She knocked you off the beam and knocked me right off my feet. She made a careful creature when she fashioned you, and I'll hold you in my arms. She kept...
Hold it a second, Mary.
Oh, what's the matter?
Mary, I've got it. That song does have a message, and I know what it is now. That song is going on the air tonight.
But Duke Collins is in no shape to sing it.
I know, but I can sing it and make it sound like Collins. I guarantee that. Tonight is song and dance night, Mary. I'll do the song, and it's going to make a couple of killers dance right into Faraday's arms.
Coming up, Blackie. 5 seconds. You nervous?
Anxious, pal, anxious. Do you announce me?
Yeah, that's right. You start to sing on a cue from the control room. All set now?
Take it away. I'm ready.
Okay. We're on the air. Your favorite station now brings you your favorite singer, Duke Collins, in a program of your favorite songs. For his first selection, Duke sings a brand new song never heard on the air before. Duke Collins sings, "And I'll Hold You in My Arms."
Fate was feeling frisky when she made us two meet. She knocked you off the beam and knocked me right off my feet. She made a careful creature when she fashioned you, and I'll hold you.
Nice voice that guy's got, huh, Inspector Faraday?
That's Blackie, you dope. He's singing in Duke Collins' place. You call that good?
Well, yeah, sure, as good as any of them guys.
I'd rather listen to the motor in this police car.
Yeah. Say, when do we get started after Murdoch and Dawson, Inspector?
We get started when Blackie gets finished.
You getting it all down, Dawson?
Shut up, Ape, till it's finished, will you?
I know what you're worth. Paradise is plenty nice. Now that it's right here on earth. So, darling, if you can't wait, why just count up to 10, and I'll hold you in my arms.
Okay, Ape, shut it off.
What about the message, Dawson? What does it say?
It makes us an appointment to meet the boys tonight at 10, Ape. And believe me, we'll be there. Keep in the shadows, Ape. You don't want to get picked up by any cop now. We're too close to the payoff.
I'll be careful. Clever idea, that song, Dawson. You're a smart guy. That Collins guy didn't show in the air last night. I got panicky.
Yeah, one night or the next, what's the difference? All we got to do now is make the corner, and there'll be a car parked there.
Hey, there is a car.
Yeah?
I can see it from here.
Yeah, that's our boys, Ape. They did a good job. Another minute, we're our way west.
I can hardly wait, Dawson. I can hardly wait.
You ain't got much patience, Ape. You really ain't. Anybody inside?
Wait a minute. No. boys picked the right spot, all right. Main and Waite Street. 10 o'clock and nobody around. Let's go.
Okay, but don't hurry. Just walk over to the car easy like me. You ready?
Right.
Nice work.
Hey, Mr. Cops, let him have it. Okay, that's what I've been waiting for. I'll get them. All right, boys, they want to shoot it out. Open up with that Tommy gun, Mike.
They got him, Faraday. I'm proud of you, boy.
You didn't do bad, Blackie. Thanks for your help.
No trouble. Come on, let's go and see if Murdoch and Dawson are knocked off for keeps. I'll get out of the car first.
Go ahead.
Right. Back up, will you, fellas? I want to take a look. Huh. Dawson's done for, but this other guy...
You mean me? You know, Blackie, Dawson always said I was too impatient. Only I ain't in no hurry to die.
Okay, Blackie, you did it. I know you did it. Now tell me how. What was the code in that song you sang over the radio?
Take it easy, Inspector. You know, I want to know the answer to that, too.
Well, both of you will find out at the same time, and that same time happens to be right now. The code in that song was the last word in every other line of it. The complete message was, meet you tonight, Main and Worth, 10. That meant 10 o'clock.
And you knew that that was a message to Dawson and Murdoch from their boys, and that they would keep the date, huh?
That's right. My boys took care of Dawson and Murdoch's guys before they showed up. When the two killers got there, we took care of them, too.
You certainly did, Faraday. Congratulations. Now, it's a funny thing. Dawson and Murdoch ordered a love song, and it turned out to be a funeral march.
Indictment. A formal written charge of crime as the basis for trial of the accused. Indictment. The drama you are about to hear is from New York City and is based on stories of the criminal law with authentic procedures as detailed by Eleazar Lipsky, former Assistant District Attorney of New York. It is the Assistant District Attorney who directs criminal investigations, assembles facts and witnesses, builds the case to a just indictment.
All right, that finishes up the stoles and jackets. Now, Mary, we come to the coats. Take a new sheet right down at the top, coats. Mink.
Coats, mink. Yes, Mr. Colmsby.
Wait a minute. Phil, for heaven's sake, you're going to take inventory or you're going to listen to the ball game?
I can do both. Where are we? Mink coats? Fine, let's go. Oh, no, wait. See if Mantle takes.
Pitched to him all day.
Oh, no, they're not going to make him bunt. Oh, no.
Phil, I take
Harold.
He lays one down.
Quiet, Mary.
They're waiting for it. It's scooped up to throw to first. Mickey beats it out. He's safe.
All right, that's the game for us. Oh, wait, he's with the man on base. What is it, Mary?
I was only going to say maybe if we finished this inventory in time, you could make the night game.
All right. Where were we, Mink? Right.
Very well. Ranch natural, a dozen. Ranch mutation, 7. Ranch...
Mary, see who that is. No showings today. Too late. Inventory.
Yes, Mr. Munson.
Go ahead, Howard.
Ranch mutation, 7.
Yeah, got that?
Right. Ranch blue is next with 4.
Oh, you know, Mary, what is she doing out there?
Phil, they've got guns.
Harold, don't do anything. We're insured.
No noise, the hands up, no fuss, no muss, no bother, all right?
Conference on the mound.
Okay, boss, at the end of the ball.
Jumpy
Let's
out
go,
there.
Golly.
And
End of the ball, make it quick.
No, not the ball, mister. No, I beg you, no.
Wait a minute. What's the inning?
Please, my partner can't be locked in the vault. His heart, a sick man, weak heart.
What's the inning? What's the score?
Top of the 9th, Yankees are up. It's tied up.
Everybody on?
Mantle bunted, but I beg you.
Shut up and get in the ball.
That's swung on, caught just in time. Iron on the outside. Ball.
I will get you 3 to walk and go.
2 and 1.
Hey, I shut into the ball.
Please.
If they won't bear it,
I'll
chance
die.
play an opportunity.
All right.
Inevitable
Got a time
last
lock?
minute
Yes,
Yankees
a
power
time
rally.
lock.
Okay.
And it looks like ball 3 and 1.
You can set it yourself for 5
Barrett
minutes.
knows what's coming. They've walked
No
him up
monkey
this season.
business.
Any season.
I know
Wind
balls
up.
like I know
Pitch.
birds.
In the dirt.
So
Ball
set it and
4.
get in.
2 men
5
on.
minutes
Cut
is
out.
all.
Top of the 9th.
Hey,
And
never
now
mind
you
the
fix
ranch
for
meat.
Blaze.
Go for the natural, for Pete's sake. See what I mean? They walk them, they go for the double play.
McCormick.
Ed, Tom Russo. Ed, I'm up at Safe and Lofts on that 30th Street fur heist. Moncton and Follinsby, you know?
Mm-hmm. What's cooking?
Old shoes and cabbages, Ed. The Safe and Lofts men don't like the way it smells.
Now, what was the haul there, by the way?
That's part of the stink, Ed. $90,000 worth of prime furs. Only the best. The stick-up men knew just where the wild mink was. Turned up their noses at the ranch stuff. Seemed to know they'd catch the partners at inventory.
An inside job, huh? Insurance?
Complications, Ed, complications. As far as that goes, insurance, that is. Moncton, that's one of the partners. Moncton suddenly discovers the other, Follinsby, let the insurance lapse.
Mm-hmm.
He's blowing his top. A lot of wild charges, Ed. He's in a real...
Well, all right. Where do I come in? Have these detectives got anything ready for me?
Not yet. Moncton's screaming like a mad dog in a meat house. The boys up here thought you might get something out of them, Ed.
All right, bring them down. Nah. Too late to catch the night game anyway.
You have to forgive my partner's hysteria, Mr. McCormick. His entire life his entire savings are involved in our company.
Aren't you an equal partner, Mr. Follinsby?
Equal? Yes. Of course equal. A partnership of 30 years standing, but eggs in baskets, you know. I have real estate. I beg you, Mr. McCormick, I urge you, if you can induce him to to adopt some self-control.
Mr. Follinsby means his partner's been accusing him of fingering the job, Mr. McCormick.
But that's impossible. It's utterly
Miss Only,
impossible.
please, one thing at a time.
I've
huh?
been with Mr. Follinsby and Mr. Monkton for 25 years. They'd neither of them do any such thing. Why, they're the closest
Miss
friends,
Only-
much less business
Miss
partners.
Only, please, in good time. Detective Russo, did Mr. Monkton say anything in your presence to substantiate this claim, this accusation?
The efficiency, Mr. McCormick, the efficiency and speed of the operation, the robbery, the fact of the insurance.
Which, by the way, I understand has been allowed to lapse by you. Is that so?
And not for the first time, Mr. McCormick. Miss Only will bear me out. The company has always in the past allowed us a few days leeway in restoring the policy who would expect to be caught between expiration and renewal.
Mr. Follinsby, I understand your partner is a sick man, presently under physician's care.
He's practically in shock, Mr. McCormick. He wouldn't have said any of those terrible things to Mr. Follinsby if he'd realized what he was saying.
Of course. You're considerably overwrought yourself. It's been difficult, I suppose, on all of you.
You must believe me, Mr. McCormick. I am less concerned over our loss than I am over what has suddenly happened to our friendship. 30 years, Mr. McCormick. Good times and bad. Monkton and Follinsby, and to have such accusations, such hysteria.
Well, having heard some of the details from the safe and loft detectives, I was going to suggest that, since there's nothing that can be done until the investigation bears fruit anyway, I was going to suggest that perhaps you and your partner, provided you can persuade him...
I can talk to him, Mr. McCormick. I'm sure I can talk to him.
Fine, and you persuade him, in view of what I understand was going on when the robbery took place, to go with his old friend, robbery or no robbery, up to the stadium tomorrow.
Oh.
Yes. After all, it's the Yankees' last home game before the series. Maybe Bob Turley will win his 23rd.
I'll try to persuade him.
Do. I take it that's all right with you, Mr. Follinsby?
A ball game? Isn't there something you can do, Mr. McCormick?
On evidence, yes. Otherwise, well, what have I got to go on, Mr. Follinsby? One man did all the talking, and the other had the scar across his nose. And that isn't very much. Enjoy the game.
You're sure you're all right, Phil?
Yes, fine. The best medicine in the world. You know, I couldn't thank you too much, Hal. A wonderful idea, this ball game. And ashamed. I tell you, if I could forget the things I said yesterday.
Skip it, Phil.
Yeah, well, still it all. 30 fur coats and 800 pelts. Well, I look at it this way. This is the 7th inning stretch, this loss. We got knocked down, so we stand up and we stretch. And we settle down and start all over again. Yeah, you and I, 30 years, we have our health. Harold.
What is it, Phil? Your heart?
No. Look. Down there. Coming into the box. Going into the box. The one with the can of beer.
I don't see... What is it?
Who? You can stand there and ask me who. The other one. That's who. The one who went for the furs. There. Looking around. Now, with the beer. There, that one. Look, I can't point. Next to the woman. The woman with the hat in the next box. The crazy hat.
You may be right, Phil. He's got a funny nose.
Funny nose is right. Half nose, half scar. Telephone. Behind the grandstand. Hurry, Harold, the telephone.
Detective Bowen.
Detective Bowen, this is Edward McCormick, Special Bureau Assistant District Attorney.
Yes, Mr. McCormick. That's in Manhattan?
Yes, that's right. I've just had a call from a fur robbery victim, a Mr. Harold Follinsby. Take that down, please.
Follinsby. Got it. Yes, sir, but
You'll find him in grandstand seat A77, his partner with him. They've spotted one of the men they think did the heist down in front of in a front box.
Yes, sir. Grandstand seat A77. Where, sir?
Where? For Pete's sake, Bowen, is there any place left but the Yankee Stadium? For that matter, were there ever any real baseball anyplace else in New York? Get over there with a couple of men before the Yankees win this one, too.
Point out the man, Mr. Follinsby.
The heavy-set one. Straw hat.
Next to the dame in the dizzy hat?
That's the one. That's the one.
All right, keep it down, Mr. Monkton. Keep it down. You sure now?
That's him, for heaven's sakes.
All right. Okay, Dave, you go up the aisle, come down the other, work around to the other end of the box in case he makes a break that way. I'll wait for you to get there before I make the grab.
Well, Detective, what about...
You, too. They want you to go down to Mr. McCormick's office in Manhattan. We'll bring the man in for you to identify.
You want us to leave the game?
Right now. Hurry up.
All right, of course. Will you tell us what Barrett does?
Just about ready, Mr. McCormick, anytime you are.
Waiting for one witness, Sergeant. Get the stenographer to note the names and appearances of the lineup, please.
Right.
Thank you.
Mary, we got him.
Oh, Mr. Hampton, which one?
The man...
Cut it out! Now, I warned you gentlemen not to discuss the suspect with each other or with Miss Olney when she arrives. Miss Olney, take a seat, please, and listen to me.
Very well.
All right. In that next room, we've prepared a lineup. The suspect you men claim to have spotted at the ball.
Claim, he says, huh?
Are you going to cooperate, Mr. Monkton?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Suspect has been told to take any place in the lineup he chooses. You'll see upwards of a dozen men in there. They're detectives, clerks from the offices around here. One or two of them are building workers. I'm going to ask you to go in there, look at the lineup, then come out here and then tell me or Detective Russo, nobody else, in a whisper, in fact. I'll repeat that, in a whisper, which of the men in the lineup you recognize as one of those who robbed your place. You understand?
Perfectly.
Yes,
Of course.
Fine. Now, just a minute. Pardon me, I forgot something. One at a time. Mr. Monkton, go with Detective Russo.
Right.
Mr. Fonsby, how did
I've
they...
asked you, Miss Olney, not to talk to the other witnesses. Now, will you please? That was quick. Mr. Monkton, sit down. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Tom?
Made him right off the bat, Ed. Fifth from the left. Puggy Moran.
This is all monkey business. It's the man. I'd know him anywhere.
Quiet! Who's next, Mr. McCormick?
Mr. Follansby, go ahead. And remember...
Understood.
Good.
And what happens next?
If he's the man, we'll talk to him. You ought to know, Mr. Monkton, that whatever identification you may make is still a long way from a conviction, to say nothing of the fact that he may decide to work for a recommendation from this office by cooperating.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
We want the name of his accomplice, Miss Olney. The firm wants its furs back. Now, altogether...
Sit down, Mr. Follansby. Ed,
Mm-hmm.
not so good. We had 7 men with scars in the lineup. Follansby made 2 false starts, and only then made Moran. But he's not sure. Not too sure.
The man who let the insurance lapse, huh?
That's it.
All right, Miss Olney, come with me, please. Detective Russo, stay with these people.
Yes, sir.
All right, all of you, one step forward.
Put on your hats. Take off your hats. You, third from the right. You, face this way. Pick up your hat. All right, all of you. Left profile, turn right. Right profile, turn left. Okay, face front.
Thank you, Detective. Miss Olney,
Yes, sir.
come over here, please. Anyone there you know?
No, sir.
Nobody?
No, sir. I never saw any of those men in my life.
Thank you, Miss Olney. Thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, that's all. Detective, bring that man back to the witness room while we give the results to the stenographer. Now, you three, just contain yourselves for a moment. Do not converse among yourselves. Tom?
Yeah?
The girl drew a blank.
Girl. She's 40 if she's a day, Ed. Trying to look 25.
Yeah, well, never mind about that. How smart is Puggy Moran?
Anybody stupid enough to take a piece of an armed robbery with 3 convictions behind him owes the IQ people 100 points.
Mm-hmm.
What's your idea, Ed?
Well, I pretended in there that the girl had recognized him.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose we turn the positive one loose on Puggy. That'd be Monkton.
Yeah.
You think Puggy will give?
It's your case.
Well, what else have we got? Mr. Monkton?
Yes, right.
Will you come with me, please, into the next room?
That's the one. Look at that face. That's the one.
Well, Puggy, what do you say?
Drag a guy out of the ball game with Barra up, last home game before the series, you got a knife.
That's all right, Puggy. You play your cards right, and you'll be back playing shortstop on the North Wing team at Ossining.
Very funny, very funny. What's the charge? What's the rap?
Mr. Monkton, let me introduce you to Puggy Moran, old-time heist man. Been in the safe and loft business longer than you've been in the fur
A
line.
liar! I swear to my dying day, he was the man. Listen, Mr. Moran, I don't want your life. Think of mine.
Mr. Monkton.
$90,000, the death blow to my
calm
business,
yourself,
my
please.
family, prison trial, whether
Mr. Monkton, please.
Give me back my furs. Be human. You're killing me. I beg you.
Mr. Monkton.
That's a great act. Put him on the TV.
That's got a bad heart. It's no act, you goon.
Bucket. I watch Bucket.
All right, Mr. Monkton. We'll take care of you. Russo, Tom, get Dr. Lichtheim on the double. He's up in Park 4 testifying.
Phil, what have they done to you?
Stay out of there, both of you. Control yourself. All right, Miss Olney, drink this.
What is it? What is... Oh, how's Mr. Monk?
It's just water. Now, calm yourself. You think a lot of Mr. Monkton, don't you?
30 years they've been together. 20 of them with me. Won't you tell me how he is?
Angina, Miss Olney.
Oh.
Like a red-hot iron through the heart. You've known him a long time. You know how he takes things.
Yes. Oh, dear Lord. Don't let anything happen. Don't let it happen. No.
It's going to happen sooner or later, Mary Olney. Might as well be now.
What do you say?
I'm asking. You've known Mr. Monkton 20 years. Who was it helped to break his heart? I'm asking you now. How long have you known Puggy Moran?
Get the picture. In order to help you further your education while you're serving in the armed forces, USAFI, the United States Armed Forces Institute, is now offering a series of telecourses. Courses of study on film conducted by qualified high school and college teachers. In addition to their classroom experience, these teachers are familiar with the special problems of film or television instruction. But the USAFI telecourses have not been produced solely for military television stations. They can be shown anywhere on a standard 16-millimeter projector. So if you are interested in enrolling in one of these excellent filmed courses, find out what courses are being offered. Then enroll with USAFI and let a telecourse be your guide.
Go ahead, Puggy. Get yourself in deeper with every lie you tell. What are you going to say when I put a witness on the stand to testify you've been living with Mary as Mr. and Mrs. Frank Mercer at the West Side Hotel for the last 3 months?
No comment. All the witnesses you like, dime a dozen. You pay.
And the hotel register to prove it, signed in the same Spencerian handwriting. Come clean, Puggy. You're dead.
The girl had nothing to do with it.
She talked, Puggy.
Never. She looked me in the eye in a lineup. I seen her shake her head. She never seen me. She never made me. You're pulling a fast one.
Puggy, I'll tell you the truth. And I'll expect no more, no less from you. You're right. Mary only didn't identify you.
Right, then you got nothing. No ice. And she knew from
Shut
them.
up. Only when her old boss went to the brink of death because of you and the other stick-up man. Only then, Puggy, did she come through.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Enough to earn you 30 to life as a fourth offender. You don't believe it still? Ask her for yourself. Mary. Mary, you heard the previous conversation outside?
Yes, sir.
Was what I said the truth?
Yes, sir.
Will you do now what you said you would? Of your own accord?
Yes, sir. Puggy, whatever happens, I'm still me, Puggy. Wherever they send you, whenever you get out, it'll still be me for you. So...
What are you doing to me, McCormick?
Puggy, he only wants you to tell where Mr. Monkton can get his furs back, Puggy. I never knew it would have killed him. The furs and the other man, you have to tell him who he was. You don't care about me. I don't care about
I've got to
me.
warn you again, Miss Olney. As an accomplice, what you're saying now may be used against you.
I don't care. I don't care. I care about Puggy. He has to help you. You said if he'd cooperate, you said if he'd come clean, you'd talk to the court for him.
That's straight. That's straight, McCormick.
You heard her.
Puggy, you have to. Otherwise, it's a life sentence. Puggy! Oh, Puggy, it'll be all right. Mr. McCormick, let me tell you everything, then you'll see. He isn't a bad man, Mr. McCormick. He's a wonderful man. 20 years I knew them, slaved for them, worked for them, and never any kindness. I was only another office machine, typewriter, adding machine, billing machine, and Mary only. But this, for the first time in my life, this man was kind to me. Can't you understand, Mr. McCormick? He was kind to me. Oh, Puggy, go ahead. He knows.
McCormick, a deal.
Nothing.
Not for me, for the girl.
As a cooperative witness, I'll do my best for her.
A rap?
No promises, but maybe a lesser plea might be granted by the court.
I'll wait for you, Puggy. I'll wait. It'll be me for you whenever, whatever, no matter.
You, I believe. You, DA, for the girl, I got to go along with you. Get your stenographer. One thing.
Yes?
You got a newspaper, radio, anything? I mean, what did Yogi do?
Our side won.
The story you just heard was drawn from New York City and based on stories of the criminal law as detailed by Eliezer Lipsky, former assistant district attorney. The names of all persons and places were changed. Indictment is written by Alan Sloan, produced by Nathan Kroll, and directed by Paul Roberts. Nat Polen is starred as Edward McCormick. Jack Arthur is heard as Tom Russo. Also in the cast were Martin Blaine, Joseph Boland, Grace Matthews, Bernard Grant, Joseph Julian, Roger DeKoven, and Sam Gray. This is Dick Noel inviting you to listen next week at this same time for another Indictment.
Indictment has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Death deals a diamond. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Death Deals a Diamond. The very exciting story of a brilliant play that was finessed by murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Hal Hampton had been in the diamond business, taking without paying. And then one day he heard a judge say 5 years in the state prison. And Hal Hampton was no longer in the diamond business. Our story begins early one evening, 5 years and 3 weeks later. Hal was in his room at a Midtown hotel, trying to forget the past and wondering what to do about the future, when there came a knocking at the door. Not expecting anyone, he opened it anyway.
Hello, Hal.
So what's the big idea?
Don't argue with me, sweetheart. I might get nervous and shoot.
What do you want?
Ask me in first. Oh, come on. Be a gentleman.
Well, there's not much I can do about it, is there?
Would you mind if we left the door open just a little bit?
Company outside?
I like cross-ventilation.
Okay.
Behave yourself, and it won't be in you.
What's your name?
Myra Keats. Don't look so hard. You've never met me before.
I wasn't exactly looking at your eyes, Ellie. Who sent you here?
I work for the Lawless Detective Agency.
You don't say.
No wisecracks. The boss's name happens to be Sam Lawless.
All right, Myra, what's this all about?
I want the diamonds you stole from Randy's jewelry store.
What?
$500,000 worth. And don't tell me you didn't take them.
Now, look, I just finished a 5-year stretch. I've just been out 3 weeks.
I know all about it. But I'm talking about yesterday when you walked out of Mr. Randy's office with a tray full of diamonds.
Who told you that?
Mr. Randy.
Yeah? Why didn't he yell for the police?
He couldn't at the time. No, he'd rather not. He wants his diamonds, and he's willing to pay $25,000 to get them.
Go on, Myra. You're beginning to fascinate me.
Mr. Randy doesn't want publicity, that's all. He's got a high-class trade.
So I see.
Well, Mr. Hampton?
It just occurred to me that I'm feeling fine. I've got nothing to worry about.
I'm glad to hear that, pal.
What? Oh. Is that the cross-ventilation?
Mm-hmm. Sam Lawless, the boss.
With a gun, no less. Well, 2 guns are better than 1.
Shut up, Hal. You're still an amateur, Myra. You should have had this guy hanging on the ropes by now.
You didn't give me a chance, Sam.
He's only a crook, and Mr. Randy's giving him a break. 25 grand instead of 20 years in jail. Shut up, or I'll give you the gun across the kisser.
Ah, you're a tough guy, huh?
Listen, you ex-con.
Sam.
Okay, baby. I got plenty of time to draw blood. Let's search the room. You take that chest of drawers, and I'll pull the bed apart.
Just a couple of amateurs, huh?
This is only the beginning, pal.
Okay, let me know when you're through, and I'll tell you where else to look.
Sam, come here.
You find them, baby?
Just come over here and take a look at what was under a pile of handkerchiefs.
Yeah. So you don't hide things in a chest of drawers, do you, Hal?
Where'd that diamond come from?
Look at him, Myra. He's surprised.
You're framing me. You just planted that stone in there.
You tell us where you put the others, or we'll plant a stone over your head.
Now listen to me.
The others, Mr. Hampton, where are they?
Look around for yourself. You've got a knack for finding things.
Oh, he won't cooperate, Myra. Well, there's only one thing to do. Here, put these handcuffs on him.
With pleasure.
Now, wait a minute.
Hal, don't be a problem, child. I wouldn't like to spank the life out of you.
But you're going to anyway.
Not yet. First, we'll take a trip to my office. Mr. Randy is waiting for you with a lot of bad news.
No, Mr. Hampton, there's no need to be so upset.
Get these cuffs off me, Mr. Randy.
Sam, the man is very uncomfortable.
Maybe you'll talk faster.
Sorry, Mr. Hampton, I've done my best. Now, about those diamonds you stole from me.
Oh, nuts.
Please be more expressive. We know your reputation for slickness and charm, the most renowned diamond thief since the Great Raffle.
Thanks for the plug. Do I take a bow?
Unfortunately, I didn't know you yesterday when I let you into my store and into my office where I keep my greatest treasures.
Sure.
Please don't deny that you were there, Mr. Hampton.
I've already done that.
I showed you a tray full of diamonds, and you walked out with it while I was in the safe getting another. Very well. Myra, will you ask Mr. Brown to come in here?
Of course, Mr. Randy. Mr. Brown? Oh, he's not in this other room, Mr. Randy.
Look for him.
All right.
And now, Mr. Hampton, just in case you're wondering, Mr. Brown is one of my salesmen. He waited on you just before he turned you over to me.
Oh, you've got the whole team out, haven't you?
Except the police. And I'll call them if you refuse to do business with me.
$25,000 worth?
That was my offer.
Grab it, Hal. Don't be a sucker.
Oh, by the way, what does Sam get out of this deal?
Oh, a small service charge.
Plus a very handsome reward of $5,000.
Uh-huh. $30,000 just to get back your own merchandise? The insurance company ought to build you a monument, Randy.
Shall we talk about diamonds, Mr. Hampton?
You talk. I'm going.
Where to, Hal?
Oh. Sam, that gun's beginning to look like a double feature.
I hope it doesn't bore you, pal.
Oh, excuse me, gentlemen.
Come in, Brown.
I was walking up and down in the hallway. It's so much cooler than in the... Oh, my. Handcuffs.
Yeah, it seems to be the latest style, Brownie.
Brownie? Now, look here, young man. I don't like that. Why, Mr. Randy, this young man, he's the diamond thief.
Mr. Hampton denies that he was in my store, Brown.
He does. But that's ridiculous. I waited on you, Mr. Hampton. And I couldn't do a thing to please you.
Ah, go on. I bet you didn't even try, Brownie.
I was forced to ask Mr. Randy to take over. Then you and he went into his office. The next thing I knew, Mr. Randy was asking about you. He'd been robbed, and you had disappeared.
Does that settle it, Mr. Hampton?
Only from your angle, Randy, but you'll never get away with it.
You prefer to be stubborn. Very well, Sam, take over.
Right. I'll get the truth out of him.
I'm sure you will. Come along, Brown. We must get back to the store.
Yes, sir.
Myra, I want you and Sam to see that Mr. Hampton doesn't leave without my consent.
He won't, Mr. Randy. Will he, Sam?
I don't want to be disturbed, baby.
All right.
Now, Hal, it's just you and me. You want to talk while you've still got a mouth?
Look, why don't you give me a break? I've just done 5 years. Get these cuffs off me.
Don't be sore, pal. I'm only doing my duty. I promised Mr. Randy I'd get the truth out of you. And I've never welched on a promise to a client yet.
Well, Sam?
It's no go, Myra.
You won't open up?
Nope.
Why'd you quit?
Listen, you can't beat an unconscious guy. That guy in the next room is out cold.
Why don't you use some water on him? I've been told it works miracles.
You're a pretty cold baby, Myra.
I don't like crooks.
Yeah? Well, I'm not so sure Hal's the crook in this case.
What?
No guy can take the beating I just gave him and keep his mouth shut.
Not even for $500,000 in diamonds?
I almost killed him, Myra. You heard him yelling.
I didn't hear him yell diamonds, Sam.
I tell you, he's innocent.
That goes okay with hearts and flowers. But we've got $5,000 tied up in a confession from Hal.
What makes you so anxious to get that confession?
I've been told a girl can get a pretty good mink coat for half of $5,000.
That's all?
Maybe if I shop around, I can get a mink coat and a pair of shoes.
That confession wouldn't be tied up with a double cross, would it, baby?
What do you mean?
You found that diamond in Hal's room, in the chest of drawers.
So?
A very peculiar place for a diamond that wasn't planted.
Hold your horses, Sam.
Hal Hampton was one of the smartest con men in the business before he went to jail, and he's still smart. He wouldn't keep stolen property where it could be found.
You get your ideas late in life, don't you?
I get them when they count, honey. You palmed that stone, didn't you?
You're crazy.
You had it on you all the time. And when you went to that chest of drawers, you just parked it under the handkerchiefs.
You're getting crazier by the word.
You've got the rest of that fortune, too, baby.
Do tell. And who gave it to me?
Randy, maybe? For safekeeping?
Yeah?
Yeah. While Hal Hampton was being set up for 20 years.
Oh, get yourself locked up where it's good and quiet. You're becoming a menace.
I've got a better idea. What you've got, we're going to keep. That'll teach Randy never to trust anybody.
Would you, double-cross a paying client?
50%, baby, of $500,000 in stones. Come on, take me to them. I'm dying for a split.
You, better close that door, Sam.
What for?
Mr. Hampton may not be as unconscious as you think.
Okay. Now.
Now.
Hey, put down that gun, Myra.
Give me one good reason, Sam.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I just want to see your apartment again. And you're going to take me there.
Huh? What for?
Diamonds, dear. You know what you said about me. Except this is with reverse English. Hal.
Watch me.
It's Myra. Come on. Sit up.
Let me get at that guy. Get these cuffs off me.
They are off, honey.
What?
I took them off.
Oh. Thanks $500,000. Was it before or after I died?
I don't blame you for being sore at me. I was all wrong about you, sweetheart. I mean it. You didn't steal those diamonds.
Oh, no.
Please believe me. I even convinced Sam you didn't.
Did it take much convincing?
A little.
And
You did it all for me.
Do you mind? You're so handsome.
No, I don't mind. Come here, baby.
See what I mean, Hal?
I see, not bad. Now, if you could only sound as good as you taste,
Hal.
this would be paradise.
You low-down heel. I should have let Sam kill you.
And rub out a possibility?
You're no good to me at all. I try to help you. I try to get you out of a hole.
That you got me into.
I didn't put that diamond under your handkerchief.
It wasn't on my laundry list, Blue Eyes.
I didn't put it there. Now, do you want to get out of this frame or don't you?
I do, Myra, but not with your help.
You're going to get it whether you like it or not. Now, listen. Mr. Andy and Sam Lawless had a meeting 3 days ago.
The first of a series, I suppose.
Sam didn't tell me what it was about. But I've got a hunch that you and diamonds were on the agenda.
Keep going, Myra.
Randy's business hasn't been all it's cracked up to be. A lot of stock and a few customers, and you know how a man sees red.
Uh-huh. And you think he's shifting stock to collect insurance?
I'm not to be quoted, Hal.
I'll keep it a state secret. Now, the diamonds.
I'm not sure. But Randy's too smart to stow them where they might be found.
But Sam isn't, huh?
Don't count your chickens before you can buy them. Sam Lawless is very smart. But he doesn't know I suspect him, and he might be just a wee bit careless.
Mm-hmm. And the logical place for that wee bit of carelessness?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll start with his apartment. You show me where.
I guess we're too late, Hal. Sam's gone.
Yeah. Well,
no use turning the doorknob, sweetie. Sam never leaves his door unlocked.
never? Well, let's say hardly ever.
I don't like it, Hal. Something's wrong.
Oh, living room looks all right.
Well, the lights are on.
Would that room over there be the bedroom?
Hal?
Okay. Just a point of information. Let's go look. Then the next time you're asked, you'll know.
Thanks. You're so educational.
Well, Edith. Holy smoke.
Sam.
Stay where you are, baby.
Sam on the floor. How is he, Hal?
He was shot through the head.
Oh? Is he dead?
Don't you know, Myra?
What?
What were you doing while I was sleeping off that beating in Sam's office?
I was... Hal, did I ever call you a heel?
I think you did.
Then you're a double heel if you think I killed him. In the first place, what for?
A sparkling motive, honey.
You're wrong. I don't know where the diamonds are, and I was only guessing about Sam. And in the second place, I haven't got wings.
Not the heavenly kind, anyway.
You were unconscious only about 10 minutes, and I brought you 2.
That leaves me out.
Could I get here to Sam's apartment, kill him, and then get back to Sam's office in 10 minutes?
You could if I was unconscious, say, half an hour.
But you...
Company. I'll take it, Myra. Hello?
What? Let me speak to Myra Keats, please.
Why not? For you, Myra. Sounds like Randy.
Oh? And he asked for me?
Maybe he knows what he's doing, huh?
Maybe. Hello?
Myra, was that Mr. Hampton who answered the phone?
Yes.
What's he doing in Sam's apartment?
I brought him here. Why?
I distinctly remember asking you to keep him in Sam's office.
And I distinctly remember changing my mind.
Perhaps you'll learn that I don't like to have my orders countermanded, Miss Keats.
Perhaps I will, Mr. Randy, but not tonight.
Oh, I see. Will you tell Mr. Lawless that if he wants to do business with me, he'll have to get rid of you? Do you understand? He gets rid of you, or I get rid of him.
You hear that, Hal?
I heard it.
He didn't even ask for Sam.
Maybe he didn't throw him the right cue.
What?
There's nothing like a prearranged argument to make the case more binding.
5 years in prison have done things to your mind, haven't they?
Doesn't trust anybody.
All right. Then I'll prove to you I had nothing to do with Sam's death or with Randy's phone call. Wait for me.
Here?
Here.
I wonder what you'd look like without a gun.
I'm going to see Randy with it. And when I'm through with him, you'll be calling me lovey-dovey.
Long distance.
Don't kid yourself. And, Hal, don't try to use that phone to tip off Randy. I'm going to pay him a visit.
Well, to tell you the truth...
It's been disconnected.
You're powerful, honey. But how are you going to keep me here without a key?
I have that, too. And don't ask me where I got it. A gentleman never does. Goodbye, darling.
Oh, no. Myra, don't be a fool. I believe you. Myra, I believe you. Now let me out. Baby, I don't want you to do anything I'll be sorry for. Yoo-hoo.
Listen, mister, are you trying to flirt with me?
Got any objections?
What'll the neighbors think? Tell him it's just an across-the-courtship.
Oh, a comedian.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't pull that window down.
Why not? You got something better to offer?
What's your name?
Cookie. And I ain't even taken the trouble to ask you yours.
It's Hal Hampton, Cookie, and I'm in trouble.
Natch? A fella that yoo-hoos to nice girls across the court.
Cookie, wouldn't you like to help me out of a fix?
Oh, so now it comes to a proposition. I guess all you men are alike.
No, please. I really need help.
Yeah? Of the nature of what kind?
Now, look, I'm trapped in this apartment, see? Will you help me?
Oh, all right. What must I do that will not compromise me with my reputation?
Come to this apartment and bring a hairpin with you.
A hairpin? What for?
So you can pass it through the keyhole, and I'll use it to unlock the door.
Is that all you want me to do?
One thing at a time, baby. After I'm out, I promise to pay you a visit in person.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say that in the first place? Tall, handsome, and mysterious. I'll be right over. Imagine opening a door with a hairpin. Honest, Mr. Hampton, I'll never get over it.
Well, you keep thinking about it, Cookie, while I use your phone, huh?
I read about such things in books, but excuse me, mister. You got ideas about calling another girl?
Oh, no, I wouldn't do a thing like that to you, baby.
Well, then you're a gentleman. Because after all, if it wasn't for me and my
hold
hairpin...
it, baby, will you?
Hello, Randy's jewelry store.
Who is this?
Mr. Brown, sir. Is there anything I can do?
This is Hal Hampton. Let me talk to Miss...
Mr. Hampton. Would you like to speak to Mr. Randy?
Yeah.
Well, he was here only a few minutes ago. He went out with Miss Keats.
Oh, where to?
He mentioned his apartment, sir.
Uh-huh. Okay, meet me there right away.
Aye. But what should I do with the store?
I'll tell you some other time. Randy needs you at his apartment.
Really? He said nothing to me.
How could he, Brownie? He didn't know he was going to be set up for a murder. I'll get there as fast as you can.
Are you going, Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'll have to, Cookie. Do you mind?
Whoa, I was sort of building myself up. I thought you were going to... You know.
Well, not quite, baby. But I'll be back someday, and then you and I'll get together.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. And you can draw me a nice big diagram.
Oh, Mr. Hampton.
Oh, Brownie, you got here in record time.
Your message was so full of foreboding, I had to rush.
All right. Take a minute to catch your breath.
Oh, no. If Mr. Randy's in danger, well, we must get to him immediately.
Well, you're strictly loyal, aren't you?
I've been associated with him for 20 years, and I've been very happy.
Is that why you lied about my having been at the store?
Mr. Hampton, you've tricked me. You said Mr. Randy's life was in danger.
So I did. Well, boss doesn't answer and the door's locked. How's your shoulder, Brownie?
And except for a little rheumatism now and then, I never complain.
Swell. You're going to help me break down this door.
Break it down? Oh, no, Mr. Hampton, I couldn't do that.
Well, don't tell me you've got scruples, old man. Come on now, here.
Oh, Mr. Randy will never forgive me.
Once more, Brownie.
Well, you've done it, Mr. Hampton. If Mr. Randy should ever speak to you about
I don't think he will, Brownie.
Oh, please don't mention that Mr. Randy. On the floor.
Uh-huh. With a bullseye in his chest.
Oh, good heavens. Is he?
Yes, Brownie, he is.
Please, Mr. Hampton, I'm afraid I'm going to faint.
Oh, stop it, Brownie. Don't pass out now.
I've never seen a dead man before. One who'd been shot. Well, look, Mr. Hampton. He's still holding the gun. Do you think it was suicide?
Maybe. There's a note on the table. Let's see what it says.
I don't know why Mr. Randy should have committed suicide. He was leading such a full life.
Typewritten note, Brownie. Listen, it's addressed to the police. It'll be discovered that $500,000 in diamonds have disappeared from my store. This theft was arranged between Sam Lawless and myself for the purpose of defrauding the insurance company. I entrusted the diamonds to Mr. Lawless' keeping, but he deceived me. Now I'm left with nothing. There's no other course for me to take. What do you think, Brownie?
Well, I can't believe it, Mr. Hampton. He was my employer for 20 years.
The note's a phony, pal.
What?
Randy was murdered.
Oh, no.
The safety catch is on this gun.
Is on? But what does that mean?
A man can't kill himself and then put the safety catch on.
I don't quite understand.
Somebody's a child of habit, Brownie. Well, there's only one thing to do. How would you like to play detective?
Aye?
Sit down, Brownie, and I'll tell you exactly what to do and where to begin.
Keats talking.
Oh, thank you. This is Mr. Brown,
Is that my fault?
Mr. Randy's assistant.
Oh, what do you want?
I think you and I should meet someplace for a very long talk, Miss Keats.
Why, Mr. Brown, have you been taking lessons?
I've just come from Mr. Randy's apartment.
Uh-huh.
I was very much surprised to find Mr. Randy's body there and a suicide note.
What? What are you talking about?
I took the suicide note. You see, Miss Keats, I don't want the police to be misled by it. Mr. Randy did not commit suicide.
Now, wait a minute, Brown. I've got a little catching up to do.
You shot and killed my employer, and I'm prepared to tell the police why.
What is this, cutie? A holdup?
I happen to know that you and Mr. Randy planned the disappearance of those diamonds, and that Mr. Randy entrusted them to you for safekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
Until Mr. Hampton had been forced to confess and had been sent to prison.
Who gave you all this valuable information, Brown?
Mr. Randy had a weakness for keeping memoranda about his deals. The frailty of human nature, you know. He was not a very trusting soul.
What am I supposed to do?
Well, for a consideration of half the diamonds, I'll turn over the memorandum to you and replace the suicide note.
You name the place and the time, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Randy's office at 11:30 sharp. And bring my share of the diamonds.
All right, Angel. I'll try not to keep you waiting.
It's 12 o'clock, Mr. Hampton. Midnight.
Brownie, are you sure you told her everything?
Exactly as you laid it out for me. I did not rearrange one word.
Okay. All we can do is wait.
Well, suppose she doesn't come.
What? Shh. Shut the front door.
Yes.
And she's here. Now remember, be tough.
I'll do the best I can, Mr. Hampton.
I'll be behind those drapes listening to every word.
Oh, I hope my courage doesn't fail me. Oh, Miss Keats.
All right, Brown.
May I see the diamonds, please?
Wouldn't you rather look at this?
A gun.
Surprise?
You're going to kill me. Oh, I should have known that I couldn't trust a murderer.
Let me see that suicide note and that memorandum.
Why, I haven't got them with me.
Brownie, you did a lot of talking on the phone. I'm going to give you exactly 1 minute to prove what you said.
Those papers are at my home. Now, if you'll come with me.
Oh, you must have been a cute baby, Brown.
But not as cute as you were, I'll bet.
Huh?
Don't turn around, Myra. I'm loaded, too.
Why, you double-crossing little weasel.
Just put the gun on the table and don't call my friend any names. Thanks, honey. You know, this is the nicest present I've had since I met you.
Why, you didn't have a gun at all.
I have one now, baby.
You dirty double-crossing...
Don't be so beautiful. You just learned something. Hindsight isn't always better than foresight. Ah, shall we talk now?
You're a heel. While I've been chasing all over town looking for you, you've been busy with a double cross.
Brownie tells me you've been chasing around with Randy.
What?
You came here to get him, didn't you?
Well, yes, but he never gave me the chance.
Is that so?
You went to Mr. Randy's apartment with him, Miss Keats. I saw you leave.
But you also saw Randy come back, didn't you, Brownie?
I did not.
Listen, Hal, this guy's lying. When Randy and I got outside, there was a cop in front of the store. Randy didn't say anything to him about my gun, but he ducked back into the store. And that was the last I saw of him.
Shall we believe it, Brownie?
Of course not. Well, she's as guilty as... Well, she's just too guilty for words.
You two make quite a team, don't you? 2 pitchers and 1 catcher.
Oh, why don't you be sensible, Miss Keats? We know you're guilty. You have the jewels, and you committed 2 murders to keep them. You can't possibly get away.
He's right, Mara. He's never been so right in his life. Yeah. Take a look at this suicide note. You'll see what I mean.
And you had it all the time.
Read it, honey.
Yeah. It will be discovered that... Hal, this note mentions Sam.
Mm-hmm. And now, Brownie, tell her that Randy never kept a memorandum about his crooked deals. And tell her why.
Well, that part of it, Mr. Hampton, was your suggestion.
Sure. Where else would it come from? Hal, if I only had that gun now for 1 second...
You'd commit murder, baby, and that'd be very foolish. Because then, Brownie wouldn't get lonesome in a death house.
What? What did you say, Mr. Hampton?
Let me break it down for you. You killed Sam Lawless and Mr. Randy.
Hal, you mean he... Him?
Yes, darling, he. And all he wanted was to keep the diamonds Randy let him hold for a while.
Now, look here, Mr. Hampton. Perhaps you don't realize what you're saying,
You were the
but...
trusted employee, the man who could take orders. Now, shall we go to your apartment and see if it sparkles?
Very well. If you must be convinced.
Get your hand out of your pocket, Mr. Brown.
Yes, with this.
Oh! Hal, you shot him.
Only in the gun hand, baby. From now on and until death do him part, his aim won't be so good.
Brownie had those diamonds after all, just as you said.
Were you doubtful, Myra?
Well, to tell you the truth, Hal, But why did he kill Sam?
To frame you.
Me? I thought you were it.
I was. Until Brownie heard Sam accuse you, remember? In Sam's office while I was in the other room, unconscious.
But how?
Now, don't argue with me. It's in his confession. Randy sent him back with a message, and he listened at the door.
Wow.
So did I.
What?
I wasn't quite as unconscious as you and Sam thought.
Oh. Then you heard Sam accuse me of palming that stone. The one I found in your chest of drawers.
And I believed him. But I know better now.
Yeah?
That's in Brownie's confession, too. He came while I was out.
He knew his way around, didn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't know when to stop talking. He should never have mentioned 2 murders.
But there were 2, Hal.
Mm-hmm. But he only knew about 1. That is, he should have known only about 1.
Well, didn't you tell him about Sam?
No. Did you?
Uh-uh. Not a word. Hal.
Hmm?
You were once a pretty famous diamond thief.
So?
Do you think you'll ever go back to it?
Oh, no, dear. Not after I spent 5 years in prison breaking stones.
Hal.
Yeah?
I'm so glad I met you tonight.
Oh. Prove it.
Hmm?
Prove it. If, you know what I mean. And, I do hope you do.
And so closes tonight's story, Death Deals a Diamond. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Larry Haynes played the part of Hal Hampton. Charlotte Lawrence was Myra Keats. Maurice Franklin was Brown. King Calder was heard as Sam Lawless. Reese Taylor played Randy. And Joan Tompkins was Cookie. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes. Come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story of a circus lion that was trained for murder. It's called Serenade Macabre. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week, and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.